Chapter 51 Whose jar? Tang Zhe stared at him for a while, then turned his head silently. They were now lying in the hidden cargo hold. From this angle, facing the back of the hatch, a mark could be seen in the middle. A colorful polygon with a faint fluorescent light. If you only regard this place as a storage space for goods, it is almost impossible to notice the existence of the mark. But once someone hides inside, it is difficult to ignore this mark. It can be imagined that this batch of combat vehicles, including the vehicle in front of you, which was converted into a transport vehicle for some purpose and sent to Area B, all have such hidden cargo holds. And there is this mark on the back of the hatch. When Mu Jiming sneaked into one of the combat vehicles, he did not simply hide in the weapon storage in the rear compartment, but in the hidden cargo hold. Otherwise, the most basic in-vehicle scan would have identified him. He said he saw the mark of the 5-colored stone in the car, referring to the time when it was lying in the hidden cargo hold. Tang Zhe raised his hand and touched the glowing mark. Through the gloves, he didn't feel anything special. Or maybe this mark was just painted on and didn't have any special power. Why do you think I would be willing? He asked softly. You specially asked me out. Isn't it for this? Safar said. It seems that you have digested all the information well. Which is good. Maybe I am just tempting you. Tang Zhe withdrew his hand, turned his head to look at him, and his green eyes glowed a little. Just like you said, you are being led into a trap. Safar's expression did not change. So, it was Captain Fong who was driving? Tang Zhe did not comment. Then you should have expected that since I dared to come out like this, I would not be afraid of being trapped in a trap. I think so. Tang Zhe snorted. Whose trap is this? The two looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with scrutiny. In the end, the two seemed to have figured something out and smiled at each other. Tang Zhe raised his eyes. Let me guess your secret. If I am wrong, please correct me. Safar made a pleased expression. That day in the hospital of Zone B, you deliberately sent the two captains away, and then left on the pretext of something, just to give Captain Mu and I a chance to meet alone. Tang Zhe said slowly. In fact, you are not sure to what extent we will meet. All of this is experimental. Just like many things you and your organization do. You are not sure who you want to find at the beginning. Everything you do is actually screening what kind of people have the same goals as you, and what kind of people have the abilities you need. Safar nodded happily. That day, you left my ward and hid in the dark, aiming to lure Captain Fong away. You had a brief fight, and you shot him. But surprisingly, Captain Fong dodged the bullet, which only scratched the outer layer of his protective suit. Half a year ago, you killed many people with the same gun. I was a witness and a survivor of that incident. That's when you noticed me. Safar blinked. Go on. The pollution leak in Hospital Number 2 was a trick you put up, hoping that Hospital Number 2 would be completely abandoned to prevent the secrets inside from being discovered. Of course, what you want to cover up is not just the accident that happened that day, but the traces left over from many years ago, the breeding area, the abandoned garage, etc. You must take full control of this place, and it is best to have sufficient insurance so that other people in areas AB will not get involved. I think the pollution leak that day was planned long ago, and your killing spree in that ward must have been a spur of the moment. You think that since we will all be eroded by pollution anyway, it is better to use us for a few more experiments before we are all scrapped. I didn't expect this variable to appear, so you temporarily changed your strategy. Tang Zhe's voice did not have any emotional ups and downs, as if he was stating something that had nothing to do with him. According to the original plan, you should not have appeared in that accident. Your purpose of appearing was to get close to me, so that I could make subsequent observations and arrangements. You appeared to protect me, and even pretended to be weak, which made people unable to guard against you. I have to say that your appearance is indeed very deceptive. In the subsequent missions, I believe you were secretly observing my situation. Perhaps you had already made arrangements for when I met the retirement conditions, but I didn't expect that I was suddenly transferred to Area A. Tang Zhe paused before continuing. Your plan was disrupted again. But this is not a big problem, because you also have people in Area A. Even more fortunately, I joined the Special Operations team, and this new captain never follows the established rules. So you didn't hesitate to involve him and make him a pawn in this game, which made us frankly meet here today. You put a piece of pollution in my dormitory, which is actually a memory. Others don't know. But if it's me, I will immediately figure out where this memory comes from. Then, You told me the secret of the hospital pollution incident in an anonymous message. I just arrived in Area A and received such news before I got a firm foothold. Naturally, I would worry that I have been targeted for a long time. Therefore, I will definitely find a way to investigate the matter behind that incident and continue to pay attention to the situation in Area B. The accident at the training ground was also arranged by you. Right? You were involved in the selection of the location of the training ground from the beginning, so that it was located between the two areas, or even closer to Area B. Once an accident occurs, there is no fixed duty in Area A, and it is difficult to discover it in time. If you design it so that people from Area B appear nearby, then we will most likely be taken back to the hospital in Area B. So you deliberately opened the gate to let the new mutant snake vine appear there. Everything went smoothly afterwards. Captain Fong and I were sent to the hospital in Area B, and I also had more interactions with Captain Mu under your arrangement. Captain Fong fought with you and felt that it was not appropriate to stay in the hospital for long, so he decided to take me away quietly. We have no means of leaving, so we can only choose to steal a car in the garage of Area B. That is the car we are riding now. What a coincidence. The car Captain Fong picked is the one you wanted him to pick. Strictly speaking, this was arranged by you. Captain Fong contacted other team members at that time and asked them to crack the systems of the cars parked in the garage. On the one hand, he wanted to ensure that he could steal one quietly, and on the other hand, he was also choosing which one was more suitable. Obviously, the information we found is the optimal solution you arranged. I think, when we drove away, you were lying here like this? The smile in Safar's eyes became even more intense. He turned over and lay on his side facing Tangze, his voice full of teasing and temptation. Well, what happened next? Then you changed the established route of the transport vehicle and sent us to the quarantine area. You know very well what Captain Fong will choose. And everything that happened later was just as you expected. We entered the underground passage and found the vines. Later we learned that the vines were fixed on the brackets, and the brackets could be moved to form different passages. This is how you let us go where you want us to go, and see what you want us to see. Finally, drive away the vines in the passage and force us to flee to the experimental area. From the beginning to the end, you just want us to discover all this. Tangze blinked, right? Mr. Safar? Safar took off the mask and looked at Tangze. I don't think we need this thing. Tangze did not move. I still need it. Sir. Oh! The pollution has a smaller impact on me, but it is not completely unaffected. If possible, I think I should protect myself as much as possible, Tangze said. But it seems that your excellency is not worried about this. Pollution will also affect you. Yes, it seems so. Safar was thoughtful. Sure enough, everyone has different conditions and different results. But this is better. He laughed again. Then how did you manage to have only a 0.1% mutation rate every time in the heavy pollution mission? Tangze looked at Safar. His blue eyes seemed to be really asking. He lowered his eyes. Because of good luck. Sir. But not entirely. Because I can see the pollution and avoid it. You can see? Tangze nodded. Oh! What does the pollution look like in your eyes? Like smoke. But it is not evenly diffused in the air. But a wisp here and a wisp there. Tangze shrugged. In fact, when I first met you, I saw a trace of pollution of high purity on your wrist, which was the proof that you fired the gun. Safar nodded in sudden realization. The total amount of pollution in the high-risk mission site is very high, but the distribution is very scattered. In some places, the concentration is so high that there is no chance of survival if you touch it, while in some places, it is incredibly clean. This is why I survived again and again. He looked at Safar. I've finished speaking. Do you have anything else to correct? Safar raised his body and half bent over to look at Tangze. I just want to add one thing. When you drove away the car, I was in the car at first. Later, when we entered the quarantine area, you all climbed on the roof of the car, and I took the opportunity to run away. And by the way, I changed the direction of the underground passage so that you could not return from the quarantine area by the same route. But, did your captain really not find any trace of me? Tangze's expression changed subtly. Safar took this expression into his eyes and smiled gently. I left a little clue of my identity. But when you changed the car back, the clue was gone. Why? Do you know my identity? Didn't Captain Fong tell you? Tangze's eyes turned to the side. After entering the underground passage that day, He was unconscious for a long time before waking up. During this time, Fang Xiuyu had already searched the entire car. He might have discovered this hidden cargo hold and the 5-color stone mark long ago. And he also knew that Safar was related to these things. He even knew the origin of this batch of combat vehicles. But he didn't reveal anything. Then I will also speculate on your thoughts. Safar continued. The reason why you asked me out and lured me here by pretending to be stupid all the way was not to join forces with Captain Fang to catch me. Because you know, it's easy for me to leave this car. And this underground is our territory. Whether it's playing hide and seek or fighting, you don't have much chance of winning. You devised a plan. But you didn't know who to catch. Let me think. You are very different from other sentinels in that you have a strong desire to survive. Even though you are so weak and your status is so low, you are trying your best to survive. Whether it is going to Area A or participating in more dangerous tasks. It is all for a glimmer of hope. So, you just want to see how many cards I have in my hand. Then let's see who can keep you alive. Us or Captain Fang. Am I right? Tang Zhe curled his lips and raised his face to look at him. Exactly. Safar showed an innocent expression. So what's your assessment now? Or do you want us to compete with Captain Fang and make a decision after the winner is decided? Tang Zhe shook his head slowly. No. Sir, I had made the decision before I came here. After saying that, Tang Zhe raised his hand and knocked on the 5-colored stone mark on the hatch. This noise was not surprising to call the police. And the car stopped immediately. Not long after, the sound of the door opening came from the carriage above, followed by footsteps. The hatch was suddenly pulled open, and several pairs of boots appeared next to it. The few people wearing protective clothing in Area B were surprised to see the scene in the cabin. Sir Safar. Safar showed a slight surprise, then looked at Tang Zhe and laughed happily. Sir, you are really forgetful. You even forgot the fixed transportation time you organized. Tang Zhe said. Captain Fang was sleeping soundly in the dormitory from beginning to end. Safar's eyes narrowed with laughter. I really underestimated you. Tang Zhe. Chapter 52. No one will find you. Tang Zhe smiled faintly. Just to survive. Your Excellency is right. It is not easy for a person like me who is of low status and poor physical condition to survive. I will take every opportunity one can. Safar looked at him. His pupils returned to their normal round shape, and he looked particularly gentle. You will soon know that your choice is right. Tang Zhe did not move. What are you going to do with me next? I think the matter of returning to the bunker is probably fake. Safar's eyes shifted to the side for a moment, and then he smiled again as an answer. Your Excellency thinks the time has come. So he uses this as an excuse to let me meet you and see my attitude. Tang Zhe continued. If I insist on returning to the bunker, you will deal with me. Safar suppressed his smile. Does this make you feel uncomfortable? Tang Zhe looked straight into his eyes expressionlessly, and finally sneered softly. In this case, I have to seize the opportunity. Safar looked at him, and his expression gradually relaxed. He raised his head and gestured to the soldiers who came over, and they turned and left. Then, Safar stood up and handed his hand to Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe did not extend his hand, but sat up by himself. How will you arrange my whereabouts? I sneaked out of Area A, and now I definitely can't go back. But if I return to the organization of the Sentinel team of Area B, Area A might repeat the same trick and come directly to ask for people. Don't worry about this. Now we can arrange you outside Area B, and you will not be included in their organization. Tang Zhe blinked. Oh? Did the underground area controlled by the organization also build dormitories? Ah. Are you going to live in Hospital Number 2? Safar smiled and shook his head. You haven't seen our real territory yet. Tang Zhe thought for a moment. That's right. The underground passages, training grounds, and experimental fields he had seen so far were all abandoned, or just abandoned. The outsiders of the special forces had been there before, so it was unlikely that they were the core of the 5-colored stone. Are we going there now? Tang Zhe checked the time. There are only 2 hours left before the start of work in Area B. You will go back before then. Right. I will arrange your place first. Don't worry. Safar made the reaching out gesture again, and seeing that Tang Zhe still didn't move, he pulled him up directly. Tang Zhe really felt that Safar's power was much greater than it actually looked. According to Fang Xiyu's description, his fighting power is stronger than Mu Jiming, and he can restrain Fang Xiyu. The upper limit is still unknown. Let's go sit somewhere more comfortable. If you feel tired, You can also lie down. But you don't need to be in this cargo hold. Tang Ze nodded. And before he could do anything, Safar raised his hand and touched his helmet. The next second, Tang Ze's built-in communication panel completely failed. In this way, you will be marked as lost in both areas, Safar said with a smile. No one will find you. Don't worry. Tang Ze remained calm. Area A has more advanced remote sensing technology, which can perform a considerable degree of penetration detection. In addition, the monitoring of life and enclosed spaces in the two areas is now relatively mature. If you really want to hide your tracks, you must be far enough away from the gathering area. He knew very well that Safar's move was to cut off his last possibility of returning to Area A. He wanted to leave him no way out. Safar did not answer directly. If Area A's remote sensing technology is so strong, how could it have not discovered the underground passage in the breeding area for so long? Life monitoring has limitations. As long as you use its blind spots, it is easy to avoid it. Don't worry. You are absolutely safe. In some ways, the two areas and the bunkers cannot be compared with us. Tang Ze followed him silently without saying anything else. Now, you should have a good sleep. When you open your eyes, we will be there. Tang Ze slept deeply. He seemed not to have slept so deeply since he left the bunker. He thought he was forced to sleep. When he woke up, he had entered a completely unfamiliar place. He sat on something like a chair, with his limbs and neck tied by a gelatinous belt. Tang Ze's eyes became cold. What are you doing? Your body is too weak, Safar said on the side. Don't you want to become like those combat team members? Tang Ze looked at him with a wary look. Steel is forged through repeated tempering. This is a necessary step. But after that, you will be reborn. Believe me. Safar's voice became so gentle and considerate again, like a feather gently brushing against steel. And the steel would become soft as a result. He gently held Tang Ze's hand, and could only feel the softness through the gloves. But no temperature. Everyone here has been in this chair. You will adapt better than us. In an instant, Tang Ze's mind emerged with the pieces of broken bodies hanging on the top of the breeding area. The black sticky algae took root in their bodies, sucking their blood and flesh, and then grew and squirmed like rotten loaches. You want to use me for mutation and fusion experiments? Safar shook his head. Not you, but us. The human body is too weak to survive in an increasingly polluted environment. We reinforce the buildings and send more people to risk their lives to obtain fewer and fewer resources. One day, we will have nowhere to escape. Only by joining the mutant team can humans survive. Tang Ze looked at him steadily. I want to know if Mu Zhijing was also brought here by you like this? Mu Zhijing told Mu Zhiming that he must return to the bunker and then disappeared, which was exactly the same as what Safar said to him today. The most likely scenario is that she agreed to join the five-colored stone for some reason, and at the same time her traces in the gathering area were erased. And that poem. Oh! She had also seen algae in swamps. Isn't that the bait that the five-colored stone usually uses? I've seen her, Safar said lightly. Where is she now? Has she successfully reborn or is she dead? She just didn't pass the test, Safar said. This thing can't be done by will alone. It also requires talent. And you have this talent. Safar didn't continue. Tang Ze understood that he was talking about the fact that he was shot but still alive, as if nothing had happened. You want to put those things into my body? We don't use the traditional method now. The success rate is too low. Safar slowly loosened his hand, and his voice became distant. At the same time, Tang Ze saw the smoke getting thicker and thicker in the room. From light gray to dark gray, and then to ink color. They will enter your body. Not through your flesh and bones, but through every pore of your body. Tang Ze's pupils slowly contracted, and his consciousness blurred. Safar left the room at this time, leaving him alone there. Tang Ze only felt that he was surrounded by darkness in front of his eyes, because the black was too thick. He couldn't distinguish anything else. He felt as if he was sinking into a quagmire, and the mud particles were trying to get into his skin through his pores. Maybe they had succeeded. Mud cells? They were going to combine with his own cells, or replace them. His skin would be filled with these filthy things, and when cut open, no blood would flow out. Only black muddy water would flow out. He would emit a rotten stench, and his body would be covered with mucus, just like those big loaches. No! He held his breath hard, trying to vomit out the things that had entered his body. This action awakened his consciousness, and as his body suddenly leaned forward, The black fog suddenly seemed to be sucked into a tornado, and all of it disappeared somewhere at once. He lowered his head and saw everything clearly, and the place where the black mist was sucked in was the center of his body. Phew, what a good meal, Sive said, burping loudly. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. They really have something. Tangze looked at his wrist. The gelatinous thing was still tied. He was a little impatient, so he raised his hand and actually tore it off. He hurriedly touched his skin with his hand, pinched the flesh and blood, and made sure that he still looked like a normal person. Tangze breathed a sigh of relief, tore off the circle of things around his neck, and then tore off the ones on his feet. He stood up and walked forward a few steps, and found that the house was not big, and it was very similar to the architectural style of the gathering area. There was no sound, and there was no trace of anyone. It seemed that Safar left him here without caring. Tangze looked around, trying to find a way to escape. However, to his surprise, there was no door here at all. There were walls on all four sides, and solid metal above and below. He was trapped in a sealed box. Tangze frowned. There must be an exit here, but it was just disguised better. Or it was like the entrance to the training ground, which would only be opened after identity authentication. But anyway, this place can't be completely sealed. Alas, this metal plate doesn't look too thick, Sive said. How about you break it open? Sive seemed to be really full, and was in the mood to talk nonsense. What to use? There's only that chair here, and it doesn't look durable. Use your fist. Tangze thought he heard it wrong. What? Try it. Tangze looked at his hands. Although he was still wearing full protective gloves, they were only partially wear-resistant and corrosion-resistant. If he smashed it like this, the metal plate might not be damaged at all, but his bones would definitely be broken. I just absorbed a lot of energy, Sive reminded. Tangze was a little suspicious. On second thought, he felt a little stronger now, although it was not as strong as when he absorbed the energy from the tree before. At least it was not as fragile. Since Sive said so, Tangze tentatively hit the metal plate in front of him, not daring to use too much strength. Then he saw that the metal plate in front of him had a pit like mud, which was exactly the shape of his fist. Oh, it really works, Sive said proudly. Strengthening is the manifestation of the first stage of change in your body. I thought that you have absorbed so many times, and there is no change. It's time to make a breakthrough. Tangze frowned. So you just guessed? It's almost right. What if I didn't change and broke my bones on the spot? You don't feel anything, and you always use my body randomly. You are no different from those people. Sive was a little confused. You weren't so afraid of pain before, and you always had a clear understanding of yourself. Right? Why do you have so many messy and pretentious thoughts? Oh, I know. It's because you are used to being taken care of by the captain. Hey! Before it finished muttering, Tangze suddenly punched into the pit. The next second, a big hole opened in the metal plate, and the surging black poured in. It's not smoke, it's water. The sealed container was broken, and the change in pressure inside and outside caused the room to be torn into pieces. Tangze coughed violently, turned around, and found that the previous room was actually a metal cage, which was entangled by several long vines and sank in deep water. Now that the cage was broken, the lifeless vine suddenly came alive, grabbing in the water like octopus tentacles, and it seemed that they would not stop until they grabbed something. Tangze tried to hold his breath, avoiding those vines and looking up. The water was deep and dark, and he could not recognize anything except the endless black. Where did the others go? No, they must have left this cage after they left. They trapped him in a cage without an exit and sank him in deep water, wanting him to turn into a pile of rotten meat and a handful of dry bones. But what is the purpose? The energy this time still has a bit of mixed taste. Sive smacked her lips and said, but compared to the previous ones, it is much cleaner. I have come to terms with it now. Eating something unclean won't make you sick. Your broken body is prone to being weak and unable to take supplements, so it's easier to accept some impurities. And the effect is not bad. Tangze suddenly came back to his senses. Impurities? It's very fragmented, and I can't tell what it is. But seeing that you accepted it so well, it's probably something similar to your body. What is it? Something related to people. Hey, don't vomit. I want to vomit when you vomit. And I finally convinced myself. Vomit. Tangze didn't really vomit anything. but just vomited a bunch of bubbles and choked on some water. He found that the water didn't suffocate him, and even said that it should be some kind of liquid that allows him to breathe freely in it. But he really didn't want to inhale any. Who knows what's in this water? Maybe it's all impurities related to people. Why are you so excited? I'm talking about the breath. It should be secondhand air that has been filtered and recycled many times. Tang Zhe was stunned. He looked at the deep water around him, and then at the black on the top, and suddenly realized where he was. At this moment, a feeling of nausea attacked his body, densely enveloping every corner. Chapter 53 Awareness of Death. Tang Zhe endured the discomfort and tried to swim in the water. The density of this water was very strange. People could neither dive nor rise in it. They could only float there like walking and move horizontally. But in this way, how could we know what else was underneath? Tang Zhe frowned and thought for a while, and suddenly realized it, and turned around to swim towards the cluster of vines. The vines sensed the waves and immediately danced, looking for their prey. Tang Zhe took off one glove and grabbed the dancing vines. The vines entangled his hands unceremoniously, and the thorns dug deep into his skin, which was stained red by the blood. In just a moment, the waving vines became obedient and hung there motionless. Tang Zhe grabbed the vines in his hand and wrapped them around his arm a few times. Sigh. Spit something out. Are you too full? There must be other vines below. I will use energy to gather them into a stream, just like the vine python at the beginning. I will drive them. Saib was a little reluctant. Your body has changed, and you have used up a lot of it. I don't want to be half-starved again. Whatever you can get. It's fine. Besides, they don't use much energy. They just surround the energy, and can eat it back in the end. Yes, but not too much. At most 1/3. Saib didn't say anything, but Tang Zhe had already sensed the changes around him. The water was dark, and he couldn't see if the energy had spread, but the water waves around him became more and more turbulent, as if the entire deep water was stirred up. A few seconds later, vines swam over from all directions, forming a huge undercurrent under the water. They wrapped around, entangled, gathered around Tang Zhe, and woven in an orderly manner. Even though the vines in the underground passage had been destroyed, there were still many vines here. Even more. The 5-colored stone holds countless seeds, and wherever these seeds are sown, a jungle will appear. There was no water in Tang Zhe's sight. Instead, there were layers of vines, and the full range of vision of the vine python's compound eyes. He felt that his body was very large now, but he could move even more freely in the water. Like a vine dragon, his eyes lit up with a bright green light. Now, let me see what's in this water. Will he float up? A voice came to Safar's ears. The voice was indistinguishable from male or female, and seemed to have been specially processed. And it didn't even sound like a human. I believe he will. Safar answered silently. He can perfectly merge with the seeds, without any attack or rejection. It's really rare. As you know, we have never succeeded in living organisms before. This plan has been ruled out for many years. We all think this road is a dead end, and we thought your experiment was unnecessary. The voice said. It's a good thing you did it. I don't think there is anything wrong with this plan. It's just that the timing is not right. Remember what Obsidian said? We are waiting for someone special to appear. He said that person will definitely appear. Or rather, that group of people. Well, I hope the green eyes below are the person we are waiting for. The voice chuckled. But he seems to hold a grudge. Maybe when he becomes stronger, he will get rid of you first. So what? Our mission is just to find a way out. I have no complaints about sacrificing for this way. I can't believe that Safar can say such a thing today. Safar lowered his eyes. Under an overturned nest, there will be no eggs left intact. Without the awareness of death, how can you talk about survival? Besides, he murmured, we have found the stream. As long as we follow it, we will always find the lake and the ocean. Now it is true. Shoo! Safar interrupted the voice and became nervous all of a sudden. He felt a noise, which was gentle at first, but soon became violent. The ground beneath his feet seemed to vibrate, and as the sound approached, the vibration gradually became more violent. Is there something wrong down there? Disturbance? No. Disturbances shouldn't be so loud. Safar's eyes showed a trace of nervousness. Half a second later, he made a decision, go down and take a look. However, before he took action, the vibration had already reached him. What is this? In front of him, like a volcanic eruption, a large column of water suddenly surged up. Because it was gushing too fast, it was even unclear what it was. All he could see was a dark mass, rushing up to the sky with great momentum. When the thing was almost completely pulled out of the ground and stopped, Safar realized what it was. A rattan cage. And it was the kind that was woven very large, which meant that there was a lot of energy hidden in it. Calculated. The content should be. Safar's breath was choked. Could it be that the energy did not enter Tangzay's body, but leaked into the pool water? Impossible. The metal cage is very well sealed, and can support the infiltration process for 2 days. It is impossible for it to leak out in just 20 minutes. He looked at the rattan cage again, and found that it had stood up several meters high, and the top was drooping, as if it was lowering its head. Looking at him, Safar looked at the top of the rattan cage intently, and his pupils slowly shrank into needles. The structure inside the rattan cage was revealed in front of him. It was a regular and stable weaving method, different from what he had seen before. In addition to the vines, the cage was made up of a variety of things, all underwater. And in this overlapping structure, there was an unexpected shadow. Safar's pupils trembled. That shadow was Tangzay. These things covered with thorns and mucus now became a solid armor, protecting him tightly inside. Tangzay slightly slanted his eyes, and the head of the rattan dragon turned an angle and stared at the ground. This time he only pierced his finger with the thorns, and his movements were not restricted like last time. In addition, he absorbed enough energy and his physical strength increased greatly, so he was quite handy in playing with these vines. Safar's face appeared in front of Tangzay through the compound eyes of the vine dragon. The blue eyes were still as beautiful as the lake, but the lake was no longer calm at this moment, but surging with turbulent waves. Obviously, all this was beyond Safar's expectations, but his expression was not like fear, but more like ecstasy. Safar seemed to be possessed. His expression became crazy, and he kept repeating something in his mouth. I know you are different, Tangzay. I know you are different. The next second, the vine dragon swooped down to the ground. Safar didn't even try to hide. He looked up, looking through the layers of vines, and stared into Tangzay's eyes, his eyes burning with a kind of fanaticism. He opened his arms to the huge vine dragon. Boom! Before the vine dragon could fall to the ground, it was suddenly hit hard in the waist, and its huge body tilted to one side. A dazzling white light flashed from the side, and soon spread from the end of the vine to the middle, passing through the vine net at a very fast speed and attacking the heart of the vine dragon. Tangzay's pupil shrank, and he quickly pulled off the thorns that pierced his hand. Without any signs, the vine dragon was destroyed in an instant, and its withered skin collapsed like snowflakes. Tangzay's body fell heavily in front of Safar. Safar hurriedly squatted down and brushed off the vine skin covering Tangzay's body. It was not until he saw Tangzay's face that his heart was slightly relieved. Tangzay? Are you okay? Who is it? Tangzay opened his eyes, and saw Safar looking at him with a worried look on his face, just like the times when he waited for him to wake up by his bedside. He saw Safar stretched out his hand to him, as if he was going to pull him up, but the next second, Safar suddenly shook his body, and then was thrown to the side by an unknown force. Safar half rested on the ground, staring blankly at the wrist he had stretched out to Tanza, which had a bloody hole through it. He looked at Tanza again, and found that Tanza was looking at him with an ambiguous look. As if smiling, Tanza gently raised one hand in his direction. Safar then discovered that one of Tanza's gloves had been taken off, revealing skin so thin that the color of the blood vessels could be seen. Following the purple blood vessels, Safar saw that the metal watchband used to cover the wrist had fallen off, and a thin ring close to the skin was flashing red light. He looked closely and found that the red light was 3 jumping numbers, which were shrinking at a very fast speed. When the 3 numbers all approached 0, a gun was pointed at his head. Safar raised his head and looked directly at the man holding the gun. I never carried a gun to fight people in the past, but now I have to use it, Von Shiyu said coldly. You are so capable to take my team members away from the dormitory in Area A in the middle of the night. But I also want to let you know what will happen to those who touch me. Safar did not answer him, but slowly moved his eyes to his wrist. Under the gloves of the protective suit, there were also 3 jumping red numbers. Fong. Su. You? Safar whispered. It's me. What? Do you want to take my name to the underworld? If you have the guts, turn into a ghost and come find me. It's unbelievable that an ordinary human body can do this. Safar's voice was very light, as if he was talking to himself. What are you still talking about? Don't waste time here. Fang Xiyu made a TSK sound, moved the gun away, and shot Safar's foot again. Bang! A column of blood spurted out of Safar's ankle, but he seemed to feel no pain, still sitting there in a daze, smiling. That time is coming. He said that when that person is supposed to appear, he will appear. Everything will be saved. Everything will be. Fang Xiyu ignored him and walked over to squat beside Tang Zai, lifted him up and held him in his arms. Tang Zai. Tang Zai? Are you okay? The captain is here. Don't be afraid. Tang Zai opened his eyes with difficulty, still looking very weak, even struggling to speak. Captain. Seeing that he was still conscious, Fang Xiyu was relieved. It's okay. The captain will take you back now. It'll be quick. It's okay. Where are we? It's the place we've been to. The swamp. Damn. No. It's just a very similar place, but without the pollution. So it will be quick to go back. Okay. I believe. Captain. Fang Xiyu carefully took Tang Zai into his arms, and then held him horizontally. He did not look at Safar, who was lying on the side, but turned his back and said coldly, The Azon combat troops have surrounded this place. You can't escape. The court will make a judgment. After that, he held Tang Zai and stepped over the corpse of Teng Xiao, and walked forward step by step. Tang Zai was held horizontally in Fang Xiyu's arms, his face exposed from the side, facing Safar on the ground. There was no weakness in his eyes, but rather coldness like ice. Safar read a sentence from his expression. I said, I made a choice before I came. Safar was stunned. The two walked farther and farther away, and Fang Xiyu suddenly heard a slight sound like bubbles. But he did not bother to confirm what happened, but just hugged the person in his arms a little tighter. Chapter 54. Fang Xiyu was shaken. Tang Zai was carefully placed in the car. How do you feel? Fang Xiyu asked. Tang Zai leaned to the side, half closed his eyes and panted. I'm fine. Just a little tired. When did you become such a good actor? Saib shouted in his mind. You are so strong that you can beat 3 pythons now. The physical strengthening effect brought by the energy this time was so obvious that Tang Zai was like falling into cotton after falling from the air, and he was completely unharmed. What's more amazing is that this strengthening effect only appears at the moment he encounters a collision, and in other cases, his body is no different from before. As a result, even the wireless search ring did not detect any abnormality in his vital signs. In Fang Xiyu's opinion, he was still so vulnerable. However, Fang Xiyu did not see him fall from the inside of the vine dragon, due to the obstruction of vision. When Fang Xiyu arrived, he only saw Safar standing there, and the vine dragon flying in the air to attack. So he naturally thought that it was Safar who pressed Tang Zai to the ground and wanted to use the vine dragon to attack him. Tang Zai was very skilled in playing the role of weakness, and looked at Fang Xiyu pitifully. Fang Xiyu took off his helmet and covered him with oxygen. After a rough test, he found that his vital signs were indeed stable. So he breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, have all the combat troops in Area A arrived? Tang Zai asked. No. I lied to him. I rushed out as soon as I found something wrong, without even notifying the other team members. Fang Xiyu said, punching the control panel angrily. Their hands are so long. You just arrived at the new dormitory. It seems that they have been watching you for a long time. But fortunately, I caught up. They didn't do anything to you. Did they? This broken place has no signal at all. Fortunately, there is a wireless search ring. Humph. I must turn the entire Area A upside down to see where they are hiding. Well, Captain, Tang Zai interrupted him softly. I don't think we need to be so nervous. They haven't infiltrated to such a terrifying degree. Tonight, I walked out of the dormitory by myself. Fang Xiyu widened his eyes. What? I just want them to relax their vigilance and then try to find out some information. Fang Xiyu was anxious and was about to explode. But he suddenly saw Tang Zai's wet eyes, a cautious and pitiful look, and his heart softened. I don't mean to blame you. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. You can talk. I woke up in the middle of the night and found that the panel received a message from Inspector Safar, Tang Zai said softly. He said that he had applied for retirement from the bunker on my behalf, and got the bunker's consent. Fang Xiyu frowned. Then what? This must be his excuse. He just wanted me to leave Area A, and leave the Special Forces. But I thought this might be a good opportunity. I could pretend to agree, and have further contact with him. Maybe I could find out more about the five-colored stone. Tang Zhe swallowed. So I pretended to be eager to go out, and asked him to meet at the training ground. Fang Xiyu took a breath. Then what? Did you go in alone? The training ground has been cleaned up. There is no danger, Tang Zhe said. So I pretended to check the broken gate and pulled him down. Then we followed the passage and somehow found an abandoned garage. I think it should be the garage that Captain Mu mentioned. In the garage, we found the transport truck that the captain and I stole in Area B. Then I opened the rear door and pulled him in to hide. Wait, Fang Xiyu interrupted him. How did you open the door to the abandoned garage? And how did you open the rear compartment of the transport truck? Yuka Yuri opened it. You left without telling me. But you contacted them? The car deviated slightly. The wheels slipped, and almost slid into the mud beside. Fang Xiyu took a deep breath, and his face was obviously very ugly. Tang Zhe was feeling unwell at the right time. Captain. I cough cough cough. I'm not, cough cough. Fang Xiyu quickly stabilized the car, and saw that Tang Zhe was still coughing. And he panicked for a while. Don't get excited. I don't blame you. I spoke too loudly. Don't take it to heart. Tang Zhe lowered his head, his body trembling slightly because of coughing. Just when Fang Xiyu was about to stop the car to check on him, he caught his breath in time. Captain. I'm fine. Fang Xiyu patted his shoulder and suppressed the anger in his heart. Rest first, and talk about other things when you go back. There's no rush. Let's go out first. This section of the road is a bit complicated. Tang Zhe nodded, fell to one side obediently, and stopped talking. Later, Yuka and Yuri's private communication panel received a string of severe scolding from Fang Xiyu. Because of the signal delay, they didn't receive it until the next working hour. The two stood up and squatted in the dormitory at a loss. They didn't understand why they were scolded for working overtime on a temporary task in the middle of the night. They reflected for 2 hours whether they were half a second slow in cracking a door. At this moment, Fang Xiyu looked ahead, his face gloomy and silent. He was awakened by the abnormal signs of the wireless ring alarm, and immediately got up to check on Tang Zhe in the next room, thinking that he was too tired from moving and had some physical problems. Who knew that when he opened the door, it was empty. Looking at the location again, Tang Zhe was already 1,000,000 miles away from him. An important teammate disappeared from the dormitory and was taken to an unknown place. And he who was sleeping next door was completely unaware of all this. He was angry and annoyed, and his head was buzzing until he got on the combat vehicle. If he lost Tang Zhe in this situation, he really didn't know how to explain to the other team members, and didn't know how to go after the special operations team. More importantly, he couldn't explain to Tang Zhe, nor to himself. His most thoughtful teammate was right under his nose. This was obviously a provocation, and he had to admit that this trick was too successful, and he had no ability to resist. The only chance of winning was to find Tang Zhe immediately and rescue him, if it was still in time. But after rescuing him, Tang Zhe actually said that he walked there by himself. He walked out of Area A alone, met that inexplicable person, disappeared for a few hours, and went to a very far unknown place. And Tang Zhe did not leave him any report from beginning to end, but contacted Yuka Yuri, who had not communicated much with him. Did I misjudge something? Fang Xiyu thought in annoyance. There seemed to be fog in front, and the darkness in the distance became thicker. Fang Xiyu forced himself to concentrate. Now was not the time to be distracted. There was no sound of pursuit behind him. Maybe the group of people were really worried about his lies. But this trick had been used once in Area B, and he was not sure whether Safar would be fooled again. In short, we could only leave here as soon as possible. Captain. Tang Zhe next to him called softly. Fang Xiyu retracted his thoughts. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, are we lost? I feel like I've been here before. Fang Xiyu pursed his lips. The place where Tang Zhe was taken looked very similar to the previous breeding area. He didn't say it before because he was afraid that Tang Zhe would worry. In fact, the entrance and location here are completely different from the breeding area they are familiar with. In other words, it is completely different from the abandoned breeding area that the five-colored stone deliberately exposed to them before. This place is very hidden. So hidden that no scanning method can detect its existence. Before entering this area, Fang Xiyu found that the car panel and personal communication had no signal at all, so that most of the network-based functions could not be used. He could only rely on his naked eyes and experience to follow the positioning of the wireless ring all the way to his current location. But now there is nothing in front of him that can be used as a target, and there is no special object that can be used for positioning. The surroundings are all similar swamps, earth and stone land, without any man-made buildings, and the diffuse fog makes it difficult to distinguish the direction. Don't worry. We will get out, Fang Xiyu replied. Tang Zhe heard something unusual in his tone. He was not sure. This place is indeed not simple. But it also shows that they have indeed entered the real territory of the five-colored stone. And this adventure is worth it. How did the captain get in? Tang Zhe thought. Since Fang Xiyu was able to find him so quickly, he must have figured out some pattern of this land. Then as long as he finds this pattern again. Unexpectedly, Fang Xiyu was silent for a while. He came in by bombardment. Tang Zhe was stunned. What? I didn't have time to find the correct entrance and passage. I just followed the shortest path and blasted away any obstacles I saw. Fang Xiyu turned to Tang Zhe and almost stuck his helmet to him, staring into his eyes through the goggles. Maybe he blew up a few layers of the ground and blasted a few walls. All the weapons on the vehicle were used up. So I found you. Tang Zhe read some emotion from Fang Xiyu's eyes, which was different from before. But before he could ask anything, Fang Xiyu quickly turned around and sat back. That emotion flashed before him and could never be caught again. I didn't see any traces of the previous bombardment. Fang Xiyu's tone returned to normal. This place is a bit strange. Maybe it's like the underground passage covered with vines before, with some tricks. But the entrance and exit can't disappear out of thin air. As long as this trick is broken, you can leave. Vine? But there is clearly a large open space around. And you can neither see the boundaries around nor the zenith above. They seem to be walking in the wild. And it was a place that no one had ever set foot in. The only thing that could be seen clearly was the ground. But the ground was full of swamps of all sizes, like a huge honeycomb coal. How could there be a smoke screen in such a place? Maybe we can try to drive in one direction? Tang Zhe asked tentatively. Even if we can't find a way out, at least we can avoid going in circles. We are driving in one direction. Fang Xiyu frowned. Damn. This place is not that big at all. We should have left a long time ago. But the road ahead seems to have appeared out of thin air. Fang Xiyu suddenly stopped. Tang Zhe also reacted, sat up straight, and looked at Fang Xiyu. It's the land. This time, it was not the passage made of vines that was moving, but the ground made of these swamps. The ground was moving and spinning. So they couldn't get out? Mud cells. These things underground are alive. And they are also moving. But what drives them? Is there a support underground? Hearing the word support, Tang Zhe's eyes suddenly lit up. No. Captain, don't forget that there are vines here too. Fang Xiyu frowned as he remembered the huge vine dragon he had knocked down earlier. You mean that thing just now? But there are no vines anywhere else. It came out of the swamp, Tang Zhe said. The car stopped suddenly. You mean these vines grow in the swamp? Tang Zhe blinked. Captain, is our car waterproof? Chapter 55. Would it be lonely to be alone? Accompanied by huge splashes of water, the combat vehicle plunged into the swamp. The way out is down there. Are you sure? At first, the car rushed down a distance due to inertia. But soon, the mud in the swamp absorbed the impact. The car was stuck in the mud and could not move, so it could only sink at a very slow speed. Now, the mud has covered the roof of the car. It was pitch black outside the car window. Not even a bubble could be seen, and it was even impossible to tell whether it was sinking. The oxygen stored in the car can last for an hour, and with the oxygen tank, it can last for another 20 minutes. The car can't get back to the ground now. If we don't get out during this period of time, we have to. Fang Xiyu shrugged. So, you better not be wrong. Tang Zhe did not answer. Of course, he did not tell the real situation he encountered under the swamp. He just said that he was blindfolded all the way and vaguely felt the process of floating up. So he judged that there was water under the swamp, and it was a large connected water area. In other words, those terrifying swamps were the real tricks, which were designed to make people afraid to approach and thus trap themselves on the ground. The actual swamp was not deep. And the sampling test conducted by Guan Yingjian in the abandoned breeding area earlier also confirmed this. It was just that it was not determined what was under the swamp at that time. But it was felt that these quagmires seemed to be about to bottom out. Now it seems that the entrance and exit of the abandoned breeding area they saw may have been open to lure them in. The original entrance may have been hidden deep underwater like this, which is why it could not be discovered for so long. Do you think we are still sinking? Fan Xiyu asked. Or are we just sinking in the mud? Motionless? Tang Zhe looked out the window and could not give a definite answer. At this time, the car lights did not work, and even the senses seemed to fail. They seemed to be suspended in the darkness, with no exit in any direction. They seemed to be breathing, and slowly suffocating. They seemed to be slowly swallowed by the mud, and unknowingly became part of it. Fan Xiyu chuckled. Do you think the protective suit we salvaged at that time was from a person who tried to jump into the swamp to find an exit, but finally sank? Tang Zhe turned his head and looked at him. Captain, if the situation is still like this in 10 minutes, I will get off the car, Fan Xiyu said. Put on the waterproof cover and wait for me in the car. If I can't find a way out or can't come back, there's nothing I can do. No, Captain. Mud cells are microbial level mutations. Too dangerous. Then should we just sit in the car and wait? Fan Xiyu didn't say anything more. There is no signal here, and their news and location can't be transmitted. In other words, no one in the world knows where they are now. The weapons on the vehicle have been used up, and there is no means to open the way. If they can't find a way out, they can only die slowly inside. This is different from the previous situation. Tang Zhe only knew that Fan Xiyu would definitely come to find him, but he didn't expect Fan Xiyu to leave no way out. But this is also this person's usual way of doing things. Fortunately, he knew in his heart that they were not actually facing a desperate situation. As long as he gets back underwater, he will find a way out. Just thinking about it, Fan Xiyu spoke again. Fortunately, at least you are not left alone. Tang Zhe came back to his senses. Huh? If a person sinks in such mud, it will probably be very lonely. Right? Fan Xiyu said softly. Fortunately, I found you. But wouldn't this mean that both of them are imprisoned? From the perspective of efficiency, it's a big loss, Tang Zhe thought in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. In fact, he didn't feel lonely. Life in Zone B is precarious. Who has time to think about these things? But Fan Xiyu is different today than before, and he can feel it. So he reached out and patted Fan Xiyu on the shoulder, just like Fan Xiyu always did to him. We will get out smoothly, Captain. The Special Forces haven't officially started their mission yet. We are still far from the Captain's goal. There is still a long way to go. Fan Xiyu turned his head, with some surprise in his eyes. But soon, he laughed again. Who did you learn this from? Tang Zhe blinked and looked at him. His meaning was very clear. Fan Xiyu stared at Tang Zhe for a while, and then laughed as usual. Not bad. Not bad. Worthy of being my. He suddenly stopped talking. After a while, he exhaled lightly, and then patted Tang Zhe's hand on his shoulder. Okay, I believe you. Tang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. In order to divert Fan Xiyu's attention, he started a topic. The transport vehicle we stole from Area B at that time seemed to be driven to the quarantine area under the control of Safar. Captain, did you find any clues? You were unconscious at that time. I checked the car and found that an indicator light of unknown function was on the panel, indicating that a certain place was not closed. So I checked the whole car and found a crack on the floor of the rear compartment. When I opened it, there was a secret compartment inside. That's where Safar was hiding. Tang Zhe thought. Fan Xiyu found it. The secret compartment is not deep, and it is easy to cover up from the outside. But its capacity is not small. It can hide a lot of things, even a few people. I am sure that when we got on the car, the secret door was closed. It opened, which means that either someone had been hiding inside and escaped now, or it was opened by external force due to strong vibration. At that time, the surrounding area was a dead end, and there was no place to hide quietly. In addition, we fell from such a high place at that time, so I judged that it was just shaken open, Fan Xiyu said, looking at Tang Zhe. At that time, Safar was actually hiding in the car? Tang Zhe nodded. That's what he said. Heh. At that time, we didn't know that they could control the direction of the passage. It seems that they slipped away silently by controlling the distribution of vines. Right? Fang Xiyu said TSK. Besides that, did the captain find anything else? I remember that you and Captain Mu said at that time, some important things were disposed of. There are inspector shoulder badges in the car, Fang Xiyu said. When I was at the training ground, I saw something that looked like a piece of clothing with a special pattern on it. Later, when I arrived at the B District Hospital, I saw a very similar pattern on Safar's shoulder. And then I realized that it might belong to the inspector. Who would have thought that there were inspector's epaulets in the carriage of the transport vehicle? It seems that this group is indeed a bit problematic. I have always had a problem with him. Fang Xiyu stopped talking. Forget it. But I was not sure who the epaulets in the carriage belonged to. And I had no idea when it fell there. It could belong to B District or a district. It could belong to an active member, or it could be from a long time ago. But no matter what, the inspector's epaulets appeared on a transport vehicle heading to the outside world, which was itself very unusual. Fang Xiyu looked at Tang Zai. Now it seems that the shoulder straps were dropped intentionally by Safar. Right? Why? Did he say why he did this? He said it was to lead us to the abandoned breeding area, so that I would be suspicious and discover the existence of the five-colored stone. Just as the captain guessed, they are using this method to contact us. Fang Xiyu was silent for a while. After a while, he suddenly turned his face, and his expression became unclear. Is it for you? Tang Zai was shocked. They want you. Don't they? They set up such a big plan. And the target is not the special forces, but you. Seeing Tang Zai remain silent, Fang Xiyu sighed silently. Safar noticed you during that mission. Caring for soldiers is not part of the inspector's duties. He showed up just to get close to you, he continued. Because when you arrived at Area A, it is difficult to avoid the eyes of others. If they want to get close to you, they can only inevitably involve the special forces. Wait until you find out all this. And then, they will contact you secretly. In fact, they are interested in some of your abilities, and want you to join the five-color stone. Is that right? Tang Zai was speechless for a moment. In Fang Xiyu's opinion, this was an answer. I see. He laughed at himself. Huh. I said I have a good eye. Captain. Tang Zai opened his mouth to explain. But before he could say anything, he suddenly felt his body sink backwards. Then, the combat vehicle slowly stood up. As the front of the vehicle was lifted high, they were pressed down on the backrest by gravity. The rear of the vehicle fell out of the mud. There is really water below. Fang Xiyu turned around and said, well, it seems that we need to ask them to add some functional designs for underwater combat when we go back. The two waited for a while, and the entire combat vehicle finally fell out of the mud. It was still dark outside the car window, but compared to the blackness of the mud, the water was at least clearer now, and one could barely see some shadows. The buoyancy prevented the car from continuing to sink vertically, and the rear of the car slowly rose, changing from 1 to 1. They followed the car with the flow, swaying left, right, forward and backward, just like riding a boat. Tang Zai heard a vomit from deep in his mind. It's a pity that there are no oars on the car, Fang Xiyu said. But now at least I can see something clearly. Something long and narrow passed in front of the field of vision, and then hit the front window heavily, and the car body shook with it. What is that? Rope? Grass. Tang Zai took half a second to realize that the last word Fang Xiyu said was an interjection. It seemed that due to the stimulation of the light, more and more rope-like objects appeared in the water. They waved and took turns to hit the combat vehicle. The combat vehicle had no power to resist, and could only be hit by them like a ball, rolling disorderly in the water. Careless. Tang Zai cursed in his heart. When he was in the water before, there was no light on his body, so he did not cause these things to react. So he thought there were only vines in the water. But how could he forget that the five-colored stone showed them not only vines, but also another mutant tree. The tree that is more animalistic and attracted by light. What is waving in the water now is the branch made up of countless deformed arms and legs. They are more powerful than vines, and the combat vehicle can be felt to shake violently with every attack. If they are combined together and become a thick trunk, the combat vehicle can be smashed in one shot. Fang Xiyu also discovered this and immediately turned off the lights. The surroundings immediately fell into darkness, but the branches were still attacking due to inertia. They suffered several random attacks in the dark, and then they felt that the surroundings gradually became quiet. The panel flashed a few times, and Fang Xiyu turned on the sensor scanning function. Because there was no signal, They could only produce blurry images, and had no way to accurately judge and analyze. In addition, the scanning effect in water was a little worse, and the content displayed on the panel was extremely limited. But it was better than nothing. They seemed to retreat somewhere, Fang Qiyu said. Is it the bottom of the water? Nothing was scanned in the direction of the bottom of the water, which seemed unfathomable, except for knowing that there were swamps above the water's surface. No traces of the edge could be detected in any other direction. This piece of water seemed infinitely vast and infinitely deep, with no channel and no exit. The combat vehicle could not move forward autonomously in the water, and could only rely on the inertia of the exhaust to make slight movements. They seemed to be in a more passive situation than on the ground. Tangze almost pressed his face against the window. He was looking for traces of vines. Previously, he used part of his energy to attract enough vines, but not all the vines in the water. He originally thought that if he entered the water again, he might be able to use the remaining vines to open a passage. But the problem now is not only that all the vines in the water have disappeared, but also that there are trees that come from nowhere. More importantly, he must enter the water to attract the vines. And Fang Qiyu is still sitting next to him with a clear mind. How can he drive these things without arousing Fang Qiyu's suspicion? Just as he was thinking, Tangze suddenly felt his hand being held. You may still have a choice. Fang Qiyu's voice came over. Leave this place. Tangze did not answer, waiting for him to continue. Before getting on the car, I heard a sound like something falling into a quagmire behind me. I think it must be Safar jumping into the swamp. They must know how to leave here unscathed. You can leave me, and join them. Chapter 56 Trapped in the Belly of the Fish. In the darkness, Tangze couldn't see Fang Qiyu's expression. He didn't know whether Fang Qiyu was testing him or chasing him away. So he thought about it, and finally called out in his usual pitiful tone, Captain? Hearing this voice, Fang Qiyu's breath seemed to calm down a little. He couldn't help but use a little force and tighten Tangze's hand. They should have some more advanced technology and theories than the two districts, and maybe even better conditions, Fang Qiyu said. Maybe if we follow them, the chances of survival will be greater. Tangze's voice was a little hesitant. Oh, but they directly use people for mutation experiments, which is too scary. There are so many people used for experiments. They must have been captured in large numbers by other means. They set up such a big game to find you. It is impossible to do that kind of experiment. Tangze thought about it, and it was true. Those people must have been captured in large quantities, under the pretext of accidents or regular cleaning. And the main sources were isolation areas and failed mission areas. Seeing that Tangze did not answer, Fang Qiyu's breathing became rapid again. That Safar looks quite normal and has good skills, which means he is treated specially. I think they will not treat you too badly, since they have gone to such great lengths. Fang Qiyu did not speak again, and the air fell into dead silence. The car was still stuck in the dead water, and there was a sense of anxiety and despair inside and outside the car. In such an air, the increasingly rapid breathing became obvious. A few seconds later, Fang Qiyu took a deep breath. I never asked you for a choice, because I think the choice I gave you is the best compared to your past choices. But now, you have other choices. So, Tangze was a little confused. So you can leave now. Fang Qiyu tried to stabilize his breath and said, You didn't plan to tell me from the beginning. If it weren't for the wireless tracking ring, we would have lost contact after you left. You have talent and a better place to go. It's normal for you to make other choices. His voice gradually lowered, followed by silence and suppressed breathing. You can make the most true choice in your heart, and I will pretend that I know nothing. I will eliminate your traces in the special forces when I go back, and no one will pursue you or cause trouble for you. Tangze. He finally judged Fang Qiyu's attitude from his last tone. It turned out that he was so awkward all the way because he was entangled in this. If you have made up your mind, you can contact Safar. You should be able to get in touch with him. Fang Qiyu's voice was slightly bitter. But it's better to do it quickly. Otherwise I might regret it. Tangze. You said that. But why are you holding on tighter and tighter? So he was silent for a while, and finally made the most aggrieved sound he could make. Is the captain trying to drive me away? I'm not. If the captain drives me away, I will die outside. Tangze sighed softly. Who made me recognize only one captain? Fang Qiyu's voice suddenly rose. You. Safar did invite me, but I have already rejected him, because I have already made my choice. Then why did you, leave quietly during the break. I want him to relax his vigilance as much as possible. If it was a show with the captain would definitely protect me nearby. And they might find me. Then he would not have brought me to this place. And we would not have been able to find more clues about the five-colored stone. Tang Zhe said. Really? I have found out a lot of information. And I want to go back and tell the captain slowly. Fang Shuyu's breathing became urgent again. But his voice was full of uncontrollable joy. Well, but this is too dangerous. What if I don't? I know the captain will find me. Tang Zhe grabbed Fang Shuyu's wrist, right where the wireless search ring was. When the captain put the ring on me, he said that he would be able to find me even at the end of the universe. Even when I was buried in a pile of rattan in the underground passage without the ring. The captain dug me out with great difficulty. Compared to those people who abandoned me for unknown reasons, the captain is much more reliable. Fang Shuyu didn't answer immediately, but Tang Zhe felt his body slowly approaching. And finally, he leaned his helmet against Tang Zhe's helmet. Although it was still dark, Tang Zhe could feel Fang Shuyu's eyes staring at him. Really? Do you really think so? Yeah. You did this because you trusted me and knew I would come to you? Yes. Fang Shuyu was silent for a while, then suddenly smiled. Then he hugged Tang Zhe's head and held him in his arms. I'm honored to be chosen by you. Ahem. It was the captain who chose me. Yes, in the past. But this time, it was you who chose me. Fang Shuyu hugged him a little tighter. Thank you. Tang Zhe didn't know how to answer. But somehow, he also reached out and gently hugged the person in front of him. Click. Tang Zhe was stunned when he heard a slight sound next to his ear. He stood up and realized that several straps had been wrapped around his back without him noticing. Binding his body tightly, Fang Shuyu took his hand back from behind Tang Zhe and walked around to his front to fasten the buckle. Tang Zhe. It turned out that Fang Shuyu was tying a safety rope for him. I wanted to tie you to the car. But considering your personality, you might be more restless if you stay in the car. Fang Shuyu completely restored his previous tone. So I'll tie you and me together. Let's go out and find an exit. After saying that, Fang Shuyu stepped back, as if he was tying a safety rope for himself. Tang Zhe tried to move his body. His torso was firmly fixed by the safety rope, and his limbs could move freely. The buckle on his chest was fastened with another elastic rope, which was connected to Fang Shuyu's side. Fang Shuyu on the other side also tied the safety rope and came closer to check Tang Zhe's situation. After confirming that there was no problem with the rope, he fumbled under the seat and finally dragged out a large piece of something sticky. Tang Zhe couldn't see what it was. He could only vaguely feel that Fang Shuyu was trying to stretch it. And then he threw the thing hua like covering a quilt. The blanket was covered on his head. Tang Zhe felt his vision blurrier. When he touched it, the blanket was sticky, like a giant snot. It's bubbles. We can wrap ourselves in it and prevent water from entering the car. Fang Shuyu leaned against him and said, when we get into the water, this layer of bubbles can help us filter the oxygen in the water and stay active longer. Tang Zhe nodded. And then he was picked up by the waist. Fang Shuyu stood up and carried Tang Zhe on his shoulders. The bubbles covered their bodies all at once. Then Fang Shuyu jumped up hard. And before Tang Zhe could react, they had already entered the water. Strangely, after entering the water, the bubble disappeared. It was not a hollow bubble, but it was attached to them, acting as a layer of isolation and filtering membrane, which made their movements more comfortable. Tang Zhe thought that they must be like fish now, with slippery bodies all over. He knew that this kind of water was special, and even if they sank directly into it, it would not make people suffocate like real water. However, due to the things that might exist in it, soaking in it was still unpleasant. Perhaps it was because of the bubbles. The feeling that made him nauseous before disappeared, and the water seemed to be much clearer. Fang Shuyu observed from a distance for a while, then carefully pushed a lighting plate forward and hugged Tang Zhe tightly. The place where the lighting disc passed was lightly illuminated. The water was very calm, as if there was nothing. But where the light could not reach, there was hidden danger. I can't see any boundaries ahead, Fang Shuyu said softly. Go down and take a look. Tang Zhe leaned on his shoulder and had no objection. The two people sank slowly under the dim light of the lighting disc. It can be seen that the impurities in the water are gradually increasing, and it looks darker and more turbid. Tang Zhe was somewhat mentally prepared for what was below, but when he really entered it, A strong sense of discomfort still hit him through the bubbles. In the swamp above are mud cells containing human consciousness. And the water, with a density similar to that of the human body. This is tissue fluid. This area of water is where the various tissues of the human body are classified and extracted. And then the mutation experiment is carried out. Then what sinks under the water is the denser, human tissue. Those tree-like tissues are probably rooted in the bottom of the water. They are mainly composed of limbs and bones. After a transformation, they have greater ductility, just like rubber. But when attacking, they are also rigid. So the attack power cannot be underestimated. Rigidity? Tangze quietly moved his hands. Now his body also has rigidity. And it is a rigidity that only manifests at the moment of contact. Isn't it the same as those trees? Exactly the same? It was the energy with impurities that Safar injected into him. Tangze bit his lip in disgust. Saib said that those impurities were similar in nature to him, so they could be absorbed quickly without causing too many side effects. And Saib felt that there was a trace of human memory in it, which meant that these energies were purified from the people who had been polluted in the past. Whether it was the abandoned breeding area or here, those hanging bodies, countless mud cells, people who were unable to resist the erosion of pollution and were continuously sent to the isolation area were decomposed and refined here. Those energies with memories were extracted from it, and then continuously evaporated, condensed, and impurities removed. Then, it will be used by subsequent experimenters. Tangze felt his stomach churning and curled up unconsciously. Fang Xiuyu sensed his abnormality and quickly stopped sinking. Uncomfortable? Tangze took a deep breath. I'm fine. Captain, when did you say you were fine? Tangze knew that continuing to argue would only have the opposite effect. So he leaned softly on Fang Xiuyu's shoulder, with his helmet pressed against his neck. It's a little uncomfortable, but it's bearable. If we go up now, we won't be able to get out. If the captain is worried about me, then let's find it faster. Fang Xiuyu really didn't insist. He gently stroked Tangze's back, said nothing, and sank faster. As he sank further, the water became more turbid, and the background was full of black impurities, making people feel as if they were back in the swamp. When the transparency dropped to about half of the original, some darker shapes appeared in the illuminated area, which looked like clusters of strips. Fang Xiuyu stopped, comforted Tangze, and carefully observed the movements around him. There was no water flow around, as if they were sinking into dead water. Silent, dark, and without any signs of life. But they all knew that the danger was just waiting for an opportunity. The cold light of the lighting disc is not easy to cause the reaction of phototactic mutants. But the disadvantage is that the brightness is too low. As the depth increased, the lighting had become insignificant, and coupled with the already half-disabled sensing imaging function, what they could see at the moment was almost a blur. In such an environment, finding an exit could only rely on experience and touch. Fang Xiuyu subconsciously hugged Tangze a little tighter, and then confirmed that the safety belt between them was connected. Next, the best result was that they always moved closely together. If they were forced to move away, the safety belt would easily get entangled somewhere else. And if it was cut off, he would not let this possibility happen. They sank a few more meters, and the lighting disc completely failed, and the eyes became completely dark. Fang Xiuyu's whole body was alert. Tangze, hold tight, Tangze said him softly, but did not move. From Fang Xiuyu's angle, he could not see his face. Otherwise, he would have noticed that his eyes were emitting inappropriate fluorescence. In the middle of the faint green light, his pupils gradually shrank into needles, making him look like a cat full of evil. He quietly raised his hand, and the gloves on it had been taken off unconsciously. Not long after, he felt a slippery touch, something like an octopus tentacle wrapped around his fingers, and the thorns on it pierced his skin. Tangze remained calm and gently stirred the water with his fingers. Soon, the thorns became more and more entangled, starting from his fingers and weaving a long tail backwards. Fang Xiuyu vaguely felt the swaying of the water flow, and subconsciously turned back. But he only saw darkness. Tangze's voice came from his shoulder, trembling slightly, as if he was afraid. Captain, what happened? Nothing. Fang Xiuyu patted him soothingly. Nothing happened. The water flow disappeared again. Maybe it was an illusion? Fang Xiuyu thought. Fortunately, Tangze breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I got off the car. I should find a way out soon. Yeah. Fang Xiyu didn't answer, but he felt strange. Logically speaking, they were attacked by those trees in the car, which meant that the water was not clean at all, and there were countless mutants. The number of mutants they encountered before diving was not large, which meant that most of the mutants were hidden deep under the water. He was ready to encounter crazy attacks. But until now, the water was unusually calm. Either they had not reached a sufficient depth, or they had already gone deep into the belly of the fish and were in danger. If there was light at this time, Fang Xiyu would find that the water around them had disappeared. Instead, there were endless vines woven together, protecting them tightly in the center like armor. Sinking with them, they were not in the belly of the fish, but in the belly of the vine dragon. Tang Zai's control over the vines had gradually become proficient. He only needed to flick his fingers lightly to command this huge body silently. He wove a cavity around himself, enough for him and Fang Xiyu to stay inside. And Fang Xiyu would not be aware of the existence of this space. They have now truly become the heart of the vine dragon. For the vine dragon, everything in the water is clearly visible. Through the compound eyes, Tang Zai saw the branches dormant in a mess. The branches alone have a certain attack capability, which is stronger than the vines. But due to the lack of energy, they did not gather into clusters, and could not compete with the tightly organized vine dragons. Without the stimulation of energy or light, they just lay there quietly. Perhaps for years. Perhaps forever. Tang Zai looked at the limbs that were deformed to the point of being unrecognizable. And the discomfort surged up again. It was not out of unnecessary emotions such as sympathy, but because these things brought induction. There seemed to be a lot of dirty smells where the branches gathered. And even if there was no contact, this smell would penetrate the layers of barriers and attack him. His body curled up uncontrollably again. Fang Xiyu was startled, and immediately stopped, holding Tang Zai's helmet, as if he wanted to see his expression clearly. Tang Zai? How are you? It was still dark in front of him, and Fang Xiyu certainly couldn't see anything. He didn't hear Tang Zai's answer, and in a hurry, he planned to turn on another lighting panel to check Tang Zai's condition. Tang Zai pressed his hand in time. Captain, what if you attract other things like this? But you are now. Is the pollution concentration outside very high? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Tang Zai remembered that Fang Xiyu always thought he was too sensitive to pollution, which was why he had abnormal reactions again and again. So he weakly called out Captain, and then rubbed his head against Fang Xiyu's neck a few times. As if seeking comfort, Fang Xiyu quickly freed his hands, hugged him tightly with one hand, and patted his shoulders and head with the other. It's okay. The captain is here. The captain will take you back. Taking advantage of this time, Tang Zai gritted his teeth and controlled the vine dragon to dive down. There was no sense of gravity in the water, and Fang Xiyu did not realize that they had dived nearly 10 meters synchronously with the vine dragon. He was still thinking about whether to take Tang Zai back to the car first. It was indeed too dangerous to soak in the unknown black water. However, every time he tried to move, Tang Zai would always make a weak hum. He had to hug him tightly to comfort him. Although he didn't know how it worked, Tang Zai seemed to be fine as soon as he did this. At the same time, Tang Zai saw through his compound eyes that they had gone deep into the bush. Branches and vines would not react for no reason, but the dense bushes would block the path of the vine dragon. The messy branches under the water quickly stuck the vine dragon in the middle, and now they were really unable to move. Tang Zai controlled his compound eyes, and could only barely see that the density of the limbs below was getting higher and higher, at least several meters deep. Going deeper, he couldn't see clearly, and didn't know if there was a so-called exit below. These should be useless waste, Saib said. The energy below is very thin. Can you feel a strong energy source nearby? There is a place, very narrow and far away from here. But an hour ago, that feeling disappeared. Probably because they took the things away. Tang Zai roughly estimated that an hour ago was probably the time when Fang Xiyu came to rescue him, and Safar disappeared. It seems that Safar felt that this place had been exposed, so he went to clean up the things. Now, this place has become the breeding area they saw before. An abandoned experimental site. How many places like this do they have? And how many experimental subjects do they have? Tang Zai's stomach churned again, and his body couldn't help but curl up. Tung Jiao arched his back, but was strangled by the branches even tighter. What's worse is that Fang Xiyu loosened his hand at this time, and was touching the tools on his waist, as if he had decided to take Tang Zai back to the car at all costs. Tang Zai's fingers were still connected to the vines. If Fang Xiyu took action on his own, he might find that he was surrounded by vines, which would be difficult to explain. So he could only hug Fang Xiyu tightly, close to his body, to prevent him from pulling his hands out to do other things. Wu, Captain, don't go. Fang Xiyu heard his trembling voice, and was so scared that he quickly put his loose hand back on Tang Zei's back and hugged him tightly. No, no, he's here. He had seen Tang Zei's reaction when he passed through the breeding area, and knew that Tang Zei would be extremely helpless and vulnerable during this process. It's best not to let him go at this time. Otherwise a more dangerous situation may occur. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Tang Zei to calm down again. During this time, Tang Zei managed to distinguish some clues from the chaotic sensory aura. He saw a memory, and he didn't know where it came from or who it belonged to. But the scene appeared in his mind very clearly. It was a container, or rather, a transparent jar, with a glowing rectangular object inside. He was touching that object with his hands, and in just a moment, he was sucked into it. There was no one outside the jar, and the rectangular object became brighter. It seems that you can now pick out specific flavors from it, and you have made rapid progress. Saib suddenly said. What? It's like you have eaten a pot of hodgepodge, with stewed loaches, roasted scorpions, beetle powder, because there are too many mixed things. You can't tell what is in it, but you suddenly tasted the pure taste of penicillium, and that taste left a deep impression on you. From then on, no matter what dish has penicillium in it, you can tell it apart. This is the situation now. You can't distinguish all smells, but you can recognize a certain smell. Tang Zei understood what it meant. When he passed the abandoned breeding area, the messy pollution caused him a strong reaction. But he could only feel mania and anger, and couldn't distinguish anything at all. And the memory he could clearly distinguish was after he established a connection with the protective suit. The protective suit was first brought out of the window of the car where he was, and at that time, he had already been shocked by the induction, and the whole person was very uncomfortable. After that, he climbed onto the roof of the car, and was taken away by the protective suit, and established a certain empathy with the protective suit. So now, he can distinguish the smell of the owner of the protective suit from all the messy smells. Has she been here before? Tang Zei thought. But it is true. In the memory he felt before, there was a part where the body was cut and burned. In connection with the scene here, the owner of the protective suit should have been decomposed and refined into tissue components with different functions. For example, mud cells. There are countless mud cells in the swamp above, which may come from thousands of human bodies. After being decomposed, they were mixed together and then washed away everywhere. In other words, some of the swamps, water, and even branches here belong to the owner of the protective suit. Tang Zei's eyes lit up. If I can pick out the person's smell from these smells, I can piece together the whole process of her being taken away by the five-colored stone? He asked in his heart. Can I find out the places she has been through? The treatment she has suffered, even the base camp of the five-colored stone, and the exit here? Theoretically, you can find all the memories of that person. But the premise is that you have found all the body tissues of that person. And this part is indeed it is her experience. The captain is almost out of patience. I wish you good luck. Tang Zei came to his senses, and found that although Fang Xiyu was still holding him with both hands, he was obviously thinking of other ways to break the deadlock. In other words, according to Fang Xiyu's past performance, it was a miracle that he could hold on for so long without making any rash moves. He could only try to find clues about the exit in the shortest time. The vine dragon in the water opened its mouth, and as its head gently turned, streams of gray-black substances invisible to ordinary people flowed into its body with the water flow. After a while, they were discharged from the scales on all sides. Tang Zei went through the screening and filtering process quickly. The strong foul smell hit his brain, and he could only grit his teeth and hold on, trying his best to control his body from having any conditioned reflexes. Because of his patience, the feeling of nausea seemed to be accumulated in his body, becoming more and more unbearable. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer, and a foul gas suddenly surged from his stomach, causing him to cough violently. At the same time, Fang Xiyu pulled out the gun from his waist. Cough, cough, cough. Boom. The light blue lightning flashed through the water and disappeared in front. In the dark water, the body of the vine dragon suddenly broke in the middle, revealing a huge hole like a zipper being pulled open. The lightning just passed through the gap, and the vine dragon was unharmed. but instead hit a bunch of branches lurking outside. In an instant, the blue lightning spread among the trees, and the distribution structure appeared clearly in front of them. Layers of branches. Some were simply piled together, and some were grasping or entangled with each other. They formed the coral reefs under the water, but because of the stimulation of the weapons, they suddenly went crazy. Before the light of lightning disappeared, they saw a strange and bizarre picture. Just a glance at it was enough to make people shudder. Damn, so many? Fang Xiuyu cursed. Tang Zhe calmly put two fingers together. The split vine dragon closed again with his action, protecting them tightly in the center. Captain, what should we do next? He asked weakly. Fang Xiuyu was silent for a few seconds. These things are different from the trees in the quarantine area. They seem to have a lot of them, but they are all single units, and their attack power cannot be compared with that of a group. And they don't seem to react much to my attack. They didn't even fight back. Maybe single units only react to light? Tang Zhe controlled the vine dragon and used his snake scales to knock down two branches that tried to attack him. Oh, that sounds like good news. Inside the vine dragon, everything was calm. But a single unit is also a problem. Our weapons are diffusion attacks, which can destroy a large number of collective mutants that are combined together. But we can only attack them one by one if they are separated. And there is no lighting. And the positioning is not accurate. So we can only attack blindly based on our feelings. More importantly, he couldn't get tactical help from other team members. Fang Xiuyu thought. So far, he has made a basic judgment on the composition of this water area. But because there is no auxiliary method to confirm it, coupled with Tang Zhe's situation, he has not dared to act rashly. But time waits for no one. No matter what happens, he can only give it a try. Fang Xiuyu couldn't help but tense his whole body and entered combat mode. Tang Zhe's voice came to his ears, although it was still weak. But there was no longer that feeling of fear. If it's the captain, it must be fine. Fang Xiuyu smiled. Yeah. Then, he pulled the safety rope between the two people and tied their waists tightly several times. Hold tight. Let's get out. Tang Zhe said yeah, and hugged Fang Xiuyu's shoulders tightly. At the same time, Fang Xiuyu loosened his hands, and lightning shot out from his hands in two streams. As if cooperating with Fang Xiuyu's battle, the vine dragon instantly disintegrated. To be precise, the vine dragon's body, which was woven into a tube, opened up and decomposed into loose snakes, with only one end connected to the central dragon spine. Tang Zhe and Fang Xiuyu were still in the original heart position, controlling the swing of the dragon's spine. The vine dragon's attack after opening up was more flexible. Not only could it turn into tens of millions of snake vines to attack separately, but it could also rotate around the dragon's spine and shoot away the branches that were waiting for an opportunity to rush over. Both of them drew up their own plans, but tacitly kept silent to each other. In the dark water, two waves of counterattacks were launched at the same time, fighting together for their respective goals. Fang Xiuyu's goal was clear, which was to go as deep as possible. The closer to the bottom of the water, the more obstacles there were, which just meant that the way to break the deadlock was down there. Since the single body would only react to light, using light to attract them away would solve most of the problems. So he gave a command on the panel, and almost at the same time, all the lights of the combat vehicle suspended dozens of meters above were all lit up. For a moment, huge waves were raised around them, and countless branches rushed towards the water above. Tang Zhe carefully controlled the vine dragon to avoid being entangled by those things. This process inevitably caused bumps, but fortunately, the water waves were strong now, and Fang Xiuyu was only concerned with holding him tightly, and did not notice other abnormalities. Through the compound eyes of the vine dragon, he saw that as the entrenched branches gradually floated up, the structure of the bottom of the water began to emerge. Blocked by the branches was a flat ground. Perhaps metal, perhaps stone. A thin layer of wet mud covered it, and there seemed to be uneven traces below. The water waves slowly calmed down. The compound eyes of the vine dragon moved, zooming in and enlarging the picture above. The empty combat vehicle was now entangled by branches, and not even a trace of light could penetrate. Without the attraction of light and the stimulation of attack, the remaining branches stopped moving. The extra ones still occupied most of the underwater space, and this part must be eliminated before falling to the bottom of the water. Fang Xiuyu patted Tang Zhe's back gently, which was both a comfort and a signal for him to attack. The next second, lightning flashed from his hand, lighting up somewhere in the darkness. The lightning did not disappear in an instant, but spread rapidly in the shadows, igniting a large area. Hey, are all the people below a collection? Fang Xiuyu was a little surprised. But no matter what, this was very helpful for him to deal with it. So he used the light of lightning to find a few more attack points. And several lightning flashes were released from his hands one after another. For a moment, their feet turned into a glowing jungle. The branches transformed from the hands and feet struggled frantically, and soon burst into countless glowing water droplets, and then disappeared in the water. The dead tissues turned into thin and brittle lumps of soil, suspended in the water, making the water muddy. The vision returned to darkness again. Tang Zhe moved his fingers calmly. Just now, he used the vines to release some energy at the bottom of the bushes, which made them gather briefly, allowing Fang Xiuyu to eliminate them in one fell swoop. And through such attempts, Tang Zhe also found that he seemed to be able to control the branches in the same way as the vines. It's just that those things have stronger self-awareness, so it takes more effort to control them. And their shapes are really uncomfortable. So Tang Zhe decided to put the matter of controlling the trees aside. Now he was quietly gathering the vines around, in order to prevent Fang Xiuyu from noticing anything unusual during the battle. He almost broke up all the woven vines, except for the dragon spine. The other branches were floating in the water, like a broken mop that was broken into strips and pulled out. The obstruction below was removed, and he planned to reweave the vines as armor when they sank. Unexpectedly, Fang Xiuyu's voice suddenly came over. There should be no threat for the time being, Fang Xiuyu said, turning on the lighting above his head. It was not a cold light disc, but a lighting lamp with extremely strong penetrating power. For a moment, everything in the water was exposed in front of him, along with Tang Zhe's panicked eyes, and there was nowhere to hide. Chapter 57. They guessed wrong. In a hurry, Tang Zhe suddenly jumped up and hugged Fang Xiuyu's head tightly. Fang Xiuyu was caught off guard and bumped into Tang Zhe's chest. It was the first time in his life that he was put in such a posture. He was stunned for 2 seconds. After reacting, he raised his head and slowly put Tang Zhe down. The light illuminated Tang Zhe's face. I don't know if it was because of discomfort or panic. His eyes were red and his eyelashes were trembling slightly. Fang Xiuyu leaned his helmet against Tang Zhe's helmet and looked at him steadily. If you feel uncomfortable, turn off the outside sound transmission. Close your eyes and sleep on me. Leave the rest to me. Tang Zhe nodded, his eyes still wet. Fang Xiuyu knew that according to Tang Zhe's usual physical condition, he must be very tired now. He readjusted the posture of the two to make Tang Zhe feel more comfortable. Then he gathered his equipment and sped up the dive. With lighting, he could move much more freely. There were no large trees in the water to block him, but the dead skin of the limbs was drifting around with the waves, so the vision was not clear. There were too many blind spots, and there might be some unknown dangers lurking in the dark. Fang Xiuyu did not dare to take it lightly. What he didn't know was that there was indeed a huge monster lurking in his blind spot. This huge creature dragged its long tail and followed closely behind him, one end of which was connected to the hand of the weak person in his arms. Tang Zhe pretended to be unable to bear the force and stuck his helmet tightly around Fang Xiuyu's neck, making it impossible for him to turn around freely and only look forward. The vine dragon can be a weapon and a shield, at least before leaving this area of water safely. Tang Zhe did not want to throw it away easily. The attacks of the limbs and vines have been eliminated. At this point, there seems to be no threat. Maybe as long as they find the exit and open it, they can escape. Fang Xiuyu cast the light downward and vaguely saw something reflecting light. As the depth decreased, the pattern formed by the reflective spots gradually became clearer. This pattern was very large, at least several meters wide, and was covered by a layer of mud. And the content of the pattern was already familiar to them. It is the mark of the 5-colored stone, he said softly. I don't know if it is just a mark or has some function. Fang Xiuyu didn't say anything after that. A few minutes later, they were close to the bottom of the water, hovering a few meters above the mark. The light of the mark became clearer. If all the mud covering it was removed, it would definitely be dazzling. Fang Xiuyu stopped, as if hesitating. After a while, he gently patted Tang Zhe's back. Close your eyes and wait for me here. After saying that, he gently pushed Tang Zhe away a little, then untied the safety rope tightly wrapped around their waists and stuffed one end into Tang Zhe's hand. The safety rope is 10 meters long. You pull here and you'll know I'm here. Don't worry. I won't let it break. Tang Zai was a little hesitant at first. But when he saw Fang Xiyu lower the intensity of the lighting and focus all his attention on the bottom of the water, he was relieved. He carefully moved the position of the vine dragon to just above the water surface. And the floating vines looked like a hole with the turbid water waves. Then, he nodded to Fang Xiyu. Fang Xiyu patted his helmet. Pull the rope if anything happens. After saying that, Fang Xiyu let him go and carefully dived underwater. After confirming that Fang Xiyu could no longer see the situation here, Tang Zai's eyes changed and he raised one hand upward. The vine dragon formed a diving posture with its mouth wide open above him. The diameter of its mouth reached several meters, which could completely swallow the mark. No matter what rushed out from below, this vine dragon was enough to fight it. Fang Xiyu with the lighting was like a firefly, and soon became a small bright spot that flickered in front of the huge five-colored stone mark. This bright spot was immediately covered up. Tang Zai used his compound eyes to monitor the situation under the water while confirming that the safety rope was connected intact. When the safety rope was finally tightened, the small light spot below stopped. After a while, he began to move around horizontally, as if measuring the range of the mark. After a while, he stopped somewhere on the mark. Blue. The mark of the five-color stone is a cut stone. Each piece is a different color. Now most of the mark is still buried in the mud, and the exposed part is also dark. Only the blue part emits fluorescence. Tang Zai reacted in an instant. It was the sapphire representing sapphire. Fang Xiyu probably also thought that it was a breakthrough to lead here. He was still thinking about how Fang Xiyu would open it, and saw that the blue part suddenly emitted a strong light. And then, the entire water area below shook. The safety rope began to shake violently, and the vine dragon in his hand also shook uncontrollably in the water. The vibration became more and more intense, accompanied by a silent explosion, and a strong light suddenly came from under the water, almost blinding people. The compound eyes of the vine dragon faced the scorching light and looked directly at the bottom of the water. But the stinging pain was transmitted to Tang Zai at the same time. He closed his eyes and looked away, but still shed tears in pain. Before the compound eyes were burned blind, the vine dragon finally caught a clue under the water. Tang Zai's fingers shrank suddenly. Captain! They guessed wrong. The bottom of the water was not the exit. They had seen this kind of light before, just when the underground passage was about to collapse. At the end of the fleeing vines. This is the light of the five-colored stone self-destruction base. And they pressed the switch to destroy themselves with their own hands. Just like the scene at that time. Everything in the water, including the remaining branches attracted by the light of the combat vehicle, the mud cells in the swamp above, and some mutated tissues of unknown composition in the water, are dancing like crazy. They are fleeing. Everything. So much. Even with the space that was already vibrating violently. The water area showed extreme chaos. Everything was surging and squeezing in from all directions. Even the bubble film wrapped around the body for isolation was almost squeezed out. Tang Zai's body became stiff involuntarily, which was a natural reaction of the body's strengthening function. But this made his internal organs even more uncomfortable, and he felt a strong nausea and dizziness. He touched his waist. The safety rope was still attached to it, but he didn't feel any pull at the other end, as if he was just drifting with the current. Fang Xiyu, is he still there? Not sure if it was the effect of the bright light or the lack of oxygen due to the squeezing. Tang Zai felt that his eyes gradually went dark and his consciousness began to blur. Soon, he couldn't see anything. He could only feel his body being tossed by the water. And maybe he was hit a few times by the fleeing branches or something. As for whether it hurt or if he was injured, he didn't know. He couldn't feel it anymore. The only feeling was weightlessness. A weightlessness that was drifting to who knows where. It landed. Tang Zai first felt a slight pull on his waist, and then someone hugged him hard on his back. He fell into someone's arms. Just like many times in the past. Whenever he lost weight, he would be caught like this. This familiar feeling made him feel at ease, and his tense body relaxed, leaning softly against that person. This time, the other person seemed to hold him tighter than ever before. Tang Zai! Tang Zai! Amid the roar of the huge waves, Fang Xiyu's voice came over intermittently. The gradually fading consciousness was suddenly awakened. Tang Zai opened his eyes, and the remaining vision saw the familiar face pressed against him with a helmet. Tangza! I'm here! Don't be afraid. Tangza blinked. He wasn't afraid, but he saw fear in Fang Xiyu's eyes. At that moment, He suddenly realized that the person in front of him was afraid of losing him. With such a bright, confident, and determined look, also tremble slightly like this? Seeing that Tanza still had a reaction, Fang Xiuyu was obviously relieved, and his eyes calmed down a little. He struggled to wrap the safety rope around and around in the rolling water, until no matter what force could not separate the two people. He stopped. In such chaos, the external power of the protective suit failed. Everything was sucked into a huge whirlpool, and they could only let fate take their toll. Fang Xiuyu protected Tang Zai's head with all his strength to reduce the impact on him. The lighting spun rapidly with their bodies, and the places they illuminated were nothing but muddy mud and long shadows that could not be distinguished. They were like a lighthouse that had lost its function, falling aimlessly into the abyss. Tang Zai only felt that his consciousness was confused again, as if something wanted to occupy his body. The screams and whistles became louder. He originally thought that the sound came from outside, but now he realized that the sound was from his brain. It was not only the water that hit him, but also the countless black auras that were indistinguishable, enveloping him with hostility and despair. Among these voices, one voice suddenly became clear. Tang Zai suddenly opened his eyes. There was a glittering green light in his eyes, and his pupils suddenly shrank into needles. The next second, the black auras that hit him were swept into his body, and the sharp screams disappeared instantly. The sounds from the outside world became extremely clear in his ears, and his vision suddenly became clear. There were still vines on his fingers, most of which had been washed away, and the rest were dying. And at this moment, a faint green light flowed out along his fingertips, and the vines seemed to be injected with energy, and they were tightly woven together, becoming thicker and thicker. Not only that, the remaining branches, mud cells, tissue fluid, in the water all gathered towards the dragon's spine. The vines were woven into a powerful dragon body, and the gaps between the scales were covered with mud cells, making it impossible for water to enter. The slender tree limbs were twisted together in strands, forming several sharp claws, tightly embedded in the dragon's body. In the turbid water, an unprecedented giant dragon formed by several mutants appeared out of nowhere. Tang Zai's eyes showed a sneer. Let the giant dragon in his hand turn the world upside down. Chapter 58. Each takes what it needs. The huge vine dragon surged up, shaking the entire bottom of the water. The turbid water slowly became clear, and all the escaping and struggling terrifying species in the water were rushing towards a beam of green light. Then, they became part of it. The vine dragon's body was glowing with a faint green light, and its compound eyes were filled with mud cells. After seeing the light again, the new compound eyes can see more clearly and farther than before. The mud cells slowly gathered in the middle, and the round pupils shrank into needles in all directions. Even the mud cell swamp on the top layer, the bottom of the water marked with 5 color stones, all appeared in front of Tang Zai. He finally saw a color different from the others. That was the real exit. The exit was narrow, definitely not enough for the dragon to pass through, but it was more than enough for him and Fang Xiuyu to pass through. This was what he wanted. Tang Zai bit his fingers, and the back of the vine dragon arched. He planned to use the energy wave of the base's self-destruction to launch the vine dragon like an arrow. When he reached the exit, he would untie the connection between himself and the vine dragon, and escape with Fang Xiuyu. To do this, he only had to wait for a moment until that opportunity came. The scales of the vine dragon sensed the unusual water waves, and Tang Zai's back of his hand suddenly felt numb. His breathing stagnated, and the feeling of paralysis had spread to his entire arm. His compound eyes saw a huge light spot coming from above, and the shock wave came from there. That was not the wave of self-destruction of the base, but the explosion wave. Fang Xiuyu detonated the combat vehicle floating above. Tang Zai suddenly retracted his sight, and saw Fang Xiuyu raise the gun in his hand, as if he was shooting. He suddenly understood Fang Xiuyu's idea. He also found that these mutants were fleeing to the same place, so he planned to use shock waves and explosion waves to rush them out together. But Fang Xiuyu would never let the mutants escape with him, so before they left the exit, he would definitely find the connection point and kill the vine dragon, just like when he escaped from the underground passage. As if to confirm Tang Zai's judgment, Fang Xiuyu suddenly tightened his grip. "Don't worry. It will be over soon," he whispered in Tang Zai's ear to comfort him. The next second, 2 lightning bolts spread from Fang Xiuyu's hands. Boom! As if a water pipe had a leak. The water flow gathered by Tinglong collapsed in an instant. The two people in the water were like being sucked into a huge flush toilet. Their whole bodies were subjected to several times the pressure and impact before, and the rotation became abnormally fast and violent. Tang Zai's body became stiff involuntarily because of the strengthening, and he wanted to vomit, but he couldn't. In the dizziness, Tang Zai heard gentle, soothing voices coming from his ears. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm holding you." The pressure made Tang Zai's vision dark, and his chest seemed to be stuffed with stones. Unable to breathe, a few seconds became infinitely long, and the surrounding water waves and sounds seemed to be trapped in a cycle, constantly rotating and reciprocating. Puff, splash, la 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 la. The splitting headache was suddenly released, and the huge pressure disappeared. The abnormal objects in the water were annihilated into tiny water droplets, flowing all over the ground from the exit. The two people were washed out by the turbid liquid and were slapped on the ground like dead fish. After leaving the water, the bubbles became thick and sticky, tightly wrapped around them. Fang Xiyu tore open a crack and carried Tang Zai, who was still wrapped inside, out. Tang Zai. Tang Zai. Tang Zai's face was pale, and he only had the strength to gasp. Just like when he was dug out of the vine pile in the underground passage. Fang Xiyu helped him open the helmet, fumbled around on his body for a while, and took out an air mask from his waist and covered his face. Tang Zai opened his eyes under the stimulation of oxygen. Fang Xiyu took off the gloves covered with mucus, reached into Tang Zai's helmet, and held his face. "How do you feel? Can you still hold on?" Tang Zai nodded slowly. His eyes moved to Fang Xiyu's waist, and an air supply tube extended from the back. "Captain, this is your internal oxygen supply. I wanted to order a batch of emergency bottles like those in Area B, but they haven't been approved yet," Fang Xiyu said, and checked Tang Zai's head with his fingers. He was relieved to find that he didn't suffer any external injuries. "I usually use the filtering function of the protective suit, which is enough. And I don't need internal oxygen supply. Don't talk. Use it first." Tang Zai didn't say anything else, as if he had exhausted all his strength. His whole head was soft and pressed against Fang Xiyu's hand, allowing him to fiddle with it. Fang Xiyu felt the touch of Tang Zai's cheek in his palm, soft and cold. In comparison, his body temperature was so high that it seemed like it would burn him. Tang Zai closed his eyes, and whether intentionally or unintentionally, he rubbed Fang Xiyu's palm, looking like a sleeping kitten. Fang Xiyu couldn't help but stroke his cheek with his fingers. "Wait, kitten?" Fang Xiyu frowned. There are no normal small animals now, only small mutants. But for some reason, when he saw Tang Zai, he would think of a kitten, a black cat with green eyes, alert, but soft. Fang Xiyu suddenly retracted his thoughts and suppressed these messy thoughts. Now is not the time to think about these things. He put on his gloves again, picked up Tang Zai, and walked forward like he had done countless times in the past. Tang Zai's head rested on Fang Xiyu's shoulder, swaying slightly with his steps, as if he really had no strength left. He closed his eyes tightly, but suddenly a shout rang in his mind. "Don't act too much. Don't use up the captain's spare oxygen." Tang Zai's eyebrows jumped subtly, but he still didn't open his eyes. "I know that I care about his health more than you do now. Otherwise we really can't get out. I'll secretly pull a crack and breathe in the air in a while. The pollution value here is not low. Just a snack for you." After Tang Zai responded in his heart, he pretended to be uncomfortable and rubbed Fang Xiyu's shoulder, rubbing the air supply mask on his face crooked. A polluted black gas leaked in through the gap of the mask. Saib sniffed it and reluctantly decided to start. Tang Zai entered a state of rest with his eyes closed, slowly recalling what happened just now. His control over the mutant seemed to have risen to a higher level. I don't know if it was the effect of the black gas infused by Safar, but this time he actually wove several mutants together, because of the addition of the more animalistic tree. The movement speed of this newly combined mutant increased greatly, and it didn't take long for them to be sent to the real exit. He guessed that Fang Xiyu would attack Tun Long like before, but he didn't expect it to be a little earlier than he expected. Fang Xiyu detonated the combat vehicle, which was also beyond his expectation. But it didn't matter, because Fang Xiyu was right beside him this time. He could cut off the connection the moment Fang Xiyu launched the attack. So, he was not injured. They successfully escaped from the bottom of the water, safe and sound. Is this considered cooperation? Tang Zai thought. He leaned on Fang Xiyu's shoulder and suddenly felt unprecedented stability. Perhaps choosing Fang Xiuyu was the right decision. They can really get what they need, and move forward together. Fang Xiuyu noticed Tang Zai's movements and stopped. Are you feeling better? Tang Zai barely opened his eyes, and responded weakly. I see your vital signs are stable. There should be nothing serious. Just tired. I'll close your helmet first. Just close your eyes and rest. I'll take you out. Tang Zai nodded, and obediently let Fang Xiuyu take off the oxygen mask, and then close his helmet. The moment the helmet was closed, Tang Zai's eyes suddenly became sharp. They don't know where they are now. From Fang Xiuyu's statement, it should be far away from Area AB, even farther than the isolation area. The worst possibility is in the wild. Tang Zai took a deep breath. The combat vehicle that provided defense was blown up in the water, and they could only move by Fang Xiuyu's legs. Moreover, neither of them was fully prepared, and they were only wearing ordinary protective clothing. Contamination was secondary. If an unknown mutant appeared, it would be troublesome to pierce the barrier of the protective clothing. Without first aid tools and long-range weapons, real-time analysis and tactical guidance were also missing. In addition, Fang Xiuyu's physical energy was exhausted. Even the most basic mutants could cause a fatal blow to them. The only way out was to find a place with a signal as soon as possible and let other team members come to pick them up. The two people were tacitly aware of the severity of the current situation and made plans secretly. Fang Xiuyu pulled Tang Zai closer to himself again, his eyes full of vigilance. Tang Zai narrowed his eyes, looking over Fang Xiuyu's shoulder and behind him. Sahib, Tang Zai shouted in his heart. If animal mutants appear, will I have a chance to control them? You can't do it with your current strength. Animal mutants have some self-awareness and a more complex nervous system, so they can't be easily controlled. What if you hit the vital point? The ones you encountered before were all low-end plant mutants, with only one vital point. The internal structure is also very simple, and it can basically be used as a container. But animal mutants are completely different. They may have more than one control center, and the use of energy is more complete. Hitting several vital points is useless. Just pray that you don't run into them. Even the lowest level insect mutants are enough to give you a hard time. Tang Zai frowned and didn't answer. There was a strange smell in the air. A smell of danger. Fang Xiuyu turned off the strong light and threw a lighting disc forward. The cold light passed through the mist and dimly illuminated the way ahead. There were no mutants hanging above, and the height of the zenith was difficult to measure. The ground looked like bare land, and I didn't know if there was an ambush. Fang Xiuyu slowed down and walked forward cautiously. The lighting disc had a limited range of illumination, and Fang Xiuyu followed it and walked very slowly. About 10 minutes later, he suddenly stopped again. Snow? Tang Zai turned around and saw a patch of white on the ground in front of him. The white was dotted on the ground, and the farther away it was, the denser it was. When it reached the edge of the field, it became a large patch. It really looked like snow, but it couldn't be snow, because there was no white snow now. Fang Xiuyu bit his lip, took a few steps back, and turned to run in the opposite direction. But when he turned around, he found that there was no way back. The white had surrounded them long ago and was rushing towards them from all directions. Not only that, the white was still getting thicker. In just a moment, it grew to the height of the calf. Plant mutation? No, not just. It's mycelium. Fang Xiuyu cursed. The white mycelium was like wildfire, and in the blink of an eye, it spread from tiny dots to a prairie fire. In a few minutes, these mycelium would cover their heads and bury them inside. Then, little by little, it would be sucked up. Chapter 59 Captain. No! Shit! Fang Xiuyu quickly looked around and finally saw a gap that had not been covered diagonally in front of him. However, before he could run a few steps, the white one appeared first and filled the gap. They were in the knee-thick snow. Unless they grew wings now, they could not escape. The hyphae approached in patches, making the rustling sound of plant growth. In Tang Zai and Fang Xiuyu's ears, this sound was like sharpening a knife. And they were animals to be slaughtered. Fast, too fast. Sahib, spit out some energy. Tang Zai shouted in his heart. Put these things together. The captain can deal with them. Sahib seemed to have entered hibernation. Without saying a word. Sahib, wake up. Sahib still did not respond. Half a second later, it let out a sharp roar. Hide quickly. Tang Zai's heart sank. Hide? Where to hide? Underground? Don't say you can't do anything about this thing. Aren't you an S-level mutant? You can't even deal with a fungus? Saib's emotions suddenly became excited. Is it my problem? It's your body. Your body. This thing is a hairy fungus. Although the level is low, but it is specifically against living organisms. Whether it is a mutant or a human. If you touch its spores, you will be parasitized. It will grow wildly along your skin and blood vessels, and even take root in your cells. Tang Zai froze. Captain's weapon is useless? A single spore of the hairy fungus can produce countless hyphae, and when the hyphae mature, they will spit out spores again. That's why it can grow everywhere in such a short time. What is in front of you now is the hyphae of countless spores. Each spore is a control center. There are so many. So small. How to fight? While talking, the hyphae has grown to half a person's height. This thing consumes too little energy. Just a little bit can reproduce 100 or 80 generations. Even the tiny pollution in ordinary human cells is enough to feed them for 10 days or half a month. If I release energy now, they will pounce on me like a hungry wolf finding its prey. And you will become fertilizer to feed several hills. You should think of some way to hide your breath. Don't be discovered. We have been discovered a long time ago. Besides, there is no place to hide now. Unless you can let me fly up to the sky. Tang Zai's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but hold on to Fang Shuyu's arm. Fang Shuyu lowered his head and looked at him. In just a second, Tang Zai suddenly saw an emotion in his eyes that he had never seen before. It seemed that there was a trace of sadness. The next second, Fang Shuyu raised his head, and his eyes were already ready to fight. He looked ahead and turned on the safety of his gun. Tang Zai's pupils shrank suddenly. Captain! No! If he fired now, not only would he fail to knock down the hairy fungus, but it would also cause them to fight back violently. Fang Shuyu did not answer, but his arms tightened a little. Then, he suddenly turned Tang Zai's shoulders and pressed his face hard against his chest. Tang Zai's neck was pressed so hard that he could not move, and he could not see anything around him. Fang Shuyu did not give him a chance to struggle. The next second, their bodies moved quickly. Fang Shuyu was running. Tang Zai's breathing became rapid. What was Fang Shuyu doing? Was he going to rush into the fungus? Was he trying to kill his way out this way? Stop the captain! Saib screamed. The diameter of the spores is very small, and can pass through a hole as small as a needle tip. If there is a tiny gap in his protective suit, it will be over. Tang Zai's body was tightly restrained, and he could only slap Fang Shuyu with his hand hooked on his neck. Captain! Stop! The speed of movement did not slow down at all. And then Fang Shuyu's voice came muffled. Don't worry. I won't leave my team alone. Tang Zai heard the subtext of this sentence. Fang Shuyu will not let him die alone. They may die together. The sound of whistling wind came to his ears. Or perhaps the sound of mycelium scratching the protective suit. Tang Zai couldn't see anything, and could only judge what was happening based on the direction of Fang Shuyu's body. So far, Fang Shuyu has not raised his hand to shoot. He waved his hands several times, as if to expel the mycelium. But because he had to hold Tang Zai, his movements were also restricted, and the range of his arms was not large. Maybe their bodies were already entangled with mycelium. Tang Zai imagined the next scene. Fang Shuyu was entangled by the mycelium and stopped, and they were wrapped into a huge white cocoon, unable to move. Then, they watched themselves turn into blood and be sucked clean, leaving only the shell of the protective suit. Just like the tattered protective suit in the swamp of the abandoned breeding area. What the owner of the protective suit experienced was exactly the same as the dilemma they were facing. Tang Zai collected some memories of the owner of the protective suit underwater, and combined with the situation in front of him, he could already understand what they had experienced. There should be countless spores hidden in the mud cell swamp in the abandoned breeding area. But after the energy in the mud cells was exhausted, the spores fell into dormancy. After Mu Jiming touched the label on the protective suit, the spores parasitized on his body, growing wildly along his body, causing his mutation. After that, he would melt into a pool of corpse water, and his body would decompose into countless mud cells, limbs and tissue fluid, becoming part of the swamp. The foul breath that Tang Zai absorbed, the surging pain and hateful memories in it suddenly surged up and tore his body. He couldn't tell whether he felt the torture of these breaths or his body had been invaded by the hairy fungus. He only knew that every cell of his body was almost broken, then scattered to every corner of the ground. and then sank again. The sharp roar echoed in his mind, and the pain turned into anger, and turned into a desperate cry. Get out. All of you get out. Tang Zei's eyes suddenly opened, flashing with a strange green light. The pupils turned into a terrifying needle shape, emitting a death deterrent. That was the look a snake would give when it decided to strangle its prey. He could no longer hear or feel anything else. A powerful force filled his limbs, and was about to burst out uncontrollably. At hashtag, the inhuman hissing lingered in Tang Zei's ears. After an unknown amount of time, it receded like a tide. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Consciousness finally slowly returned to Tang Zei's brain, and awareness recovered little by little. The blackness in front of him was fading, and pieces of images appeared one by one, and finally formed a complete vision. He saw himself standing on the ground, with Fang Qiyu lying in front of him. The white patches disappeared, with only a few scattered fragments in the distance. But they also melted away quickly like snow. The hairy fungus was repelled. Tang Zei held his forehead in confusion. What did I do? Just like the previous explosions, he didn't know what happened. His body was completely controlled by energy, and when he regained consciousness, everything was over. But this time, Sai didn't use energy. Tang Zei looked around and found that they were at the bottom of a big pit, along with a hairy fungus. The land under their feet also disappeared. He had guessed this result, but he didn't know how it all happened. But at the moment, he had no time to delve into what had just happened. The most important thing was Fang Qiyu. Tang Zei looked at the ground not far away. Fang Qiyu lay there motionless. His protective suit and goggles were covered with white mycelium. His expression could not be seen, nor his condition. Under the protective suit, would it be an empty shell? Tang Zei bit his lips tightly, hesitated for a few seconds before walking forward and slowly squatting in front of Fang Qiyu. He first pressed Fang Qiyu's arm. Fortunately, there was still a body inside. Then, he brushed away the mycelium on the goggles with force, and saw the face with closed eyes inside, which made him feel a little relieved. Fang Qiyu at least did not change, but it was not clear whether he was still alive or injured. Tang Zei adjusted the panel, and the data from the wireless search ring was displayed on it. Fang Qiyu's vital signs were normal, and he probably just fainted. After he breathed a sigh of relief, Tang Zei's heart became nervous again. Fang Qiyu? Would he see a different look of him after he woke up? Were they still teammates, or were they enemies? Tang Zei hesitated for a few seconds, and finally opened Fang Qiyu's mask. Captain? There was a faint gray in the air, a sign of pollution. Tang Zei was worried that Fang Qiyu would be affected, so he also opened his mask and leaned his face next to him. His exhaled breath gently sprayed on Fang Qiyu's cheek, and the gray faded a little bit. Fang Qiyu's eyebrows moved, and he slowly opened his eyes. Tang Zei was startled and quickly stood up. Captain, are you awake? Fang Qiyu did not answer. His eyes just turned reflexively. It seems that he has not yet fully regained consciousness. Half a second later, Fang Qiyu hunched his body and began to cough violently. A faint gray smoke appeared in the air and quickly dissipated. Tang Zei tentatively stretched out his hand and waved it in front of him. Fang Qiyu raised his eyes, and his eyes suddenly became lively when he saw Tang Zei. Captain, Tang Zei's breath was choked. He felt that his wrist was clamped tightly, and he couldn't break free. Fang Qiyu stared at Tang Zei's face, as if he wanted to see through him. I really should handcuff you. Chapter 60. Let's talk about it when we get back. Tang Zei's eyes became dark. He didn't struggle or make excuses, but just looked back at the person in front of him indifferently. The sadness in Fang Qiyu's eyes flashed. The next second, he pulled the person he was holding into his arms and hugged him tightly. I thought I was holding him tightly. How could I let go? Fortunately, you are still here. The cold light in Tang Zei's eyes slowly sank, and his tense body relaxed. He lay softly in Fang Qiyu's arms. His voice was very light, and even trembling. Captain, it hurts. Fang Qiyu came back to his senses, suddenly realized something, and quickly let go. Did it hurt you? Is it okay? I just woke up, and I'm not very clear-headed. Fang Qiyu was a little at a loss. He had never figured out how vulnerable Tang Zei's physical condition was, so he could only be as careful as possible. He didn't expect that he would be careless for a while after waking up, and it probably hurt Tang Zei badly. Tang Zei lowered his eyes, and slowly moved his wrists. The captain wants to handcuff me. Should he hand me over to the security team in Area A or Area B? His voice sounded very weak. I acted on my own and dragged the captain into danger. Fan Xiyu panicked. No. I don't blame you for this. No. Tang Zei's eyes flashed. What is that? Could it be the biological department that studies mutants? He thought coldly in his heart. No. I'm not going to hand you over to someone by handcuffs. No. I want to handcuff us together, so that we won't be separated by accident. No. The word handcuffs doesn't seem to be a good word. Fan Xiyu hurriedly explained. His tongue was a little tangled. I didn't expect that I would faint. And when I woke up, I found that my hands were empty. I thought something happened to you. Hey. I just remembered something and my mind was confused. Don't think too much. Fan Xiyu's heart was alarmed. After going through so many things, he had long regarded Tang Zei as the closest person. So he neglected a lot. How could he forget that Tang Zei was still in Zone B? Although he was treated better in the Special Forces, Tang Zei must still think that he would be sent back if he did not complete his mission. He was so cautious and worked so hard because he believed in himself. But not only did he not realize his uneasiness, he also spoke to him so loudly. Seeing that Tang Zei still lowered his head and did not speak, Fan Xiyu was sweating profusely. It was so dangerous just now. And he almost died. He finally got out of danger. And when he woke up, he was pinched by himself so fiercely, and said he would handcuff him. Tang Zei must be very scared and very aggrieved. Hey, he is the captain. Fan Xiyu thought about how angry he was tonight, and was immediately seized by the guilt of hindsight. He didn't know how to comfort him for a while. And finally he made up his mind, picked up Tang Zei, and walked forward. Anyway, let's talk about it when we get back. Tang Zei was held horizontally as before, with his head resting on Fan Xiyu's shoulder. He lowered his eyes, and there was no ripple in his eyes, only a faint chill and confusion. It seems that Fan Xiyu did not see anything abnormal with Tang Zei. But did he have any questions about the disappearance of the hairy fungus? Captain. Tang Zei raised his head and asked. Just now. Fan Xiyu glanced at him quickly, and his eyes flashed away as if he had been electrocuted. I'm contacting Yuka Yuri, and there will be a signal soon. Don't worry. I will definitely take you out safely. You've worked too hard tonight. Go to sleep first. Don't worry about what happened just now. We'll talk about it when we get back. Tang Zei blinked, not understanding why Fan Xiyu suddenly panicked. Is there another abnormal thing nearby? He stretched his neck to take a look at the surrounding environment. As a result, Fan Xiyu saw that he had made a move, but instead quickened his pace with a guilty conscience. We'll talk about it when we get back. I won't let you think you trusted the wrong person. Tang Zei's confusion deepened, but now did not seem to be the time to explain in detail. They had only temporarily resolved the crisis, not completely out of danger. So he stopped talking and just leaned quietly on Fan Xiyu. The direction they were going should be correct. After the hairy fungus disappeared, some unnatural traces gradually appeared on the ground, and it seemed that humans had set foot on it. This at least showed that they had not reached the real wilderness, and were not too far from the human gathering area. Sure enough, as they went further, there were more traces of human activities. The pollution increased instead of decreasing, which was exactly what Tang Zei wanted, allowing Saib to eat a dirty, but not bad roadside stall. After an unknown amount of time, they saw the lights at the edge of the exploration area. A Zone Special Operations Team Captain Fan Xiyu. Report. Rescue needed. A day later, Tang Zei finally woke up from the capsule. Actually, he was not injured, but Fan Xiyu still forced him to soak for a day. For Tang Zei's current body, it was a bit too much. That day, they finally waited for rescue. Fan Xiyu almost collapsed immediately after handing him over to the medical team. As a normal human being, it was quite shocking that his physical strength could support him until that time. For this reason, Saib strongly condemned him in his mind for pretending to be weak even though he could carry Fan Xiyu and run wildly. Don't be so timid all the time. Tang Zei rolled his eyes. If I hadn't pretended to be half dead, he would have suspected me a long time ago. By then, I will either be thrown into a biological laboratory or be executed on the spot. We can't expect a bright future. Come on. I see the captain's brain circuit. He won't suspect you even if he gives him 300 years. He loves you so much. Why don't you love him? Tang Zei? By the way, what exactly is the hairy fungus? Have you figured it out? I don't know. At that time, I didn't eat or vomit. Who knew you were suddenly controlled? Or there is some other energy in your body? Other energy? Didn't you let me eat some dirty stuff? But after the hairy fungus disappeared, my body suddenly felt better. The dirty stuff must have run away. Tang Ze frowned. Could it be the stuff that Safar let him inhale? Or was it the second-hand air with memories that couldn't be identified under the water? Before he lost consciousness, he did hear many sharp screams, just like crashing into the swamp in the breeding area. Was it induction? Can induction work in reverse? Tang Ze shook his head. Let's first understand what Fang Xiyu said. Fang Xiyu only took less than half a day to repair this time. He was not affected by much pollution. At most, he had exhausted his physical strength. Take a long nap, and it will be almost fine when you wake up. After Saib learned about it, she praised this body, and even secretly calculated how many levels Fang Xiyu could have been upgraded to if he was the host. Tang Ze heard it clearly, but he was too lazy to argue with it, and walked straight to the office area of the Special Forces. Fang Xiyu got to work after waking up, while Tang Ze was still soaking in the capsule. He had already held a long meeting with other team members. Tang Ze didn't know what he said, but he felt that the atmosphere was a bit weird after joining the team. Guan Yinjian and Lu Ji were in the hall, one with a solemn face, and the other with tears in his eyes. After Tang Ze entered, both of them immediately turned around and walked into the cave. Fang Xiyu was not there at this time, and Tang Ze was the only one left in the hall. It seems that I acted on my own and caused trouble for other team members, Tang Ze thought. Fang Xiyu was obviously a little angry at that time, but because of his weak body, he did not get angry. During his absence, this anger may have been transferred to other team members, especially the brothers Yuka and Yuri. Tang Ze was not familiar with them. He sent them a message in the middle of the night that day with a try-and-see attitude, but he did not expect them to respond positively. It seemed that they did not sleep at all at that time, and seemed to be more excited than during the day. I don't know what they were doing. Why don't we go and say thank you/apology? Thinking this way, Tang Ze walked towards the cave where they usually stayed. He had never stepped into this cave properly before. He only knew that it was a place where various equipment was placed and other team members were doing research in it. After entering, he found that the cave was actually a long and winding passage. The faint light he saw coming out of it was just a small passage just after entering the door. After bypassing this passage, the inside of the cave was unfathomable. Yuka Yuri didn't come out just now, and Tang Ze saw them at a bend in the passage. The two people sat upright facing two huge screens, and the rapidly changing lights on the screens hit their striped uniforms, which looked colorful. Tang Ze thought that they must be busy, so he decided to wait quietly aside. 5 minutes later, the two did not move. 5 minutes later, Tang Ze could not hold back and walked forward. Then he saw. The screen showed two muscular, colorful men, who were jumping up and down, and they were fighting each other. When he was confused, a loud snoring sound suddenly came from the side. Tang Ze. Did these two fall asleep while sitting here? I don't know if it was Yuk or Yuri who suddenly snored like thunder, and finally woke himself and the brother next to him. The person who snored rubbed his nose, stretched, and then noticed Tang Ze beside him. Almost at the same time, a message popped up on Tang Ze's panel. Yuri, oh, little green radish. Do you want to play games together? Tang Ze. So the two of you fell asleep while playing games in the office? Just as he was thinking, a figure walked out from the depths of the cave. Lu Ji appeared beside them with a serious face, and his sharp eyes swept across everyone's face, finally stopping at Tang Ze's face. Lu Ji raised his chin and pointed. Do you want to compete with me? Tang Ze? There is no problem with my weapon. The reason I lost to them before was because they used cheats. That's right. This is not a technical mistake. Okay. This is a technical deficiency. But that's because they wrote the program. My weapon is just not compatible enough. Lu Ji was full of dissatisfaction and snorted. I just studied it. This time, I will change to a new configuration and I will definitely beat you to a pulp. Come on. The three of you take turns. Let's fight in a round-robin battle. Yuka, no way. She has been beaten to tears 3 times since yesterday. Yuri, but every time she comes back, it takes a little longer to be beaten, which is also progress. Yuka, it's too easy for us to find bugs. It feels too bullying. Otherwise, we should change someone. They typed this paragraph on the public broadcast panel, and Lu Ji's face turned green. She stood in front of a screen angrily, then pulled Tang Ze aside, pointed to the front and said, "You, come!" Before Tang Ze could reply, another person came out. "Tang Ze has just been discharged from the hospital and needs a good rest," Guan Yingjian said. "I will fight you." "Humph. Okay." Lu Ji shook her fiery red-high ponytail vigorously. "I will prove with my strength that I am the second heir of the 8th generation of the Lu family, with hands kissed by God and a brain like a diamond. The opposite of darkness. The protector of the wings of light. Guan Yingjian, okay. I will fight with Lu Ji, the 8th generation of Lu family's most outstanding external weapon researcher, with real swords and guns. Tang Ze. It seems that I was worrying too much. No one was troubled at all. Why can they slack off together openly? Why does a fighting game appear in the gathering area?" Tang Ze was not very interested in watching the game and quietly stepped back 2 steps. At this moment, a private chat message suddenly popped up on the faceboard. "Fang Xiyu, you came out so soon? Have you recovered? The mission is not so urgent. Health is more important." Tang Ze, "I'm fine. Captain." Fang Xiyu, "Okay. I can't hold you down anyway. I just went to do something, and I'm on my way back. Wait for me and the team." After a while, "Fang Xiyu, it's about you. It's a surprise." Chapter 61 The Strongest Hack. Fang Xiyu's words did not give Tang Ze any expectations. He did not think that there was anything that could make him happy, and he should be thankful that Fang Xiyu's surprise was not a shock. He looked at the colleagues in front of him, who were addicted to games and watching the game, and thought it would be better to remind them that the leader was coming. After all, it was not appropriate for the leader to see such a scene of gathering and slacking off. He spoke carefully. Captain. Well, I thought you didn't see me." A familiar voice came from the side, and at the same time, a hand had already been placed on Tang Ze's shoulder. "Looks like you've recovered well. Tang Ze, did you teleport here?" The people in front of the screen were so engrossed in playing that they didn't notice Fang Xiyu standing behind them. They even made nervous ah and ah. Tang Ze wanted to cover up for them, but then he realized that he couldn't. So he just shut up. Fang Xiyu pursed his lips, and his eyes became serious. He just watched silently for 2 minutes, and suddenly leaned close to Tang Ze's ear. "What do you think?" Tang Ze, "Ah? Oh. Everyone may be under too much pressure. Simulated combat system. Cool. Right?" Fang Xiyu raised his eyebrows proudly. "Yukuri spent half a moon night to make it. You can input various weapons, environment and mutant parameters, and you can also select characters for manual control. Take a closer look. It's so cool." Tang Ze, "So you are the one who made this thing? I really misunderstood them. It's true that people lead the team like they do." Speaking of new equipment, Fang Xiyu immediately became excited and ecstatic. He pushed Tang Ze forward and explained with his hands and feet. The left and right sides of the screen are the characters controlled by Lu Ji and Guan Yingjian respectively. Lu Ji controls a human, whose physical fitness and equipment are comparable to those of the 2 districts. Guan Yingjian controls a mutant, using the type data analyzed by Aunt Lu. In addition, the system also adds environmental data, including what we collected on site and in the historical database of the 2 districts. Tang Ze nodded in sudden realization. This is something that the 2 districts have never had before. Although the traditional system has simulated evolution, the factors and paths are set in advance, and the results are all theoretical, which is basically useless in actual combat. Now our system has added real-time control, which can be more flexible in tactical arrangement. Guan Yingjian controlled the mutants to increase the difficulty of the drill. He was very familiar with tactics, and could maximize the characteristics of the mutants. It would be very difficult to deal with them. Fang Xiyu was very excited when he spoke, and the word proud was written all over his face. Of course, the mutants we have encountered so far do not have tactical awareness. The default state of the battle system is single machine combat, and the mutants only have basic attributes, which is consistent with the data investigated. In other words, tactical thinking is a temporary advantage of humans. But we cannot expect mutants to never learn strategies. Nor can we expect that we will not encounter mutants that master this skill in more dangerous places in the future. Tang Ze nodded. In all aspects, the simulated battle in the system is safer and more efficient, and it can eliminate many hidden dangers in time. And it will also be of great help in tactics and strategy. The battle on the screen entered a stalemate, and both sides lost half of their energy bars. Fang Xiuyu approached the screen with a very nervous expression. The mutant plus Guanyin tactics are indeed very tricky. Lu Ji now mainly relies on weapons to suppress. She will put the weapon parameters in the research into the test, and then adjust them according to the results of the simulated actual combat, which is much more efficient than me taking them out for a test directly. Fang Xiuyu explained. Look, both sides are working very hard. Especially Lu Ji. The launch button is about to produce sparks. At the same time, the two people in front of the screen clenched their fists, gritted their teeth, and began to make strange noises like awe. The two brothers Yuka and Yuri who were watching the game nearby also started to cheer. And the public panel above their heads kept flashing words like come on. And the dawn of victory is just around the corner. They have been like this all day. My team members are really working hard. Fang Xiuyu said approvingly. Everyone loves their work so much. I am really relieved. Tang Zai, are you sure they are not really having fun? At this moment, the picture suddenly turned black and white, and a big war over appeared in the center. Then, fireworks lit up in the middle of the screen to celebrate. And the winner was the mutated creature, Guanyin. The winner did not show any particular excitement. Lu Ji, on the other side, sat there in silence. Fang Xiuyu patted Lu Ji on the shoulder. Lu Ji turned around. It's not the weapon's problem. It's that you are not familiar with the actual combat response. Don't forget, the timing and method of using weapons are also important. Fang Xiuyu gestured, signaling her to stand up. Give me the setting parameters just now, and do it again. Under the gaze of everyone, Fang Xiuyu sat down on the side of the control seat. The data was quickly reset, and the screen appeared again at the beginning. Fang Xiuyu was operating the new weapon, because he was more familiar with the battle. The situation looked much better than when Lu Ji was operating it, and he gradually showed a winning posture. Tang Zai noticed that the attack method of the simulated weapon was different from the one Fang Xiuyu had used before, and it seemed to be improved for microbial-level mutants. Lu Ji couldn't help but shout, "Come on, Captain!" Yuri also stood behind him. "Come on, Captain! Come on, Captain!" Amid their cheers, Fang Xiuyu concentrated his firepower and prepared to give the mutants a fatal blow. The next second, as he raised his gun, the solid ground suddenly collapsed, and he sank into it. Then, the screen lit up with the mutant victory pattern. Tang Zai, Lu Ji, Yuka Yuri. Fang Xiuyu stood up. Yuka Yuri. Are you two using cheats for the mutants? Yuka, the mud cells are dormant, and they look like ordinary land. This is updated in real time based on the captain's latest actions. Fang Xiuyu. That Guanyin can control too many mutants. Isn't he controlling vines and trees? Yuka, the current environment setting is medium risk. To be on the safe side, it's best for people to treat everything around them as mutants. Yuri, this is also improved based on the captain's latest actual combat data. Fang Xiuyu's expression changed several times, but he finally controlled his emotions. Okay, this is the only way to have a good training effect. It's good. Hee, shit. Yuka and Yuri, thank you for the compliment. Captain! Fang Xiuyu pursed his lips, looking unhappy. After a while, he suddenly pointed at the screen. You should also add our plugin. Our plugin? Yuka and Yuri looked at each other. When did I act alone? Fang Xiuyu turned around and raised his chin at Tang Zai. Add him too. Yuka and Yuri. Captain, how do you determine the action parameters of the little green radish? Just set it to lie still on the ground when nothing happens, and suddenly pounce on me when pollution gets worse or I'm in danger. Tang Zai. Fang Xiuyu turned around and smiled at Tang Zai. There was no teasing or mockery in the smile. Only a warm and solid thing. Perhaps trust. Perhaps affirmation. It was so bright that it was blinding. After he gets close, lower the pollution index around me, and then raise my various ability indicators. Fang Xiuyu looked at him and said, increase willpower, endurance, and agility by 30 to 50%, and fill up the confidence bar. Tang Zai's eyes trembled. Yuka Yuri, if that's the case, we could have won the last round. Of course not. Our strongest cheat. When the other people began to discuss the new adjustment plan, Fang Xiuyu quietly left the control seat and stood back next to Tang Zai. You see, if you're not here, I'm going to lose the battle, Fang Xiuyu said softly. So you must not run away. Tang Zai lowered his eyes. Since you chose me, then, Let's just stand together like this. Tang Zai didn't intend to answer. But when he looked up and met that passionate gaze, he spoke again. Okay. Gene Testing Department. Captain Fong. The gene test report is out this time. The abnormality has increased by 0.35% since the last test. A message suddenly popped up on the panel. And Fong Xiuyu was stunned. He remained calm and replied quietly. Fong Xiuyu. The last test was 30 days ago. Right? Gene Testing Department. Yes. According to Captain Fong's request. The number of tests has been increased in addition to the routine tests. Here is the detailed report. The average rate of genetic abnormalities in people in Area A is 0.08 to 0.12% every 360 days. And the routine test is once every 180 days. Captain Fong has been on duty for a long time. So he has to undergo routine testing every 90 days. In the past, Captain Fong's abnormality rate increased by an average of 0.07% every 90 days. So far, Captain Fong's total genetic abnormality has reached 2.98%, ranking second among all abnormal values in Zone A. This time, the new test found that Captain Fong's genetic abnormality rate has greatly increased, almost 15 times the original. This situation may be caused by the cumulative genetic abnormality reaching a critical value, resulting in accelerated alienation. It may also be caused by Captain Fong's recent exposure to excessive environmental pollution. In either case, Captain Fong must pay attention. According to the regulations of Area A, if someone's genetic abnormality exceeds 5%, it must be reported and strictly monitored. Fong Xiuyu's eyes trembled slightly, but soon returned to normal. Fong Xiuyu. What is the upper limit of abnormality tolerated by Area A? Gene Testing Department. Theoretically, it is 10%. This value is the standard used by the bunker to divide Area AB. If the abnormality reaches 10%, it may be sent to Area B. But so far, the abnormality of people in Area A has hardly exceeded 5%. If the abnormality continues to increase and is expected to reach 8%, the top management of Area A will start cleaning. Fong Xiuyu. I understand. Gene Testing Department. Okay. Captain Fong. The following is a diagnosis and treatment plan that can enhance genetic health. Please go to the corresponding medical department according to the suggestions. Chapter 62 New Upgrade. Captain, the analysis of the components of your soles and the outside of your protective clothing has come out. Lu Tiani reported. No such mycelium as the captain mentioned was found. Fong Xiuyu came back to his senses and frowned. How is it possible? After the actual combat, the Special Forces began a general meeting, mainly about the analysis of the samples collected at the new location this time. After returning, they conducted an investigation and found that the place where they landed was actually not too far from the range of human activities, just a few kilometers outside the exploration area. Generally speaking, the area outside the exploration area is considered an unknown area. But this time the site is different. It belongs to the old exploration area. The gathering area and exploration area will move with the change of environmental pollution. In the past 10 years, the human activity area has moved twice. The newly discovered 5-color stone test site belongs to the old exploration area that was abandoned last time. The pollution in that area has worsened and is no longer suitable for human activities. But it has not reached the pollution concentration of areas that humans have never set foot in. It is also because of this that they can return safely. Not finding it does not mean it does not exist. Lu Tiani continued. I speculate that this is because the hyphae will decompose and dissipate very quickly after the fungus species dies. So after the captain came back, its traces were gone. At the same time, mud cells were sampled from the soles of your shoes and your body. But the two are not exactly the same. The mud cells on your body are similar to those collected in the swamp before, and they are basically definitely from animals. The mud cells on the soles of your shoes have completely lost their activity and have become specimens. There is a cell wall-like structure on the outside, but it is very incomplete, and there are many filamentous scars inside. Fong Xiuyu looked at her. Does this mean that there are many types of mud cells? Not exactly. Rather than saying that these two are different types of mud cells, it is better to say that they are in different stages of mud cells. Or in other words, it is a kind of upgrade. What do you mean? Lu Tianya's eyes became sharp. When I discovered the mud cell before, I said it was different from the previous aggregate snake vine, because they were just stuck together, and were essentially just monomers acting collectively. But this new discovery overturned my previous understanding. She adjusted the panel and projected the holographic image of the newly discovered mud cell in front of everyone. At first glance, the panel was still a bunch of mud. But after magnifying each part and comparing it with the previous one, it can be seen that the mud cells that make up the two are not the same. Then Luciani operated again, and the new mud cell growing. A simulated hyphae was produced, and its shape matched the filamentous scars in the new mud cell. Is this symbiosis? Tang Zai's eyes trembled. What Luciani simulated was undoubtedly the hairy fungus. Sai was right. The hairy fungus specifically parasitizes in the cells of organisms. So once it touches the spores, the organism is almost dead. But the situation he and Fang Xiyu encountered at that time had a most critical question. Where did the hairy fungus on the ground take root? Since the hairy fungus does not obtain nutrients from ordinary soil, the result is obvious. The land under their feet is actually solid mud cells. In other words, mud cells are the key to dealing with hair fungi. As long as the mud cells where they take root are eliminated before they release spores, the hair fungi will have nothing to rely on. This is why a big pit will appear on the ground after the hair fungi disappear, because those mud cells are also dead. And the bottom of the pit is the real land. Tang Zai quietly looked at Fang Xiyu. Fang Xiyu's expression was calm, as if he had guessed it. We were surrounded by white mycelium at that time. That kind of mycelium grows very fast, covering most of the ground in the blink of an eye. And the mycelium has grown to half a person's height. I thought that the attack principle of current weapons should not be applicable to fungi. So I didn't attack the mycelium directly. But the growth of hyphae must require energy, and it is impossible to grow out of thin air. I thought that there might be something wrong with the ground. Since we have seen swamp-type mud cell mutants, there may be mud cell mutants in other lands. So I shot at the ground. Unexpectedly, these fungi really died because of this. And there was not even a trace left. Tang Zai suddenly realized. No wonder he did not feel Fang Xiyu raising his arm to shoot at that time. It turned out that Fang Xiyu had been shooting at the ground. He ran all the way, just trying to find a way to break the node of the entire land so as to achieve the purpose of clearing it. Although Fang Xiyu knew nothing about the hairy fungus, he still made an accurate judgment. It must be said that in terms of actual combat response, he is really unmatched. Tang Zai breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Xiyu thought that he had shot and killed the hairy fungus, so he did not doubt him. But in fact, the current weapons of the special forces cannot effectively deal with mud cells. So the disappearance of mud cells must have been contributed by Tang Zai. But how the assistance was achieved, Tang Zai still had no idea. So he remained silent and listened to Luciani continue. According to the captain's description, I found a mutant in the record, which is probably what you encountered, Luciani said, and changed another holographic image. Genealogy number, Z1056F. Hairy fungus. Attributes, fungus-like plant mutation. Unknown origin. Features, the individual is extremely small, and the seed is at the cell scale. A seed can take root in a cell, grow hyphae by absorbing the energy of the cell itself, and release seeds again after maturity. The individual aggressiveness is extremely low, but if the reproduction path cannot be terminated in time, it will cause great damage to the organism. Attack method, parasitism. Destruction. In the past, human observations of mutations were all macroscopic, and it was taken for granted that only animals and plants would produce mutations. So only two categories were classified, Z and D. The hairy fungus was observed very early, but it was mistakenly classified into the plant system with the lineage number Z. In fact, the trichoderma should belong to the same microbial system as the mud cells. W. Luciani shook her head. It is because of this wrong classification that we missed the opportunity to explore the mutation in the field of microorganisms. It has been 5 years since the trichoderma was observed. If we had started to conduct mutation research at the microbial level 5 years ago, the technology we are dealing with would have been on a higher level now. We wouldn't be in such a passive situation. That's because the biological team was too arrogant and did not seek to make progress. If they hadn't excluded you at the beginning, this problem would probably have been discovered long ago. Fang Xiyu comforted. But it doesn't matter. It's not too late to start now. We still have time. You can study with peace of mind in the special forces. Luciani smiled. Although it's a bit exaggerated. As a researcher, I am still very grateful to the captain and Tang Zai for risking their lives to bring back the latest mutation samples. Fang Xiyu patted Tang Zai, thank him. He found it. Tang Zei was startled by the pat. And his eyes were still blank. Fang Xiuyu saw him like this and suddenly laughed. Since you are talking about this, let me announce something by the way. I have already reported the results of this exploration. And also talked about the 5-color stone organization. The higher-ups attach great importance to this, and have decided to seriously study the future direction of action for Area A. They may provide more reinforcements to the special forces. Let's not discuss these undecided matters for now. The main thing is that the higher-ups promised me that they would hold a commendation meeting for our special forces after the next regular meeting. After saying that, he smiled broadly at Tang Zei. Tang Zei played a very critical role in this exploration of the 5-colored stone organization. So, Tang Zei, I asked for the first credit for you. Tang Zei, I have a bad feeling. The next second, Fang Xiuyu grabbed him. There will be a general meeting in 2 days. And you and I will go on stage to receive the award. Tang Zei. Fang Xiuyu said give him a surprise. Is this the surprise? Thank you. Dear Captain. I just want to be a green ivy, with a huge appetite, quietly. Trying to breathe. Don't do this kind of social dead scene all day long. Fang Xiuyu obviously took Tang Zei's stiff expression as flattered. So he hugged him tightly. Don't worry. I'm also supporting you on the stage. You will be a little nervous the first time. You will get used to it after a few more times. Tang Zei. How come one time is not enough? He didn't dare to let Fang Xiuyu continue. Maybe he would apply for a bunch of other things on a whim. So he quickly opened his mouth to bring the topic back. Well, why is the ground we stepped on solid this time? Tang Zei asked Lu Tianyi. The mud cells before were clearly in the state of swamps. Very sticky. The places we passed this time also had mud cells of that form. But why are the mud cells solid where the hairy fungus grows? This is a very critical question. Lu Tianyi said. The mud cells and the hairy fungus have formed a symbiotic relationship. And both have changed at the same time. What do you mean? The hairy fungus can obtain nutrients from the mud cells. There is no doubt about that. But the parasitism of the hairy fungus has also changed the original form of the mud cells, to some extent. The mud cells have developed tissues similar to cell walls, which is an obvious feature of plant-based mutations. The vines, trees, and algae we have seen before are all mutants with both plant and animal properties. The mud cells are the smallest unit of mutation. In other words, this may be the code to crack the mutation process. But this also shows that the mutation form has become more complicated now. Different types of mutants may merge together and mutate together. And the direction of the mutation is uncertain. Lu Tianyi said. Her face became serious. In the future, when we enter the real unknown area, we may have to face giant monsters with multiple characteristics and infinitely multiplied attack capabilities. Chapter 63 Kindness. Colleague? The hall was silent for a few seconds. Tang Zei lowered his eyes. His eyes cold. He had just discovered that different types of mutants could be combined together through certain rules, and could form a more powerful mutant, which was the Vine Dragon. And he used energy. Lu Tianyi's research on mutations progressed faster than he expected. Although she has not yet noticed the factors of Cybe and energy. It is hard to say whether the special forces will be the first to discover this secret if it continues like this. And tracking down the 5-color stone may also discover this secret. Before that, he still has to become stronger as soon as possible and figure out what Cybe and energy are all about. Tang Zei thought secretly. But it seems that mud cells are soil. Isn't it normal for plants to grow in soil? Lu Ji said. Mud cells themselves are not aggressive. They grow whatever they are planted with. Lu Tianyi shook her head. That's not the case. You think mud cells are not as aggressive as other mutants because the two situations we have observed so far are temporarily the case. Last time, the mud cells just actively attached to our car, causing the car body to lose balance. After that, the two captains got on the roof, and the mud cells seemed to just try to drown them. This time, it was the hairy fungus that showed aggressiveness, while the mud cells were just dormant, with no signs of mutation from beginning to end. It is indeed easy to be misunderstood. The mud cells themselves are not threatening, but in connection with the experimental relics in the area controlled by the 5-colored stone. I have other guesses. Lu Tianyi manipulated the screen. Look at the following two scenes first. Are they similar? The screen is divided into two parts. One on the left and one on the right, showing two familiar pictures. One is the hairy fungus that just combined with the mud cells, and the other is the mud algae combined with human remains in the breeding area. The hall was filled with gasps an AHS of sudden enlightenment. Lu Tianyi continued to change the pictures. Look at these two pictures again. Don't they look a bit similar? This time, on the left side of the picture is a spore of the hairy fungus with mycelium growing everywhere. And on the right side is a large mass of spider silk-like things, with a small dot on each node between the spider silk. That was also found in the breeding area. At that time, Lu Tianyi thought it was a seed that could differentiate in an undirected way, and was the same origin of algae and vines. Now that these pictures are put together, another hidden line slowly emerges. Is mud algae similar to the combination of hairy fungi and mud cells to the human body? Are seeds and spores the same thing? Lu Tianyi paused as she spoke. The five-colored stones must have believed that what happened to the mud cells could be reproduced in other complete life forms, such as humans. We still don't know the origin of the mud cells. Perhaps the five-colored stones were collected from the outside world. Or perhaps they were induced by experiments. They must have done a detailed study of these things and tried to use the principles in them. Fang Shuyu's eyes changed. Aunt Lu, do you have any other guesses? I have two guesses. The first is that the mud cells themselves have different properties. Mud cells of different properties can cause non-directional mutations, and the things that grow in turn interact with the mud cells. The second is that the mud cell monomers are not only the forms we are familiar with, but they may undergo another form of collective mutation, showing more complex characteristics. But from the current research methods, it is not possible to determine it for the time being. Fang Shuyu heard her subtext. What do you need? Lu Tianyi raised her head and looked directly at Fang Shuyu, her eyes trembling a little because of suppressed excitement. We need our own mutation test site. Captain, Tang Zhe did not expect Lu Tianyi to make this request. Conducting mutation experiments by oneself is not only contrary to current ethics, but is also likely to cause huge disasters due to improper operation. This is also the reason why the five-color stone causes such great fear among the top leaders. The test site is best to be in the wild. The laboratory site is too small, and the environment cannot be simulated. Lu Tianyi said. The biological laboratory has been conducting small-scale experimental research, but has never cultivated a complete individual on its own. At most, it has only induced a small part of the tissue. Before this, the research closest to the ideal state was the breeding in the breeding area. But now we also know that the core theory and technology are completely in the hands of the five-color stone. If you want to study the mutants in the unknown area more deeply, you must fully understand the principles of mutation. These theories are also important for making corresponding weapons. Fang Shuyu was silent for a while. It is completely unpredictable what will be produced by experiments that need to be conducted in the wild environment. Even with professional skills, there is no guarantee that there will be no accidental loss of control. Therefore, similar experiments are openly prohibited in the gathering area. This is a risky move, Tang Zhe thought secretly. This time, because the inspectors are involved, we have to inform the top leaders of our investigation of the five-color stone. Therefore, we cannot use their site publicly. Fang Shuyu said. I will try to find a suitable place. Lu Tianyi's eyes dimmed. But don't worry. There are plenty of sites in the wild. At worst, we can go outside the exploration area to find them. Fang Shuyu looked at Lu Tianyi. The site should not need to be too large. Right. It will be difficult to build a new building with our strength alone, and we may not be able to reach the scale of the five-color stone. Lu Tianyi's tense body relaxed a little, revealing a kind smile. It doesn't need to be that big, Captain. If there is a relatively complete abandoned building, it will be enough. Fang Shuyu nodded. Okay. Before finding a site, the research will be run in our newly developed system. At least it can advance the current technology a little. Lu Ji, you need to communicate more with Aunt Lu. New mutants can no longer use traditional attack plans, and new technologies need to be developed. Lu Ji nodded vigorously. Okay, let's do this for today. I have some things to do in the next few days, so I may not come to the team every day. Just study on your own, and report to me after you are done with this period of work. Yes, Captain. Fang Shuyu nodded and dismissed the meeting. The others swarmed into the deep cave, and suddenly only he and Tang Zhe were left in the hall. Fang Shuyu patted Tang Zhe on the shoulder. Nothing for the time being. I still need to report something to them. Can you go back by yourself? Tang Zhe nodded. For some reason, he felt that Fang Shuyu suddenly seemed a little strange, and didn't seem to be as enthusiastic as at the beginning. Perhaps the request made by Lu Tianyi was a little tricky. although Tang Zhe had been on a mission with Lu Tianyi before, and there was some communication in the meeting. Most of the time, there was no contact between them. Apart from her age, Lu Tianyi's seriousness, which is unique to researchers, also makes people feel alienated. Tang Zhe had no desire to socialize, so he would not pay attention to such people. But Lu Tianyi's words today suddenly made him care. When leaving the special forces, Tang Zhe silently turned his head and looked into the depths of the cave. Lu Tianyi served for a very long time, which should be several times that of Fang Xiyu, even though she was excluded from the core biological research team for a long time. She had experienced much more than ordinary people. In the years when the fog gradually deepened, what did those eyes covered by wrinkles, but still clear see? What was that brain with outstanding ability but suppressed enthusiasm thinking? And the look in her eyes when she said the special forces need their own mutation test site. Tang Zhe's eyes darkened. It seems that his colleagues are not just kind people who are content with their duties. So far, the official action of the special forces has not started. When Tang Zhe walked out of the office area of the special forces, Fang Xiyu was no longer in the corridor. He took 2 steps towards the dormitory, suddenly stopped, and slowly turned around. On this side of the corridor is the office area of the special forces. Across the office area is a whole row of unmarked rooms. Every time Tang Zhe passed by, the doors were closed. And now, there seemed to be some movement inside. Tang Zhe hesitated for half a second, turned around and walked there. The corridor was now empty, and no one was walking. The sound inside the door was fleeting, as if it was just an illusion. Tang Zhe didn't find anything. But he didn't stop. He suddenly realized a problem. The special operations team is gradually getting on the right track, and it is bound to become the forefront of the 2 districts' research on mutations in the future. He originally planned to absorb energy as much as possible when he went out to fight as Fang Xiyu's pendant, and slowly increase his strength. But now it seems that he can no longer be so stable. Continue. As they go deeper into the wild, their understanding of mutants and the principles of mutations will become deeper and deeper. With top figures like Lu Tianyi, once the special forces established their own test site, the research would be accelerated, and the risk of his secret being discovered would also increase greatly. He had to be more proactive in collecting research materials and be 1 step ahead of them. Tang Zhe continued to walk along the corridor in the opposite direction, carefully paying attention to the movements around him. He had almost never set foot in the corridor in that direction, except for going out and attending meetings. He did not have much desire to explore. So far, he only knew a few places he had to go. Even with his current authority, he could enter more spaces. The corridor on this floor reached the end, and there was nothing special about it. It seemed that the entire floor was only opened up for the special forces, and the rest of the office area was abandoned. Tang Zhe went down 1 floor and found that there was no sign of office work in the corridor on the lower floor. It was not until he reached the end that he found a door that was closed. There was no sign on the door, and light shone through the half-closed door. Tang Zhe carefully moved closer to the crack of the door and found that the structure inside was very different from that of ordinary office areas. It was filled with densely packed shelves and cabinets. Area A has a relatively spacious space, and there are not many items needed for daily work, most of which can be completed through panels. Therefore, most of the office area in Area A is empty, which looks brighter. Could this place full of shelves be a warehouse? But what is it storing? Tang Zhe observed the corridor again, but found no movement. So he tried to push the door open a little more. He saw that the cabinets and shelves were filled with boxes of various sizes, some of which were even piled on the ground in a mess, as if they had been hurriedly flipped over. He was about to explore further, but his fingers suddenly shrank as if they were electrocuted, and the whole person quickly hid behind the wall. Behind the messy boxes, someone raised his head. Her pupils were fiery red, the same color as her hair. Tang Zhe was shocked and speechless, not only because the person had a familiar face, but also, when she looked in the direction of the door, her pupils trembled slightly horizontally. She didn't look like a living person. Chapter 64. A pack of wolves is around. Tang Zhe held his breath and hid outside the door. He didn't know if the man saw his face clearly, but it was obvious that he shouldn't stay here for long. After hesitating for a moment, he turned around and ran towards the passage at the fastest speed, not caring about making any noise. His actual physical condition has improved now, and he has no problem running and jumping like an ordinary person. But his physical endurance will be weaker. After finally getting on the elevator, he pressed the door closing button panting and leaned against the wall. There was no movement outside the door, so the man should not have chased out. The elevator started slowly, and Tang Zei's brain, which had become blank due to the instantaneous impact, gradually recovered his thoughts. The face gradually became clear in his mind. It was Lu Ji's face, but Lu Ji's eyes were not red. This shock was different from encountering various strange mutants. Although the mutants were uncomfortable, the fear was physical, just strong nausea and tingling scalp. But encountering a face that was extremely similar to a colleague and lifeless was a psychological fear. Tang Zei closed his eyes and tried to recall the details he saw at that moment. That person. Let's just treat it as a person. He had a signature red hair. But unlike Lu Ji, it was not tied up in a high ponytail, but was draped over his shoulders. The expression was the same as Lu Ji's. When she didn't speak, she was cold and a little arrogant. But that person was obviously more cold. The strangest thing was her eyes. Those eyes were as red as fire, and anyone who saw them would be impressed. But in addition to the rare pupil color, the way the eyeballs moved was quite unnatural. The moment she turned her head, her eyeballs shook slightly from side to side. But the pupils did not shrink at all. The eyes seemed to have no focus. Just a lifeless instrument. Except for the eyes, she looked like a normal human being. But this made it even more weird. Was that Lu Ji? Why did Lu Ji become like that? Or maybe it wasn't Lu Ji. Who or what could it be? Tang Zei felt a chill rising in his heart, and his face turned pale. It was easy to confirm this now. He just had to go back to the Special Forces office to see if Lu Ji was inside, and if there was anything unusual. Or he could send a message to other colleagues and ask them to check on Lu Ji. But if it was Lu Ji, wouldn't that make him suspicious? The man just now didn't look like he was doing any serious work, but rather like he was looking for something secretly. Perhaps because of this, she didn't chase after someone who was peeping outside. Doubts gradually occupied Tang Zei's mind. His colleagues were definitely not easy to deal with. In the end, Tang Zei still did not make any move. When he walked out of the elevator, his expression had returned to normal, and his steps were still slow and laborious as usual. He returned to the dormitory area in this way. It was the regular working hours of Area A. Most people were in the work area, and there were very few people in the dormitory area. Occasionally, they met, and the other party was also in a hurry and quickly passed by him. Tang Zei looked down at the ground, seemingly not interested in everything around him. Or perhaps because of his weak body, he didn't even have the strength to raise his head. He returned to his floor, intending to study the information in the area system carefully before Fang Xiyu came back. A soldier walked towards him with steady steps, but he didn't pay attention. When the two were less than half a meter away, the man suddenly stopped. Wait, you are not. Tang Zei stopped after realizing it, and found that the voice came from behind him. He turned around and saw a face that was obviously a bit old, and his clothes showed that this person had a high military rank. Tang Zei didn't know the level division of area, and he didn't even know much about B area. I heard Yisu say that the people living in this dormitory were not ordinary people, so I thought he should meet a neighbor. Tang Zei turned around and saluted reluctantly. Hello, sir. The man glanced at him briefly, but did not continue to look at him out of courtesy, just staring at Tang Zei's eyes for a few seconds. It's okay. You go back. The man nodded slightly. Tang Zei responded, turned around and staggered towards the dormitory again. He didn't know that the man's eyes were fixed on him until he disappeared into a door at the back of the corridor. Fang Xiyu, did you take a break? Tang Zei quickly turned off what he was watching. No, Captain. Fang Xiyu, then come out and we can talk. Tang Zei didn't know what Fang Xiyu meant by chatting, so he could only hurry out of the bedroom. Then he saw Fang Xiyu sitting on the small sofa with a leisurely look on his face, waving at him. Come, sit down. Tang Zei silently sat down in the only empty seat next to him. The next second, he wanted to stand up and walk out immediately. The process of the commendation meeting has been determined. I will accompany you to rehearse it, Fang Xiyu said excitedly. I found all the videos of the previous commendation meeting, as well as the location map of the venue. You should familiarize yourself with it first, so that you won't be nervous when the time comes. Tang Zei, is this a problem of nervousness? Is it necessary to have such a socially dead scene? Captain, I acted without permission, which not only put you in danger, but also caused the special forces to lose a combat vehicle. I am very grateful that you did not punish me. But there is no need to commend me. Fang Shuyu's eyes changed, revealing a playful expression. Oh, you know it yourself. Tang Zai's expression froze. Captain, I was wrong. Do you really think you did something wrong? Fang Shuyu leaned close to Tang Zai's ear and smiled slyly. If you were really worried about these losses, you would not act without authorization. You dare to go out like this. Aren't you sure I won't blame you? Tang Zai blinked his eyes, revealing a wrong look. Captain. Fang Shuyu raised his eyes and stared at him, then suddenly burst into laughter. I'm just kidding. Didn't we all come back safely? Besides, we don't know how dangerous the operations will be in the future. If we punish someone every time they encounter danger, we might as well not set up a special operations team in the first place. Tang Zai lowered his eyes, not knowing how to answer. Although this operation was not prepared from the beginning, the harvest was particularly great. Not only did we find out the official members of the Five-Color Stone, we dug up a new site, and we also went into the wild in advance to find out the bottom. As for the combat vehicles, although we lost one, we seized all the ones they left in the garage. It's a big profit. He patted Tang Zai's shoulder. This is a great achievement for any team. But, his voice suddenly dropped. I was really disappointed at that time. Tang Zai looked aggrieved again. But I was very happy to hear your reasons in the end. This plan would not succeed if you didn't believe in me, or I didn't care about you. Fang Shuyu stared at Tang Zai seriously for a while. So, we have formed a tacit understanding. Right? Tang Zai's eyes showed a faint smile. Yes, Captain. Fang Shuyu patted his back with satisfaction and sat back. Don't think too much in the future. Just accept the reward you deserve. My attitude towards you has never changed. And it won't change in the future. If I said or did something that made you feel uneasy, just tell me, Fang Shuyu said, holding Tang Zai's hand. I let you live closest to me because you are the team member I trust the most. I mean it sincerely. Tang Zai nodded. He was worried that Fang Shuyu would bring up the commendation meeting again. So he quickly changed the subject. Captain, the two districts have already known about the Five-Color Stone. Will it affect our subsequent actions? We have been discussing it in meetings these days, and the results are not out yet. Fang Shuyu pursed his lips, looking a little unhappy. This time, the problem of the inspectors has been brought to light. Originally, there were conflicts between the two districts and the inspectors. After all, they reported to the bunker. You may not know that there were some frictions between the two districts and the inspectors because of some problems before. Later, the bunker participated in the mediation. I don't know how the negotiations went, but peace was indeed maintained for 2 years. The bunker did not cause trouble for the two districts again, and the inspectors were basically sidelined. Fang Shuyu shook his head and said, but the Safar incident has brought up the previous conflicts again. The leaders of the two districts now believe that this is the bunker instructing the inspectors to secretly cross the Chinsong in order to wipe out the two disobedient districts in one fell swoop and replace them in the future. Currently, all registered inspectors have been controlled, but only the top leaders are aware of this. Tang Zai thought, this is also natural, because they requested support outside the exploration area. The matter of the Five-Colored Stone had to be disclosed to the two areas. In the future, it may not be so easy for the special forces to obtain all the information about the Five-Colored Stone. Just like when the training ground was taken over, various forces joined, and in the end, only the special forces were left with nothing. But are all the members of the Five-Colored Stone just inspectors? Fang Shuyu suddenly said. I don't think so. Tang Zai's eyes changed. At present, the only person who is clearly a member of the Five-Colored Stone is Safar, and he happens to be an inspector. But this does not mean that all inspectors are members of the Five-Color Stone. Nor does it mean that all members of the Five-Color Stone come from inspectors. At least they know that the Five-Color Stone is working hard to develop other personnel. In addition to Tang Zai, Mu Zhijin has also contacted them. But what we know now is that once they agree to join, the original files in the gathering area will be erased, which means that they will not lurk in the gathering area as spies. But what if there really is such a lurking person, like Safar, hiding somewhere around them, like a dark venomous snake, lurking in the dark? Chapter 65. The difficult task is entrusted to you. Tang Zai thought of Lu Ji in the unknown room and fell silent. When he raised his head again, he met Fang Shuyu's inquiring eyes. He hesitated for a moment, but still did not mention it. Captain, we should be able to rule out some people, Tang Zai said. Safar did not expect the captain to come to rescue me. He did not know about the wireless ring search. Fang Shuyu's expression was obviously relaxed. Maybe he thought that the place was secret enough. And I couldn't find it even if I wanted to. Tang Zai shook his head and pulled up his sleeves, revealing the metal ring on his wrist that was integrated into the skin. The signal of the wireless search ring can penetrate all barriers, and the signal will not be interrupted no matter what. If he knew the existence of this thing, it is impossible that he had no precautions at all. Fang Shuyu gently stroked his wrist with his fingers. The wireless search ring has merged with the skin, leaving only a circle of metal-like faint flash. Now, it shows 3 extremely small red numbers. In other words, the people who know the existence of the wireless search ring will never be the people of the 5-colored stone. Fang Shuyu said. These people are trustworthy. Tang Zai nodded. It's also good news. Fang Shuyu laughed. But the bad news is that few people knew about this. Apart from the people in our team, there were only 2 people who knew about it. And they couldn't possibly be the people of the 5-colored stone. Tang Zai said with some disappointment. Fang Shuyu was not affected much. While smiling, he put his fingers around Tang Zai's wrist and lifted it up and shook it in the air. Hey, you chose to act secretly. Could it be that you also plan to use this method to investigate at the same time? Tang Zai showed a puzzled look and did not answer. How should I put it? Tang Zai, I feel more and more that I have dug up a treasure. Fang Shuyu said softly. His fingers suddenly tightened, and his slender wrist was tightly grasped by him. I won the 5-color stone for the 2nd time in the competition for you. From now on, I will hold this luck firmly in my hands. Tang Zai knew that the first time referred to the time when he was targeted by Safar after the hospital accident. At that time, Fang Shuyu and Safar both noticed him. But Safar had always been secretly observing his performance in the mission. It was Fang Shuyu who got him to Area A before they took action. He raised his head and met Fang Shuyu's eyes unexpectedly. For some reason, this time he saw something different from usual, and his heart trembled. The originally confident and determined eyes now had a bit more aggression, staring straight at him, like a tiger determined to catch its prey. This is the look of Fang Shuyu in combat mode. Tang Zai retracted his hand and lowered his eyes in panic. Captain, I have nothing worth fighting for. You're here again. Fang Shuyu let go of his hand and rubbed his head. But it doesn't matter. You have slowly changed. After a little more time, you will definitely become like me. Ha ha ha. Tang Zai. It's hard to imagine how terrible that would be. Speaking of this, Lao Chong is back from his busy days these 2 days. I'll take you to see him when I have time. Fang Shuyu suddenly said. I wanted to introduce you to each other a long time ago, but I don't know what he did later. He said he was going to attend a closed meeting. But it's okay this way. Now you have made so many contributions in less than a month. I can brag to him. Let him see my diamond-like vision. Who is this old Chong? Chong Fangyin, one of the managers of Area A, is considered the elder I know best. He made a lot of efforts to get you to Area A. Fang Shuyu explained. He was the first one to tell me about the new materials for making wireless search rings. I didn't pay much attention to it at first, but later I almost lost you. So I remembered to ask. Didn't you just say that we can rule out people who know about wireless ring search? Although I haven't told Lao Chong about this. He can definitely rule it out. Tang Zai's cheeks froze. Then, Captain, please thank Manager Chong for me. I'm in such a low position that it's inconvenient for me to meet him. Hee hee. Hey, Lao Chong is not that kind of pedantic person. Besides, the Special Operations team was established with his support, so it's normal for him to meet the team members. Your disobedience is quite similar to mine. He must like it. Tang Zai. He knew that it was useless to refuse Fang Shuyu's decision, so he could only sigh in his heart and pray that this matter and the commendation meeting would come later. I'll introduce you to the person who made the wireless tracking ring if I have a chance. Fang Shuyu continued to talk to himself. That kid is not ordinary. Captain, I shouldn't have much contact with such technicians. Right? I don't have to recruit just anyone. That's different. Fang Shuyu lowered his voice. To be honest, I originally wanted to recruit that kid into the special forces, but I didn't expect to be rejected. I want you to get in touch with him and say good things about the special forces. Who knows? She might be tempted. Fang Shuyu said, carefully holding Tang Zai's shoulders. This difficult task is left to you. Tang Zhe. Captain. Don't be modest. I found a lot of abilities in you. And you can do much more than what you have now. Besides, it doesn't matter if you fail. At most, you will be rejected like me. I won't blame you. He patted Tang Zhe. I have to do a lot of boring things like reporting these days. And I may not be able to pay attention to the team. Don't worry. Take a good rest for a few days. And I will take you to meet them when I am done. You go back to the room first. I have to go out again. Tang Zhe received the probation notice. And he didn't know whether he should be happy or not. So he could only nod reluctantly. Yes, Captain. A district high-risk area management department. Has Captain Fong arrived? Chong Fongyin asked hurriedly as he entered the department. The staff shook his head. This guy, on one hand, said he had something urgent to find me. But on the other hand, he couldn't be found anywhere. Where is he? Is it difficult to say something online if he has something to do? The staff followed Chong Fongyin carefully, ready to receive things at any time. Well, the senior management of a district has been busy in meetings these 2 days because of the special operations team's operation. The staff replied. Captain Fong must have been arrested again to report. So he didn't have time to reply. Chong Fongyin was stunned. A high-level meeting? What kind of trouble did the special forces cause? I haven't been watching him for a month. Okay. If he doesn't cause trouble, I'll suspect he's been switched. As an adult, can you follow the rules a little bit when doing things? Chong Fongyin was about to throw a medal at hand. But when he saw that the staff had stretched out their hands to the side to catch it, he put the thing back. Ahem. Who are the people in the meeting? Officials above the ministerial level. The head of District A presided over it. And the head of District B attended. Chong Fongyin's body shook violently. Fong Xiyu. How big a mess have you caused me? Manager. Calm down. The member said carefully. The manager just finished a closed meeting on the action plan for the next 5 years. It said that you don't have to rush to attend the temporary meeting. But you are also on the list of participants. If you are worried about Fong. What? I'm on the list of participants? Chong Fongyin turned around. Connect me to the meeting room immediately. The member seemed to have been prepared for a long time. Almost immediately, he connected Chong Fongyin to the line and quickly left. Because this meeting is of a high level. In order to maintain confidentiality, try to arrange for physical attendance. For those who cannot be present due to special circumstances, the online meeting can only open a private panel and can only watch, not speak. Chong Fongyin had just been released from a closed building, and the news of this month's squeeze flooded his panel all at once. He didn't have time to look at them one by one, and only had time to see a message from Fong Xiu. Urgent. Find me immediately when you come out. And then he rushed to find him. As a result, when he asked, he was not in the special forces and was not on a field mission. So he thought of trying his luck in the dormitory. Unexpectedly, he couldn't find him anywhere. And he was so angry that he heard such shocking news. The meeting of the ministerial level and above in District A was personally presided over by the head. And even the head of District B was included. This kind of scene usually only happened when meeting with the bunker. What on earth did Fong Xiu do? Chong Fongyin pinched his philtrum hard, thinking that if Fong Xiu did something that deserved imprisonment, should he shamelessly beg for mercy everywhere? Or kill his relatives for the greater good? Just as he entered the meeting with fear, he saw the head of District A listening to Fong Xiu's report face to face, with a positive expression. Then the planning of our new department is temporarily decided. The head said, outward expansion is a very difficult task. And it is also the goal that the 2 districts have always identified many years ago. However, under the increasingly severe situation of external environmental pollution, we have been forced to make a decision to change the strategy. But the special operations team led by Captain Fong has given us hope for external expansion. Our newly established department is called the External Expansion Department. For the time being, the special operations team where Captain Fong is located will be the general leader. And Captain Fong will also serve as the director of the External Expansion Department. What do you think? Chong Fongyin? Chief, I am just a combat team member. Field combat is my strong point. But leading a department. Captain Fong, you did not agree to the task, but refused it first. Isn't this the style of a soldier? The leader laughed twice. You have a point. But the establishment of this department is mainly for external combat. In addition, no one has experience. It's okay to let you take over the duties of the director first. After the department is operational and the follow-up is caught up, we will discuss the adjustment of the organizational structure. How about it? Fang Xiuyu was silent for a few seconds. Yes, Chief. Chapter 66 progress is quite fast. Fang Xiuyu. In the dormitory. Right. I have a guest coming. Please open the door for me to receive him. I will be there soon. Tang Zhe received the message unexpectedly, and his hand was frozen in the air for a few seconds. Tang Zhe. What kind of guest is it? How should he be received? Fang Xiuyu. He is an acquaintance. Just open the door and let him in. Don't worry about anything else. He knows what to do. Tang Zhe. Then the captain should be back soon. Right. Fang Xiuyu. I will be back in a while. I am on my way back. Why? Do you want to see me so much? Tang Zhe turned off the panel expressionlessly. I didn't expect Fang Xiuyu to find that he can do more than what he is now. After that, he was given so much work at once. Not to mention overtime. This certainly can't even be considered as a vacation. It's pure voluntary labor. Tang Zhe was already somewhat accustomed to it, and accepted this task without any waves, praying that Fang Xiuyu would come back before the guest. But this fluke still didn't happen, and within 2 minutes, the visitor reminder rang. Tang Zhe opened the door and saw the face of the guest, and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Sir, please come in. The visitor was none other than the officer who passed by him in the corridor when he came back yesterday. The calm look showed that the visitor must be a senior official who had experienced many hardships. Tang Zhe. What do you mean by acquaintance? Don't worry. Fang Xiuyu. Do you think this is appropriate? Seeing that it was Tang Zhe who opened the door, the people outside obviously did not expect it, and their calm eyes suddenly shook, and then quickly returned to calm. Sorry. I went the wrong way. He took a step back, turning around and talking to himself. Why didn't you tell me that you changed dormitories? Tang Zhe hurriedly called him. Sir, are you looking for Captain Fang? He will be back soon. Please wait in the room for a while. The back of the person who turned away froze, as if there was a strong shock deep in his heart. A few seconds later, he turned around and his expression returned to normal. Well, I'll go in and wait for him. The door closed, and both of them felt very cramped. The small sofa was empty, and no one wanted to sit on it. Tang Zhe was stiff all over, not knowing how to not care, so he could only stand by the door with his hands folded, bowing his head in silence. He prayed, this officer had better know what to do. After 2 minutes of suffocation, it was the officer who spoke again. Do you live here? Or come to help? Tang Zhe answered honestly, I live here. The sound of back teeth being bitten was heard in the air. How long have you lived here? Not long. The officer took a deep breath. You are the sentry in Area B? Yes. The officer pursed his lips, hesitating to speak. I've seen you several times in videos before, but I didn't expect you to be like this in person. Tang Zhe said, Sir, you're not. I'm the manager of the high-risk area management department in Area A, and I'm also in contact with the corresponding department in Area B. Your file has been reported to me several times. He turned around slowly, his eyes carrying the majesty and oppression of an elder. My name is Chong Fangyin. Tang Zhe's heart squeaked. The mission came to me. Hello, Manager Chong. I'm Tang Zhe, the sentry in Area B. Chong Fangyin glanced at his face coldly. Your mission record in Area B is very unusual. Tang Zhe showed a gentle expression. I'm lucky. I think it's not just luck, but also other skills? Chong Fangyin walked to the small sofa and sat down straight. You've only been in the special forces for more than a month? The progress is quite fast. Tang Zhe thought. He should know the recent actions of the special forces. I just followed the captain and didn't play a big role. It's mainly the captain's credit. Chong Fangyin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When you came to Area A, many people had opinions about Captain Fang. I also dealt with it and knew the pressure he was under. There are too many people watching his position. If he makes a mistake, many people are waiting to push him down. Tang Zhe's body stiffened a little more. I have always been grateful to the captain. If you really appreciate him, pay more attention. Chong Fangyin said stiffly. He is a person who sometimes gets hot-headed and does not consider the consequences. But you have to stay sober and be cautious, which will benefit everyone. Do you understand? Tang Zhe thought about several possibilities in his mind. But in the end, he still didn't know what Chang Fangyin meant by this. The chief of Area A is really hard to understand. It's better to just give him orders. Seeing Tang Zhe hesitated and didn't answer, Chang Fangyin pursed his lips a little tighter. You don't want to? Tang Zhe came back to his senses and quickly agreed, yes. Yes. This was just like Fang Xiuyu asking him to admit that he voluntarily joined the special forces. Chang Fangyin's tense face relaxed a little. I don't mean to embarrass you. I don't care how you get along in private. But it's too obvious. It's easy for people to catch it and gossip about it. I hope you. The door banged. Opened. Old Chang. Are you here? Fang Xiuyu came in carelessly and saw Tang Zhe standing by the door with his head down. He put his arm around his shoulders and pushed him forward. Why are you standing here? Don't be shy. We're all family. Chang Fangyin's face slowly turned purple. Hey, old Chang. This is Tang Zhe. I was planning to bring him to meet you later. And since you're here, let's get to know each other. Fang Xiuyu was completely unaware of Chang Fangyin's attitude. Tang Zhe. We just met. Chang Fangyin interrupted him, stood up and walked to the side, making a gesture to him. Fang Xiuyu let go of Tang Zhe and followed him with a puzzled look on his face. Fang Xiuyu. Is it appropriate for you to live like this? Chang Fangyin gritted his teeth and said. What do you mean appropriate or not? Fang Xiuyu was a little confused. This is so convenient. Otherwise I have to go out to find him. Which is quite time-consuming. Chang Fangyin was speechless for a long time. After a long time, he sighed heavily. Does it have to be him? Of course. Fang Xiuyu said. You are not here this month. Otherwise, I would have told you a long time ago. Tang Zhe is far beyond expectations and is a big surprise. I will tell you in detail when I have time. It's a pity that he is only a sentinel. I can see that you think it's a pity that he is only a sentinel. Chang Fangyin snorted. Why are you in such a hurry to find me? What's the most urgent matter? It's about Tang Zhe. I can only find you for this matter. Hee. I want to give him a new identity. Chang Fangyin's pupils trembled, and his eyes suddenly widened. He raised his hand and pointed at Fang Xiuyu's nose in disbelief, his whole body trembling. After a long time, he withdrew his hand and held his forehead. Xiuyu, there are still quotas for childbirth in District A in the next 2 years. I can help you fight for it. Otherwise, you can think about it again. Don't be so anxious. What about childbirth or not? I haven't thought about it at all. Fang Xiuyu was confused. But Tang Zhe's matter is very urgent. It would be best if it can be done in the next 2 days. Can you help me? Chang Fangyin raised his hand to stop him, motioning him not to speak first. 2 minutes later, Chang Fangyin seemed to have just recovered, and reluctantly regained his original expression. I didn't expect you to like this. Forget it. You're older. I can't control you. You can do whatever you want. Nothing else? You called me here just for this? Fang Xiuyu smiled. Then I still want to catch up with you. Why do you call someone else to catch up? Tang Zhe is not someone else. Chang Fangyin clenched his fists. You are really amazing now. Captain Fang. No. It should be Minister Fang. Right? Fang Xiuyu was stunned, and then laughed again. You know everything? Yeah. You are on equal footing with me. No wonder you are so arrogant. Why are you asking me for help? Can't you handle the problem yourself? It's too early to be on equal footing with me. Too early. Fang Xiuyu comforted. It is a department in name. But the actual level is not that high. And we haven't even started yet. Let's talk about it later. You'd better explain to me why the heads of the 2 districts came to the meeting to discuss your problems. And what exactly did the special forces do during this period? Okay. Hurry up and sit down. The 3 of us will discuss it together. A puff of green smoke rose above Chang Fangyin's head. On the other side, Tang Zhe was still standing there stiffly, not knowing whether he should quietly hide in the room or walk out of the door on his own. It was obvious that the chief administrator had a lot of opinions about him. Fang Xiuyu forced the 2 people to sit together. In the past, Fang Xiuyu's actions were all under the jurisdiction of the combat department, and Chang Fangyin was one of the ministers at this level, so it was naturally convenient for him to help him at ordinary times. The reason why the leaders of the 2 districts were alarmed this time was not because of anything else, but because the inspector was involved. The inspector was once the link between the bunker and the 2 districts, when the bunker's dominance was still relatively strong. It had a relatively large restraint on the behavior of the 2 districts. In the past history, the power of the inspector was once above the heads of the two districts. Later, the expansion of the power of the inspector caused chaos in the management and actions of the two districts. The heads were sidelined. The two districts almost lost their independent decision-making, and the combat plan was not in line with reality, resulting in great losses for no reason. The two districts could only negotiate with the bunker. After a long tug-of-war process, the inspector gradually degenerated to the current position of being in name only. However, the main reason for this change is the weakening of the bunker's dominance over the two districts. As the environment deteriorated further, the weapons and facilities provided by the bunker began to fail to meet the needs of the two districts. The two districts could only turn to self-development based on their accumulated experience and technology, and gradually surpassed the bunker. As one grew stronger, the other weakened. The inspectors and the bunker weakened together. The two districts began to act almost independently, even ignoring the bunker's orders. The bunker stopped sending out additional personnel, which was considered a warning of a split. But the two districts were well prepared and did not take it seriously. At this critical juncture, an organization that had infiltrated the two districts for an unknown period of time was suddenly discovered, and one of its members was the inspector. The two districts then reacted. Did the bunker have a time bomb buried inside it a long time ago? In Fang Shuyu's opinion, the two districts proposed the new goal of external expansion at this time. But it was just because they were suddenly stimulated and made a panic choice. Since there are problems internally, we can only look for solutions externally. This is the basis for the decision of the two districts. If the investigation on the five-color stone subsides in the future, it is hard to say whether the two districts will return to the old conservative path. We can't predict the future. But Fang Shuyu smiled confidently. Now that they have given me the opportunity, I will make good use of it until the last moment. Chapter 67. Don't cover him up. After Fang Shuyu explained the achievements of the special forces this month and the general content of the meeting, the dormitory fell silent. To be precise, Tang Zhe was silent all the time. Fang Shuyu still misunderstood him as brave and fearless as always, and exaggeratedly showed off in front of Chong Fangyin, and asked from time to time, "I have good taste." Chong Fangyin went from keeping a straight face and not talking to nodding slightly at the end. At the end, he actually took the initiative to stare at Tang Zhe for a while, and uttered to him softly from his nose. Tang Zhe was sitting on pins and needles, not knowing why Fang Shuyu insisted on dragging him to listen. But at least, Chong Fangyin would not follow Fang Shuyu in clenching his fists and shouting slogans, which was much more normal than the team meeting. Fang Shuyu, let me remind you, this department may not be a good thing for you or the special forces, Chong Fangyin said. I know. Fang Shuyu nodded. The special forces were not favored in the early stage, and all parties were secretly suppressing and withholding resources. Now that we have made some achievements, the wind direction has changed all of a sudden. The personnel of the new department will be transferred from other existing departments. They may want to take this opportunity to squeeze people in and interfere with our actions. Or they may want to get a piece of the pie. People are not united, and too many people will be a burden. Chong Fangyin nodded. It's good to know. It's a bit of progress. I don't care how you deploy next. You've been in Area A for so many years. You have all the experience you should have. And combat is your strong point. So I'm not worried about the result. But there is one thing, no matter what this new department will become in the future, those people will definitely keep a closer eye on you. You have to be more careful, and don't make any mistakes. And Chong Fangyin frowned and showed a look of disgust. You should tone down your tone. You are going to lead a department of hundreds of people. Be more calm, and don't be so careless outside. After saying that, his eyes swept back and forth between Fang Shuyu and Tang Zhe. Be careful once you leave this door. Fang Shuyu responded in a half-understanding tone. Chong Fangyin's face was still calm, but he was obviously much more relaxed than when he came. He leaned back and turned his eyes to Tang Zhe. You should keep an eye on him more in the future. Don't let him get too carried away. Please report his movements to me regularly through the contact person later. Tang Zhe? Who? Me? Fang Shuyu stood up at once. Old Chong. Why are you still asking my people to help you? The special operations team is busy with work. How can they have time to report to you? What do you mean by helping me? You're the one who always worries me. Don't you know how many troubles you've caused since you started serving? I think Tang Zhe is much more patient and thoughtful than you, so I can help him make up for your lack of thoughtfulness. Fang Shuyu. Tang Zhe? That's it. I'm leaving first. There are many things to deal with. Chong Fongyin stood up and looked back at Tang Zai before he took 2 steps. Report truthfully, and don't cover up for him. Fong Xiyu quickly helped Tang Zai to block him. Let's go. Let's go. Tang Zai. Don't worry about him. Go back and rest. The two of them walked away, tugging and tugging, leaving Tang Zai standing there confused. People who are close to Fong Xiyu are a little bit abnormal. He came to a conclusion. On the other side, Fong Xiyu walked to the door, suddenly leaned close to Chong Fongyin's ear, and lowered his voice. Don't forget what I just asked you to do. I told him that I would give him a surprise a long time ago. Please don't embarrass me. Chong Fongyin waved his hand, rolled his eyes at him, and then left. Thank you. Fong Xiyu shouted at his back. The door closed again. Old Chong has this temper, with a sour face and a soft heart. But he is actually very supportive of me, Fong Xiyu said. When I first entered Area A, I was not old enough, so he was my guardian. Later, he got used to it, and he always spoke in this tone. In fact, I don't need to report to him for anything I do, so you don't need to take what he said to you just now to heart. Don't worry about it. Tang Zai's face showed a tangled look. Who knows the feeling of being caught between 2 superiors? However, this was also the first time he came into contact with Fong Xiyu's interpersonal relationships outside the Special Forces. According to Yisu, Fong Xiyu has served for at least 10 years, and his own words just now indirectly confirmed this. Over the years, there should be countless teams like the Special Forces and members like him. Tang Zai suddenly thought. In the future, when the new department is established, Fong Xiyu will probably gradually fade out of the leadership of the Special Forces. What are you thinking about? Fong Xiyu suddenly reached out and patted him. No matter what happens to that department in the future, the goals and actions of the Special Forces will not change. So, don't be stressed. Tang Zai came back to his senses and nodded. Okay, let's go to rest first, Fong Xiyu said. I have to go out for a meeting. When I come back in the evening, the whole team will gather. Tang Zai's originally cold eyes suddenly lit up. Captain, are you going to go on a mission? Of course. Fong Xiyu smiled. If we don't hurry up and go, do we have to wait for the people they forced in to clean up the venue before it's our turn? Why should we give up the place you found with so much difficulty? A smile slowly emerged in Tang Zai's eyes. Yes, Captain. Somewhere underground in Area A. How come the status of the Special Forces has been raised? But we still have to act secretly. Guan Yingjian joked. Fong Xiyu just verbally announced the news of the preparation of the External Development Department to let everyone be mentally prepared. I'm afraid there will be more secret actions in the future. Fong Xiyu snorted. Now there are a lot of people standing by us openly. It's hard to say whether they can help. But just don't make things worse. I'm afraid the captain won't be able to take care of us if he has new members. How can it be the same? Fong Xiyu shook his head. I found you all by searching through the archives of the 2 districts. You are all outstanding in your respective fields and my treasures. Remember, no matter what the external situation becomes, the goals and missions of the Special Operations team will not change. If we meet with the same goals temporarily, we can go together. If we go our separate ways halfway, we still have to move forward. The Special Operations team is on a difficult journey, not a shortcut. There was silence in the combat vehicle for a few seconds. Captain, I understand. Captain, I understand too. I understand too. Tang Zai, Is shouting slogans a fixed part? Fong Xiyu nodded with satisfaction. This is the spirit of our Special Forces. You are the best team members. Captain Fong is the best captain. We are the captain forever. Special Forces, follow the captain and charge forward. Tang Zai. The combat vehicle slowly moved forward amidst these voices, because the previous combat vehicle was scrapped. This time it was replaced with the Special Forces spare combat vehicle, which was urgently modified to be more adaptable to the outdoor environment. The capacity of the vehicle is also a little larger, in addition to carrying more weapons and equipment. This time, one more person was brought. Lu Ji. This was her first time to go out with the team, in order to familiarize herself with the actual combat environment and better modify the weapons. Except for Yuka Yuri, all members of the Special Forces were dispatched. Tang Zai turned his head to look at Lu Ji in the back car. She had been jumping up and down all the way because of her curiosity. The strange figure in that room made Tang Zai a little apprehensive about this trip. They were going to the place where Tang Zai and Fang Xiyu were washed out by the water last time. According to Fang Xiyu, the External Development Department has begun emergency preparations, and the five-color stone site that has been discovered will also be taken over. The original location of the breeding area was near the gathering area, so the abandoned test site could not be set foot in at will. But a test site was discovered later, located outside the exploration area. Out of caution, Area A decided to send people from Area B to explore and clean up first, and then take over depending on the situation. In other words, if you want to create a time difference, you can only go to the latter site as soon as possible. For the special forces, the latter site is more important. It is different from the previous bait that was deliberately thrown out. It is a place that is still in operation but forced to give up. The value of the information inside is self-evident. The problem is that it is not easy to find it again. Fang Xiyu started from a secret exit in Area A and quietly drove to the periphery of the exploration area. Leaving the edge of the exploration area, you enter a signal-free area. In this area, to find the original location, you can only rely on visual memory and the automatic route record of the protective suit, which will have a certain degree of deviation. But the car has been equipped with a new positioning system, and as long as it reaches that place again, it can leave a more accurate coordinate. The fog in the exploration area is still thick, and the influence of the foggy moon has not dissipated. But after leaving the exploration area, the fog has strangely become lighter. The environmental monitoring on the panel also confirmed this. Even if it was the abandoned exploration area in the past, the environment should be worse. How could the pollution be lighter than the current exploration area? Guan Yingjian asked in confusion. Either the pollution concentration in the abandoned exploration area has decreased, or the pollution concentration in the current exploration area has increased. Fang Xiyu seemed to be talking nonsense, but everyone quickly understood what he meant. Did the five-colored stone do something in the abandoned exploration area to reduce the pollution, or did the pollution in the current exploration area increase for some reason? The factor that caused this difference must be man-made. Can the five-colored stone do a good thing to reduce pollution? Guan Yingjian shook his head. He was one of the first people to see the grand occasion of the breeding area. It's better to say that they did something in the current exploration area to increase the pollution. For example, the breeding area with a foul smell may be caused by the leakage of pollution. You can't draw such a conclusion, Lu Tianyi said. We only detected external pollution, but the place where the captain and Tang Zhe went should be underground. And there is also a water layer to isolate it. Perhaps their base is absorbing external pollution and using it for the operation of the internal test field. Tang Zhe thought it was possible. Or maybe it was both. In any case, he still had doubts about the land and the hairy fungus. If he approached with sufficient equipment, he might be able to investigate something. At this moment, the panel suddenly flashed red several times. Signal loss warning. Signal loss warning. In-car network analysis is about to fail. Please return to a communication point immediately. Note: no signal area may be hit by pollution storm. Chapter 68 Unknown Pollution Warning. Almost at the same time, the panel was covered by another warning. Unknown pollution storm is coming. Please take shelter immediately. Instantly, gray fog rose outside the window, and the originally faintly visible vision disappeared. The combat vehicle crashed into the fog, and several monitoring indicators sounded the alarm at the same time. What's going on? Is there really a storm? Guan Yingjian's heart tightened. Fang Xiyu turned the steering wheel sharply. The car body turned several circles, and everyone was thrown to one side. Area B sometimes encounters pollution storms. The time of occurrence is irregular, and it is difficult to warn. Every time it causes a large number of casualties. Tang Zhe said. Hasn't it been encountered in Area A? Several people shook their heads at the same time. No. The buildings in Area A are better protected. As long as we don't go out on field missions, we should be able to block it. Fang Xiyu tried to return the car to the exploration area, but found that the fog had obscured all the recognizable signs, and he couldn't find the direction at all. The combat vehicle rushed in all directions in a daze for several times, and the indicators displayed did not change. They got lost. No wonder this place became an abandoned exploration area. Everything is normal when there is no storm. But once the storm hits, Guan Yingjian cursed. The combat vehicle was bumping, and the detection of several conventional pollutants had exceeded the limit. A warning also appeared on the panel, indicating that the air contained unknown pollutants that did not match the database. Fang Xiyu bit his lip. He had never encountered such a situation when he came here, and thought that all the mutants in the test area were dangerous, semi-wild area. He was still careless. He clenched his fists. Almost the entire team is in the car this time. But we must return safely. Guan Yingjian. Try to find the direction of the storm. Fan Xiu shouted. Let's find a place where the pollution is relatively sparse. And we will try to hide first. After that, he turned to Tang Zhe. How long does a pollution storm usually last? What are the characteristics? It's hard to say. At least half an hour. At most 2 or 3 days. Tang Zhe shook his head. The source of the storm is also not fixed. It's hard to determine what kind of pollutants it contains. Biological type, chemical type, even physical type, all possible. The indicators on the panel almost soared to the upper limit, and were jumping desperately. The combat vehicle has no problems for the time being. But as time goes by, it is hard to say whether it can withstand such a strong impact of pollution. This is an unprecedented challenge. Tang Zhe. What precautions should be taken when facing a pollution storm? Tell me everything you remember. I have never faced a pollution storm directly. I only know that if you are on a mission outside when a pollution storm strikes, there is absolutely no possibility of surviving unscathed. Tang Zhe pursed his lips. So, no matter what, you can't get off the car. Fan Xiu's face darkened. Got it. Tang Zhe's face was also not looking good. This pollution storm was very abnormal. And it was different from the impacts encountered in the 5-colored stone base in the past. It did not contain the so-called energy. He did not have any induction. And Sive did not notice it. This shows that the composition of the storm may be chemical pollution or physical pollution. And exposure will have the risk of corrosion, poisoning or radiation. Other levels of pollution may induce mutations. But the organism itself may still survive. If it is strong physical and chemical pollution, everything, whether living or non-living, may die wherever it goes. It's hard to say how long this combat vehicle can resist. There's no way to contact Yukuri, so we can only analyze manually based on the existing data. Guan Yingjian's voice came. The composition of the unknown pollutant cannot be determined. Judging from the current damage to the vehicle body, the polluted mist contains strong acidic substances, and no signs of physical radiation have been found for the time being. The pollution storm will erode the surface of all objects. The good news is that if there are mutants around, they will lose their ability to attack in the storm, or even be killed directly. Lu Tiani said. It can even kill mutants? This storm is really weird. Mutants were born to adapt to extreme environments, and the fittest survive. Mutants also become stronger little by little after continuous iteration. Humans have always relied on buildings and equipment to resist pollution, and no successful adaptive mutation has occurred yet. Without the protection of buildings, we will become so terrible. When I saw the image of the quarantine area before, Guan Yingjian cursed. I hope humans will never become like that. Amid the discussion, Lu Ji became quiet. She silently leaned on the car window, staring at the fog outside, with excitement in her eyes. Captain, the concentration of pollutants in the right front is decreasing step by step, and there may be a blind spot. Guan Yingjian suddenly shouted. As soon as the voice fell, the combat vehicle turned almost immediately. Fortunately, there were no obstacles or traps on the ground. Fan Xiu drove the combat vehicle all the way and drove in the dark for more than 10 minutes. The thick fog outside the window finally faded, and the vision was clear again. The panel detected a large obstacle in front, and the combat vehicle stopped suddenly. In front of them was a wall tens of meters high. Fan Xiu turned on the searchlight on the roof and scanned the wall up and down. The wall was an irregular spire shape. Unlike ordinary buildings, it was uneven gray-white, and the original material could not be seen. Looking to both sides, the wall actually extended far away, and there was no end in sight. Like a city wall. It may be the defense of the old gathering area, Guan Yingjian said. I didn't expect it to save our lives at this time. Under the light, we can vaguely see a few wisps of air flowing on the top of the wall, which are the polluted winds that are blocked. When was the last time the gathering area was moved? Fan Xiu asked. I don't remember clearly. Was it a few years ago? He asked Guan Yingjian and Lu Tiani. In theory, they should have experienced the last gathering area migration. But the memories left by each person may be different. 5 or 6 years ago. No. I need to check the records to know the details. Guan Yingjian answered. People in the gathering area have a weaker sense of time. Not because of memory bias, but because of the unpredictable climate and the already chaotic planetary magnetic field. The two districts use a weather calendar, which divides a year into foggy months, clear months and turbid months according to the pollution of the outside world, and then decides on the number of hours a day according to the law of weather changes. The definition of year, month, and day is changing every moment. The advantage of this calendar is that the execution of tasks will be more efficient, which facilitates the two districts to obtain resources to a greater extent under unpredictable natural conditions. But the disadvantage is also obvious. That is, it is a headache to find past records. Apart from anything else, the way of recording years is itself a kind of encrypted language. The bunker still uses the traditional calendar to compare the records inside and outside the bunker. It usually needs to go through complex conversions. And because the conversion is extremely rare, over time, the records of the two areas are all based on their own weather calendars. In this case, no one knows how long a year represents. Where is there such a wall? Fang Xiyu frowned. Is it the outer protection? Or the exploration area? The people behind shook their heads. I don't remember seeing a similar building. Maybe it's in a place I haven't set foot in? Is there such a place in Area B? Tang Zhe also said that he had never seen it. What would that be? No one could answer this question. The polluted wind slowly dissipated, and the indicators gradually returned to normal. Fang Xiyu carefully adjusted the searchlight and circled around the combat vehicle. After the storm subsided, the mutants might wait for an opportunity to move, so we must not take it lightly. Fortunately, the surroundings looked safe, and there was no abnormal movement on the ground for the time being. Everyone was waiting for Fang Xiyu's decision. Fang Xiyu turned the front of the car, and the searchlight immediately pointed to a corner of the high wall. Is there any trace of bombing there? Tang Zhe looked over. It seems so. That's where I've been. Fang Xiyu started the car again. The entrance is nearby. Let's go around and take a look. Fang Xiyu's memory of the road was actually very vague. At that time, he only had one thing in mind, which was to find Tang Zhe as soon as possible. Apart from staring at the numerical changes of the wireless search ring, he didn't pay attention to anything outside. Whether there was fog, storm, mutants. He didn't remember anything. But he remembered that he encountered a high wall that he couldn't get around in one place, and finally had to use force to blast it open, consuming most of the weapons. Now it seems that this is here. The combat vehicle moved slowly along the wall, and soon arrived at the place where he had blasted it open. However, there was only a circle of inconspicuous black marks on the wall, and there was no hole. The hole has been filled up. The searchlight shines on the wall, and an unpleasant shadow suddenly flashes in the black mark. There is something inside. Fang Xiyu frowned, but did not blast it open again, and continued to drive forward along the wall. As the distance increased, the height of the wall seemed to be slowly decreasing. It seems that this city wall should be a huge triangle. After driving forward for a long time, a beam of dim light appeared in front, indicating that the wall had reached the end. Fang Xiyu pulled the combat vehicle a little further away, and then carefully went around from the side. The fog on the other side of the wall was heavier, and the searchlight shone in front, but nothing unusual was seen. Fang Xiyu didn't turn the car around until the car was hundreds of meters away from the wall, enough to see the whole wall clearly. The light slowly shone from the bottom to the top, and soon, the scene on the other side of the wall appeared in front of them. The wall was stacked up layer by layer, but it was not made of bricks or metal plates, but countless protective suits. The back of the protective suits had been corroded and weathered for many years, and they had merged together to form a solid stone wall. The front of the protective suits had completely disappeared, and the inner pipes and broken artificial skin were exposed to the air, like a skeleton. Now, countless finger-thick strips are sticking out of these skeletons. One end is firmly glued to the inside of the protective suit, and the other end is floating in the wind. From a distance, it looks like countless blood vessels, or worms, desperately twisting and stretching in the air, as if trying to grab something, then tear it into pieces and suck it all up. It's like a huge insect corpse. Even though they have seen many mutants, this huge scene still makes everyone in the car scalp numb. Under the gray light and the howling wind, it looks like a tombstone standing tall. The tombstone is manic and angry, and it shouts silently all over the sky. Chapter 69: The Secret of the Entrance. Except for Lu Ji, everyone knows what the protective suit means. Fuck, so many. If the protective suit was just scary, Thousands of protective suits piled together would make people sick. Tang Zai felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach. So far, he has not received any induction. Nor has he sensed the existence of energy. This wall is dead. There is no abnormality in it. Just a pile of corpses. But it is precisely because of this that it makes people feel more chilling. Who are these people? Why do they stay here in this way? How did they die? Where is the missing part of the protective suit? Just thinking about it, Tang Zai suddenly felt his arm tighten. Fang Xiyu subconsciously grabbed him. You don't feel uncomfortable, do you? Tang Zai shook his head. Captain, this place seems very clean. Clean? Fang Xiyu frowned. I can't say it's clean. But it's not like the five-colored stone base I saw before, which makes me uncomfortable. Tang Zai said. This place looks dead. Yes, dead. This place is more dead than any other place I've been to before. The air is turbid, but there is no smell of living things. Maybe it's because Safar took away all the energy inside. Tang Zai thought. A trace of confusion flashed in Fang Xiyu's eyes. You mean? The protective suit on the wall is not a mutant. Tang Zai came back to his senses and looked away. I'm not sure. Oh. Then go closer and take a look, Fang Xiyu said, and was about to start the combat vehicle. Captain, we can't take it lightly. Guan Yingjian's voice came over. When we salvaged the protective suit before, it looked dead at first. Maybe it's just relaxing our vigilance. And it will move when we get closer. That's right. Lu Tiani echoed. Captain has encountered a mixture of hairy fungi and mud cells in this area. And it was unremarkable at first. It was not until you went deep into it that it started to act. It can be seen that mutants will hunt. The current calm may be a trap. The pollution storm may come back at any time. Fang Xiyu did not answer, but turned his head to look at Tang Zai. Tang Zai did not intend to dissuade him, but just looked ahead silently, not knowing what he was thinking. As if he noticed the gaze, Tang Zai turned his head and looked into his eyes. Fang Xiyu tightened his grip on Tang Zai's hand. Is it okay? Tang Zai nodded. Fang Xiyu laughed very lightly. Hold on tight. The combat vehicle then accelerated and rushed forward in a direction parallel to the wall. Guan Yingjian. Capture the abnormal movement inside the wall and measure the relative coordinates of the ground. Aunt Lu. Determine the sampling point on the ground and tell me the required direction. I will go around in a big circle first. Everyone pay attention. Don't miss any abnormal signals. A uniform yes. Rang out in the car. And then everyone immediately entered the combat state. Tang Zai sat there silently. Generally speaking, he didn't need to do anything during the battle. He just had to stay next to Fang Xiyu. The combat vehicle rushed to the edge of the wall at a very fast speed, and suddenly made a sharp turn and drove towards the wall. The carriage tilted to the left due to centripetal force, and the right side of the car body was almost lifted off the ground. Tang Zai slid into Fang Xiyu's arms with a dong. Fang Xiyu had already prepared for it, and directly raised his hand to embrace him, holding him tightly in his arms. Report your respective findings. Report to the captain. There is no abnormality on the wall and the ground. Guan Yingjian shouted. Report to the captain. There is no abnormality in the sampling on the outside. It should be ordinary land. Got it. When the combat vehicle was about to hit the edge of the wall head-on, Fang Xiyu made another sharp turn. The combat vehicle did a nearly 270-degree tailspin and turned around to drive to the center of the land opposite the wall. Continue monitoring? Yes. Yes. Tang Zai leaned on Fang Xiyu and finally understood his intention. Before, Fang Xiyu tracked the wireless ring signal to the outside of the protective suit wall and forced an entrance by bombarding the wall, then drove the combat vehicle through, and then drove all the way into the swamp-like area. When taking Tang Zai away, the entrance he entered suddenly disappeared. The ground was constantly moving, and they kept circling in an area, and finally escaped through the waters under the swamp. Now they encountered the entrance again. But the strange thing was that this wall was clearly open and did not enclose any space. When they went around the inside of the wall, they saw another piece of bare land. There were no buildings or entrances and exits visible to the naked eye. This showed that there was something wrong with the land in front of the inner wall. If the protective clothing wall was used as a boundary and a semicircle was drawn in the direction of its inner side, this area was the most likely place to have problems. Fang Xiyu first explored along the edge of the semicircle to confirm this, and then began to gradually explore the center area. He drove the combat vehicle at high speed and disorderly to minimize the risk of being attacked by any form of mutants. After several rounds, Guan Yingjian and Lu Tianyi were able to piece together the composition of this area. Captain, we found a tissue similar to mud cells in the sample, Lu Tianyi shouted. Guan Yingjian also made a discovery. The ground monitor detected a slight relative displacement. The combat vehicle crossed the semicircle in one breath and stopped after rushing over the edge. Fang Xiuyu rested for 2 seconds and turned the car again. Continue monitoring. This time, the combat vehicle went deeper into the semicircular area and was less than 10 meters away from the wall at the closest time, and then quickly fled in a snake-like manner. When approaching the wall, Tang Zhe saw it clearly. Those open protective suits were like countless abyssal mouths with their throats and tongues stretched out, waiting for its prey to hit them. But there is no breath of energy and memory, not at all. In other words, even if they were mutants, they are now just a pile of fossils. A mountain of fossils. Is it guarding the grave of this sinful area? Tang Zhe's eyes darkened a little. After 2 more rounds, the combat vehicle stopped outside the side of the semicircular area. Guan Yingjian and Lu Tianyi seemed to have collected enough data and were trying to simulate manually. The system of the special forces can still be used, but because it is not connected to the internet, the analysis speed is slower, and the newly developed simulation system is also unusable now, and the combat plan can only rely on experience. A few minutes later, the panel on the front window was activated, and 2 sets of analysis charts appeared on it. After sampling at multiple points, it can be basically determined that the mud cells are distributed from the outside to the inside. The place with the highest content should be the center point closest to the protective suit wall, and there are mud cell-like mutations at least 10 meters below, Lu Tianyi said. From the simulated distribution map, the protective suit wall is like a mountain, and the mud cells are the pond in front of it. The farther away, the shallower the depth of the mud cells, until the edge of the semicircle, it becomes ordinary land. I also found it here, Guan Yingjian said. I set several locations 50 meters outside the semicircular area as absolute values, and observed the relative displacement of this area. It will rotate to varying degrees. When the combat vehicle passed the central axis several times, the rotation angle was the largest, and it was basically certain that the rotation center coincided with the deepest part of the quagmire. At the same time, the height of the protective suit wall also changed, he continued. When the ground rotated, the protective suit wall sank at the same time, and the sinking depth was proportional to the rotation angle. In this way, the secret of the entrance to the 5-colored stone base has been completely revealed to them. There is no doubt that the test site is under this land. The key is how to open the passage to the underground. Fang Xiuyu rushed in from the outside of the protective suit wall for the first time. The car passed through the hole that was blasted open and drove into this semicircular area. The mud cells below sensed the change, and the entire land began to rotate. At the same time, the protective suit wall also spun and sank. The combat vehicle was transported to the airspace below the ground like riding a rotating elevator. So besides underwater, there should be a way to return the same way, Fang Xiuyu said softly. It's just that we don't know how to open it. Tang Zhe knew that this was meant for him. Captain, the waters have been destroyed. If you go down now and can't find a way to return, you will really be trapped in it. There is no signal here, and no one will come to find you. No one will be like the captain. He saw Fang Xiuyu's expression change, and quickly shut up. I'm glad you know. Fang Xiuyu tapped his helmet and smiled. No one would be like me, running to such a strange place in the middle of the night to find you, digging for you in the ground for who knows how many feet. So you stop running around and listen to my instructions. Okay? Tang Zhe fell on his legs, looking at him innocently. It's useless to pretend to be pitiful. Fang Xiuyu picked up his helmet and shook it left and right. I know you can't do it. You say one thing and do another. I know how Lao Chong feels when he sees me. What a sin. Tang Zhe's head was buzzing because of him shaking it. So he had to hug his helmet and made a gesture of begging for mercy. The 3 people at the back of the carriage exchanged glances and silently lowered their heads to do their work. Captain, are we going down today? Guan Yingjian asked. Once we go down, we can't come back. Make a mark and get ready to go down again, Fang Xiuyu replied. Wait until we can blow up this entrance so that it can't be closed. Lu Ji raised her head at this time, with a gleam in her eyes. The specific location has been determined. and sampling and surveying have been done. This trip is worth it. Fang Xiyu gestured. Safety is important. There is a long way to go. Return. Yes. But they don't know how they got here. How can they return? Fang Xiyu seemed to have it all figured out. And turned around and laughed. Guan Yingjian. Did you actually analyze it just now? The direction of the storm. Guan Yingjian responded. I found that the wind direction is also related to this wall. Theoretically, we can use it to find the way back. But, he hesitated. This plan is very risky. You are responsible for formulating tactics. And execution is my job. Fang Xiyu said. Send it over. Guan Yingjian nodded. And the battle plan immediately appeared on the front window panel. Tang Zhe was stunned when he saw this plan. The tolerance of each value is too small. And the slightest deviation will not succeed. Captain, I can try to find other plans. Fang Xiyu interrupted him calmly. Got it. Almost at the same time, the combat vehicle started. Everyone hold on tight. Amid the huge engine sound, the combat vehicle sped up and rushed towards the center of the quagmire. Chapter 70. You're still protecting him. Captain, the car was moving faster than before, heading straight for the deepest part of the quagmire, like an arrow shot into the bull's eye. Then, the car slowed down again, circling in a small area around the center. Tang Zhe fell into Fang Xiyu's arms again. After turning a few times, his head began to feel dizzy, and he soon couldn't tell east, west, south, or north. The long wall of protective clothing was spinning around them, showing a periodic pattern, like a star track. Tang Zhe felt that the speed of the car was constant, but the wall was spinning faster and faster. After a while, he realized, because it was not only the car that was spinning, but also the ground. The operation of the two is superimposed. The mechanism started to work. The walls and mud cells of this land seemed to have lost their activity, and were only opened by the mechanism arranged by the five-colored stone. But even so, the ground still had the nature of a swamp. If they really sank, they would probably be more passive. But Tang Zhe soon couldn't continue to think about these questions. The increasingly strong dizziness forced him to close his eyes and lean on Fang Xiyu uncomfortably. Why did Fang Xiyu continue to drive while the ground was spinning? If he stopped the car, it wouldn't spin so much, Tang Zhe thought. He felt his helmet being hugged, and a sense of security spread. Then, he heard another gentle comfort. Be patient. It will be over soon. Tang Zhe responded and lay down steadily. The rotation continued for a while. And then without any warning, the combat vehicle suddenly accelerated and rushed out in one direction. The dizziness of the rotation was still vague, but as the car continued to drive, the feeling quickly faded. Tang Zhe tried to open his eyes, and the scene outside made him stunned. The wall and the mud pit had sunk dozens of meters, and the top of the high wall almost sank below the ground. The semicircular mud pit where they were was now a huge mud whirlpool, and the small combat vehicle was like a lone boat floating in it. Fang Xiyu had been letting the combat vehicle spin faster in the vortex in order to maintain the relative speed of the combat vehicle. When the time was right, he would straighten the route and let the vehicle rush out along the tangent of the vortex. As long as the relative speed of rushing out was large enough, they could escape from the vortex. Tang Zhe unconsciously raised his head and looked at the vortex wall dozens of meters high outside and the distant sky outside. In a while, the high wall would sink completely into the ground, and the passage to the test site would be opened. They had to rush out before that. Don't move. Fang Xiyu pressed his head down again, protected it under his arm, and increased the horsepower of the combat vehicle to the maximum. The vehicle body was tightly attached to the vortex wall, and it seemed to be rotating along with it. A few seconds later, the combat vehicle suddenly showed speed and began to slowly climb outward. The peak of the protective suit wall was a few meters away from sinking. Fang Xiyu held Tang Zhe tightly in his arms. The front of the vehicle was now erected high in the sky, and the entire vehicle was almost vertical. If this attempt failed, the entire vehicle would flip backwards and fall directly to the bottom of the vortex, with no possibility of leaving. The peak did not go down. Whoosh! The combat vehicle flew up from the deep pit and landed on the ground in a parabolic posture. The solid landing finally made everyone feel relieved. Fang Xiyu did not stop and continued to accelerate forward. The polluted fog had dissipated, and the vision suddenly became much clearer. The panel could even display a blurred visual image. Guan Yingjian. Report the destination. Found, the border of the exploration area. 5 kilometers to the left rear, Guan Yingjian shouted while suppressing his nausea. After saying this, he couldn't help vomiting. Fang Xiyu seemed to be unaffected and his reaction speed did not slow down at all. The next second, the combat vehicle immediately turned and then rushed all the way. A few minutes later, the lights at the edge of the exploration area finally appeared outside the window. They escaped. The speed of the car slowed down, and Tang Zhe felt that his breathing was smoother, and he let out a long breath. The 3 people in the back car were sitting before and in the whirlpool. They were like being thrown into a washing machine and rolled around for several rounds. Their internal organs were almost washed clean. But now, they were all vomiting and their eyes were black. Fang Xiyu patted Tang Zhe. Are you feeling okay? If you feel uncomfortable, just keep lying down. Tang Zhe shook his head. Yeah. Go back and have a good sleep. I'll give you a day off tomorrow. Tang Zhe sat up slowly. This tactic was too dangerous, and only Fang Xiyu could execute it perfectly and turn danger into safety. The pollution storm obscured their vision, and it was accidental that they found the entrance. And in the absence of a signal, they couldn't find the way back at all. It was Guan Yingjian who discovered during the survey of the mud pit that the direction of the polluted wind was also related to the protective clothing wall. This wall is tens of meters high, far exceeding the average building height of the gathering area. When it stands there, it is like a huge baffle that can block the wind and naturally change the wind direction. When it starts to rotate in different directions, the storm will be rebounded in the opposite direction. But once this baffle disappears, the storm cannot be concentrated and directed to a certain place. The fog will naturally dissipate, and they can find the way back. They do not intend to go underground, but they have to use the mechanism at the entrance to sink the protective clothing wall. Then, the combat vehicle must escape at the critical moment and return to the edge of the exploration area with a signal before the entrance is restored to its original state. This is an almost impossible task. You are worthy of being the captain, Tang Zhe said. Fang Xiyu raised his head proudly. I have said long ago that I will definitely let my team members escape unscathed. Message from the new contact person. Chang Fangyin. The exploration area has received a pollution storm alert. Fang Xiyu didn't run around. Did he? Tang Zhe was startled and quickly sat up from the bed. The special forces had just finished the secret operation, and he had just laid down on the bed in the dormitory. Chang Fangyin's message came too timely, and it was hard to guess whether he was testing or knew something. Tang Zhe thought nervously. Chang Fangyin's official position was higher than Fang Xiyu's, and he had served longer. He was considered a quasi-senior in the entire A area. He and Fang Xiyu. One was his direct superior, and the other was his superior's superior. His superior's superior asked him to report his superior's movements. So he should. Tang Zhe finally decided to conceal this action. Tang Zhe. Report to the manager. The captain has been busy in meetings these days. The other party replied almost immediately. Chang Fangyin. It's early morning now. Why don't you rest? The captain is exploiting you. Tang Zhe froze. Chang Fangyin's emotionless eyes seemed to penetrate the panel, seeing him clearly from inside to outside. Tang Zhe. I used to go on missions in the middle of the night in Area B, and I got used to it. I still suffer from insomnia in Area A. Thank you for your concern, manager. Chang Fangyin. Oh, are you not feeling well? Tang Zhe. Yes, because of genetic defects. Chang Fangyin. The conditions in Area B are too bad, and healthy people would be ruined. The air and food in Area A are better, and you will recover slowly. I'll ask the logistics department to take care of you and give you some extra meals. Tang Zhe? He was unsure of what Chang Fangyin meant by this. Was he trying to win him over? Or testing him? Or warning him? Tang Zhe. Thank you for your concern, Chief Administrator. I haven't played any role in Area yet, and my military rank is low. It's good enough for me to eat the same food as everyone else. Chang Fangyin. What do you mean by playing no role? Isn't it a big role for your captain? He's quite modest. Unlike that bastard. That's good. Teach him more in the future. And let him be more careful when he speaks outside. He's too arrogant and easily gets envied. I told him many times, but he didn't listen. Tang Zhe. Chief Administrator. You're too kind. The captain just likes to give credit to the team members. In fact, it's all his work. I still have a lot to learn from the captain. Chang Fangyin. You're still protecting him. I watched him grow up. I don't know what kind of person he is, Tang Zai. Why did Chong Fong-yin come here in the middle of the night? Looking for trouble? Seeing that he didn't reply, Chong Fong-yin continued to talk. Chong Fong-yin. Then again, he has suffered a lot over the years because of his temper. Don't think he always looks heartless in front of outsiders. Something happened before, leaving a knot in his heart. But he just didn't say it to others. That's too far off topic. Let him forget it. Chong Fong-yin. His combat ability is one of the best. Even if he doesn't behave well. There are many people who follow him over the years, but they just don't get into his heart. You are the first person he introduced to me. Although you are not what I imagined. I know he is serious. Chong Fong-yin. You will know soon. Chong Fong-yin. When you get older, you tend to overthink. Don't mind it. You are weak. With you by his side, he probably won't dare to take too many risks. But I still need to keep an eye on him in the future, for fear that he will get carried away. Go to bed early. Tang Zai read the news in confusion. Is what Chong Fong-yin said about Fong Xiyu true? He had an accident and left a knot in his heart. What does forget it mean? What did he forget? And why did you suddenly tell him all these things? Tang Zai felt a little uneasy. His understanding of Chong Fong-yin was just that Fong Xiyu said he had been his guardian. From the words, Chong Fong-yin was indeed testing the relationship between him and Fong Xiyu. He thought hard for a while, and finally realized it. When Chong Fong-yin came, he was very surprised to see Tang Zai open the door. He thought he had come to the wrong place, and then asked him how long he had lived there with a bad face, which meant that Fong Xiyu had never lived with anyone. When he was still a sentry in Area B, Chong Fong-yin received several reports about him, probably all of which were about escaping death. Weird experience. In Chong Fong-yin's eyes, Tang Zai must be extremely suspicious. Such a suspicious person, living in the same dormitory with the person he once guarded in such a short time. It is natural for Chong Fong-yin to be afraid of him. Then he was trying to find his flaws in various ways, ready to tell Fong Xiyu in the future. Yes, it must be like this. Chong Fong-yin hinted several times that he thought he had other abilities. The more Tang Zai thought about it, the worse it felt. He quickly reviewed the conversation between himself and Chong Fong-yin several times to confirm that he had not leaked anything that should not be leaked. He thought about it all night. The next day, Fong Xiyu really gave them all a day off. Although it should be a day off in the end. Fong Xiyu was still energetic and attended the meeting as usual, without anyone noticing that he had been fooling around in the semi-wild area for most of the night. He didn't return to the dormitory until the end of the working hours. Well, why are you sitting in the hall? Waiting for me? Fong Xiyu asked. No. I just want to ask the captain a question. Why can't you send a message and ask it in person? Fong Xiyu laughed. Go ahead. After the captain found the way to open the entrance yesterday, did he want to rush directly into the test site? You see? Or do you understand me? Fong Xiyu laughed. But it's better to be safe. There are so many people in the car, and they can't all take risks with me. Besides, we did activate the entrance later, so we tried it. Tang Zai lowered his eyes. Did the captain give up the plan to continue exploring and decided to return because he was afraid that my body could not bear it? Did I hold the captain back? A night passed, and Chong Fong-yin's words, he didn't dare to take risks with you around, had been lingering in Tang Zai's mind. Fong Xiyu patted his shoulder. Because of you? How is it possible? If it were just the two of us, I would definitely rush down. Just like when I went to the isolation area and the underground passage. Tang Zai was a little surprised. Is that because? Because the other team members were there too. Especially Lu Ji. She didn't have to come out. I brought her out to let her have a deeper understanding of the actual combat environment. What if something goes wrong? And Guan Yingjian, did you know that I would shut down the contact with him after listening to the tactics before? Because he is sometimes too cautious. And when he thinks the chances of winning are slim, he may stop me from continuing to act. But I have come so far, fighting for that 1%. Or even 0.1% chance of winning. Fong Xiyu chuckled. There were a few times when I was really close to losing, and it almost became 0%. But every time at this time, you would appear. He leaned down and looked directly into Tang Zai's eyes. I never thought you were weak. Your physique requires special treatment. But if that means I have to back off, then there is no reason for me to recruit you in the first place. We are a combat team, facing the most dangerous battlefield. How can someone standing next to me be a drag? He reached out and held Tangzay's face. On the contrary, when you are here, I am more courageous than ever before. Tangzay looked at him, and suddenly his heart trembled, and he hurriedly looked away. The gaze that was looking directly at him was too bright. It was almost burning him. Chapter 71 Mud Cell Hell. Fang Xiuyu suddenly reached out and turned Tangzay's face towards him. Why? You're just daydreaming after a day off? Tangzay curled his lips. Captain, I don't need to rest. I have nothing to do and nowhere to go after a rest. It's okay to sleep when you have nothing to do. The most important thing to increase physical strength is to learn to rest and combine work and rest. Or you can take a bath in the capsule. Tangzay. Is that a bath? You can take a bath every day when you have nothing to do? But you guys are really weird. When you have nothing to do, you complain that you don't rest enough. When you have a holiday, everyone works overtime. Fang Xiuyu shook his head. Everyone else has been in the office all day. Of course. I'm very happy that everyone is so energetic. Tangzay. Why didn't anyone notify him? But the next second, he thought that he had nothing to do in the office either, and lowered his eyes in dismay. What are everyone busy with? I don't know. It seems that the trip yesterday made them all have new discoveries. I received the report, but I haven't had time to read it yet. Fang Xiuyu said. How about we take a look together? Seeing Tangzay nod, Fang Xiuyu half pushed him to sit on the small sofa, and the two of them squeezed side by side. Looking at Fang Xiuyu's private panel, the message panel flashed in front of Tangzay, and he saw many unfamiliar names, followed by unread messages. The top area was full of messages from the Special Forces and Chang Fangyin, and a loving family. Chang Fangyin had just sent a message not long ago, and the latest one was done. Fang Xiuyu glanced at it, and skipped Chang Fangyin's message. Guan Yingjian and Yuka Yuri redebugged the simulation system based on yesterday's situation and added random pollution storms to the environmental parameters. They also retrieved the records of storms in the two districts, trying to grasp more rules through data analysis. Fang Xiuyu read as he flipped through the pages. Lu Ji said that she has started to study a new weapon attack method, but it will be kept secret until the results are achieved? Fang Xiuyu smiled and shook his head. Okay. Wait until she succeeds. The last one is Aunt Lu. He clicked on the report, a little surprised. So long? It seems that Lu Tiani has further studied the characteristics of mud cells. And now the files on mud cells are almost complete. The files on hairy fungi have also been updated, after sampling and studying mud cells with different characteristics in different regions, as well as studying hairy fungi. A new property of microbial-level mutants has been discovered. Lu Tiani wrote. The following is a detailed report. Fang Xiuyu and Tangzay looked at each other, and both of them looked serious. Then, Fang Xiuyu unfolded the report. Lu Tiani. The updated file of newly added microbial mutants is as follows. Genealogy number, W1002. Trichoderma, old number Z1056F. First discovered 5 years ago. Attribute, large fungal mutant. Can parasitize living cells. Features, can hibernate in dead biological cells, and rapidly proliferate when encountering living cells, similar to virus properties. Attack method, parasitism. Lu Tiani said that Trichoderma was discovered a long time ago, but it has always been mistaken for a plant mutant. Now it seems that the classification has been changed. Tangzay thought. Lu Tiani. Currently, there are two basic types of microbial mutations, mud cells and hairy fungi, both of which have the possibility of upgrading. In addition, they can combine and coexist to form new mutations. For the mutations they combine, I have renamed and classified them. Genealogy number, W1001 W1002. Hairy fungi mud cell hybrid. Lu Tiani. This is not a simple merger. Below I will introduce in detail the mud cell hybrid series starting with W1001. We can roughly regard mud cells as the soil composed of living organisms. It has both the characteristics of biological mutations and the properties of soil. For many plant type and fungal type mutants, mud cells can serve as their soil, providing nutrients for their growth. The difference in the composition of mud cell soil will also lead to differences in the mutants cultivated. In other words, we have only seen mud cells cultivate the hair fungus. But theoretically, other plant-type mutants may also combine and mutate after contacting mud cells. So in the future, W1001 mud cell combinations may be a huge series family. Seeing this, Both of them took a breath. No wonder there are so many mud cells in each test site of the 5-colored stone. Damn. This thing is really not simple. Fang Xiyu frowned. Tang Zhe thought of the rotten bodies covered with mud algae, and the gun that had pointed at him. Plant. Then mutate together. Is this what the 5-colored stone wants to do to humans? Treat human cells as soil for the growth of mutants. Wait until the mutant combination dies, and then decompose the body into mud cells, which are soil again, and so on. Mud cells are almost impossible to kill, and will only be induced to mutate, divide and proliferate in this way, and live forever in a dirty posture. That protective clothing wall that stretches for miles, and the bottomless quagmire below. Tang Zhe felt nausea rising from the bottom of his heart. Lu Tianyi. In addition to cultivation, I discovered another characteristic of mud cells. Let's use mud as an example. After mud and water are mixed in proportion, they can be molded into any shape, such as pots and pans. But the objects molded in this way cannot be too large or too complicated, because mud itself has limited rigidity. If it is made too large, it will become fragile, and even fall apart without external force. To improve this, a support must be added. If you use a solid wood as a support and wrap the mud outside the support, you can make a large clay sculpture. In this way, not only can the volume be greatly increased, but the shape can also be very varied. Then let's think about it. What if we regard the mud cell as soil, and the plant and animal mutants as the support? It is conceivable that they will become larger and stronger. Lu Tianyi's description easily reminds people of underground passages. Vines and soil. Who is the support? Who is the mutant attached to it? And who is the factor that causes further mutations? It is no longer clear. Fang Xiyu slammed his fist hard and cursed. Tang Zhe's heart sank. Before he understood this, he had inadvertently used this characteristic of the mud cell. Under the water of the test site, he wove a huge dragon, with vines as the support, tree limbs as claws, and the scales filled in between. It is the mud cells in the swamp. It can be said that mud cells have both the plasticity of soil and the biological nature of cell bodies, and can be well combined with plant-based or animal-based mutants. This seemingly unappetizing thing is the trump card of the 5-colored stone's exposed test site. It is hard to imagine what else they have. And now, this report is just halfway through. Fang Xiyu glanced at Tang Zhe, without asking more questions, and continued to flip through. Lu Tianyi. The above is the second characteristic of the discovery of mud cells. Next, I will explain the impact of the massive mud cell structure on the environment. The swamp we saw in the test site belongs to the massive mud cell structure. These mud cells do not interact with each other, and do not form a unified control. They are just piled together. But even if they are piled together, these mud cells will have some kind of impact. Using soil as an analogy again, what will be formed when a large amount of water and mud cells are together? It will form a wetland. The swamp we see is one of them. The ecology of wetlands is very complex, including terrestrial plants, aquatic plants, organisms, and microorganisms. It is a huge petri dish. But wetlands not only promote various organisms, but also have an impact on the environment. They can absorb certain gases in the air and then release certain gases. They can also change the humidity of the air and change the wind volume. When a large number of mud sack swamps appear, the air environment in that area will also change. Perhaps, many unexplained pollution sources and storms in the gathering area can be explained by the ecology changed by mud sacks. Seeing this, Fang Xiyu stood up. The regular exposure pollution in Area B, the pollution storms in the old exploration area, are they all related to those swamps? Where did these mud sacks come from? I thought it was just a little disgusting, but it turned out to be so serious. Tang Zhe's face was not very good either. What are those pollutions that cannot be eliminated in the air? Others don't know, but he knows it clearly. Energy. Pollution is secondary. Energy is the key. Swamps can absorb energy, release energy, and induce and promote mutations. This is the most terrifying place. Mud cell swamp. If the scale continues to expand, it will become a huge ecosystem that can compete with the entire gathering area. Various types of mutants may eventually be controlled by the 5-color stone, and humans will become their fertilizer. Lu Tianyi. The above 3 points are my latest research results on mud cells. The following are some unconfirmed findings, including some of my speculations, which are also reported to the captain. The difference between mud cells and plant and animal mutants is that the individuals of mud cells are too small, and each individual has different genetic material and characteristics. So they cannot act as a whole like plant and animal mutants. Nor can they be eliminated as a whole. But further research has found that there is a component that cannot be determined for the time being, which is commonly present in various mud cells. Under certain conditions, this component can guide the scattered mud cells to make consistent external activities. We saw a large amount of mud rushing towards the combat vehicle from the swamp, which was guided by this unknown component. Seeing the component that cannot be determined for the time being, Tang Zei's breath was choked. That is energy. There is no doubt about it. He suddenly understood the reason why the five-colored stone accumulated a large number of mud cells in its territory. Because in addition to so many functions, it is also an excellent energy safe. The mud cell swamp can absorb the energy from the pollution and then store it in its own body. In this way, the entire swamp is a huge energy pool. Each mud cell is too small, so the energy can only be divided into countless small portions and stored inside. It cannot be used directly, and even Saib can hardly find it. To release the large amount of energy in it, all the mud cells must be broken in an instant. The special forces cannot do this at present, but the five-colored stone may be able to do it. They use this method to store energy and release it at a certain time. This is their way of purification. Tang Zei frowned. Absorb? Release? He always felt that he was thinking of something, and there was a confusion in his memory that was about to be solved, but he just couldn't remember it. There is one last paragraph in the report said by Lu Tianyi. Mud cells may present different states under different circumstances. Currently, we have seen a viscous swamp state and a hard state of a mixture of hair fungi and mud cells. I will further study the characteristics and identification methods of mud cells in different states. However, experimental data support may be needed. The last sentence seemed to be a euphemism to remind Fang Xiyu to build his own test site for the special forces. Fang Xiyu closed the panel and fell silent. The preparations for the new department took up a lot of his time. And once the external development department was truly established, the special forces would probably face more difficulties in wanting their own test site. Unless Fang Xiyu can get the two districts to clearly agree to build a test site. Otherwise, the special forces can only carefully avoid the eyes and ears around them and conduct experiments in secret. Once exposed, they will face immeasurable risks. Tang Zei didn't know what Fang Xiyu was planning. With a previous accident in the breeding area, this matter might face greater resistance than before. But if Chong Fangyin helps, it may be easier. Chong Fangyin's words done just flashed by, appeared in Tang Zei's mind. I don't know what he did for Fang Xiyu. Just thinking about it, Fang Xiyu patted him, and his expression returned to normal. Have a good rest day. Don't think about it. You will have something to discuss later. Go to bed early. We have plans for tomorrow. Tang Zei sat up straight. Captain, are we going on another mission? We just came back from a mission. Are you a workaholic? Fang Xiyu tapped his forehead. Tomorrow we will have a regular meeting. And after that there will be a commendation meeting. You all have to attend. Tang Zei suddenly shrank. Captain, is this commendation meeting a must? Of course. Rewarding according to merit is only natural. Fang Xiyu patted his shoulder. It's just right to let those guys see the style of our team members, so that they don't have to gossip behind our backs all day long. What short-sighted guys. Seeing Tang Zei's face ashen, Fang Xiyu held his shoulders and shook him vigorously. Be more confident. You deserve it. Tang Zei. It seems that I suddenly like to rest. The kind that can't come out of the capsule after soaking in it for 2 days. Tomorrow when I call you to the stage, you will stand next to me. You are not allowed to pretend that you didn't hear it. Fang Xiyu stared at him and said, otherwise, I will carry you up myself. Chapter 72 Beautiful. Strong. Miserable. The next day. A district meeting hall. Everyone has already understood the situation facing the two districts. In the future, our goal will have to turn to external expansion. The deputy manager on the stage said, this is a war. The opponents are not only the harsh environment and mutants, but also the bunkers. Before this, the matter of opening up the wild was almost just Fang Xiyu's own wish. A district nominally gave him great autonomy and the right to select people, but did not give much substantive support, and seemed to be just watching. After several test sites of the five-color stone were exposed one after another, a district found that its territory had been infiltrated into a sieve. and it was even possible that some accidents in the gathering area were man-made. So the matter of opening up the wilderness suddenly became a matter of life and death. The five-colored stone incident also revealed a problem: the relationship between the two districts and the bunker. Even if the five-colored stone was not controlled by the bunker, this cannot be fully confirmed. The rift between the bunker and the two districts was there. The bunker had not sent out personnel for a long time, nor had it contacted the two districts again. In addition to the mysterious black box nature of the bunker, no one knew what kind of action it would take. The worst plan is that the bunker actually holds the trump card against the rebellion. At that time, the battle between the two districts and the bunker is inevitable. Once the war starts, the shortage of supplies is inevitable, and the gathering place will definitely change accordingly. Considering this aspect, the two districts had to take the initiative to expand outward, as the overall goal of District A began to tilt towards the development of gathering places. The status of the Special Action Team in District A rose. This regular meeting deliberately reserved time in the second half for Fang Xiyu to report the results of the action to all middle-level and above leaders. At the same time, the establishment of the External Development Department was announced. Next, let us welcome the captain of the Special Action Team, Fang Xiyu, to the stage to introduce us to the achievements of the Special Action Team since its establishment. Fang Xiyu walked onto the stage. Unlike the first appearance of the Special Action Team, this time, there was obviously more applause. The eyes looking at him also became less contemptuous and complicated. Various discussions were heard from the audience. At first, everyone thought that Fang Xiyu wanted to show off by forming a special operations team. But he had thought it through. A minister said, "Do you think he knew some important information a long time ago? If this information was made public, I'm afraid many people would agree to open up the wilderness. Why did he take the credit? Of course, there are people behind Fang Xiyu. He has been in Area A for so many years. On the surface, he has not been promoted significantly. But in fact, he has experienced everything inside and outside. He has a good reputation among the soldiers, and many people are willing to work for him." Another voice said, "I think he is a sword specially sharpened by the supporters of the Fang faction. It takes 10 years to sharpen a sword, and now it is just right to show its edge." When the Fang faction fell, he was the only one left. Since then, he had to fight on the front line for many years. I'm afraid he was also influenced by his family. Everyone knows that the Chong family secretly protects him. But because of the past events, they can't be too blatant. This time, the Chong family can be considered proud. I heard that Fang Xiyu was seriously injured and lost that part of his memory. He doesn't remember the family affairs at all. But it's better this way. If he still remembers, how can he fight for the group peacefully? If it were me, I would have hated those people to the core and wanted to throw them out to be eaten by the mutants. Heh. You thought he lost his memory accidentally? If he doesn't remember these things, is it only good for himself? You mean, those people wanted to prevent him? Could it be that even his serious injury was deliberately arranged in order to take advantage of the opportunity of surgery? Shoo! Just keep these speculations in your heart. Don't tell anyone. Who knows if there are any followers of those people around? The person who spoke suddenly had a lot of thoughts. And in the end, he sighed heavily. Obviously our enemies are outside. Why did they point their guns at our own people at that time? He shook his head. It's good now. We have a new external enemy. We can finally come together. His voice gradually lowered and turned into a soliloquy. Now Fang Xiyu has come to the front. This is also God's will. The two high-ranking officials who were talking thought they were sitting in a relatively private area. They did not expect that all the conversations were turned into text and appeared one by one on the shared panel of a certain team. Yukuri looked at the unexpected gains of the new program test and was speechless for a while, although they did not talk to each other normally. At the same time, the expressions of the other team members who were watching became complicated. The Special Forces explanation has been going on for a while. First, Fang Xiyu went up to make a report. And now Lu Tiani introduced everyone to the new mutations discovered after the establishment of the Special Forces. The rest of the team members were sitting in the front row waiting to go on stage, slacking off collectively. Who would have thought that they would find such a fish? Captain is so beautiful. Strong and miserable. Tears welled up in Lu Ji's eyes. Tang Zhe looked at Guan Yingjian. Do you know what they are talking about? Guan Yingjian is a few years older than Fang Xiyu, and seems to be the most likely to know these things. I vaguely heard that there was a fierce factional struggle in Area A for a while. And in the end one faction won. These struggles are all undercurrents. And we combat team members cannot touch them. Guan Yingjian shook his head. Aunt Lu may have heard a little. Oh! The Lu family is also a noble family. Maybe she knows a little. Lu Ji raised her head. That's easy. I'll ask the elders at home right away. Leave it to me. Guan Yingjian quickly held her down. Let's not do that. It doesn't sound like a pleasant thing. And the aftermath of the incident has continued until now. Everyone is keeping it a secret. So let's not create more trouble. Besides, if this is a trauma for the captain, it's better not to think about it. Lu Ji was reluctant and looked at Tang Zhe again. Seeing that Tang Zhe's eyes also silently agreed with Guan Yingjian's statement. She pouted and nodded. Tang Zhe, you are the person closest to the captain. Don't you feel anything wrong? Guan Yingjian asked in return. Tang Zhe subconsciously wanted to refute closest to the captain, but then found that he couldn't refute it. I haven't been in Area A for long, and I've only been close to the captain for the past 2 months. The captain has been in service for such a long time, so there must have been someone closer to him in the past, Tang Zhe said, and for some reason, he felt a little uncomfortable. Fang Xiyu should have only lost a small part of his memory, so he himself didn't notice it. Apart from that, he should have a lot of memories of people he knew in the past and shared experiences. But he never heard any trace of it from him. Fang Xiyu is so easy to get close to others. I'm afraid there were many people like him in the past. I have only been in Area A for 2 months. How many 2 months are there in 10 years? How many people are there around him? Tang Zhe? Guan Yingjian's voice interrupted his thoughts. What did you think of? Tang Zhe came back to his senses. Nothing. I think the captain usually means that things in the team should not be spread as much as possible. And it is better not to talk about it with relatives and friends. In the future, there will be more people watching the special forces. In the past, the captain protected us, and we should pay more attention to it ourselves. Lu Ji nodded fiercely. From now on, the captain will rely on us to protect him. Tang Zhe saw that she had completely given up the idea of going back to ask the elders for gossip. And he breathed a sigh of relief. But speaking of it, these things are really worrying. Chang Fangyin also mentioned that day that Fang Xiyu forgot something. So he should know the whole story of these things. No, even if Chang Fangyin knew, it would be impossible to ask him. Tang Zhe shook his head and shook off these thoughts. Just thinking about it, the panel lit up. Yuck Yuri. We hacked into the system before, and seem to have found similar records. 3 pairs of calm eyes suddenly looked at them in unison. And their eyes seemed to be ignited with fire. What did you see? Who did it? Hurry up and put out the list. Let's go and get them quietly to help the captain get revenge. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 people looked at each other for a few seconds. And the atmosphere was a little awkward. Then they coughed at the same time, pretending to be indifferent and distanced themselves from Yuck Yuri. Ahem. If we can know these things without alerting outsiders, there is no harm, Guan Yingjian said. There is no need to let the captain know about this. We are enough to make trouble for others. Lu Ji stood up at once and made a must-win gesture. Go. Special Forces. Her action attracted the attention of others. Even Lu Tianyi on the stage stopped and looked at her with Fang Xiyu with an inquiring expression. That? Aunt Lu spoke very well. Yes. I applaud you. Papa. Hee. Lu Ji sat down with an awkward look on her face. But fortunately it did not delay any progress. And the meeting continued. Then everyone calmed down a little. And the topic shifted to the panel. The records we collected at that time were controlled. And I guess they were destroyed later. Tang Zhe. Can you still hack into other departments' systems now? Yuri. After we were arrested, the systems of various departments were upgraded in all aspects. But it doesn't matter. We have also upgraded in all aspects. Guan Yingjian. Will there be a risk of exposure? It would be bad if the captain was accidentally implicated. Yuck. There is a safe way to invade. But the efficiency will be reduced, and it may not be found. Tang Zhe. It doesn't matter if it's slow. First of all, we will ensure that the captain will not be implicated. It's okay if we can't find it. Lu Ji. So, have we decided to investigate this matter behind the captain's back? The panel was silent for a while. And then several lines of words lit up at the same time. Of course. It's everyone's responsibility to protect the captain. Go for him. Tang Zhe. Then we have decided this for the time being. We will discuss whether to ask Aunt Lu to join us later. Yuri. Listen to Xiaoluo. You have the most experience in acting without the captain's knowledge. Tang Zhe. While discussing, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes seemed to be focused on this area. Several people raised their heads from their slacking off and met Fang Xuyu's gaze. Then, a spotlight snap hit Tang Zhe's face, and the other team members, who had just gathered together, squatted down at the same time. It was a familiar scene. Next, I would like to introduce another team member to you. He has rare courage and sense of responsibility. When encountering danger, he always puts his life and death aside. He also has excellent adaptability and accurate prediction of trends. He is a very good action team member, and my most capable partner in every action. He has contributed a lot to the discovery of the new mutant introduced earlier, and the discovery of the 5-colored stone base. Fang Xiyu finished speaking in one breath and looked at Tang Zhe gently. Therefore, I have an important announcement to make. Tang Zhe, please come to the stage. Tang Zhe was stiff. The commendation meeting, is it starting so soon? Before he could figure out how to decline in public, his body moved on its own. Several colleagues squatting next to him extended their hands enthusiastically and pushed his legs all the way to the edge of the stage. Then, Fang Xiyu grabbed his waist, lifted him up, and placed him in the center of the podium. Tang Zhe, thank you so much. You are a caring colleague and a caring captain who cooperates well with me. The lights made him dizzy, and whispers were heard from the audience. Ah, is this a combat team member? They say he was specially selected from Area B, but his qualifications look too poor. Don't they? Look how hard he is even standing. I think I introduced him before. He is a sentinel. Aren't sentinels the ones with the most serious genetic abnormalities? They can't do anything, and can only use their bodies to detect contamination. What can he do? At most, he can help Fang Xiyu scout the way before he enters the mission field. Well, no wonder Fang Xuyu's body was not affected after going to the high-risk area. It turns out that he relied on this person. Looking at his current condition, he can't hold on for too long. Now he is given a symbolic commendation. If he is useless, he will be thrown back to Area B. Then he must have worked very hard to stay here. How pitiful. These harsh words kept appearing on the panels of the Special Forces members below the stage. Several people were very angry, but they couldn't stand up and refute directly, and their faces turned red. The discussion became louder and louder, and almost every word was transmitted to the stage. Tang Zhe lowered his eyes and clenched his fists secretly. Fang Xuyu's eyes were full of displeasure. He walked to Tang Zhe and patted his back to comfort him. Just as he was about to speak, he heard an unexpected voice next to him. The captain doesn't have these dirty ideas like you. Tang Zhe suddenly raised his head and said in a voice that was not loud but firm enough. The captain has never looked at us like this. He is different from you. He is a very good person. The audience was silent instantly. Fang Xiyu was stunned, and his hand stopped in the air. He looked at Tang Zhe's eyelashes trembling slightly because of his courage, and his eyes became flustered after realizing what he said. Suddenly, a feeling he had never had before surged in his heart. He hugged Tang Zhe tightly, ignoring the fact that the latter became more stiff because of his actions. The Sentinels are a brave and dedicated team. They took on the most dangerous work in exchange for the safety of the other types of work in the 2 districts. No one present is qualified to despise this team. Tang Zhe had outstanding performance as a sentry in Area B. After joining the Special Forces, he showed even more excellent combat qualities. This is very rare even among all the combat team members I have led in the past. Many people in the audience still had doubts in their eyes, but no one discussed it anymore. Just looked away with their own thoughts. Fang Xiyu suddenly exerted force on his hands and pushed Tang Zhe forward. At today's meeting, I have to announce one thing. Tang Zhe, as a sentry in Area B, has officially retired. After consultation between the 2 areas, his military status was merged into Area A, and he became a junior combat soldier. He looked at Tang Zhe, his eyes burning with warm fire. From today on, Tang Zhe will enjoy all the rights stipulated in the A-Cluster Area Law and be protected by the A-Cluster Area Law. Chapter 73. Isn't it a good match? Director Chang. What are you so happy about? The senior official seating area below the conference stage was filled with discussion. Chang Fangyin turned his emotionless eyes to the side. How can Minister Su tell that I am happy? I have known Director Chang for such a long time. Others can't see it. But I can still see it, Minister Su said. Director Chang should be happy that Fang Xiyu has achieved what he has today. Chang Fangyin looked at him indifferently for a while, and retracted his gaze. I have been monitoring him for only 2 or 3 years. He is a person who is not easy to control. You all know that he made me suffer a lot at the beginning. I'm so happy that I finally got rid of the monitoring mission, Chang Fangyin said. I'm in charge of the high-risk mission area, and I only have some work interactions with him occasionally. What he does at other times has nothing to do with me. Not familiar. Minister Su smiled and shook his head, and said nothing more. But I didn't expect Fang Xiyu to go to so much trouble for a sentry in Area B. It's not easy to transfer him to Area A. And now it's not easy to make him a member of Area A. I don't know what conditions Fang Xiyu used in exchange. He is really willing to give up. Chang Fangyin did not answer. It's not unreasonable that the sentry would be talked about. He looks so thin. Obviously not the material for a combat team member. But he is quite fair. Just talking about his face. He is also pretty. Minister Su continued to talk to himself. It's just that standing next to Fang Xiyu, it doesn't look right. As if the two of them have something. What's wrong with it? Isn't it quite right? Chang Fangyin interrupted him. I mean, it's normal for him to be questioned about his ability, since he looks like he needs constant care. If he was replaced by someone as strong as Fang Xiyu, there would be no discussion. Chang Fangyin's expression relaxed a little. Anyone who goes to the environment of Area B will be thin. Not to mention that he has carried out so many high-risk missions. Area A has good air. Soak more in the capsules, and eat more tonic food. It will be fine in 2 years. Minister Su nodded. However, I didn't expect him to say that on the stage just now. Aren't the people in Area B submissive to Area A? You can't judge a person by his appearance. What kind of person leads what kind of team? Fang Xiyu picked it. Do you expect him to be a submissive person? Chang Fangyin snorted. It seemed like he was sneering. But there was clearly some warmth in his eyes. They are all the same. He recalled the scene when Fang Xiyu begged him. I think you just lost your mind for a while. How long have you known each other? You have to do this? Chang Fangyin said. Old Chang. You can't say that. Fang Xiyu replied. Some people have been together for more than 10 years. But they are still like strangers. Some people have known each other for a few days. But it feels like they have known each other for half a lifetime. Isn't this normal? I have this feeling about him. We must be on the same path. Then why do you have to let him join District A? Do you know what price you have to pay if you want the higher-ups to agree to this? If he is still a member of District B, he may never be able to rest assured. I don't want him to have the mentality of not knowing when he will be sent back every time he goes on a mission. I want him to know that I recognize him, not use him. And Fang Xiyu lowered his eyes briefly, then looked away again. If one day I can't protect him like this, he won't be treated arbitrarily. He will be protected by the laws of District A and stay here. Why? Do you think you won't want to do this one day? How could that be possible? I just said it casually. It's safe. Fang Xiyu returned to his normal expression. Chang Fangyin rolled his eyes. I'm busy. You go out. Don't delay my work. Fang Xiyu, are you asleep? A message suddenly popped up on the panel, scaring Tang Zai. The memory of speaking on stage suddenly came to his mind again. If possible, he really wanted to stay alone in the capsule until the end of time, never seeing anyone. Tang Zai fell asleep. Fang Xiyu, I'm outside the door. But since you're asleep, I won't disturb you. Tang Zai turned off the panel and planned to pretend that he had fallen asleep and talk about it tomorrow. He fell on the bed and covered his head with the quilt. After a few minutes, he opened the quilt again and got up to open the door. The moment before opening the door, he thought, Fang Xiyu should go back to the room. Right? The next second, the door was just opened a crack and was pushed open by a hand. Fang Xiyu leaned against the side, looking like he was waiting for him to open the door. Oh, you fell asleep? You changed your clothes pretty quickly. Tang Zai realized that he had been wearing his regular clothes, and his eyes wandered. Captain, why? Is it inconvenient for me to go in and talk? Tang Zai lowered his head and stepped aside, and Fang Xiyu walked in. He sat on the newly built bed in his old room very naturally, and then asked Tang Zai to sit next to him. Tang Zai lowered his head and walked over slowly. As soon as he sat down, his eyes went dark. Fang Xiuyu turned off the light. In the dark, Tang Zai felt Fang Xiuyu's hand groping on the bed. Then, his hand was grabbed by Fang Xiuyu. Tang Zai? Captain. Captain. Fang Xiuyu didn't say anything. The air was terribly quiet. Tang Zai thought of what he said on the stage, and a sense of embarrassment spread throughout his body. He was stiff, and even his breathing seemed to become harsh. But in this situation, the warmth of Fang Xiuyu's palm still came over. If the lights were on now, he would definitely see the same hot eyes staring at him. Tang Zai was so embarrassed that he almost buried his head in his legs, trying to quietly pull out his tightly clenched hands. Wait. Fang Xiuyu held him down. After a while. Hey. It's lit up. You saw it. The stars. Yeah. Tang Zai raised his head and saw the familiar starry sky. And he felt a little relieved. I used to like to turn off the lights and sit here to look at the stars. And I could look at them for a long time. Fang Xiuyu said. I left it for you. How about it? Do you like it? Yeah. I like it. Hearing Fang Xiuyu's usual tone, Tang Zai slowly relaxed. He raised his head and looked at the galaxy that was close at hand but far away. And the two of them just sat there. Fang Xiuyu suddenly spoke. At the meeting today, are you defending me? Tang Zai's body stiffened, and the feeling of regret that he had just said came up again. Captain. I'm being superfluous. If Fang Xiuyu hadn't held his hand, he would have dug a hole in the bed sheet. In the darkness, he heard Fang Xiuyu's laughter. Don't normal people defend their dignity when they hear others despise them? You, on the other hand, care about what they think of me. Tang Zai's face was so hot with embarrassment. The judgment is coming. The social death judgment is coming. He tried desperately to pull his hand back, but Fang Xiuyu held it even harder. I'm very happy. Really? Fang Xiuyu said seriously. It seems that no one has ever defended me like this. Captain? I have always been used to being someone else's support and trying my best to protect the people I care about. To do this, I have to become strong enough and keep moving forward. This feels strange. I have led many teams, ranging from a dozen to dozens of people. Everyone is clearly by my side, charging forward with me. But sometimes I feel like I am walking alone. I must stand in front alone, like a flag, so that they will feel at ease. Fang Xiuyu gently stroked Tang Zai's fingers. But now it seems, someone is standing with me. Everyone in the Special Forces stands with you. Captain, Tang Zai said. Fang Xiuyu laughed again. His voice softened. I know. But you are different. Tang Zai wanted to say something, but Fang Xiuyu interrupted the topic again. No more. Tang Zai thought. Since Fang Xiuyu brought up the past, he might as well ask. Does the captain have anyone close to him in Area A? Why do you ask? No. I just heard that the captain has been in service for a long time, so he should know a lot of people. Oh! Fang Xiuyu let go of his hand, fumbled in the dark for a while, successfully located the back of Tang Zai's head, pressed down and rubbed it. Why are you suddenly curious? I'm just asking. I'm not trying to pry into the captain's privacy. What's the matter? If you want to know, just ask. It's not something difficult to talk about. As partners, we should understand each other so that we can work together well. Fang Xiuyu patted him. You have been in the service for a short time, and I know your experience basically. But you never asked me. I thought you didn't want to know. I didn't really care before. Tang Zai thought. Speaking of close people, after serving in the army, Lao Chong has been taking care of me. He is considered my relative. Tang Zai blinked. He remembered what the minister in the meeting room said about his Chong family secretly protecting him. It seemed that this had long been an open secret. Old Chong is the real old man in District A. He had served for many years before I came in. His name contains the word Fang, which is said to be his mother's surname. So people with the surname Fang have some blood relationship with him. Fang Xiuyu said. When I first entered District A, he came down to inspect the newcomers. Seeing that I was young and had some connections with him, he told me to go to him if I needed any help. I thought to myself at that time, I don't need anyone's help. I can earn what I want with my own ability. As a result, not long after, I caused a lot of trouble with my own ability, which made him very anxious. He was so angry that he applied to exchange with my original guardian. He wanted to control everything I did. Later I learned that with his level, he didn't need to be a guardian. Fang Xiuyu seemed to be lost in memories. He was silent for a while, and suddenly laughed out loud. Old Chong is a very interesting person. He may be mean to you, but in fact, he takes your words to heart. Some things that are not very conventional, he thinks they make sense, and he will find ways to help you. After that, he pretends that it has nothing to do with him. Don't look at him always pretending to scold me, and telling me not to mention him when I make a mistake. But I know that he is on my side in his heart. But he just can't show it on the surface. Fortunately, I made several contributions later, which made him proud. It seems that Chong Fongyin really intends to cultivate him. Tang Zai thought. But how much memory does Fong Xiuyu have of his family Fong faction? So Tang Zai carefully asked about his blood family. Family? Family members are all in the bunker. Who can remember who is who? Fong Xiuyu teased. Why? Do you miss home? No. I don't remember who my family is. How can I miss it? Tang Zai said quickly. I just think that everyone will be clear to past memories after leaving the bunker. Maybe we once had very close family and friends, or maybe we didn't have any at all. In this situation, will people still miss their families, whom they have no memory of? That's a good question, Fong Xiuyu said. Don't you think it's strange? We obviously have no memory of the past, have forgotten our origins and connections with others. But we are asked to fight for these people. The harsh environment may inspire a yearning for this part of unknown memories. But over time, this yearning will be diluted. People are not willing to sacrifice for family they have never met. On the contrary, they will only pay more attention to themselves at the moment. He sighed. This phenomenon is particularly obvious as the service time increases. There are many old people in Area A, many of whom have served longer than me. The voices of these people have gradually become the mainstream, affecting the values of the entire gathering area. No matter how the love of human education is promoted, this is still a change that is difficult to stop. One day, we will part ways with the bunker. He suddenly raised his eyes, and his voice became firm. There is only one way to really stop this thing. Find a place where everyone can live freely. Tang Zai suddenly understood Fong Xiuyu. Why his goal is not only to expand the territory of the exploration area, but also to expand to the entire planet, and even outside the planet. Because only when there are sufficient resources, and no more fierce competition for survival can everyone live together without barriers. Whether in Area A, Area B, or the bunker. But before he did this, the rift between the bunker and the gathering area had already turned into a crack. And it was not known whether there was room for recovery. This node may be a crisis or an opportunity, Fong Xiuyu said. We should take advantage of the opportunity when the two areas begin to shift their goals and devote their energy to development. So it may be a bit busy next. Well, but I don't think you will mind this, Tang Zai said him. He wished he could stay in the heavily polluted area outside more often. Just as he was thinking, Fong Xiuyu suddenly slapped him on the shoulder and moved closer to his face. Why do you suddenly ask so many questions about your family today? Are you unhappy in the team? Tang Zai shook his head violently. No. I thought you felt homesick because you didn't feel a sense of belonging in the team. But think about it. It's better here than anywhere else. Well, being with the captain. It's good in the special forces. That's not true. Fong Xiuyu hugged his shoulders tightly. The special forces is your home. We are all your family. Well, then you are also my family. Plus Lao Chong. There are still a lot of people. What about the team members that the captain had led before? Tang Zai's tone had a subtle bitterness. The captain's family should be everywhere. Right? How can it be the same? Fong Xiuyu was unaware of his attitude. The area team is task-based. During this period, if there is a task, a group of people will be selected to participate. It is a bit similar to your previous model, except that we are fixed teams during this period. But when the task is over, the team will be disbanded and will be reassembled for the next task period. The goal of each task is different, and the selection criteria are also different. You may not see the previous team members. My memory is not very good. After so many years, I can only name some of the people I have led. Some of them look familiar, but I can't remember the others, Fong Xiuyu said, and shook Tang Zai's shoulder vigorously. I selected you one by one after searching through the 2 districts. I plan to team up with you until the end of time. Tang Zai's eyes softened. So after so many years, the captain has no other team members who he particularly cares about? He thought Fong Xiuyu would also say no so simply. However, Fong Xiuyu was silent. Tang Zai felt the fingers on his shoulders suddenly shrink. and his breathing became heavier. Fang Xiyu didn't speak for a long time. Tang Zai's eyes gradually cooled down. Captain. It's late now. I'm a little tired. Fang Xiyu slowly withdrew his hand. Okay. You go to sleep. Chapter 74 We are. Message from the Captain Protection Operation Group Chat. Yuka. We found some specially processed or deleted record fragments. It may be related to the captain. When Tang Zai saw this group chat message that was set up at an unknown time, it was already the next day. Fang Xiyu still didn't say anything later, but when he walked to the door, he suddenly turned back and hugged him tightly. Then he said, I will definitely protect you. Tang Zai didn't answer again. Considering Fang Xiyu's attitude and the hints from Chang Fanyin, it is easy to guess that Fang Xiyu has lost a very important person. So he saved Tang Zai again and again at all costs, just to avoid repeating the same mistake. No matter Tang Zai, Lu Ji, or Yi Su, Fang Xiyu would cherish anyone in this position. For some reason, after Fang Xiyu walked out, Tang Zai closed his eyes and fell on the bed. He didn't want to see the starlight again. The group chat message was sent at midnight, which seemed to be Yuri's regular working time. Yuri. The deleted file contains medical records of a major accident in J98. And the specific injury part is missing. J98? It was exactly 5 years ago. Tang Zai thought. Guan Yingjian. Is it the captain who was injured? Yuri. No. The personnel number in the record cannot be queried. And there is no file for this person in both districts. Yuck. But the captain also had treatment records in J98, including a brain repair. Tang Zai's eyelids suddenly jumped when he saw this. Brain repair is the repair that made Fang Xiyu lose part of his memory? Guan Yingjian. Are there any other things? Yuck. Nothing about the captain. But there are other strange things. In J98, many people underwent brain repair. Guan Yingjian. There is nothing special about this. Everyone underwent brain surgery when leaving the bunker to clear past memories. Under certain conditions, sequelae may be triggered, and surgery is needed to repair them. Brain sequelae are mainly manifested in various brain dysfunctions, which may be triggered by extreme environments. Being in a closed environment without changes for a long time is also prone to disorders. The reason for brain dysfunction in Area A is mainly the latter. Although the environment is better than Area B, it is too monotonous for a normal human being. Tang Zai has never heard of such an operation in Area B because it usually takes several years for disorders to occur. And the average life expectancy in Area B does not meet the disorder conditions. Yuri. However, the proportion of people who receive repair surgery this year is much higher than the average level in previous years, with hundreds of people. Guan Yingjian. Hundreds of people a year? This is considered a major accident. Right? What's the reason? Yuka. I don't know. I didn't find any records related to the cause. It may have been deleted too thoroughly. Yuri. Guan Yingjian. Your name is also in the operation record. Guan Yingjian. The group chat ended here. It seems that another group started to send messages. Message from the loving family. Group chat. Fang Xiyu. We are back to work today, and the office area will gather on time. Tang Zai looked at the time, and it was almost time to leave. He walked out of the bedroom and saw Fang Xiyu standing in the hall. Seeing him come out, he seemed a little hesitant. Maybe it was because Tang Zai asked a question that shouldn't have been asked last night, and Fang Xiyu didn't answer it. A complex emotion flashed across Fang Xiyu's eyes, and then it became clear as usual. Are you ready? Tang Zai looked away. Ready. Captain. Fang Xiyu looked at his figure, and seemed to want to say something, but finally swallowed it. It's good to be ready. Let's go. Tang Zai walked very slowly along the way. In the past, he walked very slowly because he was weak or pretending to be weak. But this time, he hoped that Fang Xiyu could go first and let him stay alone. But Fang Xiyu just walked slowly with him, without urging or asking. When they were almost at the office area, Fang Xiyu finally seemed to have made up his mind and turned around to look at Tang Zai. Minister Fang? A familiar voice came from the front and interrupted him. Fang Xiyu frowned slightly, and then looked in the direction of the voice with Tang Zai. Ah, you are? Minister Fang still remembers me. The person who spoke was so moved that he was about to cry. I am Yi Su. Good morning, Soldier Yi Su. Fang Xiyu smiled and greeted. What? There are new people today. Unexpectedly, Yi Su pursed his lips and suddenly blushed. Report to the captain. There are no other new people today. I'm the new guy. Yisu stood at attention and saluted. Minister Fong. Yisu, the new member of the External Development Department, is here to report. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Zhe and Fong Xiu stared at him with wide eyes. After a long time, Fong Xiu came to his senses and forced a smile. Really? Welcome to join the big team of the External Development Department. Yes. I will follow Minister Fong's lead. You look very energetic. Go get busy. Yes. Minister. Yisu agreed. But his feet didn't move at all. With an intoxicated smile on his face, he stared at Fong Xiu in a trance. As a last resort, Fong Xiu could only take Tang Zhe and walk around him. Yisu stared at his back for a long time, and only came back to his senses after the two people disappeared in the corridor for a long time. Wait, who was next to Minister Fong just now? Oh, it's Tang Zhe. Isn't he unfamiliar with the minister? Can the minister and unfamiliar subordinates walk side by side like this? A longing smile appeared on Yisu's face. I am now also a subordinate of Minister Fong. Although I am not in a core position like the Special Forces members, and although there are hundreds of people in the External Development Department, but maybe one day, I can also stand next to Minister Fong like this. No, even if I can only see Minister Fong passing by every day, I will be satisfied. Oh, Minister Fong. In the distance, Tang Zhe and Fong Xiu were more shocked than surprised. Why would such a member come to the External Development Department? Fong Xiu said to himself. Shouldn't they all be combat team members? Because the External Development Department was set up in a hurry, without any past references and no shelter to send new recruits. The members of the department decided to be drawn from other departments. The standard for the selection was not set by Fong Xiu alone, but by officials at all levels attending the meeting from their subordinate departments. Today, Fong Xiu asked everyone to gather in the office area, just to talk about the new department and determine how to coordinate work in the future. So far, he has not had time to check the list of members. After meeting Yisu, Fong Xiu suddenly had a bad feeling. Tang Zhe suddenly stopped. Captain, what is this? Opposite the Special Forces office area, the originally closed corridor has now been completely opened and has become a whole open space. And now, it is full of people. Seeing Fong Xiu appear, the opposite side stood at attention in unison. Hello, Minister Fong. The momentum of the hundreds of people greeting even scared Fong Xiu. Hee. Hello. Members. Hello. Minister. That's really good. The group shouted in unison. Tang Zhe. How come it seems like hundreds of leave sequences have come? Fong Xiu obviously didn't expect such a scene to appear so early in the morning, and he was not mentally prepared. After all, the efficiency of the establishment of the External Development Department can be said to be unprecedented in Area A. But he soon learned the disadvantages of such efficiency. For the first time in his life, Fong Xiu felt a little uncomfortable in front of people. He pushed Tang Zhe forward and closed the door as soon as he entered the office area of the Special Forces. In the hall, there were 5 dead faces. Captain, will we face each other like this in the future? Lu Ji asked tremblingly. Well, I didn't expect it to be like this. At least our office area is still independent. Everyone just needs to adapt and enter the door. Captain, will they shout slogans like this every day? Guan Yin was embarrassed when he saw it. It's just a greeting. It won't have much impact. No. They have been rehearsing the greeting to the captain for an hour. A public broadcast panel appeared above Yukyuri's head. There was a video clip of several people wearing green hats standing in the front row and directing. Behind them were hundreds of people, following their command and training again and again. Hello, Minister Fong. The director is good? That's really good. Fong Xiu. Who are those people in front? They are members of the Captain's Support Club. What club? Fong Xiu took a breath. He imagined many possible situations that might arise when a new department was established, including that his orders might not be executed, and everyone was pretending to obey but secretly disobeying. But this scene now? What is going on? Fong Xiu rubbed his eyebrows, vaguely feeling that this department would bring unprecedented obstacles to their actions. After making mental preparations, he opened the list of members and roughly browsed through it. Fong Xiu. At the same time, Tang Zhe was replying to Yisu's message on the private panel. Yisu. Tang Zhe. We are colleagues now. You are my senior in the department. Please give me more advice in the future. Well, if there is anything about the director. Tang Zhe. Hee. The captain's belt is still black today. Tang Zhe. Aren't you responsible for managing newcomers? How did you get transferred to the external development department? Yi Su. Don't you know? There haven't been any newcomers in Area A for a long time. So, the higher-ups have been planning to lay off our department. But they didn't find a place to arrange us. So they kept us. Now that the new department is being established, it is just when we are short of people. And our entire department is recommended. Coming. Tang Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Where did the other members come from? Before Yi Su could reply, Fang Shuyu's frantic voice came from the side. Former senior transport soldier of the transport team. Second-level member of the clothing management team. Member of the planting team. Weather forecast specialist? Where do so many messed up teams in Area A come from? At the same time, the hall opposite was rehearsing slogans collectively. No matter where we came from in the past. From now on, we are Minister Fang's people in life and Minister Fang's soul in death. We are. External Development Department. Chapter 75. It's rotten. Fang Xiyu took a deep breath. He still overestimated the officials in Area A. I thought they would try to send spies to get information. Or deliberately make things difficult for them. Unexpectedly, they were thinking about how to protect their core talents, and pack up, and throw out the idle teams that consume resources under their jurisdiction. In this way, the original funding of those departments will not be reduced. And everyone can live more comfortably. As the combat goal shifts to development, the conventional operations in the exploration area will be reduced. And the main combat tasks will be transferred to the External Development Department. Those combat leaders can sit back and relax, and spend the rest of their lives in Area A. This is rotten, Fang Xiu thought angrily. He looked through the entire list. And there was not a single person from the combat unit among the personnel provided by Area A. They must have done this on purpose. He could imagine how those people reported to the higher-ups. You see? There is not a single combat member in the Special Operations team. Which means that Minister Fang does not need them at all. We also want to make it easier for him to lead the department. Seeing Fang Shuyu's gloomy face and silent, the other team members looked at each other. Captain? Fang Shuyu's eyelids jumped. It's okay. Let's put the new department aside for now. I'll go back and think about it. He closed the panel and his expression returned to normal. Today everyone is back to work. So it's a good time to share the gains from the previous mission. Let's see how to arrange the follow-up. First, Lu Tianyi explained the new research on mud cells to the whole team. Fang Xiu and Tang Zhe had already learned about this part. Then, Yuri also demonstrated the updated simulation combat system. They debugged it with Guan Yinjian for a day. And now the state of the mud cells is very close to what it looks like in the actual scene. At the same time, they also made a ground simulation similar to the entrance of the 5-colored stone test site. The activity of the mud cells at the entrance of the test site is very low. And it can almost be regarded as an inanimate substance. Guan Yinjian said, as he demonstrated. In other words, the mud cells can be dead. As long as we understand the mechanism, we can make weapons to deal with the mud cells. Fang Xiu looked at Lu Ji. She didn't speak, with a cold expression on her face. But her eyes were bright. Fang Xiu thought of her words keep it secret for the time being, and knew that she had already made some progress. So he chuckled and didn't ask any more questions. Tang Zhe, on the other hand, had a cold expression on his face, and it was unknown what he was thinking. He stared at Lu Ji's eyes, as if he wanted to see something from those brown pupils. Nothing else. You can go about yourselves first, Fang Xiu said with a smile. Now, the more he looked at his team members, the cuter they found them. Although none of them were from combat units. They were all carefully selected treasures in their respective fields. Only when everyone worked together could he, the only combat member, give full play to his abilities and achieve unexpected results. But what are those things outside? Fang Xiu couldn't help but hold his forehead when he thought of the scene of that group of people rehearsing slogans from dawn to dusk. The only thing that was gratifying was that the External Development Department was also a joint effort of the two districts. And he could directly command the Sentinel team of District B. It seemed that in the future, he could only rely on the Sentinels for combat. The other team members went into the cave one after another. And suddenly only he and Tang Zhe were left in the hall. Fang Xiu looked at the best Sentinel in front of him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He suddenly felt that this arrangement was not bad. Should I give you a special speech training? Maybe I will ask you to lead the younger generation in the future, Fang Xiyu said, and naturally put his hand on Tang Zei's shoulder. Tang Zei turned around. His eyes were a little unfamiliar. I can't do anything except standing or lying next to the captain. I'm afraid I can't do it. Fang Xiyu's hand froze. But now it's good. The new department has been established. And the captain will have many sentinels. They must be as willing to serve the captain as those new members outside. It's no problem to let them stand around the captain or lie in a car. No, Minister. Fang Xiyu's heart was once again alarmed. Didn't Tang Zei trust him very much? Didn't he take the initiative to defend him yesterday? How could he go back to the pre-liberation era overnight? It must be because he didn't explain yesterday, which made Tang Zei suspicious. But that was because I said that no matter how the department plan changes, you will always be my team members. And there will only be. Fang Xiyu suddenly stopped talking. Tang Zei's eyes, which had been a little bright, turned cold again and looked away. 2 seconds later, Fang Xiyu came back to his senses and cursed softly. Really? Why did he have to go to the meeting of the new department at this time? Captain, I have to go for the physical examination for naturalization in District A today. If there is nothing else, I will leave first, Tang Zei said lightly. With so many new members joining the team, they must be looking forward to the captain's care. I won't take up the captain's time. Fang Xiyu's face showed a big panic. Word. No. No. Hey. You go for the physical examination first. And we'll talk about it in the evening. Fang Xiyu turned off the urging message on the panel and walked towards the door. Wait for me in the evening. Tang Zei looked at his hurried back and his eyes darkened. Yes. Fang Xiyu gave him the identity of District A. A person in District A can do this. Shouldn't he be grateful? What else can he ask for? He felt uncomfortable. But it was just because there might be too many people participating in the future mission, making it inconvenient for him to hide. Anyway, he never thought about staying in Area A from the beginning to the end. So what if he had the area nationality? When the time is right, he will leave anyway. The darkness that had not been seen for a long time rose in Tang Zei's eyes again. He was not an ordinary person. He had already been on the road of mutation. He had no other choice but to absorb power as soon as possible to get rid of the gathering area. Going out? Energy. Only this was what he had to consider. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly and walked out. As soon as he walked out of the hall, Tang Zei felt several burning eyes not far away. He looked up. His pupils instantly dilated several times, and they shook violently. Across the corridor, there were a few people wearing bright green hats, with messy colorful things hanging on their bodies, and they were fiddling with something with their backs to the corridor. Above their heads, a huge public panel was displayed, showing Fang Xiyu's close-up, half-body, and full-body images from various angles. And below were several twisting colorful big words. Warmly welcome Minister Fang Xiyu to visit the new department for guidance. Fang Xiyu's only official fan club in District A announced. Tang Zei's eyes instantly bounced away as if he had been electrocuted. And then, he quickened his pace and walked towards the elevator. A familiar voice came over. Hey, Tang Zei. Tang Zei. I have a bad feeling. He turned around and saw the figure again. Yisu ran over with a few other colorful people and looked at him excitedly. Tang Zei. What do you think of our panel? Tang Zei looked up and saw that the panel had changed to another picture. Fang Xiyu's photo was painted with various colorful patterns and texts. And there were some cute fireworks animations next to it. Tang Zei. The pattern was colorful, but I felt black in front of my eyes. Minister Fang left too fast just now, and we didn't have time to put the panel away. But it doesn't matter. We will put the panel here permanently, and Minister Fang will see it whenever he passes by. He will be very happy. Tang Zei. Believe me, he won't be happy. Why do you still need to draw rabbit ears on his head? Is this appropriate? Tang Zei controlled his expression and looked around Yisu. Hee. Are these people also new members? What are your job responsibilities? The expressions on these people's faces look even more abnormal than Yisu's. I am Wang Ningning, a former member of the clothing management team. A delicate and thin middle-aged soldier said with a red face. I am responsible for the design of cheering uniforms in the fan club. And this green hat is my achievement. Tang Zei. Who asked you what you did in the fan club? On the other side, a big man with a double door twice as wide as Tang Zei poked his head out. My name is Chinjio. And I am a senior transport soldier. My duties in the fan club are. Tang Zhe did not continue to listen, but looked up and looked around. The huge newly developed site was full of a mob. These were the people who were not wanted by various departments in Area A and were packaged here for reemployment. It was this group of people who had to complete the external development task of the entire gathering area. Tangze, why is your face twitching? Hee. I seem to feel a little dizzy. I'll go back first and not disturb you guys from working. Tangze held his forehead and turned around. His body suddenly stopped. A bright red color appeared in the corner of his eyes. His body stiffened involuntarily. And after a moment, he turned around with pale lips. A girl with fiery red hair stood in the middle of the office area, holding a big box in her hands. When Tangze looked at her, she looked over immediately. A familiar face. Lifeless red eyes. Why is that person here? Just as he was thinking, the eyeball trembled slightly horizontally. Tang Zhe felt his blood freeze. Is this a real person? Why didn't anyone else react? Obviously. Tang Zhe. What's wrong with you? Yisu suddenly grabbed him and waved his hand in front of him. You don't look very good. Tang Zhe retracted his gaze, but he hadn't recovered yet. Don't you think that person is strange? Oh, her. Yisu said indifferently. She is from the Lu family. Her name is Lu Bai. Lu Bai? Tang Zhe then remembered that Lu Ji seemed to have said that she lived with a sister or a younger sister. So this Lu Bai should be Lu Ji's sister. No wonder they look so similar. I haven't heard that Lu Ji is a twin before. Tang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. I just think her eyes are a little unnatural. Maybe I saw it wrong. That. Yisu shrugged. It's normal that you don't know. She is quite famous in District A because she is the only one in the Lu family who is not involved in weapons research and development. As for the eyes, it's simple. Because her eyes are artificial eyes. Artificial eyes? She is the most powerful prosthetics technician in both districts. However, her mental condition is strange. I heard that it is a rare genetic brain disorder. Yisu leaned close to Tang Zhe's ear and lowered his voice. I heard that she just didn't like the color of her pupils. So she dug out both eyes and replaced them with artificial eyes. Chapter 76. This is a bit sensitive. Lu Bai looked at Tang Zhe calmly, without any emotion on his face. Tang Zhe was not sure whether the fake eyes had seen him that day. However, he just poked his head in the corridor, so he would not be caught. So he looked back indifferently, and the two of them just stared at each other from a distance. 2 seconds later, Lu Bai's eyeballs trembled left and right. And then she turned around and left with the box. She looks young, but she is quite powerful, Tang Zhe said. Yes, she looks only 14 or 15 years old. Tang Zhe heard something unusual in Yisu's words. Looks like. Yisu showed a meaningful expression and leaned close to Tang Zhe's ear. There are many rumors about Lu Bai, one of which is her age. Some people say that she has served for at least 20 years. No matter how much the service age is relaxed, it is impossible to be so outrageous as to allow a baby to come. Right? The ages of people in the gathering area are also relatively vague, not only because of the confusion of chronology, but also because all traces of the bunker have been wiped out of everyone. And only genetic testing can be used to know the approximate genetic age. But genetic age may not necessarily prove how long a person was born. Not to mention that people in the gathering area often move around, and memories are incoherent. So it is not impossible to change their age. But she should be about the same age as Lu Ji. Right? Yisu held up a finger and shook it left and right to indicate no. There are rumors that she is a dozen years older than Lu Ji, or even more. She keeps her youth by constantly replacing parts of her body with prosthetics. Isn't this rumor too exaggerated? Her behavior seems very natural. You don't know that? The prosthetics made by Lu Bai are very powerful. Just like the real body. Many people in Area A have actually replaced her prosthetics. But you can't tell from the outside. Tang Zhe was stunned. It is common to use prosthetics in Area B, but most of them are ugly mechanical prosthetics. Even high-end simulated goods will produce unnatural lags when used, which is easy to identify. But except for the slightly unnatural eyes, the rest of Lu Bai's body is no different from a real person. And think about it carefully. After entering Area A, he seems to have not seen anyone who obviously uses prosthetic limbs. Really? So amazing? But wouldn't it be uncomfortable to use prosthetic limbs? Not to mention replacing more than one part. Hey, we have solved the problem of prosthetic discomfort a long time ago. The biological department developed a drug to solve the discomfort many years ago. As long as it is used in combination, there will be no feeling at all. Yisu looked at him with some sympathy. Tang Zai, it seems that you still have a lot of knowledge about District A that needs to be popularized. Tang Zai, that's because you didn't do your job well enough. How dare you say that? Ahem. Yisu, your previous position had a wide range of contacts. So do you know a lot about District A? Of course. Yisu patted his chest. Whatever you want to know, ask me for it. Hee hee. But if you can help me with Minister Fong's matter. Tang Zai nodded sharply. Yisu, now you are my connection in District A. Don't mention the captain's belt. I will find a way to tell you the color of his underwear. Yisu, then you know. Tang Zai leaned close to his ear and whispered a few questions. Yisu's eyes suddenly widened. This kind of question, ahem, seems a bit sensitive. Right? Oh, you don't know? Or it's inconvenient to tell me. Yisu looked embarrassed, and then pulled Tang Zai to the corner. If I help you find out? Can you? Tang Zai listened, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although I am not familiar with the captain, since you are helping me like this, I will definitely try my best, he said sincerely. Yisu nodded vigorously. Then it's settled. Gene testing room in Area A. Soldier Tang Zai, come and enter. Tang Zai is doing the physical examination for naturalization in Area A. This is not his first time in the gene testing room. He was sent here for testing as early as when he first entered Area A. At that time, his body was still extremely weak, and he could only lie down and let others do whatever they wanted. After the test, he was thrown into a capsule. The result of his genetic test at that time was that 40% of his congenital genes were abnormal. Gene abnormalities are divided into congenital and acquired. Congenital refers to the deviation between the genetic test results and the standard value when in the bunker. And acquired refers to the degree of change of genes compared with the initial value during the mission. Congenital abnormalities are usually regarded as defects, and are also the standard for dividing the bunker into two areas. But in Feng Shui's view, this represents a rare talent. And acquired abnormalities, in other words, mutations. This item is mainly used to judge the degree of pollution and erosion of the human body. Once the critical value of mutation is reached, it will be processed to the isolation area. Tang Zai's congenital abnormality can be said to be unprecedented. People who see this result are usually surprised. He actually looks no different from a normal person. You should know that the genetic difference between insects and humans may not be 40%. And Tang Zai's acquired abnormalities are extremely rare. No matter how many times he performs, no matter how dangerous the mission is, his degree of mutation increases at a rate of 0.1%. Just like an atomic clock without deviation. So far, his acquired genetic abnormalities have accumulated to 2.8%, which would be terrifying in Area A, but an enviable mutation rate in Area B. Tang Zai scanned his genetic report calmly. After entering Area A, his mutation rate slowed down significantly. Even after going to the two heavily polluted areas of the five-colored stone, he did not have obvious mutations. This was also recorded in his genetic report. But Tang Zai knew very well that he had participated in 38 missions in Area B, so the acquired abnormality should be at least 3.8%. And now, the abnormal value is a full 1% less than expected. This shows that his experience in Area A has reduced the abnormal value. Sai, what's going on? He asked quietly in his heart. Sai yawned loudly. Isn't it a good thing that the abnormal value has been reduced? Aren't you a mutant? The stronger your power is, the higher my abnormality should be. Sai rolled his eyes lazily. It is said that my existence will not affect your genetic changes. The detection methods of human gathering areas are ineffective on me. The abnormality rate they detected is just an ordinary abnormality rate. It must be because you are happy here that the abnormality rate has been reduced. Tang Zai? Keeping a happy mood is good for your health. Don't you know? I think you've been having too much fun lately. Forgetting about me. You didn't care that I was almost starving and hibernating. So what if someone hurts you? Humph. No one told me that genetic abnormalities can be reduced. I've cleared out your abnormalities. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll go to sleep. Don't call me except for dinner. As soon as he finished speaking, Sai rolled his eyes and fell asleep in seconds. Tang Zai frowned and tried to recall. Since, according to Sai, Absorbing energy will not change his genetic test results. The cause of their genetic abnormalities can only be other substances contained in the pollution. Besides energy, what else is there in the pollution? Tang Zhe thought about it, and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Those dirty, noisy things. In the recent mission, he did release something in his body. When he and Fang Xiuyu were surrounded by hairy fungi, he did not know how to break all the mud cells at the same time. After that, he felt that his body suddenly felt more relaxed than ever before, as if he had vomited out a lot of turbid air. In other words, the key to destroying the mud cells is the turbid air released from his body? Those dark, unwilling, and resentful things? Tang Zhe's soldier. The voice of the medical staff interrupted him. The test is over. You can go back. Tang Zhe collected his thoughts and responded. He silently retreated to the door, and his eyes accidentally glanced at the inspector's panel. A line of words flashed on it. Key monitoring object, Fang. Tang Zhe was stunned. And just as he wanted to take a closer look, the man cut off the page. He could only withdraw his doubts and walk out. Fang Xiuyu. Did you sleep? Tang Zhe looked at the panel, thought about it, and finally said nothing. The next second, Fang Xiuyu. Come out and gather. Emergency mission. Something happened in the breeding area. Tang Zhe frowned, not sure if Fang Xiuyu was tricking him to open the door. 2 seconds later, he stood up and walked out. Captain. When he opened the door, Fang Xiuyu used one hand to push it open, and the other hand tightly grasped his arm. Tang Zhe. No one else can compare to you. Tang Zhe blinked, his pupils bright as a pool of water. The water was full of confusion, and under the confusion, there was a smile that he himself did not notice. Captain, what are you talking about? I'll explain it to you later. Fang Xiuyu exerted force on his hand and pulled him out. Something happened. Tang Zhe's pupil shrank, and then he realized that the mission was real. Captain, what's going on? We don't know the details yet. After Area A took over the breeding area, it set up pollution warnings around it. Now the alarm has been triggered, and the danger level is very high. Fang Xiuyu said as he walked. The ceiling over there is okay, especially for heavily polluted swamps. Why did it suddenly leak? Who knows what they did? Maybe some people did something smart and ended up breaking the original balance. Fang Xiuyu snorted, suddenly picked up Tang Zhe horizontally, and ran forward. Hurry up like this. He ran all the way into the garage, and Guan Yingjian and Lu Tiani had just arrived. Fang Xiuyu did not explain, but just gestured for everyone to get on the car. As soon as everyone sat down, the combat vehicle started at full speed and headed straight for the breeding area. The breeding area is just below the original number 2 hospital building, and is almost next to the current gathering area, so it is also considered to have a lower mission risk. When the 2 districts learned about the 5-color stone incident, they immediately blocked this place. According to the meeting arrangement, the 5-color stone site that has been discovered will not be handled by unrelated personnel for the time being, but will be led by the special forces to investigate after the external development department stabilizes. But now it seems that someone can't hold back. Fang Xiuyu frowned. I don't know if this is someone in the 2 districts who took the initiative to seek credit, or if the remaining 5-color stone is destroying evidence. No matter which one it is, the situation is not good. One can only hope that the alarm came in time. They bypassed Area B and headed straight to the basement of the hospital. Fang Xiuyu had been here several times and was familiar with the route. It didn't take long for him to reach the entrance of the breeding area. The door was still narrow and worn, but the original lock had been broken and permission identification had been added. Half a second later, the door opened. They had long been prepared for what should appear behind the door. Those hanging in the air. Fuck. What is this? The lights of the combat vehicle illuminated the empty space, and suddenly several strange shadows rushed out from the ground, which should have been unobstructed. They were excited to see the lights of the combat vehicle, and they rushed over like hungry wolves. Anomalies? No. They are still wearing uniforms, and they are in human form. Tang Zhe looked out the window and was stunned. Those uniforms. They are sentinels from Area B. Chapter 77 New Energy. Sentinels? Fang Xiuyu frowned. Who sent them in? Damn. It must be some high-ranking officials who want to take credit. Fang Xiuyu punched the control panel. Don't they know how dangerous this place is? How can they let people in without taking any action? Isn't this taking human life lightly? Tang Zai's face became serious. Seeking credit? At the beginning, they were sent to participate in so many high-risk missions, thinking that they were exchanging their lives for gathering areas and shelters for indispensable supplies. But in the end, they could be killed for such a simple reason. They could let so many people die just because they wanted their own interests. Save me. Abandon the Sentinels and retreat immediately. You superior people, the lives of Sentinels are not lives. Tang Zai's eyes blurred, and white mist seemed to condense on his goggles. Then, a person in the distance twisted into a strange posture. And then another. And another. The black shadow twisted and became part of the strange fog. Among them, another narrow black shadow approached, getting closer and closer, almost occupying his sight. Black. Tang Zai. Do you want to? Those so-called superior people, and the commanders who betrayed the Sentinels. All under my feet? I will. Tongza. The reassuring voice penetrated the fog and tore the black apart. All the noise disappeared in an instant, and everything in reality reappeared in front of me. Tongza. Can you hear me? Fang Xiuyu hugged his shoulders tightly. Damn. Why did I react when I got here this time? Tongza raised his head and looked around in confusion. Here is the car. He is lying. Warm. And safe. The sound of the alarm. Alarm. The pollution concentration is rising sharply. High risk. Tongza suddenly woke up and sat up from Fang Xiuyu's legs. This is not his 5th Sentinel mission. This is the 18th floor underground of the abandoned No. 2 hospital. The breeding area controlled by the 5-colored stone. Why did he suddenly see the past scene? Tongza. It's okay. Just keep lying down. I'll take everyone out. Tongza ignored Fang Xiuyu's words, but got up and sat back in his seat. I'm fine. Captain. Okay, then sit tight. Fang Xiuyu suddenly accelerated, and the combat vehicle made a sharp turn and drove diagonally forward, avoiding a group of Sentinels who wanted to pounce on him. Tongza leaned his face against the car window, staring at the people outside. At least so far. They are still human. Have they mutated? Damn. Why has the pollution concentration suddenly become so high? Where is the pollution source? Several lighting discs were fired into the sky one after another, finally illuminating the middle of the building. The combat vehicle avoided the groups of Sentinels that continued to come one after another, and found a relatively open position to stop. The scene in the air seemed to be familiar to them. Countless remains, muddy snake algae, seeds wrapped like spider silk. No! They are lower. The landscape hanging in the air was slowly sinking, and it seemed to have dropped to half of its original height. If this continues, it won't be long before they, along with the Sentinels outside, will be buried together. Seeds fall to the ground. Sprout? Tang Zai murmured. Fang Xiuyu turned around. Tang Zai. What did you say? Tang Zai's pupils changed, and then returned to normal in an instant. He turned around and was about to say something, when he caught a glimpse of a dark shadow flashing outside the side window. The next second, the side window was suddenly filled up. A person in protective clothing came up and stared at him through the glass. It seemed familiar. But this time, the one staring at him was not a broken protective clothing, but a real living person. The moment the person recognized him, his eyes suddenly seemed to be on fire, and he wanted to rush in and tear him into pieces. It's that man. It's that sentry. Ah! He slapped the window so hard that the heavy combat vehicle seemed to shake. It's him. He went to Area A and sat inside. Why is it him? Why doesn't he have to die? Why? Tang Zai felt his stomach churning, and a feeling of discomfort surged through his body. Dark shadows began to appear in front of his eyes, like small tentacles, constantly scratching his irises and gnawing at his nerves. But he couldn't retreat. The combat vehicle started quickly, and the man's body was thrown away at once, and the window was clear again. Tang Zai. Don't worry. Fang Xiuyu held his hand. We still have time to find a way to prevent the pollution from the breeding area from leaking out. Then, we go back. Tang Zai nodded and continued to concentrate. He felt a lot of things in his mind, as long as he picked out clues from them. Maybe. It's him. It's the Sentinel. He's sitting inside. The voice suddenly sounded. Tang Zai's breath was choked, and he turned to the side, facing the angry face. The difference was that the face had begun to melt. Why don't you die? We are all Sentinels. We are all B-level people. Why don't you die? The man knocked on the car window with his deformed hand, and his palm shrank rapidly, and broke into mud and fell down under the knock. But he was completely unaware, still knocking on the heavy car window with the shorter and shorter branches, trying to drag the people inside out. Come out! Come out! We want to die together. You have to die with us. You can't sit inside. You are a sentinel. You deserve to die. You deserve to die like us. Despised, abandoned, turned into mud and trampled underfoot. We melt together, rot together, and settle here together. No one is different. Everyone, equal in death. Tang Zai's face was pale. His silhouette was reflected on the side window, overlapping with the sentinel outside whose face could no longer be seen. He knew that only he could hear these sounds. He finally understood what was going on with those dirty things mixed in the energy. Memories? No, not just that. Does this sentinel outside represent only himself? No. He represents the anger of countless sentinels. The anger of all the people in this breeding area who have rotted into mud cells. Their resentment is sealed in this small place. Day after day, year after year, just like marsh gas, constantly fermenting and expanding. Yes, this dirty thing is also a kind of energy. But it is different from the clean things that side needs. It is something that can grow infinitely. Even if this area is closed and no more materials are added, there will still be more and more as time goes by. When they meet their own kind, they will instantly resonate with them and assimilate them into their own part. Tang Zai's lips were already bloodless, but he stared at the face outside the window with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Whether it was the tattered protective suit that pounced on him at the beginning, or the alienated sentinel now, the reason why they stared at Tang Zai and attacked him was very simple. Because Tang Zai was also their kind. He and they had the same anger and resentment. This resentment was another powerful spiritual pollution energy. It can penetrate physical barriers and reach the brains of the same kind, causing them to resonate, triggering resentment in their hearts, and then falling into madness together. I, too, was unwilling to do so before. But now, I won't. After saying that, Tang Zai held Fang Shuyu's hand tightly, but his eyes were still fixed on the scene outside the side window. In an instant, his pupils shrank into needles, and a green light flashed in his eyes. The combat vehicle was still speeding, and in the eyes of others, this speed had left all the people outside far behind. But they didn't see clearly that after those people's bodies flew out, they instantly disintegrated into countless mud spots in the air, and then annihilated the moment they landed. It was like fireworks blooming without light in a dark corner. The combat vehicle was about to rush to the edge of the building's wall, turned a sharp turn, and continued to speed away. Tang Zai's sight turned and looked at another place that had not been cleaned up. Wherever he looked, fireworks bloomed. Those sentinels turned into ashes and disappeared before they could complete their transformation. After a few laps, the combat vehicle stopped. Those sentinels are gone? Tang Zai turned his head, his round pupils trembling, making him look like a frightened kitten pretending to be calm. Captain, when I was rescued, there were no bodies of other mutated sentinels in the mission field. Could it be that they also disappeared like this? After saying that, he lowered his eyes, as if he was sad because of the past. But a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He finally knew how he got rid of those mud cells. Each mud cell contains dirty resentment. Once it finds someone with the same resentment, it will attack in the form of sensing. This is a special way of alienation. It is not through physical contact, but through spiritual contact to induce alienation. Once the mind is taken away by these resentments and is not separated in time, it will unconsciously complete the mutation and become a part of them. The final product of this mutation is the mud cell. As for why these sentinels outside suddenly entered such an alienated form, it is probably because of a pollution leak in the inner field containing the mud cell swamp. Like Tang Zai, they are resentful of their fate. So when they encounter the mud cell swamp, they will definitely encounter the same strong sensory attack. The mud cell swamp completes rounds of self-value increase under this situation. And then, driven by the same anger, drags more people into the abyss. However, too much resentment accumulated in a small space is easy to be detonated. What detonates them is the stronger resentment for this resentment. When Tang Zai and Fang Shuyu encountered the hairy fungus, they inadvertently aroused his hatred for these kindred people. So, he ignited the spark with a stronger spiritual will and detonated all the mud cells. I will never be a weakling again. I will not turn myself into a pool of mud just to drag them down. Tang Zai sneered in his heart. I will use my own strength to knock them down and trample them hard under my feet. Chapter 78 Saib. I know who you are. Captain. We found the source of the pollution. It's the swamp. Guan Yingjian reported. The door still looks closed. But I don't know why it's not closed tightly. And pollution is leaking out from inside. Sure enough. It seems they have been in there too. Fang Shuyu showed a disgusted expression. It's fine if they went in. But they can't even handle the aftermath. Don't they know how serious the pollution leak is? Not to mention that it's in a gathering area. Forget it. Although Fang Shuyu was angry, he was more or less used to this kind of situation. There are many idiot combat captains in Area A. They can do nothing except take credit for the safe areas that Area B has cleared. When they encounter an accident, they will just run away and don't care what will happen next. Anyway, it is Area B's responsibility to deal with the aftermath. The breeding area is also close to Area B. So even if there is a leak, it will not affect Area A. So those people will certainly not care. Captain, shall we go in? Of course we have to go in. Fang Shuyu gritted his teeth and said, at least keep the door closed. As soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed and he looked at Tang Zai, who was sitting next to him. When he came to his senses, he realized that Tang Zai had tightly grasped his hand when he was racing just now. Tang Zai usually wouldn't take the initiative to grab him. He must be in great pain. Are you okay? Fang Shuyu moved closer and checked Tang Zai's condition through his helmet. Can you hold on? Tang Zai shook his head, indicating that he was fine. I just saw my colleagues from the past and was a little flustered for a moment. It wasn't because of the contamination, he said softly. The captain is here. I'll be fine. Seeing that Tang Zai was a little pale, but his expression was normal, Fang Shuyu felt relieved. He shook Tang Zai's hand vigorously. Don't think too much. Finish the task first. Hold me if you feel uncomfortable. Tang Zai nodded, with a strange smile in his eyes. He should really hold on to Fang Shuyu, because Fang Shuyu is a weapon against those dirty grievances. He found that every time he was attacked by sensing, as long as Fang Shuyu held him tightly and called his name, he seemed to be able to get out of that state. Fang Shuyu always gave him a sense of security like landing at those times. Not because of illusion, but because Fang Shuyu's spiritual energy was too high. Spiritual energy is a kind of concrete energy that humans have never realized. It can resist spiritual attacks, and can also be used to launch spiritual attacks. Fang Shuyu didn't know this ability in him, let alone use it. He was just like a snake vine, just a container full of energy. But as long as you meet someone who can use energy, this energy can be used to drive it. Coincidentally, Tang Zai is such a person. Saib, I know what you are, he said softly. Ah. What? Of course, it's an S-level mutation. You are a big liar. Saib? No. You woke me up without food. So why did you attack me physically? You are not an S-level mutation at all. You said that you lost most of your memory because of the loss of energy. You didn't lose your memory. You just don't know it at all. You don't know why you were there. And you don't know how to mutate better. You can only absorb and convert energy. At best, you are just an engine installed on a mutant. Saib, if you slander me like this, I will sue you. I have suffered a lot since I merged with you. Not only was I hungry, but I was also forced to breathe in sewer gas. Now you want to question my S-class identity. I have never been so wronged in my life. Woo woo woo. As an engine, you are still S-class. It's still S-class. That's fine. Tang Zai smiled. You are not a mutant. Because even if you absorb enough energy, you can't get out of my body. You can only turn me into a mutant and transform my body into what you need little by little. And you are the most efficient thing for absorbing and converting energy. As long as the hardware meets the standards, you can make this mutant reach the real S level. It's just that you yourself can't tell how many kinds of energy you can absorb and use. Right? Energy, are there many kinds? Saib asked guiltily. Yes. Big. Saib. You actually lied to me for so long. In fact, you were originally loaded on someone else or a mutant. But I don't know how you were thrown out at that time. And you urgently need to find someone to live in. Right? Because if you don't find a life form to live in, you are useless. Saib, I vaguely feel like I've been scolded. Well, is there any change in our symbiotic relationship? No. The good news is that you have more food. You haven't starved to death yet, because there is always a source of food around you. On the captain's body. Really? Saib suddenly realized and became excited. It seems that you are not so hungry that you feel dizzy, which is different from the feeling you had in Area B before. Tang Zai. Big Saib. He didn't care about Saib's mumbling anymore, but continued to think. Spiritual energy obviously does not radiate outward at any time and place. So what are the conditions for obtaining spiritual energy? Mutations containing ordinary energy. Just need to break them, and the unused energy will be released naturally. Spiritual energy is stored in the human body. But he did nothing, and he got Fang Shuyu's spiritual energy. Could it be? Tang Zai looked down at his left hand tightly clasped with Fang Shuyu. The way to get spiritual energy. Could it be close physical contact? I understand. The captain always has a sweet smell, which is different from the previous energy smell. No wonder he always gives me a feeling of a good harvest. It turns out to be the smell of rice. I think you are attracted to him for more than just his body. He loves stuttering more than anything else. Tang Zai shook his head, thinking that it was a good thing that Saib was tightly connected to his body and could not be disassembled at will. Otherwise it would definitely run to combine with Fang Shiyu if it knew about spiritual energy. But then again, before Saib combined with Tang Zai, who was it attached to? At that time. Why, did it appear alone in front of him? Tang Zai's eyes sank, and he always felt that there were too many unsolved mysteries in the fifth mission. The mission field suddenly became high risk, which might also be related to the reason why Saib appeared. Saib obviously didn't understand the situation either. Most of the time, its words were vague and guilty. It knew more than Tang Zai, but only knew more about mutants and energy perception. We can only wait for him to investigate slowly in the future. The scenery on the top seemed to sink a little. The combat vehicle had stopped outside the entrance to the swamp. The door here had not been replaced with an identification lock like the outside, but remained as it was. It seemed that there was no plan to carry out the mission for the time being, in order to prevent the internal pollution from leaking out. The five-colored stone also installed several layers of heavy isolation doors of different materials in this area. Even if weapons were used, it would be difficult to destroy them with external force. Perhaps those who intended to force their way in were not aware of this, as some traces of weapon attacks were left on the gate. Fang Shuyu's expression became even uglier when he saw this scene. After receiving the order, Yuri immediately operated to unlock the door. The door made a heavy sound and slowly opened to both sides. The combat vehicle drove in, and after passing through the first barrier, the second barrier opened, and the first was closed. This continued until the last layer, but the door did not move at all. Yuri. What's going on? Report to the captain. The door has been unlocked normally. If it can't be opened, it may be stuck somewhere. Stuck? Fang Shuyu's expression changed, and his eyes became sharp. He carefully backed the combat vehicle a little, then turned on the powerful searchlight and shone it at the corner of the door. The door looked normal. Even in the gap, there was nothing unusual. Just when they were confused, an unpleasant and harsh sound suddenly came from outside. Crack the next second. The door began to shake violently. Fang Shuyu was prepared, quickly determined the direction of the vibration, and shone the searchlight over. On the ground to the right of the gate, a shadow was moving. Something wanted to come out from inside. The shadow was very sticky, and it seemed to have the texture of jelly. It was trying hard to squeeze out of the door, but it seemed to be pulled by something. It bounced back and forth like this. Guan Yingjian confirmed the possibility of attack. We are now in the middle of the two doors. If we use the vehicle-mounted weapons to attack the door, there may be accidents. Guan Yingjian said. It is best to use handheld weapons to attack accurately. Fang Shuyu did not hesitate, took the weapon and stood up. Okay. You drive. The sunroof opened and Fang Shuyu jumped up. But he did not close the sunroof, but leaned down from the roof and hugged Tang Zai up with both hands. The two stood firmly on the roof. Are you ready? Fang Shuyu asked softly. Tang Zai nodded. Hold. Yeah. Before Fang Shuyu finished speaking, Tang Zai had already hugged tightly. He knew that in the face of the mental attack of the mud swamp, the most important thing was to hold Fang Shuyu tightly. Fang Shuyu protected Tang Zai in a position where he would not be hurt by the rebounding fragments. And then when the combat vehicle was close to the door, he laid down and shot at the shadow. At the same time, Tang Zai in his arms had a green light in his eyes, and the shadow instantly turned into mud and flowed away. The door opened heavily, Although they were prepared for the scene after opening the door, they were still shocked. The original mud swamp was still there, but this vast land was filled with many things. The mycelium that fell from the sky was like a dense spider web, covering everything in sight. The spider web almost fell to the ground, but what hung on it was not seeds, but bright red lantern-like things. Under their gaze, a lantern fell into the mud, and the red silk-like things spread radially in the mud, like flowers blooming in the mud. The silk thread continued to spread from one mud to another, and there was still no sign of stopping. It was like a red worm, and it was like a blood vessel. Flowers, in the water? Chapter 79 Mayfly. Flowers in full bloom fill the water. Vines grow wildly in the mountains. If they are used as bullets, will the people shot by them also grow freely like flowers and vines? Fong Shuyu subconsciously hugged Tang Zhe tightly. Aunt Lu. What is this? He contacted the panel. It should be another product of seeds. Seeds will produce mutations in different directions under different environments. This may be something we have never seen before. Lu Tiany's voice reached the helmets of both of them at the same time. We can send out drones to collect and do a simple component analysis. Captain. Tang Zhe. You guys get in the car first. Guan Yingjian shouted anxiously. The pollution outside is heavier than before, and there are mud cells and new mutants. It's too dangerous on the roof. Fong Shuyu didn't answer, but lowered his eyes to look at Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe shook his head. Going in and out now will allow external pollution to enter the car. It will be bad if all four of us have problems. Tang Zhe and I are okay. We will talk about it when it's absolutely necessary. You two should make sure you can work normally first, and pay attention to oxygen consumption. Synchronize the situation to the command center, and ask them to reinforce quickly. Tang Zhe was protected in Fong Shuyu's arms, but his eyes were looking around. The pollution is not worse than before. Apart from mental pollution, the pollution value here is not too high. After all, this is a long-abandoned test site, and the main energy has been transferred away. Last time, the main impact on them was the mud cells in the swamp, but now it is no longer a big problem. Tang Zhe cautiously cast his eyes on the spider webs that fell from the sky. The last time they came, they didn't see these things above the swamp, unless the five-colored stone entered this base again after they left and did something. It would be difficult to explain the appearance of these things. This spider web is thicker and denser than the one outside the door, and there are more connection points between the hyphae, as if telling them in bold and capital letters that this is an upgraded version. The product of the upgraded version is the red lanterns hanging in the spider web, which look like flower buds and fruits. When it landed, thousands of red silks extended from the mud cells, and it was unknown whether it was blooming or taking root. Several lighting discs were fired into the sky, and some crashed into the spider web and hung firmly on it. After the light was illuminated, the original shadow showed its original shape. There were several dense nodes in the spider web, which wrapped something like a cocoon. If it weren't for the corner of a node cluster that revealed the protective clothing that was not completely covered by mycelium, they would probably find it difficult to find so many soldiers wrapped in the sky. This is the latest version of the protective suit for the Sentinel team in Area B, which is consistent with the ones outside who have changed. They are the same group of people. They also entered here? Fong Shuyu frowned. Then these seeds and mycelium. Could it be that they brought them in when they passed through the area outside? Tang Zhe's eyes darkened. Seeds will take root and grow when they encounter the land. There must be a special reason why the five-colored stone specially separated the mud cells and seeds into two areas. Putting them together may be particularly dangerous. The combat vehicle drove forward calmly. The special forces have entered and exited this area twice, and the data collected on the terrain is becoming more accurate, so it is not a big problem to avoid the swamp. The swamp here doesn't seem to move or rotate on its own. Compared with the place they saw later, it can be said to be dead. Report to the captain. There is a foreign object exposed in the swamp ahead. After analysis, it should be the transport vehicle in Area B. Seeing the message in the helmet, Tang Zhe sneered. There are no combat vehicles in Area B. Only transport vehicles for transporting supplies and personnel. Generally speaking, when Sentinels are on a mission, the transport vehicle will send them outside the mission site and let them walk in to explore. After the mission is over, the Sentinels, who can still be used, will be transported back to Area B. Those who cannot be used will be transported to the isolation area by the transport vehicle. The transport vehicle, the life carrier of the Sentinel Mayfly, has a different fate every time it drives. It seems that they drove the transport vehicle directly in. Those who got off the vehicle mutated in the outer field, and the rest in the vehicle continued to carry out the mission. But they did not expect to encounter a swamp. Those on the top probably crawled out of the vehicle to survive. And were wrapped by mycelium again? Tang Zhe suddenly exclaimed awe. He thought of some transport vehicles in Area B that were transformed from obsolete combat vehicles in Area A. The characteristic of this type of vehicle is that there are hooks at the bottom to load cargo. But there are hidden dangers, such as accidentally hooking the mutated objects on the ground and bringing them to the gathering area. Because of this accident, the entire breeding area in Area A was polluted and abandoned. And now, those sentinels have brought in the fungus from the outside field because they are driving the same modified transport vehicle. It seems like reincarnation in the dark. Are those sentinels still alive? Fang Qiyu asked. It's hard to say, but the probability of death or mutation is higher. Is there any way to collect it? Or I can shoot down the fungus above and send a drone to explore remotely. You can try. Captain, be careful. Fang Qiyu squatted down with Tang Zhe, searched quickly, and identified the target in the distance. A cold light shot out from the barrel of his hand. And not long after, the fungus at the target position emitted the same flash. The wrapped sentinel cocoon, falling down a few times. It stopped. Fang Qiyu saw that the attack was effective, and immediately fired at the main load-bearing mycelium. The sentinel cocoon fell down several times, and finally landed on the ground. The mycelium wrapped around him slowly lost its activity, and disappeared at once. And a complete sentinel appeared in front of him. There is also a human figure, Fang Qiyu said. Life monitoring. The life monitoring responded, but it was very weak. Okay. Then I'll put the others down, and let the rescue team be ready when the time comes. The support hasn't arrived yet? They replied that because it was a night operation, the combat team members in Area A were all asleep, and it would take a long time to gather. Just an excuse. Don't worry about them. Contact Area B. They are close. Come faster. Area B has arrived outside Hospital Number 2. But they are blocked outside the door. Door? What's wrong with the door? Can't we come in after the authority is identified? Fang Qiyu was very annoyed. Don't worry about them. Let's complete our mission first. While speaking, he fired several shots at the other cocoons. For a moment, the spider web above his head was pulled, like an unpredictable nebula. They fell with the falling of the sentinel's body, and some pieces were torn apart, like tattered curtains. Tang Zhe looked at the silhouettes of several motionless sentinels in the distance, and couldn't help but wonder. There was no change in their appearance, indicating that they had not yet entered the mutation stage. Or perhaps there was another possibility, that the protective suits were just empty shells. But this was denied by the life monitoring. Were they really lucky enough not to have been mutated or died? He blinked, and the changing scene was reflected on his green irises, forming a strange picture. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Something was wrong. The smell of rot was extremely unpleasant. Almost immediately, he heard Sai's vomiting in his mind. Tang Zhe's breath was choked, and he grabbed Fang Qiyu's hand tightly. Captain, get in the car. Fang Qiyu heard the strangeness in his voice, and without hesitation, he immediately opened the sunroof and jumped in. The moment the skylight closed again, the scene outside suddenly changed. The motionless sentinel suddenly swelled up. To be precise, the sentinel's body began to swell. They turned into a yellow-brown colloid-like jelly, growing outward continuously, and finally tore the heavy protective clothing. Now the mutants can pass the life monitoring? Tang Zhe's eyes widened and his breathing became rapid. It's not that the mutants are well disguised, but before that moment, they were indeed humans. But from humans to mutants, it only takes this moment. This is faster than any previous mutation process. What made him notice something strange was the rancid stench that made Sai vomit. It was the dirty spiritual energy. Tang Zhe realized that he had never smelled this kind of smell on a living person. In other words, when this smell appears, the other person is no longer a living person. Are these the people who blocked the door just now? Guan Yingjian, who was still sitting in the driver's seat, covered his mouth and nose. How could it turn into this? Sorry. Fang Qiyu's face was solemn, but he was not affected at all. He grabbed the position of the control panel, quickly operated the combat vehicle to reverse, and drove delicately towards the entrance door. And right in front of the panel, the strange sentinel mutation continued. Tang Zai saw several large holes in the protective suit, and the colloid-like sentinel body overflowed from the cracks. The spider silk floating above stuck to the yellow-brown colloid, and quickly gave birth to red flower buds. One by one, the sentinel's body was planted with red lanterns. Like countless tumors, the tumors grew bigger and bigger, and at the same time, the colloid was rapidly drying up and becoming sticky. Those lantern-like things hanging on the spider web were cultivated by the bodies of these living sentinels. When they mature, they will fall into the mud. And then, where are the flowers in the water just now? The searchlight illuminated the ground, and in the mud on both sides, countless red patterns flowed darkly, like snakes lurking in it. From just now till now, the thread has been extending and has covered most of the swamp. Flowers in the water. Flowers grow in water, and vines grow in the soil. Right? Fang Qiyu said as he reversed. No matter what they have, they can't play a role as long as they don't drive into the mud. Tang Zai looked at the scene of rapid retreat, breathing more and more rapidly. The sentinels were getting farther and farther away from him, gradually turning into small dots. He could only see that there were countless smaller red dots on the small dots, flowing into the mud and blooming into flowers. He could hear those dirty voices shouting, "Go to hell, noble people in Area A. All go to hell Biab _." The car has backed up to the door. Yuka Yuri. Open the door. Fang Qiyu shouted. Captain, the permissions have been unlocked, and the door is not broken. It may be caused by physical reasons. What physical reasons? Air pressure. The air pressure outside seems to have suddenly become very high. The entrances and exits on both sides are sealed, and now they are all suppressed by the air pressure and cannot be moved at all. Chapter 80 Rotten. Stinky. The car was strangely quiet for a second. Tang Zai realized that this was also the reason why the reinforcements from Area B could not arrive. They were locked outside the original door. Air pressure. Once the air pressure in the confined space changes, the air pressure difference between the inside and the outside will form, and the entrance and exit will become extremely solid. In this case, unless you find a way to ventilate the inside, the possibility of breaking the door by force is very small. What's more, both the inside and the outside are extremely heavy doors. Ordinary vehicle-mounted weapons can't destroy it at all. Fang Qiyu gritted his teeth. Is it possible to solve it in a short time? It's almost impossible without knowing the cause. We are monitoring the conversations at the B area and the official reports. Now they are trying to find facilities such as ventilation pipes to try to open up gas exchanges. The cause of the sudden abnormal pressure is still unclear, and it is speculated that it may be caused by the mutant. There are risks in opening it rashly. The combat vehicle braked suddenly and stopped. Got it. Keep monitoring and report any progress in time. Fang Qiyu freed up a hand, picked up Guan Yingjian, whose face was pale from vomiting, and put him in the back compartment. Aunt Lu. Analyze the possible attack methods and weaknesses of the mutant at the scene as soon as possible. Guan Yingjian. Formulate a breakout plan. You know, there is more than one entrance and exit here. After saying that, Fang Qiyu shook Tang Zai's hand vigorously. Tang Zai also shook his hand in return and nodded to him. Okay, let's get through. As soon as the voice fell, the combat vehicle immediately accelerated and rushed into the strange scene in front of it. The body of the mutated sentinel in front continued to overflow from the hole in the protective suit, and the sticky limb fluid flowed to the ground and finally slid into the mud next to it, floating on the surface like grease. These fresh limb fluids also have subtle colors. Unlike the mud below, which is completely black, they flow slowly, and to some extent, they are still fresh. As the limb fluid drained away, the unsupported protective suit shook heavily, knelt on the ground, and finally fell headfirst into the mud beside it. The red lanterns continued to grow from the sentry's body, growing larger, and then ripened and fell off as the limb fluid disappeared, gradually filling the mud, like strange lanterns. In front of the combat vehicle, there was such a bizarre scene. At the bottom was a bottomless black, and a mixture of yellow-brown and red floated on the black, mixing into strange patterns on the surface of the mud, which were limb fluid and flowers in the water. Above the mixture, there were bright red, which were the red lanterns that had not yet matured. In the air, there were dense white mycelium like clouds, with seeds, tattered protective clothing, and other things hanging in between. This space has never been so full before. Tang Zai held Fang Qiyu's hand, and the previous nausea disappeared immediately. He saw the remaining memories or resentment from the sentinels who had just passed away, and more or less glimpsed the signs of the beginning of all this, because the bunker had not sent out personnel for a long time. The Sentinels, a team with high losses, could no longer afford it. In addition to the greatly increased number and density of missions, even the upper limit of mutations sent to the quarantine area was quietly increased. The deployment of the Sentinels this time was similar to what they had guessed. Because the predicted danger level was high, the higher-ups had already prepared to scrap all of the Sentinels. And the people sent were on the verge of high-risk mutations. And this time, the mission site was divided into two fields, inner and outer. So a transport vehicle was sent as an exception, so that at least some people could enter the inner field to monitor the situation. After the first group of people got off the vehicle in the outer field, the people in the transport vehicle did not feel anything unusual. They only looked down to check the situation on the ground. And no one even illuminated the sky. So the remains and seeds were hidden in the shadows. It was not until later, when someone screamed heartbreakingly, that they all looked up. The person who made the cry picked up the ring of the protective suit of Area B that had just fallen on the ground. They thus confirmed that the person above was the human who disappeared in the gathering area. I don't know if it was just because of the mental stimulation of this scene or for other reasons. The Sentinels seemed to be collectively crazy. They had no weapons, so they could only take off their shoulder straps and smash their name tags upwards, successfully breaking many hyphae and sinking them down a little. And in this battle, some Sentinels unknowingly tore open the seams of their protective suits, and the pollution poured in without any scruples. They mutated one after another. After the mutation, the people who got off the car turned their targets to the people in the car, just like they did to Tang Zhe, chasing the car and launching a face-to-face attack. At this time, the outside world had received the on-site report, but no retreat order was issued. The Sentinel in the car wanted to retreat, but found that the door was tightly closed. In order to get rid of the mutated companions, they had to drive forward and try their luck. The gate to the swamp was in front of them. The Sentinels didn't know how to open it, so they could only drive the transport vehicle up, but found that the door didn't move at all. Just as they were waiting to die, the door suddenly opened. 1, 2. The mountain-like gates opened in front of them one by one, and then closed heavily, locking all the mutated creatures out. But they were also locked in. The transport vehicle was covered with mycelium and seeds. It was unknown whether they were knocked down by others and fell on the roof, or hung on the wheels, or for other reasons. In short, the mycelium and seeds were brought in by them. The seeds have an extremely exaggerated ability to reproduce themselves. They grow rapidly in the dark where the headlights cannot reach. They soon wrapped the back half of the transport vehicle and formed a white tower on top. From a distance, the transport vehicle looked like a huge mushroom moving. The Sentinels drove carefully, and they were extremely frightened. They saw their companions who had mutated on the spot, and also saw the miserable state of their predecessors. This shock stimulated the Sentinels' already numb nerves. There was only one thought left in their minds: live. Live at all costs. But the Sentinels were not lucky. Half a minute later, the transport truck plunged into the mud. They tried to increase the horsepower, but found that they were sinking deeper and deeper. Finally, they had to decide to climb out of the car to survive. Some people tried to climb out from the side windows or the rear door, but they sank into the mud as soon as they got out. The rest escaped from the skylight to the roof and crashed into the pile of mycelium. Only a few of them jumped onto the hard ground by chance. But they did not last long in this dangerous place. And finally they still went to an irreversible fate. In the end, the mycelium covered the entire ceiling, wrapping up all the Sentinels who could be caught. Then, Tang Zhe's pupils shrank. No, they didn't die or mutate immediately after being wrapped in it. They waited until the special forces came in and Fang Shuyu opened fire before something strange happened. What happened when they were wrapped in it? The combat vehicle was speeding, and the scene outside the front window was changing rapidly. Most of the lymph fluid and red lanterns slowly flowed into the mud, and the hard ground that could be driven on was relatively clean. The sentry who had just mutated in front of them could no longer be seen. It was only when the car was speeding past that Tang Zhe saw a corner of the dirty protective suit in the raised mud. That was the only trace left by him. Captain, it is preliminarily determined that this red lantern is a half-plant, half-animal mutant. Like the snake vine, it has the ability to move partially actively. But the mobility of a single unit is stronger than that of a vine that needs roots to fix it, Lu Tianyi said. Through observation and data collection, It is found that after the lantern matures and falls into the water, countless slender tentacles will grow from it. These tentacles have the characteristics of worms, and each one may have aggressiveness such as sucking, and may also contain toxins. In addition, although the lantern has no roots, it has a crown on the top, and all the tentacles grow from it. It is speculated that there are key structures hidden in it. So to deal with this kind of thing, just aim at the crown and attack it. Right? Fang Qiyu asked. Yes. But their tentacles are too long. The longest one found so far has reached dozens of meters. And it is still extending, with so many tentacles spreading out. The crown is almost impossible to find. Fang Qiyu frowned and looked ahead without saying anything. Tang Zhe quietly let go of his hand. Fang Qiyu's spiritual energy was too strong, which seemed to affect the sensing effect a little. After letting go of his hand, the foul breath came again, even worse than before. The resentment seemed to extend through the tentacles of the lantern flower, covering the quagmire, rising slowly in the mist, and filling the entire space. They were angry, shouting, and bleeding. Tang Zhe seemed to feel the pain in his body and lowered his head suddenly. His body was still intact, without any abnormal marks. It seemed that the pain was caused by induction. He felt his skin was pierced, and something grew along the blood vessels. One by one, countless, every blood vessel in his body had this thing. They eroded wanly and finally met in his heart. At that moment, he seemed to stop conscious. The things in the blood vessels became extinct, and he seemed to have become a specimen, displayed there blankly, as if he would be displayed forever. He seemed to have become a part of some plant, a branch of it, or a flower. He seemed to be driven by something, with a purpose. Revenge. His purpose was revenge. To destroy everything with him. To rot and stink. The next second, his body became lighter, and then heavier. He fell hard to the ground. But he stood steadily because of the support. But the support changed at this time. They grew out of his heart again. But they did not follow his blood vessels, but drilled a new path in his body like earthworms. Many tiny earthworms drilled into the same place. But there was no exit there, and they could not get out. They were still trying. And finally, they finally broke through that place. His body poured out like a tap that had been turned on. Tang Zhe. When he opened his eyes again, Tang Zhe was already lying safely in Fang Qiyu's arms. The hallucination disappeared in an instant, but the nausea and pain of being pierced through his body remained in his mind. He felt very uncomfortable, but it was okay. Captain, he said softly, could the crown be the skin tissue of the sentinel? What? Epithelium. Or conjunctiva. Those thin lines also look like blood vessels. If so, it is an animal-like mutant, Lu Tianyi said. It is relatively low level, but not necessarily easy to deal with. Got it. Guan Yingjian. What progress have you made? Guan Yingjian? Guan Yingjian. I don't know when Guan Yingjian started to lose his voice. Chapter 81 Jellyfish. Lu Tianyi, who was immersed in research in the back compartment, woke up and hurried to check on Guan Yingjian. Guan Yingjian leaned on the seat with his head down, his entire face in the shadow of his helmet. He remained in this position motionless, not knowing whether he had fainted or something worse. Fang Qiyu glanced at the data on the panel and cursed. The pollution value in the car has increased by 30%. Probably because he and Tang Zhe opened the skylight when they came in, allowing the pollution from the swamp to come in. The last time they passed here, although they opened the window briefly, because the stay time was relatively short, the pollution outside was not so serious, so there was no major problem before leaving. Who would have thought that this time Guan Yingjian would have a problem? Tang Zhe turned his head, and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Lu Tianyi had already approached Guan Yingjian, and carefully lifted his head. Guan Yingjian closed his eyes tightly. His lips were pursed purple, and he seemed to have lost consciousness. Captain, Guan Yingjian may need emergency treatment. Ah! As soon as the voice fell, Guan Yingjian suddenly opened his eyes, and grabbed Lu Tianyi's arm tightly with one hand. His eyes were red and bloodshot, as if some beast was about to get out of his body. Lu Tianyi took a breath. Guan Yingjian. It seems, he is going to change. What? Fang Qiyu was shocked. Just when he wanted to look back, he was forced to sit back and operate the control panel by the abnormal situation in front of him. The further he went, the more broken the terrain of the swamp became, and the more lantern flowers and flowers floated. so he couldn't be distracted at all. In the back compartment, Lu Tianyi was tightly grasped by Guan Yingjian. He didn't know where he burst out such a strong force. And his hand was like an iron claw that couldn't break free. His head slowly approached Lu Tianyi, staring at her, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, his eyes just turned woodenly and said nothing. Fang Shuyu's anxiety reached its peak. Now the combat vehicle cannot stop. Otherwise it may fall directly into the quagmire and be attacked by those things. But if Guan Yingjian is left alone, once he mutates in the car, it will be a huge threat to everyone in the car. If they cannot escape quickly, they can only take advantage of Guan Yingjian before he completely mutates. Fang Shuyu bit his lips. The next second, he increased the speed of the combat vehicle to the highest level, and the scene in front of him changed even faster. He must rush out quickly and not let his team members. He must rush out. Just thinking about it, he saw Tang Zhe getting up from his seat and seemed to want to crawl to the back of the car. Tang Zhe, what are you doing? Sit tight, he shouted. The car is going so fast. It's dangerous to move around. Don't go to the back of the car. Tang Zhe turned his head and looked at him, his green eyes as calm as a pool of water. Don't worry, Captain. It's okay. Fang Shuyu calmed down with his calm tone, and the previous panic seemed to disappear. He looked into Tang Zhe's eyes and nodded. Don't worry, Captain. Leave it to us. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Fang Shuyu's lips. Okay. Then, Fang Shuyu devoted all his attention to escaping. Tang Zhe climbed from the gap between the seats to the back compartment and saw Guan Yingjian struggling with Lu Tianyi. Although Lu Tianyi was a little caught off guard, she did not panic. She stared at Guan Yingjian's eyes calmly, while trying to fight him with both hands. Tang Zhe grabbed Guan Yingjian's arm, as if trying to pry him away from Lu Tianyi. Aunt Lu. His pupil contraction is still within the normal range, and his vital signs have not changed significantly. He can still be saved, Lu Tianyi said. He may be a little short of oxygen. Tang Zhe, see if you can open his helmet and put the oxygen supply on him. I'll hold his hand. Hurry up. Tang Zhe didn't insist anymore. Let go of his hand, and fumbled around the seat for the oxygen supply pipe. The air exchange between the inside and outside of the car has been turned off, and the oxygen is limited. If he is given a special oxygen supply, it will be consumed faster. But fortunately, after the oxygen supply was put on, Guan Yingjian seemed to calm down a little. He slowly loosened his grip on Lu Tianyi's hand, but he was still panting heavily. Lu Tianyi ignored the numbness in her arm, picked up the onboard detection equipment, and scanned Guan Yingjian's whole body. When she saw the green indicator light on, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it should not have passed the critical point. Send him to the doctor as soon as possible. There will be no problem. Hearing this, Fang Shuyu's heart was relieved. The oxygen in the car had dropped to 35%. Tang Zhe approached Guan Yingjian's face, trying to see something from the distorted expression. He knew very well that Guan Yingjian did not become like this because he inhaled polluted air. Guan Yingjian's behavior was a little abnormal today. The last time he came here, Guan Yingjian was very stable throughout the whole process. When he sent Tang Zhe to the roof of the car, he was even directly exposed to the air in the swamp. After that, he was still able to assist Fang Shuyu's actions until the end of the mission. But today, as soon as he entered the outdoor area, Guan Yingjian had a nauseous reaction. When he entered this swamp, he even started to vomit. Guan Yingjian was a former combat team member and had entered the edge of the exploration area to see real wild mutants. He had seen too many disgusting scenes, and it was impossible that he felt physically uncomfortable because of seeing the mutant form of the Sentinel. What caused his reaction was something else. Induction. His current symptoms were probably the same as Tang Zhe's: extreme panic, lack of oxygen, and loss of perception of the outside world. But Tang Zhe didn't know what Guan Yingjian had sensed. According to his speculation, induction. This kind of mental pollution is theoretically encountered by everyone, but it requires corresponding triggering conditions. For Tang Zhe, this condition is hatred of the superior and everything around. For Guan Yingjian, this condition is not true. Otherwise he and Tang Zhe will encounter induction at the same time, and will also be attacked by the mutated Sentinel. What caused his induction should be a new condition. This condition has never appeared in any previous missions, but only appeared today. What on earth is it? The oxygen reserve has dropped to 30%. Guan Yingjian seemed to have exhausted his strength. Apart from consuming oxygen rapidly, he was not aggressive for the time being. Tang Zhe looked at him, and had the idea of knocking him out. He still remembered that the last time he encountered induction, Guan Yingjian said that the awake state consumes more oxygen than the coma. Thinking of this, he quietly reached out to the back of Guan Yingjian's neck, while paying attention to Lu Tiany's sight, intending to wait for an opportunity to attack. At this moment, the warning of insufficient oxygen sounded in the car. The oxygen reserve in the car is less than 20%. The oxygen in the car is less than 15%. Please start air circulation immediately. Before they could react to the precipitous drop in oxygen, Guan Yingjian suddenly jumped up and grabbed Tang Zhe's arm. His strength was beyond imagination. If Tang Zhe's body had not been strengthened automatically, he would have been broken. In an instant, Tang Zhe's pupils shrank into needles. He felt a strong fear. A fear that made people unable to move. His limbs seemed to be petrified. His heart was so tight that it could not beat. And his mouth and nose could not breathe. Huge. There was a very huge thing crushing towards them. This was what Guan Yingjian sensed. And through physical contact, it was passed on to Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe felt his brain was seized, and all he could see was agitated red. But he couldn't make out anything. He was suffocating little by little. And no matter how he opened his mouth, he couldn't breathe in a single breath of oxygen. Bang! Tang Zhe suddenly came to his senses, and his breathing suddenly became smooth. Lu Tiany raised the first aid kit and knocked Guan Yingjian unconscious. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Let's drag him to the back first, Lu Tiany said. There is an isolation door in the back compartment, so we can lock him in the back first, so that he can't affect us. Tang Zhe, okay. What about those colleagues who loved each other? After Guan Yingjian fainted, the oxygen consumption rate in the car dropped sharply, but it had already reached 8%. Tang Zhe and Lu Tiany closed the isolation door and tried to calm themselves down so that their oxygen consumption would slow down. There were still 2 minutes to go before the other door leading to the underground passage. Tang Zhe slowly climbed back to his seat. Fang Xiuyu had completely calmed down and entered a state of full concentration. While they were dealing with Guan Yingjian, Fang Xiuyu had fired weapons more than a dozen times and eliminated the mutants blocking the road. Now as long as they pass the last section of the road, they can reach the entrance of the underground passage. There should be no obstacles over there except for the rattan skin that has turned into pieces. At this moment, the combat vehicle suddenly slowed down and braked suddenly. Tang Zhe almost hit the front window due to inertia. When he came to his senses, the combat vehicle had completely stopped. He looked up and saw a piece of red in front of him. Blood? No, it wasn't. It wasn't a piece of red, but a bunch of red. It just looked like a piece because there were too many and too dense. Countless threads of lantern flowers were no longer just floating on the mud, but standing upright in front of him. Tang Zhe approached the front window carefully and looked up along these threads. He saw countless lantern flowers gathered together, forming a huge crown in the air, like a jellyfish on their heads. And those silk threads, like blood vessels, are all buried deep in the mud, absorbing nutrients from it, making the crown become larger and larger. This is collective mutation? Tang Zhe's breath was choked. In the past, only trees and vines induced collective mutations, but that was because of the energy source. But now there should be no huge energy source in this area. Why would it suddenly induce collective mutations? Lantern flower. Collective mutation. What is it that makes Guan Yingjian afraid? Warning. Oxygen storage is less than 5%. Please start air circulation immediately. The panel lit up with a red light, mixed with the red outside, flickering even more anxiously. Fang Xiuyu pursed his lips and remained silent. After a few seconds, he chuckled softly. Tang Zhe, he whispered. It seems to be finished. Captain, this thing is very tough. It's useless to hit it. It will be entangled. As for the crown, with the remaining vehicle-mounted weapons, there is no way to solve it all at once. The only thing that may be effective is the handheld weapon made by Lu Ji, which may be able to conduct through the node to expand the damage. But this requires opening the window to shoot. Captain, the window cannot be opened, Lu Tiany said. There are dense silk threads outside. Once the window is opened, they will invade. There is no chance to bypass it. Fang Xiuyu spread his hands. Yes, death is imminent. He looked at Tang Zhe. and there was no tension on his face. Instead, there was an abnormal excitement. There was a gleam in his eyes, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hee. In that case, what about going out to fight? Chapter 82. Am I awesome? The next second, Fang Xiuyu stood up with his weapon. Aunt Lu, close the partition door between the driver's seat and the back seat, and stay in the back. Yuka Yuri, the vehicle control is up to you. As long as the obstacles ahead are cleared. No matter what the situation is. Drive the car forward until you leave here. Yes. Captain. Yes. Captain. After arranging the task, Fang Xiuyu hugged Tang Zhe next to him. Let's go. Let's give it a try. Tang Zhe hugged his waist tightly, with a faint smile in his eyes. Yes. Captain. The skylight door suddenly opened, and the dirty air poured into the cab. Fang Xiuyu hugged Tang Zhe and jumped onto the roof of the car. He saw that the car was surrounded by those silk threads, as if they were in a huge red cage. The blooming flowers described by Mu Zhijing were unexpectedly so blooming, even more terrifying than the vines all over the mountains. Captain, these silk threads can only take root in places with mud cells. As long as they are not stuck to the mud cells, the roof is temporarily safe. Lu Tiany's message came over. The images seen by Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zhe in the helmet vision are being transmitted to the rest of the special forces in real time. However, Guan Yingjian, who is mainly responsible for tactical formulation, cannot participate. So this work can only be done by others. Fang Xiuyu turned around on the roof of the car and carefully observed the situation around him. The entire quagmire was occupied by the threads of these flowers, and the crowns formed by them almost covered the entire sky of this swamp. Under the cold light of the lighting disc, the sky and everything on the ground turned into a strange red. Like hell. Tang Zhe tried to smell the air. He leaned close to Fang Xiuyu, and the erosion of mental pollution had completely disappeared. In this case, he should be able to sense the source of energy if there is still energy here. Swoosh. A cold light flashed in front of Tang Zhe's eyes and disappeared in the red blood curtain. A few seconds later, the blood curtain broke open to a half-palm width. Several threads broke from it, and pure energy leaked out. Saib suddenly woke up and took a deep breath. Phew. I feel refreshed. Before Tang Zhe could react, several lightning bolts flashed around him. The blood curtain broke open to wider and wider strips, and the energy leaked more and more. It seemed that Fang Xiuyu gradually found the rules to deal with this thing. A lot of energy. Clean on it. Saib smacked her lips and said, Tang Zhe, this thing can purify energy. Tang Zhe looked up. This jellyfish, in another sense, is more like a circulatory system. The silk threads below are blood vessels, absorbing scattered energy from the mud cells, purifying and converging to the heart at the top. Thus, the fragmented energy that could not be sensed became clean and huge little by little. Tang Zhe, let the captain shoot it down. I want a good meal. Tang Zhe came to his senses, and Fang Xiuyu had cleared a space about 10 meters in front of the combat vehicle. However, the gun's attack range was not enough to drive the entire vehicle to the exit. Not to mention the overwhelming silk threads around. The huge thing was not dead. On the contrary, it was still absorbing energy vigorously, and constantly growing new silk threads. Cough. Fang Xiuyu suddenly coughed violently. He seemed to have been holding back for a long time, but he couldn't help coughing. He bent down and leaned on Tang Zhe's shoulder. Cough. Cough. Tang Zhe. I cough. Tang Zhe was shocked. He looked around, and the air around him became very turbid unconsciously. The red mist covered the forest made of silk threads, and the distant scene and the zenith gradually disappeared. It was the lantern flower that discharged a large amount of dirty waste gas during the purification process. Such a concentration is a high-risk pollution for the human body. Fang Xiuyu's mask gradually condensed into white mist. He leaned on Tang Zhe's shoulder and held his waist weakly. The wireless ring sounded an alarm, indicating that his vital signs were changing rapidly. Captain! Tang Zhe leaned close to his face and shouted to Saib in his heart. Hurry up! The captain is dying. Saib was still immersed in the longing for a big meal, and suddenly woke up. What? Are you kidding? This thing emits pure waste gas, not to mention no energy. And it is even dirtier than the previous 5-hand and 10-hand gas. I can't eat it even if you pinch my throat. Ugh! Gurgle. Puff you. Gulyulu. Tang Zhe opened his and Fang Xiuyu's masks, and put his face into Fang Shiyu's helmet, trying to purify the air around him a little. But the filth outside was beyond his imagination. Not to mention Fang Shiyu. Even his own vision began to blur. Saib was right. These exhaust gases were completely squeezed out, without any energy. Breathing them in would only make his body worse and worse, and even burn Saib's advanced engine. Captain! Captain! Fang Shiyu suddenly opened his eyes when he heard Tang Zei's voice. He looked at Tang Zei, who was so close, and his remaining will burst out instantly. He hugged Tang Zei tightly, raised his other hand and fired a few shots forward. And then he seemed to have exhausted his strength, and fell down heavily with Tang Zei. Several threads were hit by Fang Shiyu's gun, and lightning flashed a few times in the mist, and disappeared into the clouds. Bang! Accompanied by a slight sound. A trace of clean energy leaked from the sky. Saib sat up in shock from her dying illness, and absorbed the energy completely. Ah! I'm alive! Tang Zei opened his eyes, and saw himself lying on the roof of the car with his back facing up. Above him was the red sky and several threads that were still struggling after being broken, like headless worms twisting helplessly. Fang Shiyu fell on him, with one hand still protecting the back of his head, as if he was afraid that he would be injured when he fell. In addition, Fang Shiyu had lost consciousness, and all his physical signs had become extremely weak. Tang Zei held his head and sat up. Saib, I have a question. Tang Zei hugged Fang Shiyu's body and looked up at the severed twisted worms. Since you are so good at absorbing energy, can you suck the energy out of that thing? Saib was stunned. The energy is inside it. You have to break it to release the energy. Otherwise, how can I? No. He pointed to the silk threads. That thing is like a straw, sucking energy from the mud cell to the crown. But if I pull the other end of the straw, as long as the suction is strong enough, I can suck the things in the crown back. Ah! Tang Zei carefully placed Fang Shiyu on the roof of the car and stood up. The pieces of silk thread were too high from the ground for him to reach. If he wanted to touch that thing, he would probably have to hit a few more silk threads. He slowly picked up the gun in Fang Shiyu's hand. Tang Zei, how do I use this thing? Yuka Yuri, oh my god. You're still alive. Lu Ji, open the single barrel mode. Raise it. Aim and shoot. Tang Zei raised the gun. For his current body, the weight of the gun is no longer a problem. Just aim. Lightning shot out from his hand, and hit several silk threads in the distance. A few strands of energy scattered, and were instantly swallowed by Saib. Tang Zei frowned and fired again at the front of him, but still only hit the silk thread farther away. This thing is too thin. It is difficult to hit it accurately. Only Fang Shiyu can do it. Or, jump down and grab a handful of it from the swamp. Tang Zei thought. But Fang Shiyu said that this thing is very tough, and should be rooted very deep. I am afraid that it cannot be broken by bare hands, and it may sink into the mud. He is not sure what is under the mud here. Tang Zei thought about it, and put down the gun, and fumbled around Fang Shiyu to see if there was anything like a knife. Swish. Tang Zei heard a slight sound in the air and paused. He turned his head, and saw a flash of lightning in the mist. Is it an illusion? While thinking, Saib took another breath of energy. More. Tang Zei's eyes trembled. Someone is attacking the silk thread? Who is it? Swoosh. This time, the lightning appeared in front of Tang Zei. He clearly saw that the lightning was emitted from the dark place in front of him, and hit the silk thread a few meters away from him. The broken silk thread twisted, and released a slight energy. Who is there? Tang Zei asked with a frown. Swoosh. There was no answer from the other side. But the lightning bloomed in front of Tang Zei. The silk thread was precisely broken, and was hanging beside his ear. Tang Zei didn't care about anything else. He shut down all his communications with one hand, and quickly grabbed the silk thread with the other hand. Then he tore open the protective suit at his wrist, and put the silk thread on his blood vessels. The moment it touched the skin, the silk thread came alive. It pierced Tang Zei's blood vessels, and quickly took root. Tang Zei felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if his body was drained from there, and his brain suddenly became blank. Saib, suck it quickly, quickly. The energy above is what you like. Countless, especially a lot. Saib, Tang Zei's body weakened rapidly. All the accumulation of Saib in the past was being emptied by this powerful blood-sucking monster. He felt that he was drying up little by little, and even his consciousness was fading. You are S-Class, show some S-Class appearance. Saib. the loss suddenly stopped. And 2 seconds later, the situation began to reverse. Tang Zai's lost energy returned to his body little by little, and his consciousness also became clear. He opened his eyes, and saw himself lying next to Fang Xiyu. Several silk threads were tied on his wrists, which were dozens of times thicker than before, like a few small snakes. Huge energy was being introduced into Tang Zai's body through these infusion tubes. The red crown did not change at first, but suddenly collapsed a little after 2 minutes. Then, the silk threads in the distance began to break and disappear one after another. After just a few minutes, the huge jellyfish broke into several pieces and collapsed. Everything in front of him turned into red fragments, and finally fell from the sky like pieces of paper, turning into a concrete bloody storm. Flower. Died. Tang Zai panted and slowly sat up. His pupils changed from needle shape to their original shape. The thread connected to his hand had been annihilated. There was no wound on his wrist. Everything was restored to its original state. His body was filled with unprecedented energy. If it were in the past, he would have fainted from the impact of such a huge energy. But his body had slowly changed. And now he could completely digest these things. Really powerful things. Tang Zai moved his hands and laughed coldly. An abandoned test site in Wusei sure can still keep so many things, which shows how much energy they have in their hands. It's a pity. I will definitely take all of these away in the future and use them as my own nutrients. Tang Zai put away the coldness in his eyes, replaced it with an innocent expression, and leaned down to check on Fang Xiyu's condition. Captain? Captain? As the jellyfish disintegrated, the mist in the air also faded. I don't know if it was reabsorbed by the mud cells. Fang Xiyu probably couldn't wake up for a while, because he had inhaled too much dirty air before. Tang Zai thought that maybe he could only let Yukiri drive the car back to Area A, and then send Fang Xiyu for treatment. He was about to open the communication to inform his teammates. But suddenly his eyes went dark. Then, he felt an irresistible force pulling him down. Swoosh. His consciousness was blank for a few seconds. After regaining consciousness, Tang Zai opened his eyes, and his heart stopped. He was leaning over Fang Xiyu's face, his eyelashes intertwined with his, and his lips. I felt that my vision had opened up. I didn't expect that I could absorb so much energy. I am simply the strongest energy absorber in the universe. It's worthy of being an S level. I also sucked out all the turbid air in the captain's body. Sai proudly put his hands on his waist. Am I awesome? Hee hee. Chapter 83 Heartbeat. Half a second after Tang Zai lost his ability to think, Fang Xiyu's eyelashes seemed to tremble. Tang Zai woke up instantly, jumped off him, and fell heavily beside him. He closed his eyes, pretending to be dead, as if finding that there were no obstacles ahead. The combat vehicle moved slowly. During the bumps, Fang Xiyu coughed lightly, and then started coughing violently. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, cough. His body twisted a few times. Then he sat up suddenly, and started looking for someone as soon as he opened his eyes. Tang Zai. Tang Zai. He touched Tang Zai, who was lying next to him with his back to him, and quickly picked him up. Tang Zai. Are you okay? Tang Zai closed his eyes tightly, and did not respond at all. Fang Xiyu checked the wireless tracking ring, and the data showed that Tang Zai's vital signs were stable. He shook Tang Zai in confusion, and called his name a few times. Tang Zai still did not move. Is he too tired? Fang Xiyu said to himself. He hugged Tang Zai with some distress, and carefully helped him put on the mask. Don't worry. We will go back soon. The captain is here. Next, Tang Zai held his breath all the way. From the time they passed the underground passage with difficulty to the layers of inspections in Area A, he maintained such an obviously fine, but can't be woken up, and was finally sent straight into the capsule. When he opened his eyes again, it was 2 days later. Tang Zai woke up in a capsule full of liquids and tubes, and memories slowly flooded into his mind. That scene appeared in front of him again. Tang Zai. At #% and. He didn't know what the process was like. When he regained consciousness, he saw that it was just the result of a touch. At that time, his communication with Fang Xiyu should still be closed, and the others were either in the car or under the car. In theory, it should be Tianji Saib, who knew what he knew. But Fang Xiyu? Was he really not awake at that time? Identity: Junior Combat Soldier. Tang Zai. Your body functions are normal, and you can leave the capsule on your own. The voice of the announcement sounded. Tang Zai felt a splitting headache when he thought about going back to face Fang Xiuyu. He slowly slid down, immersed his body in the water, and tried to enter the repair state again. However, the set repair time had ended, and he choked on a mouthful of water. Repair is complete. Please leave the capsule on your own. If you can't leave on your own, the system will automatically ask for help for you in 3 seconds. Ding. The superior has been notified. Tang Zai stood up at once. No need to notify the superior. How can this thing be cancelled? Before he could find a place to cancel his request for help, the door slammed open. Fang Xiuyu rushed in and hugged him. Finally woke up. Fortunately, I was scared to death. Fang Xiuyu seemed to feel the stiffness of the person in his arms, and he loosened his hand. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Strange. The examination showed that everything was normal, and I have been soaking in capsules for 2 days, so it should be fine. Is it some strange disease that cannot be detected? Tang Zai's eyes moved woodenly, and his soul seemed to have left his body. Fang Xiuyu's face turned pale in an instant. Tang Zai, don't scare me. Seeing that Tang Zai was still slow to react, Fang Xiuyu panicked, picked up Tang Zai and ran out. Doctor, come and have a look. A few hours later, Tang Zai finally lay on the bed in his dormitory. Fang Xiuyu helped him cover the quilt, sat on the bedside, and looked at him with some heartache. The doctor said that you are fine. Maybe you were stimulated, and you need to rest slowly. It's all my fault that I didn't protect you well at that time. He touched Tang Zai's face. I heard that you were forced to pick up a gun later, and finally cleared those things. Did you do it? You are really great. Was it too scary at that time? If I had held on for a little longer, it would have been fine. Obviously. I obviously promised you something, but I still couldn't do it in the end. Fang Xiuyu felt even more guilty when he saw Tang Zai's appearance. He lay down beside Tang Zai and hugged him through the quilt. I'm sorry. Tang Zai's heart stopped for a few beats, and then beat violently again. He didn't hear what Fang Xiuyu said, but he could hear his heart almost jumping out of his chest and penetrating the quilt. And Fang Xiuyu was about to notice it. He panicked instantly, pushed Fang Xiuyu away, and laid down with his back to him. Fang Xiuyu was startled by his action. Tang Zai, are you angry with me? Tang Zai turned his back to him and didn't move. Fang Xiuyu's voice softened. Were you angry with me before? I wanted to tell you that day. The reason I didn't tell you wasn't because I didn't trust you. It was because I didn't remember it myself. I don't remember who the team member I lost was, no matter the name or the face. I don't have any impression at all. All I remember is that there was a person lying next to me before I passed out. Fang Xiuyu sighed softly. I was seriously injured in that mission, and I should have passed out directly at the mission site. After being rescued, I woke up after a month of treatment, and the mission was already completed. Strangely, when I checked the mission records, that person was not in the records. Everything about him was completely cleared up. I didn't give up, so I asked other people who participated in the mission, including Lao Chong, but they all said that there was no such person. I charged forward by myself, and I was the only one lying there when I was found. They said that I was stimulated during the mission, which caused my memory to be confused and hallucinated. He was silent for a while, but I remember the look he gave me at the end. That feeling must have existed, but I just can't remember it. His record will be cleared, perhaps because Area A wants to cover up the fact of heavy casualties. He must have died, and tragically, when I woke up, a long time had passed, enough for them to modify the records and unify their statements. If I could remember anything, I could definitely dig out traces of his existence. But I don't remember anything. Fang Xiuyu's voice gradually became lower. I always feel that at least his name should be remembered, and he should be written in the merit book. The air became quiet, with only a gentle sigh. After a long time, Fang Xiuyu carefully reached out his hand and put it on Tang Zai's shoulder. From now on, I will remember everything you do. I will definitely let you get the honor you deserve in time, and let everyone remember your efforts and sacrifices for all mankind. I will never forget again. Tang Zai did not move, but he did not continue to resist. So, Fang Xiuyu rubbed his shoulders vigorously. What else makes you angry? Is it because of the new department? We have a lot more colleagues all of a sudden, and there will be a lot of sentinels to cooperate with us. But they are different from you. Except for you. No one can stand by my side like this. Seeing that Tang Zai still had no intention of resisting, Fang Xiuyu boldly moved over and hugged him tightly. Who else in the entire gathering area can withstand all kinds of highly polluted environments, take risks alone to spy on intelligence, and can raise a gun and shoot in critical moments? You are my only partner. And there will only be you. In this room? On this bed? No one else can sleep except you. Do you understand? Tang Zai? Tang Zai still said nothing. Fang Xiuyu was a little uneasy, not knowing whether Tang Zai was uncomfortable or still angry. He thought about it, and finally turned Tang Zai's shoulders to look at his face. Pa! Tang Zai turned off the lights in the room, and his face was instantly submerged in darkness. Captain, I want to sleep. Tang Zai's voice was a little trembling, and it sounded that his breathing was not even. Fang Xiuyu was still a little worried, but when he heard Tang Zai speak, he thought it should be fine. Finally, he patted Tang Zai's shoulder and stood up. Okay, you take a rest first, and we'll talk after you've rested enough. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Tang Zai breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from Fang Xiuyu's behavior, he should not have woken up at that time. Fang Xiuyu didn't know, and he didn't remember it either. As long as he could forget that scene, this matter could be turned over. But Tang Zai became a little irritable. Before, Fang Xiuyu hugged him and held him, and he thought it was normal. But now, he didn't know what happened. When Fang Xiuyu touched him, he felt something wrong. It was like being electrocuted, and he just wanted to stay away. Tang Zai covered his head with the quilt, and felt the temperature in the quilt rise sharply. So he quickly opened it. After tossing and turning for a long time, he still failed to fall asleep. Finally, he could only sit up and get angry at the quilt in the dark. Then he called out to Saib, who was sleeping soundly, and scolded her. Saib? If I don't breathe, the captain will definitely be seriously injured according to the pollution of the exhaust gas. With the rescue efficiency of ordinary humans, the people will be half dead after being sent there. What will you do in the future? Can't you face somewhere else? You have to. But there are only a few openings for people to breathe in and out, and the mouth is the most convenient. Then change it next time. Tang Zai didn't know what he thought of, and took a breath. Forget it. Let's just use our mouth. No. What next time? Don't even think about a next time. Ask me before you do anything in the future. Don't mess around with my body. Okay. Saib, humph. Okay. After venting his anger like this, Tang Zai felt better. He fell heavily, staring at the starry sky. Other memories besides that incident slowly emerged in his mind at this time. This time when he entered the breeding area, many things were different. The flower in the water that suddenly appeared, and the sudden encounter with Guan Yingjian. Guan Yingjian, although Tang Zai had been on several missions with him, he knew very little about him, apart from knowing that he was a former combat team member and was good at tactical analysis. There was no other information. He remembered that Guan Yingjian had retired from the combat team because he was injured and could not continue to fight. But his body looked normal. However, there are people like Liu Bai in Area A who make prosthetics. So even if the whole body is replaced, it will not be visible, Tang Zai thought. But with the replacement of the prosthetics, he should be able to continue fighting. Unless Guan Yingjian suffered mental trauma. Tang Zai frowned. He remembered that when Yuri was looking for files related to Fang Xiuyu in private, he also found one. Guan Yingjian had a brain surgery 5 years ago. Chapter 84 Haze. 5 years ago. This was also the time when Fang Xiuyu was seriously injured in a mission. The lost teammate Fang Xiuyu mentioned should be that mission. Judging from the fragments that have been excavated now, the truth of that mission is confusing. First of all, the tragic result of the mission may be man-made. Fang Xiuyu was seriously injured in the mission, and someone took the opportunity of treatment to erase part of his memory in order to make him forget things related to his family and be better used in Area A. And that teammate may have died in the mission, or he may have been cleaned up because of his connection with Fang Xiuyu's past. Afterwards, the files on this person and the memories of the relevant personnel were also cleared. Could the large-scale brain surgery 5 years ago be related to this mission? Will Guan Yingjian's matter be related to Fang Xiuyu? J98. Tang Zai murmured. What happened in this special year? External Development Department Office Area. Hello. Director Fang. Hello. Members. Amid loud greetings, Tang Zai and Fang Xiuyu walked into the Special Operations Team office area. After the door closed, Tang Zai breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how many times he saw this kind of big scene where hundreds of people greeted him, he couldn't accept it. It seems that he should not go to work with Fang Xiuyu in the future, Tang Zai thought. Although Fang Xiuyu seemed to have gotten used to it, even if it wasn't for the hundreds of people on the other side. Tang Zai had originally planned to leave with Fang Xiuyu. After all, he seemed to have the sequelae of not being able to look directly at Fang Xiuyu's face. But unexpectedly, Fang Xiuyu was too worried about his physical condition, so he waited for him outside the door after getting up. Seeing Tang Zai's evasive eyes, Fang Xiuyu thought he was still angry, so he kept explaining those misunderstandings, and reiterated several times that you are irreplaceable to me. But he didn't know that this made Tang Zai even more embarrassed. So, the morning began with Tang Zai declared that he was not angry. Fang Xiuyu thought their relationship was back to normal, and started to hug each other. Tang Zai avoided. Fang Xiuyu thought he was still angry. The cycle ended with Tang Zai gritted his teeth and pretended to be back to normal. Tang Zai, I didn't expect commuting to be more tiring than going to work. The Special Forces have a lot of work today, and need to summarize the incident 2 days ago as soon as possible. Now they are not as free as before, and need to explain and report on various tasks in a timely manner. For this reason, after confirming that everyone has recovered, Fang Xiuyu immediately convened a meeting of the remaining members. This remaining members refers to people other than Guan Yingjian. After Sive sucked out the foul air, Fang Xiuyu's body was almost unaffected. He came back for a checkup and was fine. Tang Zai had no problems to begin with. He not only took a large giant jellyfish, but also soaked in capsules for 2 days. He even felt that he was a little irritated. Guan Yin was still lying in the medical room, and I wonder if he woke up. In addition, the office area was also very strange today. As soon as he entered the door, the hall was dark. Tang Zai stopped cautiously, but was pushed to the middle by Fang Xiuyu. Just as he was wondering, a panel suddenly lit up in the middle of the hall. The panel was lit with green light, and in the middle were several close-ups, half-length and full-length photos of Tang Zai. The photos danced alternately, with cute animations popping up from time to time. And finally a close-up of him was painted with cat ears. Tang Zai. After a long 10 seconds, the photos finally disappeared, replaced by colorful big words all over the screen. Warmly welcome the Special Forces grass, the bravest little green radish in our hearts. Tang Zai. To return to the team after recovery. Tang Zai. The effect is not bad, Fang Xiuyu said with satisfaction. I asked Yisu and the others to customize it. I can't tell that they have something. I have to look at these new members differently. Tang Zai. Somehow, Fang Xiuyu's previous embarrassment was gone, and there was no more ripples in his heart. Ahem. Captain. Tang Zai's face twitched. Can you stop doing this kind of thing? Fang Xiuyu was a little surprised. Why? You don't like it? I wanted to give you a surprise. Thank you, Captain. I appreciate your kindness. Tang Zai walked over speechlessly, looking left and right. How do I turn it off? Don't. They made more than a dozen versions for me to choose from. And they finally made it. Just hang on for a while. Look. How cute, looping every 15 seconds. Looking at his cat head appearing on the panel again. Tang Zai's eyes darkened. Snap. Ah. It's closed. Are you so unhappy to see it? I was thinking of making one for Guan Yingjian when he returns to the team. Captain. Guan Yingjian will be very happy to see it. You think so? Right? Fang Xiuyu nodded. I'll ask them to order another one right away. Tang Zai pulled the corner of his mouth. Captain. Didn't you say you were going to have a meeting today? Yes. I did. Fang Xiuyu's voice changed subtly. Isn't this just to relax before the meeting? Tang Zai heard that the situation was not good. Captain. Is there a problem? There is a problem. But it's not ours. Someone sent a sentry in without authorization, causing great losses, and they must be held accountable for this. But we haven't found out who gave the order. Tang Zai's eyes trembled. District B said that they received an order from the superiors of District A. But after investigation, they found that the sending channel did not belong to any team in District A. Fang Xiuyu whispered. How this order was sent to the combat team of District B has not been found out yet. Tang Zai frowned. It would be fine if someone acted on his own to win credit. But what if the other party did not have that purpose at all? What if they just wanted to raise the alarm and cause Fang Xiuyu and his team to rush over in the middle of the night? The alarm came urgently, and it was not during the regular duty hours of District A. They had no time to prepare and no support. After arriving at the breeding area, a change that had never happened before occurred inside. Is this for the special forces? Tang Zai thought of something, raised his head, and met Fang Xuyu's gaze. They all understood that in terms of ability and motivation, the possibility of the five-colored stone was greater. The two districts will investigate this matter. Fang Xuyu patted Tang Zai on the shoulder. Let's do our work first. Sort out what happened at that time. And then see if there is anything to dig. While talking, the other colleagues had walked from the depths of the cave to the hall, and seemed to be voluntarily working overtime again. Lu Tiany's body did not seem to have changed. That day she had been sitting in the back car, and the two isolation doors isolated the outside air. The remaining 5% clean oxygen in the car was enough for an old woman like her to survive to the end. She looked at Tang Zai and nodded slightly. Tang Zai has just returned to the team, and we are just in time to summarize the progress of the past 2 days. Fang Xiyu said. Aunt Lu, thank you for your hard work. Lu Tiany walked forward a few steps, opened the panel, and projected the holographic image of the lantern flower in the middle of the hall. We still haven't collected the lantern flower after collective mutation. The current research results are all from the dead fragments of the lantern flower monomer and the collective mutation, she explained. So far, I have no way to classify the lantern flower. It looks like both a plant system and a large microorganism system like the hairy fungus. But it also has the characteristics of an animal system mutation. Its appearance and form are both unimaginable. The scene switched, and countless silk threads appeared under the original lantern-shaped bud, and the flower turned into a jellyfish. The captain told me the words that sounded like a prophecy. The flowers in full bloom are full of water. The vines that are unrestrained are full of mountains and fields. We have seen the second half of the sentence a long time ago. The problem is the first half. The flowers bloom in the water. At first we thought that this water referred to the swamp. After all, in the breeding area, the closest thing to water is the semi-flowing mud cell mass. But we must not forget, there is also water in the mud cell. In other words, the lantern flower does not bloom in the liquid between the mud cells, but blooms in the mud cells. Its countless threads can take root in the mud cells and absorb nutrients from them. In this respect, it is very similar to the hairy fungus. However, the lantern flower is not in a symbiotic state with the mud cells like the hairy fungus. We have seen that the lantern flower appears on the sentinel. It falls off after maturity and can drift around with the current. Even if there is no mud cell to take root, they will not die. It is independent of the mud cell, but can obtain nutrients from the mud cell. From this perspective, it is a predator of the mud cell. But if you think of it as a plant, it is not a predation, but a nourishment. Lu Tiany switched the screen again, and 3 types of cell bodies appeared on the panel, belonging to vines, trees, and flowers. Vines and trees are both mutants with both plant and animal characteristics. But we still classify them in the Z series because they lack the typical characteristics of animal-based mutants. Neural tissue. Neural tissue is a reaction and control system with subjective consciousness. Mutants with this system will have more complex reflexes and even have purposes other than competing for resources. So far, there are very few D-based mutants in the archives, and the records are all from decades ago. That is to say, in the past few decades, except for mutated humans, we have not seen animal-based mutants again. We don't know what will happen if a real animal-type mutant appears. Lu Tiany paused. But this collective mutant shows some characteristics that only mutant humans have. Tang Zai's expression changed, and he quickly lowered his eyes. Aunt Lu, the flowers don't show any animal characteristics. Fang Xiyu said. They didn't do anything. They just gathered together to absorb the energy in the swamp. And they didn't intend to actively attack the outside world. It's even more obedient than those trees and vines. Lu Tiany shook her head. The collective mutant product I mentioned doesn't just refer to the flowers. What we are facing now is not the collective mutation of a single species, but the collective mutation of multiple species. Don't you think that putting flowers and mud cells together will become a huge circulatory system? Indeed, from the perspective of form alone, the huge crown is like a heart, and the countless silk threads are blood vessels, in which energy flows. Tang Zai thought. He had not thought about what would happen to the flowers once the energy in the mud cells was completely diluted. But when Lu Tiany said this, he suddenly realized that perhaps the flowers were not just extracting nutrients from the mud cells. In fact, I have always had a question. Why did the five-colored stone build its test site so close to the gathering area? Even if a large amount of human resources are needed, transportation is not a big problem. They don't need to take the risk of placing the base under the buildings in use. But now, I seem to have some clues, Luciani said, calling up a map, which is a zoom of the area controlled by the five-colored stone. The area where the mud cells and seeds are located is the breeding area. Outside the breeding area is a pipeline full of vines, leading to the isolation area. At the exit of the isolation area is where the tree grows. And the components of the tree are the limbs of the human body. Luciani shook her head slightly. I have a guess, just a guess. If we regard that sealed swamp as a circulatory system to absorb clean nutrients and metabolize excess waste after use. In humans, that is what the heart or lungs are doing. The vines are like blood vessels that transport nutrients. The trees in the quarantine zone are undoubtedly the limbs of humans. She slowly raised her eyes and looked into the distance. Will they want to create a huge mutated human body here? Chapter 85. You are so lucky. Mutation, human body? This is the first time that everyone has heard of this term. But when they think about it carefully, they feel scared. This is not a mutant in the traditional sense. It is a mutant that includes various environments, buildings, and even ecological components. Man-made buildings constitute the body of this huge mutant. The production and purification of energy are actually providing energy for this mutant. The swamp composed of mud cells is itself an ecosystem, which is enough to maintain all the reactions inside a living body. Flowers. It is used as the heart and lungs of the mutant, purifying energy and expelling waste gas. Vine. The pipeline will form semi-autonomous changes according to the location of the energy, ensuring that the generated energy can be transported to the corresponding place. This is a giant sleeping underground in the gathering area. According to this, the breeding area is the torso, the isolation area is the limbs, and the brain is not. Lu Ji covered her mouth. The building complexes in the AB area, the ant-like people in it. Who says they are not the brain cells of this giant? They are going to drag everyone down. Fang Xiuyu cursed. But why? Why did they make this thing? Luciani was silent for a while. To survive? Or something else? She looked away. The biological department had a voice many years ago, actively induce mutations in the human body, and select changes that adapt to the environment. But this resolution was eventually judged to be anti-human. The research group was disbanded, and the research direction was listed as illegal from then on. But internally, everyone understands that humans cannot survive without changes. Fang Xiuyu's eyes changed, but he didn't say anything in the end. Tang Zhe stared at Luciani's expression. Luciani has such outstanding research ability, but has been excluded from the main research team for a long time. Don't those people worry that the research will stagnate without her? Or was Luciani also one of that voice? So, Wu Seisher might be the one who inherited the mantle of those researchers? Tang Zhe asked calmly. Maybe it was someone who didn't give up the research. Or maybe it was another group of people. Who knows? Luciani sighed. Because we are still facing the issue of life and death. Research can be blocked, but the threat of death will not disappear. It will only get closer and closer to us. If that day really comes, and people find that they should not confine themselves and give up a way of life, then can we still catch up with the decades of time we have missed? She looked up at Fang Xiuyu. I hope we still have time. Captain. Fang Xiuyu looked straight into her eyes. Perhaps there is more than one way out for humanity. Luciani lowered her eyes, and a vague smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, not knowing whether it was agreement or ridicule. Not just the biological team. Many teams and many people have never stopped looking for a way out for humanity. Isn't it also for this that I gathered everyone together? Fang Xiuyu paused. Perhaps the five-colored stone also wants to find a way out for humanity in its own way. But I want to say that I don't like this way out. It abandons all individual people, and wants all humans to differentiate into cells of a huge organism, maintaining a person who can only lie still, without goals and will, even if such a person can live forever. What's the point? I don't like it either. Lu Ji snorted and raised her head high. I don't want to become a brain cell of this thing. A few lines of words flashed on the panel above Yukuri's head. Don't be a brain cell. Reject. Reject. Luciani smiled faintly and said nothing more. But we can rest assured that since the entire breeding area has been abandoned, it means that this idea has not been successful. But we don't know whether the five-color stone has completely abandoned this idea or just moved its position, she said. What we need to be wary of is that they may have mastered the ability to induce directional mutations in the human body. Maybe? For those of us who do scientific research, even if we don't know the exact principle, we may accidentally get the desired results by conducting 100 or 1,000 experiments. I'm not sure whether the five-color stone products we see now are what they intended to obtain from the beginning, or whether they obtained them by chance and used them, at least from the materials obtained so far. I can't crack the method they used to produce these products. Luciani cast her eyes to the middle, and the holographic image turned into the original lantern flower shape again. The breeding area is full of dormant seeds. I previously speculated that they would take root and sprout under certain circumstances. This kind of specific conditions may take a long time to screen and cultivate. So the test field was born. However, they were able to induce flowers on the sentinels who had just entered. Now we know that seeds can be induced to have at least 3 forms: algae, vines, and flowers. But only the flower form appeared on this batch of sentinels, indicating that they may have mastered the conditions for accurately inducing differentiation. Feng Shui was silent, not to mention other mutants. The flower was born under their noses. It grew from the sentinels that still had signs of life in the last second, matured, fell off, and finally underwent a collective mutation in public, turning into a blood-sucking monster that stood tall. When all this happened, the site was completely sealed, and there was no sign of other people entering or leaving. How was this done? There is another possibility. The sentinels sent in are not ordinary sentinels, but people with special physiques that can induce seeds to differentiate into lantern flowers. Or, the differentiated seeds are not those left at the scene, but were planted in them and brought in. Tang Zhe frowned subconsciously. He thought of the gun that Safar shot at him. Could it be that this batch of seeds was successfully planted into the human body? Lu Tiani closed the panel. That's all I have to say. Besides that, I have some questions that may need answers. She turned around. Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe looked at her, his eyes darkening. What questions? How were the flowers that collectively mutated eliminated? Lu Tiani's voice remained steady, with no abnormality. But Tang Zhe heard a hint of doubt. I've seen the effect of the captain's weapon on the flowers. Although it is effective, the attack area is always small. After the captain fell, Tang Zhe continued to attack, but the speed and accuracy were significantly reduced. Not long after, the communication between the two of you was cut off. Lu Tiani paused. Within a few minutes after the communication was cut off, the flower suddenly collapsed. Tang Zhe lowered his eyes. It seems that although Lu Tiani was in the car, she was always observing the battle outside. He was right to shut down the communication. But Lu Tiani could still see something through the car window. Is it because Tang Zhe accidentally hit the node? Feng Shui said. After the collective mutation of the vines before, there was also a centralized node, which was the control center of all the individual vines. Didn't you also say that there might be such a node in the crown? Did the captain find this node before he fell? Feng Shui was speechless for a moment. I feel like I have some clues just now. Then Tang Zhe was lucky to hit the node so quickly by chance. All eyes were focused on Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe lowered his head and was silent for a while. Then suddenly looked at Lu Tiani and gave her a forced smile. My luck has always been good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lived to this day. After he said that, he looked at Feng Shui again, his eyes full of grievance. Feng Shui had some doubts at first, but when he saw his expression, he softened his heart. It's okay. It's okay. Luck is also part of strength. Tang Zhe shook his head. After a while, he walked to the middle, pointed to the empty panel and said, Are there any pictures before the communication was disconnected? I think I took them. Yuka Yuri quickly uploaded the pictures at that time. The pictures came from 2 sources. The various sensing devices on Feng Shui and Tang Zhe, which were processed and synthesized into a 360-degree panoramic picture. The early battle situation was clear and discernible. Every target hit by Feng Shui could be enlarged, slowed down, and analyzed on the screen. Among them, there was no sign of hitting a major node. After Feng Shui fell, Tang Zhe also took a gun and shot. But it was obvious that the accuracy decreased, and the attack range suddenly became smaller. Not long after, the picture ended. It's here, Tang Zhe said. Go back a little. The screen stopped at the last half minute. Tang Zhe searched it, and selected an angle. Look here. There is also a flash from a weapon. He pointed to the distance and said, "This is not my gun." The flash came from the back of Tang Zhe. Next, Tang Zhe quickly selected a few more places, all of which were flashes from directions other than his aiming. His voice was clearly visible in the screen. Who was there? Everyone gathered around. And after seeing the scene selected by Tang Zhe, they all took a breath. Was there anyone else at that time? Tang Zhe nodded. I can't see the source. But he's a better shooter than me. Fang Qiyu saw that this happened again after he fell down. And guilt and heartache surged in his heart. No wonder Tang Zhe didn't want to pay attention to him for 2 days after he woke up. It turned out that he had endured so much alone at that time. He couldn't help but pat Tang Zhe's shoulder and squeezed it as if to comfort him. But who could be there? The sentinel who didn't completely mutate? Tang Zhe looked at Fang Qiyu, and there was something inexplicable in his eyes. Captain, that flash. Is it the same as your weapon? Fang Qiyu shrank his fingers. Lu Ji began to analyze the unknown flash. Although it was a little unclear, he could make a rough calculation. The similarity to the weapon I made is more than 90%. After a while, she raised her head angrily. Who copied the gun I made for the special forces? I? Lu Ji. Will never let this group of people go. Do you think our hard work in research and development was blown away by the wind? Vampire. Don't let me know who it is. Otherwise, I will stick your portraits on the target. On the other side, Fang Qiyu lowered his head. I remember that Lu Ji made 2 guns of this generation. Tang Zhe said slowly. One of them was given to someone else by the captain. Fang Qiyu nodded slowly, with a tangled smile on his face. It was Mu Ximing. Chapter 86. He's still alive? Mu Ximing? Lu Tianye's face changed. He's still alive? Mu Ximing and they had participated in the mission together. And it was in this swamp that they encountered the accident. His body had undergone strange deformations, and they saw it all with their own eyes. After the area was closed for so long, Mu Ximing was still alive? Tang Zhe shook his head. If Captain Mu was still alive, then the previous life monitoring should have found him. Life monitoring is only effective for normal humans. In other words, those who do not respond to life monitoring are either dead or no longer human. He's not dead. He just mutated. Fang Qiyu said softly. I don't know what he looks like now. In all the pictures taken at the scene, there was no shadow that could be him. There was only fog and shadows, that's all. Even so, he is still trying to eliminate the mutants. Fang Qiyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. If I had recruited you to the team earlier, he said the last sentence very softly, and it was unknown who he was talking to. Tang Zhe stared at Lu Tianyi. He was sure that before he'd pointed out Mu Ximing's existence, Lu Tianyi looked at him differently. There was an indescribable meaning in it. Was it scrutiny? Questioning? But now, that meaning disappeared. Tang Zhe carefully hid the coldness deep in his eyes. If there was anyone who was most likely to discover his secret, besides Fang Qiyu, it was Lu Tianyi. And this time, when she faced Guan Yingjian's suspected abnormality, her attitude was too calm. From her actions of knocking Guan Yingjian unconscious without hesitation and dragging him behind the isolation door, she was not a soft-hearted person. Old man? Weak. She was far from that simple. Tang Zhe lowered his eyes. It seems I have to be wary of her. Captain Mu's matter. If we can continue to study, we'll investigate whenever we get a chance. Fang Qiyu interrupted Lu Tianyi. No one outside the special forces can know about this. He gave the order. If this matter is reported, it will expose their violation of the 2 districts' cooperation. Mu Ximing has experienced an unexplained change, and the special forces members who were acting together at the time also need to be isolated and monitored. Everyone understood the interests involved and nodded vigorously. Yes. Fang Qiyu closed the video, raised his head again, and his expression returned to normal. Today we have another important task in the meeting, arranging personnel for the new department. The accident in the breeding area has attracted great attention from the top management, and they will definitely investigate it thoroughly. However, due to the danger of that area, it is highly likely that it will be fully handed over to the External Development Department. The first thing we need to do is to make those people play a role without interfering with our own actions. Fang Qiyu's plan is very clear. Openly repair the plank road. Secretly cross the Chinsong Pass. Use the new department to solve some problems that can be reported. Free up time and energy. and concentrate on promoting the goals of the Special Forces. Mu Jiming's matter must be investigated. But it must be investigated carefully. I'll put the list of members here. Let's study it together, Fan Qiyu said, and threw the entire list on the central panel. My plan is to assign each of you a support team, if they can be used. A long list appeared in front of them. After a simple screening, the name and origin of each person were clearly displayed on it. Everyone. On the board. Various departments and positions that had never been heard of flashed. Just like a list of all the staff in Area A who are useless and cannot be dismissed and can only be retained as a waste of resources. Senior Nutrition Consultant with 5 years of service. Weather Forecast Specialist with 8 years of service. And Chief Stylist of the Publicity Department with 11 years of service stylist? Lucy read out the words on it loudly, with an unbelievable look on her face. What do these people usually do? She looked up at Fan Qiyu, whose face seemed to say finally I don't have to worry about this anymore. And he was even happy because he got rid of this tricky bomb. He looked like he wanted everyone to be destroyed together. Hee. If you have any ideas, you can bring them up. Everyone. If we want to enter the breeding area again to investigate, we must bring people from the new department. It can be said that we didn't have time because of an emergency before. But we can't use this excuse anymore. It will be more beneficial for us to arrange their work. This is a top priority, Fan Qiyu said. We need to present the results of the discussion today. The air was tense, and the enthusiasm of everyone working overtime before was gone. Assistants? There is no need at all. They can complete their work by themselves. Besides, what kind of assistance can such people provide? I am afraid it will only cause trouble. After a few minutes of silence, Lu Ji suddenly jumped up. Captain, I remembered that my weapon parts are still reacting to heat. If I don't deal with it, the building will burn down. I will go in first. Then she turned around and ran into the cave, leaving everyone with only a trace of distant red. Lu Tiani also lowered her head. Captain, the mud cell induction experiment is still going on. I have to go and watch it. It would be bad if it overflows. Captain, our computer system is very afraid of loneliness. If no one is with it, it will be depressed. Fan Qiyu. He could only wave his hand helplessly. Go. Gather for a meeting before get off work. Before he finished the last sentence, several people had disappeared. You can't tell at ordinary times that these team members run very fast when encountering problems. Fan Qiyu supported his forehead. He turned around and was about to go to his office area to have a headache alone, when he saw Tang Zhe studying the list there intently. Fan Qiyu. My most caring and lovely little green radish. Tang Zhe silently flipped through the list, trying to find the familiar name, but was suddenly held by Fan Qiyu. Come on. Come on. It's so tiring to stand. Let's sit down and read it slowly. Fan Qiyu patiently waited for Tang Zhe to finish flipping through the list, and immediately handed him water. Tang Zhe. What do you think after reading it? Tang Zhe sat there, frowning. Captain, is this list complete? Fan Qiyu paused. What? I don't seem to see a name that should be on it. Fan Qiyu put the water aside and smiled with an ambiguous smile. Who are you talking about? Lu Ji's sister seems to be called Lu Bai? Fan Qiyu raised his eyes and stared at him for a long time. Do you know Lu Bai? Tang Zhe didn't know what Fan Qiyu meant by this look. He suspected that he had said something he shouldn't have said, and was a little flustered for a moment. Ah, it's just that when I went to say hello to Yisu and the others that day, I saw someone who looked very much like Lu Ji. They told me. Oh, what else did they tell you? Nothing. It's just that Lu Bai is the only one in the Lu family who is not engaged in weapons research, and is the most powerful cyborg in the 2 districts. Fan Qiyu came closer, with a sense of oppression in his eyes. What else? And Lu Bai's eyes are artificial eyes, and other parts of her body may also be replaced with artificial ones. She may be much older than Lu Ji, and has a hereditary brain disorder. Tang Zhe was not used to the distance between the two, and he dumped out everything he knew. Fan Qiyu just stared at his face and suddenly laughed. Really good. I picked out Lu Bai's file on purpose because I have other plans for her. He patted Tang Zhe's shoulder and sat back. Little Green Rose looks honest, but in fact she is very good at observing secretly and getting information. Tang Zhe, honest.jpg. Why do you care about her? Fan Qiyu asked. Tang Zhe thought of the scene when he ran into Lu Bai downstairs. and swallowed his words. Because she is Lu Ji's relative. That's it? I just find it strange that Lu Ji didn't say anything when her sister came to the same department. Oh! Fang Xiu smiled. Because they don't get along well. You can't say they don't get along well. Lu Bai has her own world. And it's hard for others to enter. Even Lu Ji, who lives with her, doesn't communicate much. He added. The implication is that Lu Bai is a weird and lonely person. Tang Zai thought. It fits Yi Su's evaluation. Fang Xiu's next sentence surprised Tang Zai. I originally wanted to recruit Lu Bai into the special forces, but she refused. But fortunately, Lu Ji agreed to come in. This way the special forces can get going. I don't mean that Lu Ji is not good enough. Fang Xiu hurriedly explained. Lu Ji's external weapon manufacturing is first class. And targeted transformation and upgrading are also very powerful. You have seen it. It seems that in terms of weapon manufacturing, Fang Xiu's first choice is Lu Bai. Tang Zai thought. It's just that she rejected Fang Xiu at that time. But now she was pushed into the external development department by some unknown leader. Fang Xiu didn't want to miss this opportunity, so he planned to continue to fight for her. But Captain, isn't Lu Bai making prostheses? Making prostheses is just a practical output of her research direction. She always has to come up with something useful. Otherwise, how can she apply for funding? Fang Xiu said. She actually studies equipment that is perfectly integrated with the human body, which can greatly enhance the body's own functions without affecting the original body. I originally wanted her to study weapons that are integrated with the human body, which will not have as many restrictions as external weapons. In other words, it is to transform people into humanoid weapons. Tang Zai thought. Is this Fang Xiu's original goal? However, since you already know her, I will assign this task to you. Tang Zai reacted and said, "Oh." Fang Xiu patted his shoulder. Go and persuade her to come in. Tang Zai. Social? Me? Well, Captain, I have nothing to do with her, and there is no reason to talk to her. Fang Xiu shook his head. No, you do, he said, and held Tang Zai's wrist. The wireless search ring was made by her. Tang Zai's eyes changed. It turns out that equipment that perfectly integrates with the human body. Meaning is this. You can talk to her about the experience of using the wireless ring search. She will be happy to get the data. Or, you can pretend to be uncomfortable and let her adjust it. She cares about the adaptability of her equipment. If you say you are uncomfortable, she will spend a lot of time communicating with you. Tang Zai looked at Fang Xiu's expression and thought to himself that you know so much. You must have tried it. Right? I have talked to her many times. You know, it is not good for me to be the only one to come forward for this kind of thing. Fang Xiu rubbed his shoulder. Say more good things about me in front of her. With your identity. It is the most convincing. Tang Zai. The captain treats you well. Right? If there is anything that is not done well, tell me, and I will change it immediately. Tang Zai. Why not change your habit of always making people feel socially dead? Seeing that Tang Zai did not object for a long time, Fang Xiu patted him happily. I knew you were on my side the most. Tang Zai did not say anything more, but slowly raised his eyes. Captain, in this case, I'd better get to know her a little more so that it will be more convenient for communication. Can you let me see all her related files? That's easy. Fang Xiu opened his panel and retrieved Lu Bai's file. Tang Zai saw that Lu Bai's former service department was written as Archives Room. Archives Room? Chapter 87 Lu Bai. You don't know? Because the overall direction of Area A changed from expansion to conservatism. The Weapons Research Department was cancelled. The Lu family members were dispersed and sent to irrelevant departments. Fang Xiu said. Lu Ji's weapons research and Lu Bai's prosthetic research were all done privately. It's just that because Lu Bai's prosthetics have high practical value, Area A allocated funds for her to continue. But her position is still in the archives. And her daily work is to organize archives. Tang Zai was secretly excited. It seems that there are really many things to be discovered about Lu Bai. The task Fang Xiu gave him was exactly what he wanted. But he still acted as if he was reluctant. Then I'll study it again. Fang Xiu held his shoulders and shook him vigorously. I believe you. Just ask for whatever you need. As long as I can. I will definitely help you do it. Tang Zai blinked his green eyes, with a hint of cunning in his eyes. In that case, after hearing what Tang Zai said, Fang Xiu's eyes widened. Tang Zai, you really asked for too much. He raised his hand and rubbed Tang Zai's head. You want information about 3 generations of the Lu family's ancestors. That's fine. But you also want information about other families. What do you want to do? Huh? Tell me the truth. Are you looking for an excuse to get information? Tang Zai, honesty.jpg. It doesn't matter if the captain doesn't give it to you. But I can't guarantee it. When did I say I wouldn't give it to you? Fang Xiyu shook his head, but couldn't help rubbing his head. Because of chronology and other issues. The information in Area A is very messy. And it is difficult to guarantee continuity after finding it. Also, only part of the personal files are public. And even for me, what I can find may not be complete, he said, opening his panel and pushing it to Tang Zai. But my authority is higher than yours. So you can use my identity to check it. Tang Zai was slightly startled. He originally thought that Fang Xiyu might not agree to give him the information. And even if he agreed, it would only be the part that he had selected. But he didn't expect that Fang Xiyu would directly push his own panel to him and let him check it himself. Isn't he afraid of looking at something else? No. Since this is Fang Xiyu's own panel, Fang Xiyu will know whatever he checks. Is this to test him and see what he is going to do? Just thinking about it, Fang Xiyu suddenly came to his side. Will you use it? Tang Zai stared at the panel for a long time and found it really a bit dazzling. Fang Xiyu is more or less a leader who manages hundreds of people. And the panel is much more complicated than that of an ordinary low-level soldier like him. Seeing that Tang Zai didn't reply, Fang Xiyu took him and taught him step by step. I gave you a secondary panel, which needs gesture operation. The main panel is iris recognition, which you can't use. Click this place and you will enter. Here. Return. Tang Zai looked at him. Captain, is this not good? What's wrong? If others knew that I had operated the captain's panel. Fang Xiyu looked back. Who would know? There is no one else here. Thank you for your trust. Captain. Oh. Fang Xiyu laughed. I told you so many times before that you didn't believe me. Now that I let you use the panel. You believe it? I would have given it to you earlier if I had known. Captain. But it's good. Now you ask me for something. Fang Xiyu patted him. If you don't ask, how do you know if I will agree to it? Yeah. Have you used it? If you have, check it yourself. I'll worry about the list for a while. Lu Bai is in your hands now. But you must persuade her to come in. Tang Zai smiled slightly. Okay. Prosthetics Production Studio. Tang Zai realized that the room where he first ran into Lu Bai was the archive room. Lu Bai had received a notice to change departments at that time and was sorting out the files to move up. It was at that time that Tang Zai ran into him. After knowing all this, looking at Lu Bai's eyes again, he no longer felt creepy. He was now in a compartment next to the archive room, which was used by Lu Bai to make prosthetics. The space here was larger than the archive room, but it seemed crowded because it was filled with various realistic human body parts. Tang Zai stared at the row of noses of different shapes in front of him. Does it feel uncomfortable to wear it? Lu Bai pointed at his wrist and said. Tang Zai came back to his senses and nodded quickly. Yeah. Sometimes it hurts. Sometimes it itches. But I can't take it out, so I can only scratch it. On his wrist, the metal that used to be metal has merged with the skin. When there is no number displayed, only a circle of faint flashes can be seen. As for the touch, it feels just like skin, without any trace of foreign matter. Being able to make something like this, it seems that the so-called perfect prosthesis is not a lie, Tang Zai thought. Lu Bai raised his wrist and looked around expressionlessly. Except for the color of her eyes. She looked exactly like Lu Ji, and she usually had a cold face without any expression. The difference was that Lu Ji would suddenly turn into a middle school girl in a certain situation, and you could still see the child's aura. But Lu Bai didn't have this feeling at all. Even when talking about topics that interested her, she was expressionless. Her voice was calm, and she looked businesslike. Are the rumors about her age true? It doesn't look like there is any obvious rejection. As for why you feel uncomfortable, it may be a problem with your personal constitution. Captain Fong told me before that you are from Area B and have a special constitution. But he needed it urgently at that time, so I didn't have time to make targeted adjustments. Lu Bai said. Now I need to do a somatic cell analysis for you to see where the specificity is. Before Tang Zai answered anything, he felt a sudden sting in his hand. When he reacted, Lu Bai was holding something that looked like a test tube and a gun. which contained his cells. What should I do next? Wait. Tang Zai didn't know whether Lu Bai meant to wait, or to wait here or go back. So after he sat there for 5 minutes, and Lu Bai still didn't respond, he stood up and walked out. Lu Bai was so absorbed in the operation and data analysis of the various instruments in front of him that he seemed to be completely invisible to him. Tang Zai walked to the door and suddenly stopped. Seeing that Lu Bai still didn't respond, he quietly turned in from a door at the side. Before he entered the door, Lu Bai's artificial eye trembled in the direction he was walking, and then looked back in front of him, as if nothing had happened. The room Tang Zai walked into was the original archive room, just below the Special Forces office area. He was surprised that Lu Bai and Lu Ji worked in the same place, but he never got any trace of Lu Bai from Lu Ji's words and deeds. They didn't even go to get off work together. The archive room was messy. Some shelves were half empty, and there were all kinds of boxes on the ground. Fang Qiuyu said that the job of archive management was a leisurely job. In theory, it needed to be sorted out frequently so that it would be easy to find when someone looked it up. And it also needed to be dusted. But because no one looked up the files in the archive room, naturally no one cared about how well this job was done, because the archives room contains some paper and physical files. Today, everything is entered into the system, and finding any information only requires a blink of an eye or a move of the mouth. Who would spend time and effort to look through these things? And what Tang Zai wants to find is this kind of paper file that no one cares about. Fang Qiuyu spent a lot of time investigating his forgotten teammate, and Yak Yuri also searched for traces of related events 5 years ago in every corner of the system. But they found almost nothing. But Tang Zai does not believe that everything can be deleted so thoroughly. It is very likely that there are still some related records left, just in some places that ordinary people can't even think of. For example, these piles of paper files. Lu Bai didn't actually need to sort out these files. She could have gone up to work by herself and just closed the archive room. But she took the trouble to pack these things and transported them up there bit by bit. Could it be there was something important inside? Tang Zai carefully walked among the various shelves and boxes, not making any noise that would attract Lu Bai's attention. There were several closed boxes on the ground, and he squatted down to open them, only to find something strange. The boxes looked like thin plastic shells, and seemed to be stored casually. But in fact, they were made of special explosion-proof materials, and even had password locks. All this shows that these paper files are not useless. On the contrary, it may be a kind of darkness under the lamp confidentiality measure. Tang Zai looked through the boxes on the ground and found that they were all locked without exception, and there was no mark on the outside of the box to indicate what was inside. He had to stand up and try his luck on the almost empty shelves. The shelves were incredibly clean. He walked around the shelves a few times, but there was no extra gain except for the embedded physical panels on the side of each shelf. The physical panels were black and did not show anything. Tang Zai frowned. At this time, a new message suddenly popped up on the panel, which scared him. Lu Bai. Debugged? Tang Zai was stunned, and hurriedly walked back carefully. When he returned to the prosthetic production room, Lu Bai was still looking at the production cabin in front of him in the same posture as before he left, without even moving his eyes. Tang Zai sat down in front of her, still thinking about how to explain his departure. He was not sure whether Lu Bai noticed where he went. Lu Bai still looked ahead, but stretched out his hand in Tang Zai's direction. I can't find the toilet, Tang Zai replied. Lu Bai turned around and stared at him expressionlessly. Your hand. Tang Zai was stunned for a moment before he realized that Lu Bai wanted to see his wireless search ring. He pursed his lips and swallowed a bunch of excuses that were only meant to cover up his mistakes. Lu Bai seemed to have no interest in these things. He just mechanically put another transparent belt on Tang Zai's hand, covering the position of the wireless search ring. This is a supplementary belt I made based on your body cells. It should be able to relieve your discomfort. Here is a bottle of Alba Diffusion Constant Agent. If the discomfort is very serious, you can use it first, and then come to me as soon as possible. Tang Zai took the small bottle of colorless stuff from her hand. Alba Diffusion Constant Agent. If you can't remember it, you can call it AW Agent, Lu Bai said calmly. It is usually used to deal with prosthetic discomfort, but under normal circumstances, the prostheses I make will not need it. Tang Zai nodded, not quite understanding. Oh. He raised his head and looked at the prosthetic wall in front of him. Are you familiar with all kinds of materials? No one has studied so many materials like me. If you don't try them all, how can you find the most suitable one? Tang Ze nodded. But his eyes were like being attracted by a magnet, staring at a certain place. Then what kind of material do you think is most suitable for prostheses? No matter what material it is, the human body should reject it. Lu Bai was silent for a while. Tang Ze came back to his senses and looked back at Lu Bai, only to find that Lu Bai's red eyes were staring at him. Foreign materials should be rejected by the human body. She repeated it. The next second, her eyes became creepy again. But those from the human body will not. Chapter 88 Memory. Tang Ze forgot to think for a moment. After reacting, he looked at the rows of human body parts in front of him. Those neat noses, eyes, fingers, suddenly seemed to be connected into an infinitely extended assembly line. The assembly line kept running, and those parts were produced one after another, breathing and blinking together. All the assembly lines surrounded him, pressing towards him like a tidal wave. Tang Ze blinked hard, trying to stabilize his thoughts. From the human body. What does it mean? Your prostheses are removed from people? Lu Bai turned his head and stared at him, and the pupils in his prosthetic eyes shrank contemptuously. Removing things from the human body and putting them back together is what surgeons do. I don't do disassembly. I only create. Tang Ze didn't know what she meant by creation, but it seemed that this kind of topic could open her up. So he decided to continue playing dumb. How to create? So parts of different people together? This person's skin, that person's bones, and another person's muscles, Tang Ze couldn't listen to this, and he shut up. Unexpectedly, Lu Bai suddenly said, almost, Tang Ze, the raw materials of these things are indeed from the human body, but not just the human body, and not from the same person. Everyone's body has different characteristics. For example, different people have immune proteins against different viruses. This is the kind of specific thing I need. She raised her head and looked at Tang Ze with a colder look than before. For me, the most valuable is the human body with a high degree of abnormality, because it may contain rare effective ingredients, Lu Bai said, picking up a reagent bottle and shaking it in front of Tang Ze. Tang Ze saw that it was half a bottle of green and semi-clear solution. For example, your cells are very valuable. Tang Ze's pupils shrank suddenly. Your gene abnormality is 40%. Which means that nearly half of the substances produced by your body are different from those of ordinary people. However, you don't look significantly different from a normal person, which means your genes haven't undergone disruptive changes across species. It's very likely that your abnormality comes from a large number of minor improvements. This is a very advanced change. A chill appeared in Tang Ze's eyes, like a poisonous snake hovering under the water, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Oh, why not a lower level change? Changes themselves are neither high nor low. Changes are changes, only whether they adapt to the environment. Obviously, your changes are more suitable for the environment, Lu Bai said lightly. You can survive better in places with high pollution concentrations, but your performance in human settlements is worse. But everyone else is the opposite of you. They only look normal in the heavily protected gathering area, but when they're outside, they are vulnerable. Captain Fong asked me about these things a long time ago, and I told him. Lu Bai shook the reagent bottle. Thank you. Tang Ze's eyes became even colder, and the venomous snake seemed to be ready to surface at any time. What are you going to do with my cells? Clone? Induce differentiation into limbs? Do you think it will have the same effect if you put it on someone else? Or simply replace all parts of another person with my body? Lu Bai's pupils shrank again. Such a low-level thing. If it is useful, do you still need me to do it? The venomous snake sank to the bottom of the water, and Tang Ze's eyes became innocent and clear again. What do you mean? If you have been infected with a virus but survived, your body will have antibodies against this virus. As long as you have this antibody, other people can also resist this virus. I only want antibodies. Do you understand? Tang Ze blinked, indicating that he understood. Proliferating a person's cells will produce a lot of redundant and useless parts. I want to make a body that can resist all viruses. So I need to collect all types of antibodies in the world and put them in one cell. And you? Your body can resist pollution. I want my prosthesis to be able to resist pollution. Hearing the last sentence, Tang Ze's pupils trembled slightly. A faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. You are obsessed with making prostheses, and even use prostheses to replace normal human bodies without any damage. because prostheses will not be contaminated. Right? Lu Bai took a deep breath and turned to stare at him. After a long time, she lowered her head, and her eyes changed subtly. Yes. The captain said that many groups and many people are finding a way out for mankind in their own ways. Tang Zhe said slowly. The Lu family has been researching weapons to deal with mutants because they believe that as long as they defeat mutants, humans can expand their territory and obtain more resources. But you don't think so, do you? Lu Bai nodded. Our enemies are not mutants. They just went earlier and further than humans. They only became that way to survive. But humans actually fantasize that they can maintain their original appearance for hundreds of years in such an environment. This fragile appearance. Her eyes changed. In the face of pollution, humans are vulnerable. The current buildings and protective clothing can still resist for a while. But as time goes by, the human body will still slowly alienate. But if every part of the human body is replaced with a brand new material that will not be eroded by pollution, we can embrace pollution. Tang Zhe was a little confused. But how can this be done? Whether it is an organic or inorganic body, it is essentially a molecular formula. I can cut these molecules apart and put them together, and they will look like both living things and non-living things. We need to keep a part of the molecular formula that is similar to the human body, so that the material can merge with the human body when it comes into contact with the human body. In addition, we need to remove the part of the biological cell that will automatically proliferate, erase the DNA, and only keep the final product. Lu Bai explained. Because pollution will change human genes. But if there are no genes in the material at all, there is no need to worry about being eroded. People will never mutate, as long as the worn-out prosthesis is replaced regularly. Tang Zhe finally figured out what the prosthetic materials she was studying were about. Her prosthetic materials were between biological and non-biological. On the one hand, they were all organic products, such as a bunch of proteins that make up the stratum corneum of the skin and dead bones. On the other hand, these things would not self-proliferate like in the human body, but would be screened and cultivated by Lu Bai, and then assembled together. From this perspective, she was indeed collecting a wide range of biological and non-biological materials, and then assembled them into her prosthesis, breaking the boundaries between inorganic and organic. This was quite creative. Thinking like this, Tang Zhe came back to his senses, and found that Lu Bai was silent for a long time again. While he was thinking, Lu Bai kept staring at him. Well, then you can join the special forces. We often have to go out, so we can take your prosthesis out for inspection. Why do you understand what I say? Lu Bai said word by word. Ah? You explained it very clearly. You have a foundation in biology. Lu Bai slowly approached Tang Zhe and stared into his eyes. You are a sentinel, and you will be fighting after serving. So these things cannot be learned by you in the gathering area. You can understand? Which means you have a foundation before leaving the bunker. Tang Zhe's pupil shrank, and the blood in his body seemed to freeze. He had never thought about this problem. Not only could he understand what Lu Bai said, but he also had no problem accepting Lu Tiany's analysis during the special task force meeting. In the past, he didn't think there was any problem, because the other team members also understood. But they were all technicians who had served in Area A for many years. They had received a lot of popular education about mutants. But Tang Zhe hadn't. After he had memories, he kept entering various mission sites to serve. Sentinels only need to test the poison themselves, and they have never been taught relevant knowledge. Why did he? No. Leave. Bunker. Front? The bunker can erase most of the memory about events and people, but cognitive memory is difficult to erase. Lu Bai said lightly. Congratulations. You found the fragments of your past. Tang Zhe stared at her with wide eyes, and his eyeballs began to tremble uncontrollably. His mind was suddenly in a mess, and he only knew that there were countless waves surging, but they were all black, and he couldn't see what they were. Surging. Surging. The waves submerged him and rushed him to somewhere. Then he seemed to fall into a waterfall and poured down. The waterfall suddenly calmed down, and the light reappeared. It was blue. Huge blue pipes. Liquid. Eggs. The bunker holds our memories. A distant voice, male or female, came over. Memory, we need to get our memories back. That's a weapon against the bunker. Tang Zhe breathed hard, and the blue liquid seemed to flow into his heart and lungs, trying to swallow him. But in the end, he swallowed the liquid. The illusion disappeared, and rows of lifelike limbs and organs reappeared in front of him. He turned his head blankly, trying to look at Liu Bai, but was surprised to find that Liu Bai was almost gone. Almost. Liu Bai's entire body had disappeared, leaving only a pair of eyeballs with fiery red irises hanging in the air. Facing him, the eyes trembled unnaturally horizontally. Tang Zhe. Another voice came again, Tang Zhe. Then, there were countless unfamiliar voices. Tang Zhe? Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe. He looked away in fear, but found that the prostheses around him began to move. All eyes were looking at him. All hands wanted to grab him. And all mouths were talking to him. Get out. Get out. He closed his eyes and covered his ears. But those images and sounds still appeared in his mind. It keeps circling and repeating. And it can never go away. Among the countless eyes looking at him, there is a pair of eyes as blue as the sea. That is Safar. Tongza, don't you know what we are going to do? Tongza, are you willing to be our emerald? Tongza fell heavily to the ground. Captain, he shouted softly and lost consciousness. Chapter 89 Road. Family? We have all erased our memories. Who can remember who our family is? Why? Your memory is not completely erased. We have only lost the memories of our family and friends? What about you? Who are you? Tongza? Tongza opened his eyes and saw the white ceiling. It seemed that he had woken up in the same place a long time ago. Tongza? The familiar voice called again, and then a sense of relief spread. Consciousness slowly returned to Tongza's body. He turned his head and saw the face next to him. Captain, what's wrong? Fang Xiuyu touched his forehead distressfully. Liu Bai said you fainted due to hypoglycemia. So I rushed over. Didn't you recover 2 days ago? I was anxious to get you back to work. So you must be tired? Tang Zhe's eyes turned slightly. Liu Bai? Didn't you go to her to debug the wireless ring? Fang Xiuyu said, carefully holding Tang Zhe's hand. Rest well from now on. You don't have to worry about these tasks. Hearing Liu Bai's name, Tang Zhe quickly supported his body and sat up. Captain, did Liu Bai say anything else? Fang Xiuyu smiled. Praise me for my good vision. What did you talk about with her? Fang Xiuyu came closer with some curiosity. I see her attitude has changed a bit. She said that if our team members need anything, they can also talk to her. She is happy to share her research. Tang Zhe lowered his head and thought for a while, but did not respond. He had no idea when he fainted yesterday, and which ones were hallucinations. After Liu Bai mentioned memory, it seemed that something in his head suddenly opened, but nothing came out. Liu Bai didn't say, about me? She did. She said that your physique is special, and things that are ordinary to others may be very difficult for you to do. So she asked me not to assign too many ordinary tasks to you. But she also said that you are more suitable for outdoor missions. In a polluted environment, your performance will be much better, and the physical burden will not be so great. Tang Zhe nodded, showing an innocent look. It seems that Liu Bai did not say anything about him before leaving the bunker. Tang Zhe thought. Or was it his illusion from then on? The captain had talked to Liu Bai about my physique before? Before the formation of the special forces? You know everything? Fang Xiuyu pinched his face. It was a very deep conversation. Liu Bai is a very unique existence in Area A. I have been paying attention to her for a long time. After the idea of forming a special forces came up, she was one of the first people I thought of. Since you have talked so much, you should also know that she is actually very knowledgeable in the field of biology. Tang Zhe nodded. She studies the specificity of different human bodies, and uses this to create equipment that can strengthen the human body without adding burden. In essence, she is not studying equipment, but studying how to make people stronger. To some extent, her ideas coincide with mine. So I also consulted her on some issues before, and after agreeing to form a special task force, I always wanted to bring her in. But she said at this time that we have different paths and cannot work together. Fang Xiuyu showed a confused expression. Why are they different? Tang Zhe understood. The reason why Fang Xiuyu paid attention to the Sentinels, a group with a high abnormality rate, and thought that there was a high possibility of talent among them, might have been subtly influenced by Liu Bai's communication. He thought about it, and told Liu Bai about his thoughts on prosthesis. Prosthesis will not mutate due to pollution. I really have never thought about this. Fang Xiuyu showed an approving expression. No wonder her attitude changed. It seems that sending you there is right. So this is the reason why she is not engaged in weapons research. No wonder Lu Ji doesn't mention her much. Hey, did you dig all this out from yesterday's files? Tang Zai didn't want Fang Xiyu to know his possible identity before leaving the bunker, so he nodded quickly. I found it from the family history of the Lu family. The Lu family was very outstanding in developing weapons before, but it fell silent after being dealt with. On the contrary, Lu Bai's prosthetic research was already at a very high level when it was noticed by everyone. It is impossible that it was a new field that was only started to be studied after the incident of the Lu family. So I think that before the manufacture of weapons was banned, someone in the Lu family was researching other directions. Lu Bai may have inherited this school of research. Or he may be... What is it? Maybe she was the first to be studied. Although judging from the time, it is unlikely. But, Tang Zai paused. Has the captain known her for a long time? Including the time I have known her, it is not short. At least 4 or 5 years. Has her appearance changed in these 4 or 5 years? Fang Shuyu's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing. Her eyes have changed. Why? Tang Zai said, "Ah. Then she has indeed served for many years." Right. Are those rumors true? I don't know her real age. Fang Shuyu rubbed his head. It's impolite to ask about someone's age. Besides, her age doesn't affect what kind of person she is. Look at our team. There are people of all ages. Tang Zai was rubbed so hard that he couldn't raise his head, and could only hum twice. She focuses on the human body in the field of biology. And she should also be interested in human abnormalities and mutations. If she can come in and work with Aunt Lu, who is studying other mutants, she will definitely be a good supplement. In terms of weapon development, if she can combine her ideas with Lu Ji's, our weapons will definitely be further improved. Fang Shuyu's face was full of "I really want to recruit her. But, fortunately you are here." Fang Shuyu smiled. I feel like she's about to agree. Tang Zai wanted to say something, but Fang Shuyu held his shoulder. Have a good rest. Don't think about anything else for now. Guan Yinjian will recover soon. You two will come back together and report. And we'll hold a welcome party for you. Tang Zai. Captain, there's no need for that kind of thing. Guan Yinjian? Well, his brain waves were a little abnormal some time ago, which might be the cause of his symptoms. But there's nothing wrong with his body, and his condition is stable now. He can be discharged after 2 days of observation. It may be a brain disorder. You were a little abnormal when you fainted, but it's not a big problem. Just repair it. Tang Zai suddenly became excited. Captain, I don't want to repair my brain. Fang Shuyu was stunned. It's not the kind of repair that requires craniotomy. It only requires external treatment. It's very comfortable. It's like having a deep sleep. More relaxing than waking up from a capsule. Simple brain care. You will feel much better after it. If you often encounter danger outside, recuperate. Tang Zai pulled his hand hard and shook his head violently. Captain. Fang Shuyu lowered his head. Tang Zai, who was sitting on the bed, was shorter than him and just reached his chest. Tang Zai could only look up at him. From this angle, his expression looked even more pitiful, which made people feel soft. Fang Shuyu raised his hand and touched the back of his head, but Tang Zai rubbed his face against his hand, like a kitten begging for mercy. Fang Shuyu was stunned by the cold but soft touch on his palm. After reacting, he took a deep breath and quickly let go of his hand. I know. If you don't like it, just ask them not to add this item. Tang Zai nodded vigorously. Absolutely not. No matter what the problem is. Whether now or in the future. You can't do any brain treatment on me. Okay. Captain, don't do it either. Okay. Fang Shuyu looked at him and suddenly lost his concentration. His heartbeat seemed to have stopped for a few beats. After realizing it, he quickly coughed and lowered his head to hide his feelings. They said you were fine. But just to be on the safe side, they need to observe for a while. You rest first. I'll go and do something. If you're fine, I'll pick you up after get off work. Tang Zai responded obediently. Then I'll leave first. Contact me anytime if you need anything. After the door of the ward was closed, Fang Shuyu stopped outside the door and took a few deep breaths. This didn't seem to be the first time. There were a few moments when Tang Zai's eyes always made his heart numb and skip a few beats. It took several seconds for him to react. He looked like a kitten. Was it because he liked cats? But he had never seen a real cat. Perhaps it was because of those green eyes, as transparent as lake water and as bright as the starry sky. In short, It was something that people yearned for that they couldn't see in the current world. Fang Shuyu's breathing became steady, and his mood became calm. He understood that he always had a different feeling when he looked at Tang Zhe than others, because he could see many beautiful things in Tang Zhe that had disappeared in this world. For example, green, kittens, and the quality of courage. After figuring this out, Fang Shuyu's expression became relaxed again. When he walked out, he had a bright smile on his face without any burden. It was the same expression he had every time he thought of really my good teammate. And I have a good eye. In the ward, Tang Zhe's expression sank. If Fang Shuyu hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have known that he was also at risk of being brain-healed. From what Fang Shuyu said, it didn't even sound like a major operation, and the conditions for use were not harsh. Brain surgery, memory, bunker, such obvious problems. Why have they never realized it? For each of them, their identity is far from being able to serve only after losing their memory. What kind of person was he before he was judged as a sentinel because of his high genetic abnormality? What kind of person were the others before they entered their respective fields of service? This is very important. Just as I was thinking, the panel suddenly lit up. Lu Bai. 9452. Tang Zhe? Lu Bai. Password. Tang Zhe was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized that Liu Bai might be talking about the passwords of the boxes in the archives. Tang Zhe. Why tell me? Liu Bai. Just thought you might need it. Liu Bai. I'm not in the archives every afternoon. Is this invite? What he means by going over? Tang Zhe. Okay. Thank you. Liu Bai. No. I don't say that to everyone. Liu Bai. You are different from others. Liu Bai. Get some rest. Don't overload your brain, or it may have the opposite effect. It is easier to remember when you are relaxed. Tang Zhe. Have you ever remembered it? The other side was silent for a while. Liu Bai. No. But someone has. Liu Bai. Some people are trying to restore brain memory. I can only tell you this. Many people are trying to find a way out in their own way. Tang Zhe was stunned for a long time, and finally just said thank you. The other side did not reply. He lay down, looked at the blank ceiling and thought for a while, and read the materials he had collected in the past few days over and over again. The factional struggle in Area A. The forces behind the team members. He had some clues, but there were still a few important pieces missing. Tang Zhe suddenly thought of something, and sat up from the bed again. Tang Zhe, Yi Su. What's the status of the matter I asked you to investigate? Chapter 90. Family Files. Liu Family. Level 3 Confidentiality. Tang Zhe looked through the Liu Family Files copy from Fang Shuyu, and his fingers paused for a few seconds. He then realized that the concept of family in the gathering area was actually equivalent to faction. According to the regulations that have always been in place, the bunker not only controls the past memories and interpersonal relationships of everyone in the gathering area, but also controls the power to have offspring. Because people in the gathering area are exposed to polluted environments for a long time, even if they are well protected, they may cause hidden mutations, which will have an adverse effect on their offspring. Therefore, most people in the gathering area are not allowed to have children. Needless to say, most people in Area B don't even live to retire, let alone have offspring. Area A is relatively special, with a very small number of quotas for breeding offspring. But there are also many restrictions. For example, offspring born in the gathering area will never have the opportunity to enter the bunker. The Liu family is one of the few people who have had some breeding rights. For example, Liu Ji, who is younger than the stipulated service age, is basically certain to be born in the gathering area. But even so, the open birth quota is extremely limited, and it is not enough to have one large family after another. Therefore, what most people call family is actually a group of people who gather together to do things because they agree with certain views. They use the same surname to identify their positions. The Liu family is one of the families that has been passed down from the early days of Area A. The main goal of this family is to develop weapons for external attacks. In the early days, when the environment was not so bad, the Liu family also built some large-scale equipment to open up large areas of outdoor venues. These are the predecessors of today's large vehicle-mounted weapons. And every time the gathering area migrates, you can see the Liu family's equipment. Later, as the environment deteriorated, the pollution fog in the wild became heavier and heavier, seriously obscuring the vision. Human external exploration had to turn to small venues and fine searches. and the Liu family's equipment for large-scale attacks gradually lost its place. During this period, various mutants increased. In the early stage of pollution, most animals and plants became extinct in a very short period of time, leaving only a few lingering. As pollution worsened year by year, some of the animals and plants began to evolve before humans. After a long period of natural selection, these mutants have the ability to perfectly adapt to pollution and even began to pose a threat to humans. After this, the Liu family's research direction began to turn to small weapons specifically for dealing with mutants. Liu Family Chronicle. In J56, the first batch of weapons to deal with mutants were developed, and their actual combat performance was greatly improved compared to traditional weapons. In J60, the first large-scale defense system in the gathering area was established. In J69, a strong pollution storm hit, and the defense system was destroyed in the storm, causing the leakage of weapons raw materials. The leakage of raw materials caused a large number of people in the gathering area to be poisoned, with heavy casualties. In the same year, the defense system was banned. In J82, after the two districts and the bunkers determined that the weapons developed by the Liu family all contained non-compliant raw materials, which would be extremely harmful if leaked, and the Liu family's weapons had caused at least 3 different degrees of personnel losses. After consultation, it was decided to disband the Liu family's weapons research and development, and the relevant personnel must be punished. Detailed list of dismissals, personnel destinations, first level confidentiality. After that, the Liu family had no systematic records, and could only be found in the files of everyone after the dismissal. But this was not easy. Firstly, because there was no specific dismissal list, and secondly, because these people might have changed their names. The only clear thing was that Liu Ji was born after the Liu family was completely disbanded. As for Liu Bai, Tang Zhe did not see her relevant files in the Liu family records. The personal files that could be found in the system were not very clear, and were even more brief than the rumors about Yisu. Fang Xiuyu was right. It was not easy to search for files in the gathering area. However, the Liu family files at least allowed Tang Zhe to glimpse some of the long-standing traditions of the gathering area. After looking at this huge system again, his vision also changed. For example, the Fang faction, to which Fang Xiuyu belongs. There is not even a single word about the records of the Fang faction in the archives. At least under the authority that Fang Xiuyu can use, nothing related can be found, and the records of Fang Xiuyu himself are not much more than his own memory. At this time, Tang Zhe thought of another person, Chang Fangyin. According to Fang Xiuyu, Chang Fangyin called himself Fang, which is his mother's surname. So he felt close to people with the surname Fang, and therefore took special care of him. But if Fang is regarded as a faction like the Liu family, the so-called kinship is actually a factional relationship. Chang Fangyin's surname is not Fang. Maybe he changed his surname to avoid disaster. Or maybe he is not a complete Fang faction. At least on the surface, he can be completely pointed out. When he saw Fang Xiuyu, he knew that this person was from the Fang faction. Tang Zhe looked at the 3 words Chang Fangyin in his inbox, and fell into deep thought. When he used Fang Xiuyu's panel to check yesterday, he had the idea of checking Chang Fangyin. But he didn't know whether Chang Fangyin would notice his action. And he didn't know whether Fang Xiuyu would stand on his side or doubt him once he noticed it. In the end, he carefully avoided this name, and decided to wait until he got closer to Fang Xiuyu in the future before looking for an opportunity. What is certain is that when he checked the files related to the Liu family and other families, he did not see Chang Fangyin's name. But there is another problem. Fang Xiuyu was not born in the gathering area. He was sent from the bunker. There should be no doubt about this. So is this Fang faction a family born in the gathering area? Or from the bunker? Tang Zhe closed his eyes and shook his head. The conversation with Liu Bai made him pay full attention to the important place of bunker. Before this, when they mentioned the bunker, they either thought of it as home or enemy. But no one has ever regarded the bunker as their past. But this past may be the key to unlocking many important secrets. After reviewing these messages, Tang Zhe looked at the inbox again. Yisu still hadn't replied. Never mind. I was just trying my luck to let him look for it. I couldn't pin my hopes on him. Tang Zhe turned off the panel and closed his eyes. The ward seemed to detect that he was going to rest, and automatically dimmed the lights. The half-bright and half-dark lights seemed to have a good hypnotic effect. And soon Tang Zhe really felt drowsy. His mind began to be confused, and his eyelids became heavier and heavier. In this state, His ears seemed to be stuffed with cotton, and the sounds from the outside world sounded all hazy and unclear. After an unknown amount of time, a clear click suddenly came from the chaotic sound. Tang Zhe instinctively became alert, and his consciousness became extremely clear in an instant. He did not open his eyes immediately, but pricked up his ears to distinguish carefully. After confirming that there was no movement for the time being, he quietly opened his eyes a crack. The light in the room was still dim, and I didn't know if it was an illusion. It seemed to be darker than before. Not only that, there was a faint mist in the room, and a familiar, rust smell. Tang Zhe's pupils shrank. This is not the A area ward, but the B area. What's going on? He sat up suddenly. Is it an illusion? No. It's a memory. A messy breath containing human memory. Just like when he first arrived in the A area and put the 5-colored stone into his room. This is also a piece of energy containing information. Tang Zhe's hair stood up, and his whole body was tense to the extreme. He realized that Safar could not enter and exit area freely. So the energy must not have been released by Safar, but by his companions in Area A. Area A. Someone has been watching him all the time. After he and Safar confronted each other, the 5-colored stone never showed up in front of him again. He originally thought that the 5-colored stone was dormant to avoid the scrutiny of the two areas. But that might not be the case. They might not be afraid of the humans in the two areas. Then, are they going to punish Tang Zhe for his clear betrayal? Or is it for some other reason? No matter which one it is, they did not let him go so easily. Even if he didn't explore the test sites, they didn't let him go, but just observed him in secret. A slight click. When he came to the bed, Tang Zhe couldn't help but choke. He opened his eyes wide, and his pupils emitted a bright green light in the dark. He didn't see anything, but he felt a sense of oppression right in front of him. He lay there for a few seconds, and suddenly seemed to feel something, and turned to the side to avoid it. An object like a metal rod brushed past his ear, and hit him hard where his head was originally. Tang Zhe turned over and got out of bed, half squatting behind the bed and watching. This time, he saw a dark shadow standing on the other side of the bed. It looked like a human figure, but it was definitely not a human figure. It was an indescribable, flowing thing, like a flame that didn't emit light, or a sticky bubble. And now, the indescribable shadow cast a gaze at him. Mutant? Tang Zhe thought. He must still be in the ward in Area A. Everything he saw now was just an illusion brought about by some memory fragments. In other words, this shadow was fake and could not attack him. He just had to stand still and read this memory, and everything would return to its original state. However, the next second, the shadow raised its arm in the direction of Tang Zhe, as if it was going to hit him. Tang Zhe controlled his instinct to dodge, and wanted to see what would happen next. The shadow saw him. It was just an illusion. He just happened to be standing in this position. The shadow couldn't really attack. Bang! A heavy muffled sound came along the bones, and Tang Zhe was shocked by the gravity. That thing really hit him. Tang Zhe shook his head, and woke up from the strong shock in his body. Although he didn't dodge, he still instinctively raised his hand to block it. It was this block that strengthened his arm at the moment of receiving the attack and took the stick. And he was fully awake at this time. This was not an illusion. The next second, his green pupils turned into needles, staring at the indescribable black shadow, like a cobra ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. The shadow walked around the bed towards Tang Zhe, and Tang Zhe retreated carefully. He was not very familiar with this ward, but when he was awake before, he saw that there was a large space behind the bed, so he decided to retreat along the wall, so that he could find a chance to bypass this thing. What exactly does this thing want to do by chasing him? Tang Zhe tensed his whole body and retreated step by step. Unexpectedly, his back hit the wall. He was stunned, staring at the front, while carefully probing with his hand, and found that the place where there should have been an open space was suddenly blocked by a wall out of thin air. This space is now only half the size of the original, like a safe, and he has almost nowhere to hide. How did he do this? Could it be that he really fell asleep before and was taken to Area B? Bang! Another club hit him. Tang Zhe raised his arms to catch it. Although the strengthening effect prevented him from being injured, he felt pain in his arms after 2 attacks. Even if it was strengthened, his body could not withstand attacks indefinitely. What's more, the strength of this thing is unusually great. At this juncture, Tang Zhe thought of Fang Xiyu. Fang Xiyu, Fang Shuyu will definitely come to save him at all costs. As long as he can be contacted. Tang Zai. Captain! Save me! Tang Zai leaned against the wall and panted, with a smile on his lips. But soon, his smile disappeared. A line of red words popped up on the panel. Send failed. Please check the signal connection. Chapter 91 Softening. Tang Zai sucked in a breath of cold air. The black shadow seemed to understand the situation and became at ease. It approached Tang Zai slowly, and when it forced Tang Zai into a corner, it raised its hand and hit him with a stick. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Zai's arm was attacked one after another. Although it looked intact, it was extremely painful. He felt that his bones were covered with countless tiny cracks. He didn't know when he would be unable to support it and turn into powder in an instant. Tang Zai gritted his teeth and used all his strength to push the shadow open a gap. Before Tang Zai could react, he bent down and got out from under the bed. When he ran towards the door, the shadow appeared in front of him as if it had teleported. He felt the shadow sneer. The next second, the shadow suddenly doubled in size, almost blocking out the last bit of light. The door completely disappeared under the cover of this figure, and Tang Zai now saw 4 walls. The ward where he was became smaller, like a huge iron barrel. In the middle of the iron barrel was his bed, and now the walls were approaching his bed. They were going to crush him to pieces. Tang Zai suddenly remembered the scene when he was taken away by Safar. At that time, he was tied to a chair by Safar, surrounded by such iron barrels, filled with turbid black fog. Bang. Tang Zai punched the wall. Hard. The wall did not crack like an iron barrel, but a piece of it was directly vacated from where Tang Zai hit it. The next second, the wall disappeared like fog, and the door not far away reappeared. Tang Zai came to his senses and ran towards the door. The fog condensed into a figure behind him. The figure dropped the stick and lifted the heavy bed fixed to the ground. At the moment when Tang Zai's hand was about to open the door, he felt the pressure coming from behind him. He turned around and his breathing froze instantly. The black shadow lifted the bed and threw it heavily at him. He had no way to avoid it, and could only wait to be crushed into a meat pie by the bed and the door in 0.1 seconds. Even with a strengthened body, he couldn't. Bang. The bed hit the door heavily. Tang Zai sat on the floor in the middle of the ward, gasping for breath. He turned his head and looked behind him in disbelief. Where he was standing before, the bed and the door were tightly pressed together, tightly fitting. And the moment he was hit by the bed, his body suddenly flowed down like a stream of water, flowing from the gap in the ground to the center, and then returned to its original state. Wow! The body softened. Saib's voice suddenly rang out. Tang Zai came back to his senses and moved his hands. What softening? It's the opposite of strengthening, Saib said. Strengthening can make your body become almost solid, while softening will make your body become almost liquid. It must be because of that jellyfish. Really? I haven't eaten so much clean food for a long time. The energy in it is enough for your body to reach a higher level. Tang Zai was a little dazed. Softening? Is it an upgrade? Of course. This means that your body can pass through many narrow gaps, enter places that normal people can't enter, and avoid being hit. Tang Zai stood up and walked towards the door. He tried to put his fingers into the gap between the bed and the door, but found that his fingers were still the same as before, with no signs of softening. He tried other parts of his body, and found that the flowing feeling could not be reproduced. After thinking for a while, Tang Zai lifted the bed a little, then let go and hit his feet. Bang! Tang Zai's feet softened like rubber in an instant, and flowed to the open space next to him in the blink of an eye, and returned to their original state. If you don't look closely, it's as if his feet have teleported. Whether it's strengthening or softening, it's still a passive skill for you. It will only show up when you are attacked, Saib said. Theoretically, as your body is upgraded step by step, it can eventually become an active skill. Tang Zai was immersed in the discovery of new skills, and suddenly felt a cold light shooting from behind. That black shadow is still there. The black shadow seemed to have discovered the changes in Tang Zai's body, and knew that it had no way to kill him. So it rushed towards the door, as if it wanted to fight Tang Zai for the last time. Tang Zai did not dodge, but took the initiative to rush towards the black shadow. Unexpectedly, the black shadow did not intend to attack Tang Zai, and directly dodged to the side and passed by Tang Zai. Tang Zai turned around and wanted to continue chasing. But he saw the bed was lifted up again and thrown towards him. He leaned over and slid away, standing firmly on the ground in front of him, and heard the sound of the door slamming shut. The room was empty, and the shadow had already run away. Tang Zai cursed in his heart. Just as he was thinking, there was another noise outside the door. Rhythmic, powerful footsteps, approaching here. Tang Zai's eyes flashed green, and he rushed towards the door. The door opened, and there was a tall figure outside. Tang Zai stretched out his hand and grabbed the shadow tightly. The moment his hand grabbed it, Tang Zai realized that something was wrong. He looked up and saw the person he was holding tightly. Fan Xiyu. Tang Zai's pupil shrank, realizing that he had inadvertently shown his true strength. He used too much strength. Fan Xiyu was hit head-on and was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses and saw that it was Tang Zai, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. After a brief eye contact, Tang Zai suddenly buried his head heavily in Fan Xiyu's chest, and his two hands went around and tightly embraced him from behind. Captain! The surprise in Fan Xiyu's eyes suddenly turned into pity. What's wrong? What happened? He patted Tang Zai's back gently. It's okay. The captain is here. Tang Zai trembled in Fan Xiyu's arms, as if he was extremely scared, and he didn't recover for a long time. Half a minute later, feeling that Tang Zai's mood seemed to have calmed down a little, Fan Xiyu carefully pushed him away a little, held his face, and examined it carefully. Tang Zai's eyes were red, and seemed to be full of tears. His nose was wrinkled, and he looked aggrieved. What's wrong? Aren't you recuperating? What happened? Someone wants to force you to do brain therapy? No way. Who did it? The captain will help you. Tang Zai shook his head, his hand still tightly around Fan Xiyu, as if he was afraid that he would leave. Captain, I had a nightmare. Fan Xiyu comforted him while stretching his neck to look around the ward. He saw that the ward was the same as before he left, and there was no one else in it. He thought that Tang Zai must have woken up from a nightmare and rushed out in a hurry. So he chuckled and hugged Tang Zai tightly. Is it uncomfortable to sleep here? It's okay. I'll take you back now, and have a good sleep in your own bed tonight. Tang Zai's nose made a soft sound and nodded. In Fan Xiyu's opinion, he was just sobbing and nudging into his arms. Seeing this kitten-like figure, Fan Xiyu's eyes unconsciously smiled. Ahem. An unbearable cough came from behind. Both of them raised their heads at the same time. The moment he saw the person who made the sound clearly, Tang Zai jumped out of Fan Xiyu's arms in fear. Fan Xiyu was not frightened at all, but was a little confused. Manager Chong, are you here to do business? Chong Fannin's expressionless face almost rolled his eyes on the spot, but he forced himself to hold it back. As a result, his face began to spasm unnaturally, looking quite creepy. Tang Zai lowered his eyes. I told you. Be careful outside, Chong Fannin said in a low voice. What are you two doing in public? Is this appropriate? After saying that, he looked at Tang Zai. His eyes were as cold as a dead person. Tang Zai could not help but hide behind Fan Xiyu. Seeing this, Fan Xiyu quickly reached out to protect Tang Zai. Why are you talking so harshly? He just recovered from a serious illness, and just finished his mission, and had a near-death experience 2 days ago. He is just about to rest well. Why are you coming here to be so harsh on him? Chong Fannin saw Tang Zai's eyes, and seemed to realize that his tone was too stiff. So he quickly coughed to cover it up. Ahem. Anyway, there is no one else here now, so just comfort him. Fan Xiyu pouted and lowered his head to pat Tang Zai's shoulder. He sometimes has a bad temper, and that's how he speaks. Don't worry about it. He's not angry. Tang Zai nodded. Fan Xiyu turned back and looked at Chong Fannin. You haven't told me why you're here yet. It's not the regular physical examination time now. What's the matter? Are you here for a follow-up checkup for hypertension or diabetes? Chong Fannin couldn't hold it in anymore and rolled his eyes. You're cursing me? Are you hoping I'm sick? Why? Can't you go to the medical area if you're not sick? Fan Xiyu. Are you here to shop? What do you mean by shopping? Inspection. Inspection? Chong Fannin suddenly walked towards them, but his eyes were looking elsewhere. Well, these are some supplements, especially for the top management. You can't apply for them. He stuffed a box into Fan Xiyu's arms. Good for your health. Fan Xiyu looked at the things in his arms, then at Chong Fannin. and smiled. Are you here to see Tang Zhe? Who, would you go to such a far place from the office and residence to visit an unrelated person? Then what about these supplements? Anyway, they've been issued by the higher-ups, so it's a waste not to take them. I just saw that this year's quota was about to expire, so I came here to get it. And I ran into you guys by the way. I'm in good health. I don't need them. You young people who are weak, you should eat more when you have nothing to do. Fang Xiyu looked at him and couldn't help laughing. I know. Thank you. Manager Chang. What are you thanking me for? If you really thank me, please don't cause me any more trouble. The new department has been established, and both districts are keeping an eye on it. The special forces did a good job before, but don't be too proud. It's really difficult to manage the hundreds of people behind. I've taken a general look at the level of those people. Don't expect to have such good talents as the special forces. It takes more effort to manage them. I know. I know. Don't worry. Fang Xiyu took Tang Zhe in one hand and followed Chang Fanging back. Captain Chang is considerate of his subordinates, personally guiding me, an incompetent captain, to lead the team, and personally visiting the sick precious team members in the medical area. That's your precious team member. My precious is your precious, isn't it? I understand your thoughts on the special forces, and Tang Zhe knows it too. Right, Tang Zhe? Chapter 92 Curse. Tang Zhe lay on the bed, looking at the starry sky on the ceiling. He raised his hand in front of his eyes and clenched it hard. The shadow of his fingers split the starry sky into several parts. This was the first time that Tang Zhe clearly felt that he was different from others. In the past, he could see energy, smell the breath of energy, and even control mutants and passively strengthen his body. But none of these changed his appearance. No matter what abilities he gained, he still looked like an ordinary person. But after he gained the ability to soften his body, this feeling changed. Strengthening occurs inside the body, which is manifested in the fact that the body strength will become extremely large at the moment of being hit. But the shape does not change. Softening means that his body actually deformed, even if it was only for a moment. That kind of flowing and viscous state would never appear in a normal person. Tang Zhe clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and the torn starry sky was complete again, except that a black hole appeared in the middle. From now on, he will become farther and farther away from human. He will become a real mutant, perhaps more terrifying than what they have seen so far. At the same time, he will be extremely powerful. Tang Zhe put down his hand, and for some reason, a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He closed his eyes, but he was not sleepy at all. A few minutes later, he opened the panel to check the new message and found that Yisu still hadn't replied. He looked through his inbox and saw a name at the bottom. Cinder, Safar. Almost the moment Tang Zhe saw it, the name became online. Message from recipient Safar. Tang Zhe. How are you? Tang Zhe's pupils shrank. He blinked hard to make sure he was not hallucinating. After blinking for the 3rd time, the message disappeared. The panel was empty. Tang Zhe took a few deep breaths and opened the inbox again, and saw that Safar's message was still at the time of returning to the bunker. He breathed a sigh of relief and was about to close the panel when the message popped up again. Safar, I am really happy to see you keep growing. I left something for you in the breeding area. Do you like it? A few seconds later, the message disappeared in front of him. Burn after reading. Tang Zhe woke up completely, and the blood rushed to his head. Safar's words revealed that he had been paying attention to him, and the flowers that can purify energy that grow on the Sentinels were specially arranged by Safar to be given to him. The Sentinels in Area B did not receive the order from Area A because the order was forged by Safar. He carefully selected a group of special Sentinels, let them mutate in the breeding area, and then waited for Fang Xiyu to bring Tang Zhe in. Tang Zhe fell into his trap again without realizing it. Tang Zhe, you still dare to send me a message? Both districts are thoroughly investigating clues related to the 5-color stone. Aren't you afraid that your sending channel will be cracked? Safar, I still have files in both districts. If it is so easy to crack, you wouldn't have found the 2nd member by now. We are hidden enough. You will never find us unless we want to be found. Tang Zhe, what do you want to do? Safar, I won't hurt you. I just want you. Tang Zhe, I won't be used by you. Safar, you don't really plan to stay in the special operations team, do you? Tang Zhe, Safar, he cares about you now, just because he doesn't know your true face. If he knew, would he still tolerate you? Tang Zai's pupils trembled. He didn't reply, but his fingers tightened secretly. Indeed, all Fang Shuyu's care and love for him was just because he regarded him as an ordinary person with a special physique. But once he is no longer in human form, but becomes a kind of appearance that even he can't imagine, Fang Shuyu will probably point a gun at him without hesitation. That person can't leave the mutant in his dormitory, can't hold the mutant's head to comfort him, can't say to the mutant, Tang Zai, it has nothing to do with you. Sapphire, I will wait for you. You belong to us. I am always here, waiting for you to come back. After the last message disappeared, Tang Zai closed the panel in disgust. He had just experienced those things in the ward, and Saphire's appearance at this time was clearly a provocation. He was showing off the power of the five-color stone and mocking his choice. Those words were just to disturb his mind. Tang Zai's fists were clenched tighter and tighter, and the skin on his palms was almost pierced without him noticing. He would not stay in the special forces, nor in the gathering area. He knew. He had always known. Now these people are just passers-by. When he becomes stronger, he will completely get rid of them and go to a wider world. He will not join the five-colored stone, will not join any side. He will even destroy them all. Tang Zai took a deep breath and forced himself to relax. There was a little heat between his wrists. He looked down and saw that it was the location of the wireless search ring. Lu Bai gave him another transparent supplementary belt, saying that it was formulated according to his cell characteristics and would be more comfortable. Now, it was this thing that was faintly hot. Tang Zai frowned. Originally, he didn't feel anything when wearing the wireless search ring, and going to Lu Bai for debugging was just an excuse. But now, the new thing he put on was a little strange. He reached out and scratched the supplementary belt, trying to get it off, but found that it had already embedded in his skin. This time he really had to ask Lu Bai to debug it again. Just as he was thinking, a new message popped up on the panel. Fang Shuyu. Didn't fall asleep? Uncomfortable? Tang Zai. No. No. Fang Shuyu. The wireless ring alarmed, saying that your heartbeat was accelerated and your mood was fluctuating. I haven't seen such a prompt before. Fang Shuyu. Are you having a nightmare again? Tang Zai. It turns out that after adding this supplementary belt, it is more sensitive? It seems that I still have to find a way to get Lu Bai to remove this thing. Tang Zai shook his head, came back to his senses, looked at the three words Fang Shuyu on the panel, and felt a little uncomfortable for some reason. He wanted to turn off the panel, but in the end, he couldn't bear to do it. The temperature between his wrists was like that person holding his hand. The same temperature often passed through the helmet and the thick protective clothing that wrapped him. In this cold gathering area, it was like sunshine on his body. Tang Zai retracted his fingers and changed his mind. Captain, I have a question. Have we checked Saphire's file? Message from the Loving Family group chat. Yuck. Found the deleted file of the inspector named Sapphire. There are 3 files with this name, and the other 2 identities are the guard of Area A and the cook of Area B. Fang Shuyu. Uh-huh. The resume is quite rich. Let's find out what's going on. Who can come and go freely between areas A and B, and also serve as an inspector and liaison of the bunker. He has connections everywhere. Yuri. These 3 files are incomplete, with only the most basic duty records. Detailed personal files. Genotypes are not recorded, and the duty time does not match. Fang Shuyu. Are these records false? Have they been processed? Yuka. But the records have been deleted, and they can never be retrieved by normal means. Tang Zai frowned. There is no point in dealing with a file that has been almost completely deleted. It is purely superfluous, unless they expect that these files will be retrieved in the future. His mind flashed with Saphire's words. You will never find it unless we want to be found. Tang Zai sneered in his heart. It seems that he was not wrong. Sapphire sent a message specifically, in addition to showing his presence, or giving him a new hint. The file that Sapphire left in the gathering area. Inside, there is the clue that the 5-colored stone left for Tang Zai. Tang Zai did not know what the 5-colored stone meant to him. On the one hand, the energy they left him did promote his mutation. On the other hand, their behavior is really hard to like, even if they are really helping Tang Zai. It is only because they see the potential in him and want to use him. However, what Tang Zai does not want to admit deep in his heart is that the reason why he hates Sapphire more is because he was hurt by his words. In the past, you were just a sentinel, was the curse of his fate. After someone took off this curse with his own hands, a new curse was put on him. He just doesn't know your true face. Fang Xiyu said in the file. Tang Zai retracted his dark eyes and looked at the panel. 3 files appeared side by side in the group chat. The files were full of duty records ranging from 1 to 3 years, and the table was endless. Apart from that, there was almost no information about Safar himself. There was something wrong here. There must be something wrong. Yuck. There was no record of genes in these 3 files. And it was not even certain that they were the same person. Yuri. Some of the duty times in the files overlapped, and some of the time intervals were too far apart, and there seemed to be no continuity. This means that these 3 files have nothing in common except that they all have the name Safar. Tang Zai thought. After all, this is a clue that Safar left behind on purpose. The file with this name should contain relevant information. Fang Xiyu. Can you see when the file was deleted? It may be a deliberate cover-up for the recent thorough investigation of the 5-colored stone. Yuri. Except for the latest file of Inspector Safar. The other 2 were deleted at least 5 years ago. 5 years ago? Tang Zai frowned. If Safar foresaw that these files would be found one day, then he laid out the plan too early. And why 5 years ago again? Tang Zai flipped through the files on the panel, trying to find something between the lines. The 2 records that were deleted 5 years ago had earlier duty times. There was no mention of the job content. Only a daily clocking in and out, repeated over and over again. Tang Zai suddenly saw something wrong in those boring records. This file. At first glance, a new message suddenly popped up on the panel. Someone said what he wanted to say before him. Guan Yingjian. Everyone, take a look at this file of the cook in Area B. There is something wrong with this duty time. Chapter 93. Impossible. Has Guan Yingjian recovered? Tang Zai frowned. Yuka Yuri's daily active time is midnight. So when Tang Zai sneaked to see Safar before, he successfully contacted them for help. But at this time, other team members are generally not online. Fang Xiyu did not seem to expect that other team members would reply at this time. Guan Yingjian. Have you been discharged from the hospital? Guan Yingjian. Report to the captain. I have fully recovered and can return to the team. Fang Xiyu. Don't be so anxious. You can rest for a few more days. Guan Yingjian. My test data is completely fine. Aunt Lu will help me with recuperation. I have delayed everyone for many days. I apply to return to the team immediately. Recuperation assistant? Lu Tianyi? Tang Zai frowned and thought. The panel was silent for a while. Fang Xiyu. Got it. Fang Xiyu. Let's do it this way for tonight. It's getting late, and we will have a formal meeting tomorrow to discuss. You and Tang Zai should go to bed early, and don't work overtime. Health is important. Guan Yingjian. Tang Zai. Yes. No new information appeared on the panel. But Tang Zai still didn't feel sleepy. He had no idea what happened in the war today. Unlike the previous hallucination, he only immersed himself in the fragments experienced by someone before, and did not interact with the environment. But this time, he not only felt the changes on the wall, but was actually attacked. Could it be that someone really slipped into his ward? If so, it means that there are other people with abnormal states and superpowers besides him. Tang Zai's eyes darkened. Not long after the black shadow disappeared, Fang Xiyu appeared outside. If all that was true, the black shadow must not have gone too far. The reason why he was not seen was probably because he turned back to a normal human form and mixed in with the crowd in the medical area. At that time, in addition to Fang Xiyu, the person who appeared nearby was Chang Fangyin. It's impossible. Tang Zai shook his head. With Chang Fangyin's identity, there are countless ways to bypass Fang Xiyu and approach him. There is no need to go through so much trouble. And if Chang Fangyin hadn't helped him at the beginning, Tang Zai wouldn't even be able to join the special forces. He could have made sure that he and Fang Xiyu didn't have any intersection. There was no need to put him next to Fang Xiyu, and then have to involve the special forces. Tang Zai turned his head to look behind him, where there was a box that Chang Fangyin had stuffed in. It was said that it contained supplements. Before parting, Chang Fangyin also told Fang Xiyu to supervise Tang Zai to take it on time. But Tang Zai thought that it might be something strange, such as a drug that would affect the brain. After all, he went to the medical area to visit Tang Zai and brought supplements. This was too unbelievable. Speaking of which, Chang Fangyin's series of actions towards him were all unbelievable. Excluding the fact that he was a person with abnormal brain circuits like Fang Xu. He should have ulterior motives towards him, right? Tang Zhe shook his head and shook off this thought. There would be a chance to check Chang Fangyin's matter later. Now there are other obvious troubles. Lu Tianyi. Tang Zhe opened the inbox again. And there was still no new information in it. While he was checking the Lu family files, he also checked Lu Tianyi. She served for decades, which should have overlapped with the rise and fall of the Lu family. But he did not see Lu Tianyi's information directly in the Lu family and several other family histories. The only intersection was the time when she was excluded from the core research circle, which was probably shortly after the Lu family was punished. In J83. Just 20 years ago. According to the archives, Lu Tianyi was still on duty in the Department of Biology. But she did not participate in new research projects. The archives did not clearly record what she was doing, but only roughly wrote engaged in administrative work. Considering her age, this resume seemed a bit too simple. What Tang Zhe wanted Yi Su to help find out before was about Lu Tianyi. The archives may not be accurate, and may also be artificially modified for various reasons. But if someone saw it with their own eyes, they would know the truth. Lu Tianyi had been silent for 20 years, and immediately showed efficient work performance after being recruited into the special forces. It is impossible to say that she has completely given up research in the past 20 years. Did she do something secretly like the Lu family in addition to administrative work? Tang Zhe's mind reappeared the look Lu Tianyi gave him when she asked him how to solve the flower. But Lu Tianyi was studying mutants. After Area A switched to a conservative policy, the mutant materials that could be studied should have been greatly reduced, so that the mutant files have not been updated for many years. And even obvious errors have appeared. In the short time of less than 2 months since the formation of the Special Task Force, Lu Tianyi has learned too quickly about all kinds of new mutants that suddenly appeared. Because of this, Tang Zhe felt that Lu Tianyi probably never stopped her research. It's just where did the material she studied come from? The panel suddenly lit up. Yi Su. I'm treating my senior to dinner. The thing you asked me to find out finally has some clues. Tang Zhe's eyelashes trembled. What? Yi Su. Lu Tianyi seems to have helped in the medical team, doing some simple treatment for the wounded. She is in the direction of theoretical research, and she is not mainly studying people. It should be against the rules to be in the medical team. I don't know who helped. Yi Su. Keep it a secret. Tang Zhe frowned. Medical team? Treating people? Yi Su. It's unlikely that she can treat people, as this requires a very high level of professionalism. The senior said that he saw her in the basic department, and she might be doing a nursing job. Tang Zhe. Thank you. Anything else? Yi Su. The rest is just a rumor. It is said that more than a decade ago, the medical area was haunted. The morgue, which should have been closed in the middle of the night, suddenly lit up, and there were figures walking around inside. But the senior said that he suspected that Lu Tianyi was checking the bodies inside. Yi Su. There is no basis for this. Don't take it seriously. Tang Zhe. Morgue? People who cannot be saved are usually left in the wild, and those who have problems in the gathering area will be sent to the isolation area as soon as possible. Why is there a morgue? Yi Su. That was a later regulation. It was not like this many years ago. It should be that there was a problem with the morgue, and it was cancelled when the gathering area was moved. Now there is a regulation not to leave dead people in the gathering area. Tang Zhe. Can you help me find out about the haunted incident in the medical area? Yi Su. I will try my best. Remember to help me pay more attention to the captain's movements. Yi Su. I heard that the External Development Department is about to start determining the final position. Can you help me find out which position is closer to the captain? If I can't be with the captain, it would be nice to see him often. Please. Please. The next day. Special Force Office. Guan Yingjian. What's the strange file you mentioned yesterday? Fan Qiu asked. A fragmentary file suddenly appeared on the panel in the center of the hall. Name, Safar. Affiliation, Logistics Department of Zone B. Position, Cook. Duty time, 2 hours before daily routine activities, and 1 hour before curfew. All year round. Duty record. Ah. It's really strange. Lu Ji came over and said, this duty time is too long. Twice that of Zone A. The others nodded. There must be something fishy going on. The cooks only have to work at mealtimes. Are they going to other places for the rest of the time? They work all year round. Wouldn't a normal person rebel? As the others discussed. Tang Zai's face became uglier and uglier. Ahem. Interrupt me, he said. This is a very basic duty time in Area B. The discussion stopped abruptly. What about the Sentinels' duty time? Fan Qiyu asked. Sentinels don't have fixed duty hours. They are usually on standby at any time depending on the mission. It's longer than theirs. Coughs were heard one after another in the office area. Well, the captain always said that you can endure hardships. But we were skeptical. This is more than being able to endure hardships. This is not something a human can do. Can you give some advice to the leaders of District B? This is too inhumane. Okay. Don't talk about sad things. Tang Zai looked at these colleagues in front of him, who were why not eat meat porridge, and sighed in his heart. In any case, what is happening in District B now has nothing to do with him. The length of duty is fine. But the duty time is still a problem. Tang Zai said. The duty time of District B is fixed. And it can only be advanced but not postponed. But looking at the records below, half of the time was postponed. And there was even one time when the arrival time was delayed by half an hour. I think there is something fishy going on. Ah. But although he started work half an hour late, he finished work an hour late. Don't you have a flexible work system? Tang Zai. Fan Qiyu quickly interrupted the conversation. Tang Zai knows Area B best. If he says there is a problem, there must be a problem. Yuka Yuri. Pick out the duty hours that do not meet the regulations. And we will take a look at them separately. Yuka Yuri picked out the abnormal records. And the entire file was reduced by more than half. A group of people looked at these times again. J096 Fog Month 30. 6:07-26:27. Note, this round of heavy fog lasted for 109 days. And the system was implemented in 28 hours a day. J096 Foggy Month 2. 6:18-30:02. Note, this round of heavy fog lasted for 87 days. And the system was implemented in 32 hours a day. J097 Clear Month 18. 6/21-2012. Note, this round of clear month lasted for 21 days. And the system was implemented in 22 hours a day. Another file from several years ago. Fan Qiyu rubbed his eyebrows. The weather calendars of the two districts divided a year into clear months, foggy months, and turbid months according to the pollution conditions. The length of each month and day was variable. And the duty hours of various types of work would also change accordingly. Which was very confusing. For Area A, no matter whether a day is longer or shorter, the total working hours will not change. But Area B is the opposite. The longer the day, the longer the working hours. It doesn't make sense. It would be better if it was unified into a bunker calendar. Yuri made an okay gesture and then started to operate. Half a minute later, this part of the content was refreshed again and became a unified date. Fan Qiyu and Guan Yingjian said at the same time. Tang Zai frowned. Others may not be familiar with these numbers. But for those who have experience in going out to fight, it is clear what they represent. It is the coordinates of the mission location. Chapter 94 Declaration of War. The location coordinates used by the two districts are also a complex system. Because of the chaotic magnetic field and the thick fog, the initial positioning methods are almost ineffective. Due to the erosion of pollution, the landforms and man-made buildings on the ground will also change dramatically in a very short time. Yesterday's land may become a lake tomorrow. For this reason, people need to constantly remeasure, continuously update system data, and combine with the equally unpredictable weather data to barely determine the appropriate mission location. But even so, as the global environment further deteriorates, human monitoring systems are slowly failing. Accidents often occur at mission locations, and countless soldiers have been killed for this. There are more than a dozen coordinates parsed from the file of Sapphire, the Cook in Zone B, but they all describe the same location. By superimposing the data measured by different monitoring points and different detection methods, the intersection with the highest credibility is marked as location. Does this location coordinate still exist? Fan Qiyu frowned. Yuri imported the data into the coordinate system, and soon the system returned a location. Everyone is familiar with this location. It is the breeding area under the abandoned hospital in Zone B. Although this did not provide any new clues, it at least shows that their direction is correct. Quickly parse the other two files, Fan Qiyu ordered. With the first file proof, the next two records were quickly analyzed, and without exception, they all show the location coordinates. Among them, The analysis result of a district guard safar was a slightly farther location. Captain, this location is not far from the current exploration area. It may be an abandoned mission site in the past, Guan Yingjian said. It should refer to the place we explored last time. With the protective suit wall, Fang Xiyu nodded in agreement. But this is different from the coordinates we collected on the spot last time. Guan Yingjian pointed to the map. And Yukyuri also posted the coordinates they collected on the spot last time. The coordinates in the file are several kilometers away from the location of the protective suit wall. It's either another entrance to the same site, or the time interval is too long and the mark is moved. The file was deleted 5 years ago, and the coordinates registered on it should be at least 5 years ago. The climate has changed dramatically in the past 5 years. Coupled with a series of events such as the migration of the gathering area, it is normal for the coordinates of the two to deviate. But this time, Tang Zhe had another idea. Captain, the second test site of the 5-color stone, will it be related to the old gathering area? Not far away. Lu Tiany's eyes suddenly became alert. Old gathering area? Fang Xiyu asked. Well, that test site was probably formed during the old gathering area period. Is that what you want to say? But the test site in the breeding area, let's call it test site number 1, was abandoned first. The test site in the old gathering area, let's call it test site number 2, is still in use, Guan Yingjian said. Normally, the first one built is abandoned first, and the later one built is abandoned later. The 5-colored stone may have found that number 1 is too close to the gathering area and there is a risk of being discovered. Or the environment is not bad enough and does not meet the experimental standards. That's why they gave up number 1 and went to the wild to find a site with more stringent conditions. The old gathering area is considered semi-wild, but it is still milder than the real wild. So it is a compromised site. So they built the next test site there. Is this speculation more reasonable? Tang Zhe shook his head. Have you forgotten? The breeding area was built earlier than this gathering area. Guan Yingjian was stunned. Tang Zhe looked at Fang Xiyu, who nodded knowingly. The breeding area is deep underground, and its area is much larger than the hospital building area. At that time, we speculated that if the breeding area was built later, it would be impossible for people in the hospital not to notice it. Therefore, the most likely explanation is, it was not that Wu Seisher built the test site under the hospital, but that the test site was built first, and then the hospital was built on this land. The site selector did it on purpose. Guan Yingjian fell into deep thought. This was the judgment they made when they first entered the breeding area collectively. At that time, Mu Jiming was in the same car with them. But after this mission, Mu Jiming disappeared from their sight forever. At that time, they had no idea about the 5-colored stone, but only vaguely felt that the senior officials in charge of site selection were involved in the conspiracy of the breeding area. But the connection between the second test site and the old gathering area made this connection even more confusing. Tang Zhe, do you think that the site selection of the breeding area by the 5-colored stone is closely related to the site selection of the gathering area? Tang Zhe nodded. Or, we can make a bold guess. The test sites of the 5-colored stones are all related to the hospitals in the gathering area. When Tang Zhe said this, he was always paying attention to Lu Tiany's reaction. As expected, Lu Tiany was able to remain calm before. But when she heard the word hospital, her eyes trembled for a moment, and then looked away. Tang Zhe narrowed his eyes. Yisu said that before the gathering area moved, someone had seen Lu Tiany helping in the medical area, and even entered the morgue at night to do something unknown. If the behavior of the 5-colored stones has some consistency, then judging from the address of the number 1 test site found in the current gathering area, the previous test site should also be near the hospital. The hospital has gathered a large number of injured, dying, and on the verge of mutation people, which are exactly the raw materials that Wu Seisher likes. And if this is the case, the source of Lu Tiany's research materials can also be explained after she was excluded from the core research circle. Lu Tiany is either a member of Wu Seisher, or she has known about this organization for a long time and reached a cooperation with them in secret. Tang Zhe sneered in his heart. He has not revealed this idea to Fang Xiyu yet. He does not plan to let Fang Xiyu know for the time being that he has doubts about Lu Tiany's identity and is investigating in secret. The special forces can use her if she can concentrate on studying other mutants instead of Tang Zhe. Lu Tiany finally raised her head and looked straight in the direction of Tang Zhe. Her eyes were no longer kind, but unusually firm. That look seemed to say, she would give everything for what she insisted on. No matter how long it took, no matter how fate treated her, she would not waver. This was her unchanging belief for decades. Tang Ze met her gaze, and his eyes revealed a kind of coldness, like a poisonous snake entwined in the woods, spitting out its tongue in warning. Don't stop me. Lu Tianyi secretly issued a declaration of war to him. And this was his response. This speculation makes sense, but there is no evidence. Fang Qiyu patted Tang Ze. We must first find a way to get the specific location and layout of the old gathering area, and then find a way to make a comparison. But these files need to be applied for. I will think of a way. Tang Ze nodded obediently. His pupils were wide open, like a cautious but curious kitten. Fang Qiyu smiled at him encouragingly and stretched out his hand to pinch his shoulder. But it is important to confirm this point. The gathering area has moved many times, and not every site has been successfully selected. Several times the new relocation site is not as good as the old site, and a lot of losses have been made for no reason. If the site selection problem has long been affected by the five-colored stone, then the problem is very serious. Maybe we have been led by the nose for decades. The rest of the team members agreed. Let's put this location aside for now. Yukyuri. Where is the third location? Yukyuri marked the third location, and the map on the panel instantly shrank several times. This location is very far away from other places. The third location was analyzed through the archives of Sector B Inspector Safar, and is the latest address. Based on the previous location, it should be the test site recently built by the five-color stone, and it is likely to be their main test site now. The location of the number 3 test site is 300 kilometers away from the current gathering area, almost to the limit of the current detection means. With the spread of pollution today, being 20 kilometers away from the gathering area is almost the limit. 300 kilometers? Energy and equipment cannot support it. In other words, no one will get there alive. That is the wilderness in the wilderness. This distant mark made the people present begin to feel uneasy. In the 2 test sites that have been discovered, the mutant products are amazing enough. And this is just a mild wilderness environment artificially simulated. As for the real wilderness, five-color stone can already study the products in this environment? Tang Ze's eyes darkened. Did Safar deliberately reveal these 3 locations to tell him that giving up the five-color stone was the biggest mistake? It seems they are still far ahead. Fang Qiyu cursed. He looked at the records and felt that the other party had already run away, while he had been chasing for a long time, but only inhaled the exhaust gas. Captain, what are we now? Let's put the third location aside for now, Fang Qiyu said coldly. His eyes were full of sneers, but deep inside was a gradually burning fighting spirit. He accepted this letter of challenge. We have at least 2 known locations, so we should clean them up first. Even if we start a little late, we can still strike back after chasing them desperately. What's more, Fang Qiyu paused. Now we are not the only ones. We have the support of 2 districts and a new department of several hundred people. When the latter sentence was said, the people's high morale instantly dropped. Is it the new department full of planting team, honor guard, stylist? I have already made some plans for the arrangement of the new department. Fang Qiyu smiled proudly. The list of several hundred people appeared on the panel again. But this time, the arrangement of the list was changed, and the responsibilities of each person's past work were written in detail. Everyone, look at this first. The members of the planting team. Fang Qiyu pointed to the job description and said, understand the laws of plant growth, know the principles of cultivation, and be able to do targeted screening of genes. Aunt Lu, do you think they can cultivate and study plant-type mutants? Lu Tianyi's eyes lit up. The previous biological team seemed to have specially trained this team, and there is a possibility of development. Fang Qiyu nodded and continued to flip down. Weather forecasters. They understand how to study climate laws. Yuka Yuri. Can you build a new system for them to analyze and simulate the climate environment? Yuka Yuri. Clothing. Styling. Communicate with Lu Ji and Guan Yingjian to see if you can study more comfortable new protective clothing and wearable equipment. Guan Yingjian. Lu Ji. Transportation. Personnel. Nutrition. We can form an independent logistics team if the department expands as a whole in the future. Logistics can ensure that we do not rely on the resources of the gathering area. Seeing that everyone's eyes gradually changed, Fang Qiyu raised his head. How is it? The new department is not bad? Yes, it really is. You are worthy of being the captain. How did you think of it? Then I have been the captain for so many years for a long time. I have led all kinds of people. I am best at discovering people's strengths. Tangze looked at his energetic face, and a warm feeling rose in his eyes. The special forces were also seen as crooked by outsiders. But this man seems to always be able to turn decay into magic. No matter the group of people outside, or the few people inside, who are in harmony but not in harmony. Under his leadership, it seems that they are always heading towards a bright future. A trace of haze flashed in Tangze's eyes. Bright future. Maybe? Chapter 95 Myth. 9452. Ding. The seemingly ordinary plastic box made a crisp prompt sound, and the lid popped open a little. Tangze pressed the lid and waited for a while, and finally made up his mind to open it. Bang. The moment he let go, the lid was suddenly popped open, and countless pieces of paper flew out like a fountain, and the whole room suddenly looked like snow. Lu Bai didn't tell him that this was a compressed box. Tangze stood speechlessly for a while, waiting for all the pieces of paper in the box to spray out, and then slowly went to the ground to pick them up. The order of the files was completely messed up. Or maybe it was messed up to begin with. He could only see scattered things here and there without any system, and he didn't know how to collect them. It seemed like he had made a mistake. But no one usually looked at these files, so no one would bother him. Tangze frowned and collected the papers on the ground, flipping through them from time to time to see if there was anything of interest. He originally thought that this would be a detailed record of past events, or some meetings, scientific research results, or a list, attendance or something like that. But the content on the paper had nothing to do with records. They were all strange pictures or strange sentences, rather than files. It's better to say stories. Tangze had a small stack of papers in his hands, some of which had the same page numbering and font, and he presumed they were from the same file. So he sat down and slowly sorted them out. 2 days after Lu Bai told him that she was not in the archives every afternoon, Tangze appeared here. On the one hand, he was observing Lu Bai's true and false. On the other hand, it was also because of his hospitalization and a series of other things in the Special Forces and the new department. There were too many doubts about the coma that day. First of all, it was the time when he was in a coma. He didn't know how much of what he saw and heard at the end was a dreamlike hallucination, and how much was the influence of Lu Bai on him. Lu Bai said that he fainted due to hypoglycemia, which might be her misunderstanding, or she might have deliberately covered it up. If it was the latter, then it would be hard to tell what Lu Bai meant. Tangze stopped what he was doing and looked at the door on the side of the archive room. Behind that door was Lu Bai's prosthetic studio, but it was locked at this time. Lu Bai only told him when he was not in the archive room, but did not tell him when he was not in the prosthetic studio. The implication was that that was not a place she allowed Tangze to enter without permission. If he could enter that door, many questions that day might be answered. Tangze thought secretly. 57, 59, 60. Tangze read the page numbers in his hand, while organizing the papers in his hand into a not very coherent file. Although the content was still a little confusing, he could understand something. In the east, there is a mountain as high as a pillar of heaven, named Kunlun. Climb to the top of the mountain, and you can reach the sky. He read out the words on the file sentence by sentence. Under Kunlun Mountain, there is a big swamp. The water is 1,000 feet deep. Deep under the water is hell, where all living beings undergo trials and enter reincarnation. Tangze frowned as he looked at the crooked picture on the side. This thing looks like a children's mythology book, telling some fantastic nonsense. Mythology. This kind of thing is mentioned in the brief history of mankind in the system. It is probably that in the early days of human civilization, people had limited knowledge of natural laws, and there were many incomprehensible phenomena, so they could only make up some myths to explain. For various things that cannot be controlled, humans arranged a god, and then attributed various phenomena to the behavior of the god. But these materials related to civilization have long been lost. Or, it can be said that they are useless in the current era and have been abandoned. They are facing urgent life and death issues. Even Area A, which is high above Area B, is not free enough to study literary legends. They only have practical science, and mainly focus on biotechnology, chemical technology, and environmental monitoring. These are the hottest and most important things at the moment. Myths and legends? Maybe they came from the bunker. Tangze thought. The bunker is completely isolated from the polluted environment. Like a safe island. People living in it may not have to face such life and death issues. so they have the leisure to pay attention to the spiritual world outside the bunker, let alone civilization. As long as you can survive, you don't have to be a human. Tang Zai shook his head, thinking that this box was probably really useless. So he thought about putting everything back quickly and opening other boxes to see. He threw the stack of information back, thought about it, and suddenly reached out to take it out again. Then he sat cross-legged and read it carefully. Although it was useless, it seemed quite interesting. There is a huge wasteland in the west, full of strange plants. Some of them are taller than humans, and they will pretend to be dead and prey on passing animals. After passing this wasteland, passing through the grassland and forest, and following the river, you will go deep into the ground. There is a huge hole in the ground, because the back is missing. Tang Zai searched on the ground for a while, but still couldn't find the back page. So he had no choice but to skip and read on. The goddess Queen Mother of the West has the elixir of immortality in her hand. Find Queen Mother of the West, and you will be immortal. This part of the story ends. Tang Zai turned to the next page, wanting to see the sequel. But there was no text behind it. Only a huge weird eye, which frightened him so much that he dropped the file back into the box. The previous text was all black. Why did they suddenly use blood red to draw the eyes? And in that style? Tang Zai shook his head and decided not to look at these children's toys anymore, and quickly looked for new files. The things in this box were finally packed up. He looked at the box on the ground, which was less than half a meter in total, and there were files piled up as high as a person. It seems that this box can't be closed. He pushed the box that couldn't be closed to the back of the shelf and hid it. Then opened the second box. This time he had experience, and carefully pressed the lid to open it, without letting the things inside have a chance to burst out. But this action was obviously redundant, because there were not many things in this box. 2 thin files lay at the bottom of the box, and for some reason, they took up so much space. Tang Zai took out the files, and wondered whether he should distribute some of the things in the other box. Apart from anything else, it seems that Liu Bai is really not good at organizing. The files are in order, so it is easy to look through them. Tang Zai flipped it open, and found that it was another myth-like story. But the good news was that he could finish reading it this time. There was a great war in the world of gods. During the battle, a god pierced the sky. There was a big hole in the sky, and floods poured down from the hole. Day and night, the ground was flooded, and all living things were devastated. A large number of people died, and a few fled to high places, praying that the gods could save them. The battle in the world of gods had already been decided, but no god cared about the life and death of humans. The flood still did not stop. If this continued, the people in high places would be swallowed by the flood one day. Tang Zai looked at this story that had nothing to do with reality, but his heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. He felt that something was wrong with this story. Only the god Nua heard people's prayers, and was determined to save mankind. She collected them all over the earth, and finally found 5 rare materials. So she took them to the cave and refined them. 5-color stone? Tang Zai's breathing stopped for a second, and his hands trembled with excitement. After 49 days, the 5 materials were finally refined into one piece. Nua flew into the sky with the 5-color stone she refined, filling the big hole in the sky for mankind. From then on, the flood stopped, and life reappeared on the earth. Tang Zai put down the file, and fell into deep thought for a long time. Is the name of the 5-colored stone a coincidence, or is there a real connection between it and this myth? The sky has a big hole. The flood destroys the earth, and humans hide in high places to pray. Isn't this just like pollution sweeping the world and humans entering the bunker? What on earth is this? 5-colored stone, repairing the sky? What they are doing? They actually claim to be saving all mankind? Huh. It's really ridiculous. Tang Zai thought so. But he couldn't laugh at all. It's not a coincidence that this file appeared here. This myth may not be a myth at all, but a truth in a sense. Or prophecy. The word flashed through Tang Zai's mind. Remember what Obsidian said? We are waiting for someone special to show up. He said that person will definitely show up. Or rather, that group of people. Sapphire's voice echoed in Tang Zai's ears. He didn't remember where he had heard Sapphire say such words, but the voice was so clear, as if it was spoken in his mind. Sapphire said Obsidian, who should also be a member of the 5-color stone, but with a higher status. And he said something inside the 5-color stone. What these words were. Tang Zai's brain began to get confused, And countless voices suddenly churned in his mind. God! 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 Please come to the world soon, and give us the oracle soon. Prophecy. God predicted that a special person will appear, and we will be saved. Wait. Wait. That person will definitely appear. God. Please fulfill God's prophecy soon. Tang Zai felt sick to his stomach, and his eyes began to go dark. He covered his stomach and leaned to one side, as if he wanted to vomit, but nothing came out. Chaotic memories attacked him, giving him a splitting headache. Is it a mental attack? Why is there a mental attack in this place? Who is it? Where is Fan Qiyu? Fan Qiyu can make him better. Tang Zai exhaled heavily, and his brain finally cleared up. The fog in front of him dissipated, and he suddenly understood the source of those sounds. Those things under the water of the number 2 test site. Before the bottom of the water collapsed, he used Fujilong to filter out a lot of dirty information in the water, trying to find relevant memory fragments. These things were sucked into his body at that time, and they had been dormant somewhere until now. These memories are the things that the 5-colored stone made those people see before they died? This, a joke-like lie? Tang Zai supported himself and looked at the file in his hand again. The text was still so simple, but this time, he found something different. Nu Hua collected 5 kinds of rare materials and refined them into 5-color stones. Nu Hua is the creator of the 5-color stones, and the 5-color stones are made of 5 kinds of materials. The 5-color stones are not a simple organization, but a fusion of 5 factions, corresponding to the 5 colors on the mark. And the sapphire representing Safar is just one of them. Chapter 96 Worms. Tang Zai's brain buzzed. God? Is the obsidian mentioned by Safar the founder of this organization? Nu Hua. This person brought together 5 different forces, and used a certain concept to bring them together, turning them into 5-colored stones with the same goal. And this goal is to repair the sky. Tang Zai shook his head violently. His guess was unfounded. Perhaps just because the name of the 5-colored stone happened to be the same as in the myth, which caused him to overinterpret it. Otherwise, how to explain those fighting gods? And how to explain the disaster caused by the hole in the sky? Pollution. Isn't it an accident of fate? Tang Zai put down the file and took a deep breath. He opened the panel to confirm the time, only to find that he had been in the archives room for so long. There was an unread message on the panel. Fan Qiyu. Where did you go? Did you go back to the dormitory? The message was sent 2 hours ago. Tang Zai didn't expect Fan Qiyu to finish the meeting so early. After so much time, he didn't know whether he had already discovered that Tang Zai was neither in the dormitory nor in the work area. He thought about it and decided to answer truthfully. Tang Zai. Report to the captain. I am in the archives room. The other side quickly sent a reply. Fan Qiyu. You look for her debugged wireless ring search. What? I knew that you were shirking your responsibility, but you were actually very serious about the task I assigned to you. Fan Qiyu. Don't be stressed. Take your time. Tang Zai knew that Fan Qiyu mistakenly thought that he was trying to get close to Lu Bai and wanted to pull her into the special forces. Or, the reason why he admitted to being in the archives was that he hoped Fan Qiyu would think so. But Lu Bai was not here all afternoon. Maybe she was busy in the office area of the External Development Department upstairs. If Fan Qiyu found out, the excuse would be broken. So he thought about it, and sent a message to Lu Bai. My wireless ring is not working well. When would it be convenient for you to debug it? Lu Bai. I'll go there now. A few minutes later, the door of the archive room opened again. Tang Zai stood in the middle of the seemingly intact archive boxes, facing Lu Bai's lifeless eyes. Come in with me, Lu Bai said expressionlessly, and walked into the prosthetic manufacturing room. She did not ask Tang Zai why and when he came, nor did she ask him if he had read the archives and found anything. It seemed that she had no interest in all this. Tang Zai followed her in. The studio was the same as he saw last time, filled with various bionic human body parts. The only difference was that there were several lifelike limbs piled in a glass cabinet filled with water next to it. He remembered that there was neither limbs nor water in the glass cabinet last time. Tang Zai couldn't help but look at the cabinet twice more, and suddenly felt a silver light flashing in front of his eyes, wondering if it came from the water. He blinked his eyes, trying to see clearly, and found that the glass cabinet was normal. Tang Zai. Lu Bai's calm voice interrupted his thoughts. Tang Zai quickly turned around and sat down in the same position as last time. Lu Bai raised his wrist. Where do you feel uncomfortable? It's not mainly a matter of comfort. It seems that there will be some abnormal alarms. I just stayed in the dormitory normally, and did nothing. The captain received several alarms. He thought there was something wrong with my body. Lu Bai's eyes lost interest. It's a problem with the threshold setting. Just adjust it higher. What about the fusion? Is it okay? Tang Zai thought about it. It's still uncomfortable. Maybe I don't get along with this material. Why don't you take it apart? Lu Bai looked at him coldly for a few seconds. You can take it apart. But there is only one way. What? Amputation? Lu Bai raised his hand and pointed to the opposite side. Pick one of the hands there. You can choose the skin color and texture. And the joints can be ground or stretched. Tell me your requirements after you choose. If it's not complicated, I can let you go back safely today. Tang Zai stared at Lu Bai for 3 seconds. And when he saw that she had already prepared the chainsaw, he realized that she was serious. No need. Lu Bai looked at him with a chainsaw in hand. And there seemed to be murderous intent in her eyes. For a moment, Tang Zai felt that she wanted to cut him into pieces and turn him into a pile of scattered prosthetic materials. He subconsciously looked at the glass cabinet filled with water and limbs just now. The scene that appeared this time made him feel creepy. The prosthesis that was supposed to be lifeless quietly changed its angle in the water. And now it was facing him with a cross-section. He then saw that the smooth and flawless surface of the prosthesis was full of dark holes inside. It was so dense that it looked like it was eaten by insects. Worm eyes. It seemed as if there was a kind of magnetic force that firmly attracted Tang Zai's eyes. He stared at the dark and lightless small holes, trying to see something from them. After a few seconds, his vision was fatigued and there was a residual image, as if something had drilled out of the worm eyes. Tang Zai blinked his eyes and looked again, but found that it was not an illusion. A black worm drilled out of the worm eye, floating in the water for only half a second, and then shrank back as if it had been electrocuted. Then, another worm drilled out of another worm eye, and then another. In an instant, countless worms stretched out from the cross-section of the prosthesis, like a handful of hair floating in the water. Ugh! Tang Zai felt an unbearable churning in his stomach, and he covered his mouth and turned his back. He seemed to feel that thousands of hair-like worms had drilled out of his forearm, along his shoulder, to his cervical spine, to his brain, drilling holes and eroding his body crazily. The next second, he found that the pain was not false. Lu Bai sat next to him at some point, and was stabbing his hand with a syringe-like object. Tang Zai came to his senses, stood up and took a few steps back. The syringe retreated from his arm, and was held firmly in Lu Bai's hand. What are you doing? It's reasonable to charge a fee for providing help. Lu Bai shook the syringe and poured the liquid into the reagent bottle. Your body is very valuable for my research. You should ask the Special Forces to settle my treatment costs. Your treatment is of course included in the Special Forces benefits. Lu Bai's eyeballs twitched to the side. But it does not include file access services. Tang Zai was speechless for a while, and could only stare at Lu Bai as he collected all his cells and blood and threw them into the centrifuge. There are no useful files in it at all. He gritted his teeth and said, You should have moved all the important things away. Right? I don't know what's important or not. Useful or not. The things are there. You can find them yourself. Then this is not a review service at all. It's clearly self-service. Lu Bai glanced at him. Oh! Then I'll charge you a lower price. These doses are enough for 3 times. Tang Zai felt an indescribable sense of powerlessness and anger. He felt like he was being scammed. Lu Bai took the initiative to ask him to look at the files. Was it just to cheat more of his body cells in a blatant way? The things she left in the archives were also insignificant. Anyway, Tang Zai would never tell anyone about her violations, and she was not afraid of being exposed. You? Tang Zai's eyes were filled with gloom. What are you going to do with my cells? You knew it last time. You only need to multiply the ones from last time. Why do you need to take more? Do you have other purposes? Tang Zai walked to the side and pointed at the glass cabinet full of limbs. What's in it? Is there anything else in your prosthesis? Lu Bai's eyes turned mechanically. Those are some nerve-like tissues, which are convenient for connecting with the original body. Her voice was still calm. They can receive neural electrical signals, so you can control the prosthesis like the original body. That's why my prosthesis is less uncomfortable to wear. Tang Zai's eyes trembled, and he turned back to look at the limb again. The worms in the worm's eye trembled and came out again. But after Lu Bai's explanation, they suddenly looked like ordinary inorganic substances, As for floating and contracting, they are just simple reflections. Perhaps the liquid is not just water, but something containing various chemical substances. Nerve-like tissue? How did you find the right material? Tangze stared at the glass cabinet. His eyes darkened. As far as I know, nerve-like tissue is one of the characteristics of animal-like mutants. Yeah. Animal mutants probably control their entire bodies in the same way. But the materials I used are still very primitive compared to the products of nature. It can only be used with living organisms. If it is not grafted onto a living organism, it is a waste. Lu Bai's voice dropped a little. We have done too little research on animal-type mutants. After all, the two districts haven't captured animal-type mutants for a long time. With the two districts' gradual deepening of research on the survival laws of mutants and the upgrading of detection methods, the migration of new gathering areas can largely avoid areas where mutants appear. Although this is safe, it is only temporary. Pollution will spread, and habitable areas will continue to shrink. When the last piece of pure land left for us disappears, the mutants that have long become powerful will only crush us madly. It should be, know yourself and the enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Tangze continued. You also want to study mutants? Lu Bai lowered his eyes and said nothing. Mutants are more likely to have mutant materials that adapt to the environment. It is more convenient to look for them than to look for people with genetic abnormalities. Animal mutants are more valuable for reference than plant mutants. Maybe after simple transformation, qualified materials can be made, which will greatly upgrade humans. Tangze narrowed his eyes. Are you sure you just want to get prosthetic materials? What if your goal is not to use prosthetics to strengthen humans, but to transform humans into mutants? The research boundary between the two seems to be blurred. He sneered. As far as I know, someone is doing this. Lu Bai raised his eyes and looked straight at him. So what? No matter which path we choose, we hope that humans will become stronger. Do you know the five-color stone? Both districts have been investigating recently. Besides that, did you know nothing about them in the past? They have done in-depth research on mutants, and they must have ambushed the biological teams in the two districts. I only care about the path I want to take. I don't care about other people's paths. As for the biological team, I have never been in the biological system. Where did you get your research results and equipment? You don't mean to say that the Lu family has deep attainments in mutant research while manufacturing weapons? The Lu family researches weapons against mutants. So of course they need to understand their opponents. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. What about the others? You can't do such in-depth research by yourself. So what about the others who help you? Lu Bai stared at Tangze for a while. Not here anymore, she said. Gone. Was cleaned up. Or died. Lu Bai laughed coldly. Have you figured out where your biological basis comes from? Tangze froze. Don't forget. All of us in the gathering area have lost our memories. As for how many times, and how much we have forgotten, who can tell? Lu Bai's eyeballs trembled unnaturally. I don't know where many things come from, or who made them. They have long left no trace. Only research. I dug them out bit by bit in the archives, and then slowly pieced them together like this. Tangze was stunned. How long did it take? Time is just an illusion. What's the difference between a few years and decades? She said without any context. What I know is that our past was deliberately erased, and our history was deliberately tampered with. But someone made great efforts, and carefully hid some things. After speaking, Lu Bai shook the reagent bottle in his hand. If you don't plan to continue paying, you still have two chances. Find what you want in that pile of waste paper that no one cares about. Good luck. Chapter 97 New Department. Action. Memory. We need to get our memory back. It's a weapon against the bunker. Our past was deliberately erased. Our history was deliberately tampered with. But someone made great efforts and carefully hid some things. Tangze walked back and fell into deep thought. Before leaving the prosthetic production room, he asked Lu Bai why he told him this. He still remembered Lu Bai's eyes at that time. Maybe I saw my own shadow in you, she said. Perhaps. We are in the same boat. Tangze didn't know what she meant by sympathy. Perhaps in the past, Lu Bai also accidentally discovered that he had accumulated knowledge about biology, which made him doubt his past identity and gradually dig out the known information. Can she be trusted? Tangze slowly returned to the dormitory, where Fang Xiuyu was waiting for him. You're back? Fang Xiuyu stood up. How is it? Tangze lowered his head. Captain, she may not come. I didn't persuade her well. Fang Xiuyu was stunned, and then patted his shoulder indifferently. It doesn't matter. I tried to persuade her for so long but didn't succeed. It's not a big deal. Besides, she is still in the department, so we can always find a way to get her to help, Fang Xiuyu said, thinking for a while. The new positions for department staff are about to be reported. Can you help me think about it? If Lu Bai can't be assigned to the special forces, what position would be more convenient for her? Tang Zhe blinked. Then can't she continue to be an archive manager? I'm afraid not. Fang Xiuyu pouted. The archives room was not assigned to the external development department, so it should be taken back and managed by someone else. Lu Bai's prosthetic production room also needs to be moved out. I originally wanted to make room for her in the special forces office area. What's wrong? Fang Xiuyu saw Tang Zhe's face suddenly change color, and he couldn't help but get nervous. Feeling unwell? Tang Zhe shook his head and forced a smile. I'm fine. Captain, if those files were really hidden by someone as Lu Bai said, then he might only have 2 chances to dig them out. No. Maybe he could? Tang Zhe lowered his eyes and thought for a while. Captain, when does the external development department need to complete all the establishment work at the latest? Fang Xiuyu's eyes became serious. Why? Do you want it earlier or later? Seeing Tang Zhe's hesitation, Fang Xiuyu smiled. I know you still have concerns about this new department. After all, the special forces have been running in for so long. Everyone has finally achieved relatively smooth cooperation. And now they have to start all over again with a bunch of strangers. But since this is inevitable, it might be better to start earlier. Tang Zhe looked at him with some hesitation in his eyes. The current cooperation is mainly arranged with other team members. Just follow me on the mission and don't worry about anything else. Fang Xiuyu patted him. Relax. Captain, I will try to get Lu Bai. Before that, can you let her stay the same? At least 3 days, 2 days is fine. Fang Xiuyu was a little confused. But when he saw Tang Zhe's eyes, he softened his heart. Okay. At least 2 days. Tang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. If he had 2 days, he could at least look through the files again and find a way to copy the key information. He hadn't decided whether to tell Fang Xiuyu about the files. Captain, I'll go to rest first. Tang Zhe lowered his eyes and said, Well, have a good rest. Tomorrow I'm going to the breeding area for a mission. Tang Zhe paused. Tomorrow, breeding area? In the evening? During the day. Working hours. Fang Xiuyu said. With the new members. Tang Zhe turned around and stared at him with wide eyes. The 2 districts have already dealt with the breeding area, and now the environment inside and outside the field is at a medium risk level. The new members who participated will be active in the outside field and do some simple treatment. For the time being, our special forces will go to the inside field. Tang Zhe heard the helplessness in his tone. And this was the result of his struggle with the top management. This department will eventually be put into operation. It doesn't matter. We have to try it out and submit a report. As for the actual situation and whether it needs to be adjusted, that's a later story. Fang Xiuyu said with a casual tone. Lu Ji has also upgraded the weapons, saying that they are designed for the characteristics of mud cells. We should also take them to try. We haven't been there during the daytime working hours. Maybe it will be smoother. Tang Zhe nodded silently. We will all be on our own combat vehicles. In fact, there is not much difference from before. You go to rest. We will go together tomorrow. Tang Zhe's eyes changed. Yes, Captain. The internal air pressure is normal and can be opened. Accompanied by the beep. Prompt sound. The door to the breeding area opened. The lead vehicle slowly started and drove into the gate. The combat vehicle of the special forces was behind several lead vehicles. They are now the core of a department and no longer need to take the lead in everything. Looking at the backs of so many cars in front, everyone is still a little uncomfortable. These people won't have any problems? Lu Ji said suspiciously. The drivers are all former transport soldiers. I gave them emergency training yesterday, and they have also operated in a simulated environment. There shouldn't be any big problems. Guan Yingjian said. There is an emergency pipe on his helmet, which can be connected to external treatment equipment when necessary, and specific gases or currents can be introduced into the helmet. It is said to be emergency equipment for treating brain disorders. Tang Zhe turned his head slightly and looked at the 3 people in the back compartment. Lu Tiani lowered her head, seemingly concentrating on confirming the operation of various equipment. But Tang Zhe felt that she was deliberately avoiding his gaze. Lu Tianyi was responsible for helping Guan Yingjian with brain recuperation. On the one hand, it was to provide the biological basis. And on the other hand, it was said that Lu Tianyi had experience in assisting brain recuperation. So Guan Yingjian entrusted this work to her. In Tang Zhe's view, this move was undoubtedly like handing a knife to someone. Why did Guan Yingjian trust Lu Tianyi so much? Didn't he realize the risks of brain operation? Or did he never think that the person Fang Xiyu picked would have problems? Tang Zhe's eyes lingered on Lu Tianyi's position for 2 seconds, and then moved away without a sound. Several vehicles ahead have already entered the area under the abandoned hospital. All the monitoring indicators returned show that the internal environment is safe and people can enter normally. The combat vehicle of the Special Forces started immediately. During the last operation, due to an emergency in the outer field, the air pressure in the confined space dropped sharply, causing the inner and outer doors to be closed and unable to open. The rescuers in Area B were at a loss in front of this door, and the Special Forces were trapped in the swamp. In the end, they successfully escaped through the underground passage on the other side. Now, the air pressure problem in the outer field has been solved. Tang Zhe didn't know how this problem was solved specifically. It seemed that the two areas did not perform any special operations. It was just that at a certain point in time, the air pressure in the outer field began to rise automatically. Therefore, the first question they had to explore this time was why the air pressure suddenly dropped, and why it suddenly rose again. The front window panel showed the distribution of other vehicles. The vehicles ahead had been dispersed to various places according to the planned goals. The combat vehicles also began to enter the outdoor field and drove all the way to the center of the field. In every previous operation, there had been no accidents on this road. Fang Xiyu fired several lighting discs into the air, and the onboard equipment began to detect at the same time. The mycelium and seeds in the air had disappeared, and there was neither serious pollution nor traces of mutants in the air. Fang Xiyu sent a command, and in an instant, the headlights of the distributed vehicles lit up at the same time, illuminating every corner of the building as bright as day. The structure of this place finally appeared clearly in front of them. Apart from the rotten pillars, the ground was muddy, and there were no special traces. The originally terrifying ceiling was now just an abandoned building with exposed pipes. There were a few sparse iron chains between the pipes, and a few broken skeletons were hung on them. The skeletons were withered and yellow, and the flesh had long been weathered away, and there was no disgusting mud and algae on them. This land was indeed clean. Fang Xiyu and Tang Zhe frowned at the same time. They had all witnessed the moment when the five-colored stone cleaned the traces. As long as they wanted, everything in the past test site would not be left behind. The vines in the underground passage and the bottom of the number 2 test site are also. They can handle everything cleanly and not give others the opportunity to investigate afterwards. The last emergency alarm was indeed triggered by Safar to give Tang Zhe the gift. The air pressure change outside the field is to keep the special forces in the swamp. And when Tang Zhe devours the flower, this land will be useless. Therefore, they destroyed this place in time. Although Fang Xiyu did not speak, they all knew that nothing could be dug out in this place. The rest of the team should keep monitoring and report any abnormalities immediately. Fang Xiyu said to other vehicles, "The special forces are entering the swamp now. You guard the outside and provide support." "Yes, Minister." "Yes, Minister." Fang Xiyu took the trouble to deal with the members, who were excited because they were participating in combat for the first time in their lives, and started the combat vehicle again. For the third time, they passed through the heavy gates. There was nothing unusual in the opening process of the gate, which seemed to indicate that the swamp left them with the same emptiness. The last gate was closed behind the combat vehicle. Neither Tang Zhe nor Guan Yingjian felt anything. "Heh, only this quagmire is still there." Fang Xiyu laughed sarcastically. "I wonder if the mud cells are still active." The combat vehicle moved forward slowly, and several lighting discs were thrown into the air one after another. All indicators and visual inspections were normal. So Fang Xiyu turned on the searchlight. The structure of the swamp finally appeared in front of them. The fog dissipated, and except for the mud on the ground, this was just a semi-artificial space. There were only some dirty walls in the distance, and the high ceiling was covered with decay and pipes, which looked dirty. "Guan Yingjian, Aunt Lu, let's take samples," Fang Xiyu said softly. Not surprisingly, The sampling results showed that the mud cells on the ground were almost inactive. This place is almost the same as an ordinary swamp. Tang Zhe knew that this was because the energy inside the mud cell had long been drained by the flower, and then transferred to his body. As a result, he gained the ability to soften his body. Just like those slimy sentinels. Tang Zhe looked at the mud on the ground and felt a little sick. The sentinels were still vividly looking at the time when they melted into black mud. Perhaps their bodies could not withstand such a strong transformation. So they collapsed uncontrollably and eventually died. He didn't want to imagine himself turning into that face. When you have to soften, you must not be caught by others. Especially, don't let Fang Xiyu catch you. The 25th, there are no living creatures reacting in these swamps. No mutants? Yes, Captain. Lu Tiany's voice came from behind. It seems that the mud cells and the flowers were destroyed that day. Tang Zhe turned his head and glanced at her with a vigilant and warning look. Lu Tiany seemed to have not noticed at all. It seems that Lu Ji's weapon is still effective against mud cells and flowers. Even Captain Mu can use it to such a good effect. Tang Zhe's eyes became colder. But the weapon's previous attack on mud cells was very limited. Fang Xiyu said. The records show that the collapse of the flower only occurred in a short period of time. It is difficult to achieve unless it is a major upgrade. Is it because of Mu Jiming's current state? Is there any bonus for attacking mutants? Perhaps the combination of the flower and the mud cell has caused the mud cell to become a kind of hole that can be broken. Tang Zhe said quickly. Captain, isn't it the same for the hairy fungus? Fang Xiyu nodded in agreement. Lu Tiany smiled softly. Let's find Captain Mu first. Maybe there will be an answer. The main task of the special operation team this time is to find Mu Jiming. Before setting off, Fang Xiyu privately held a meeting with the members of the special operation team. The general meaning is that the superiors are very concerned about the collective action of the new department, and asked him to put it on the agenda as soon as possible, and to submit detailed arrangements and post-event reports every time. I don't know who is the senior executive who decided this matter. Or maybe a group of people who didn't like Fang Xiyu in the past put pressure on him to make his actions completely public, so that it would be easier to supervise, or to trip him up and find faults. Therefore, the special forces entered the swamp alone in this operation, which was the last excuse he could use for independent action. In any case, after this operation, he must complete a detailed environmental survey and action plan to ensure that other members can enter in the future. Other purposes are secondary. Our most important task this time is to find Mu Jiming himself. Or at least find clues about him. Fang Xiyu said. If we really can't find him, we must also ensure that others behind us can't find him. Now, they urgently need to solve this problem. There is no obvious reaction to the pollution and mutant detection. And the venue is already brightly lit, with no shadows or blind spots to hide. Fang Xiyu drove the combat vehicle around the venue for several laps and collected samples from the mud in different areas. Except for the inactive prompts again and again. There is no result. Where will Mu Jiming be? Chapter 98 Days. Is there any room to hide here? Fang Xiyu stared at the indicators on the panel and frowned. The walls and ceiling are solid. There is no mezzanine or dark room. Guan Yinjian said. There is a possibility. Captain Mu is not here. He entered and exited from the underground passage. The underground passage can lead to the isolation area. From there, you can basically go anywhere, including the wild. What are the other possibilities? The other possibility is that Captain Mu has been here all the time and has never left. But it may not be the form we are familiar with. As soon as these words came out, the car was briefly silent for a few seconds. The only thing left here is the swamp. That is to say, if Mu Jiming is here, he can only be in the mud. Yes. Then let's try to fish it out. The car fell silent again. Except for Lu Ji. Everyone could foresee that some things might happen again. They might fish out a broken B-zone protective suit from the mud. The difference is that this time, it might be the latest model. Will Mu Jiming also become like that? Did the people before all become like that? Since the sampling found that the mud cells were inactive. We don't need to be too careful. Just treat it as a normal swamp salvage. Guan Yinjian said. We can make a quick decision. The pollution has also disappeared. And the oxygen content in the car is no longer a problem. The combat vehicle quickly ran around the entire site for several more laps. And the salvage equipment worked quickly. 7 meters deep. Nothing was found. Captain, this is almost the limit of vehicle-mounted salvage. If we don't have any results, Others won't get any results for the time being. Fang Xiuyu was silent for a moment. Tang Zhe and I have been to their number 2 test site. The swamp is only a few meters deep, and there is a wider water space below. Didn't we make the same guess when we took samples when we came here for the first time? There may be a lot of space under the mud here. If we apply for equipment, we may be able to drain the swamp. But in this way, at least the equipment will be applied for next time. And then the rest of the personnel will enter here. If they find traces of Mu Jiming in the drained swamp, they will not be able to deal with it privately. We can use drones to scan and screen first, and then send a diving robot to explore. If the mud cells are inactivated, the diving robot will be more effective, which is better than nothing. All the equipment was sent out, and the execution results were returned in a short time. Still nothing was found. Even if there is no influence of the mutant, the quagmire still restricts the diving robot too much. In this kind of place, it is most effective to go down with real people, Fang Xiuyu said. But Captain, you are all in the car. Keep in touch, Fang Xiuyu said. Equipped with weapons. Let's go down and explore. Guan Yingjian took a breath. Captain, although there is no pollution now, but it is sinking into the quagmire, even if it is not a mud cell. An ordinary swamp is also dangerous. What if the pores of the protective suit are blocked? The salvage equipment has an isolation cabin to isolate pollutants, Fang Xiuyu said. I can hide in it and go down, find a shallow swamp, and cross the quagmire. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a connecting water area below that can be used for extravehicular activities. You can pull us out when the time comes. Yes, Captain. Fang Xiuyu nodded and stretched out his hand to the side. Tang Zhe. Let's go. Tang Zhe responded and followed Fang Xiuyu through the carriage. And finally, he was hugged by Fang Xiuyu and got into the narrow isolation cabin. Fang Xiuyu made a gesture, and Guan Yingjian operated the isolation cabin to sink into the mud. Why do I feel that the captain is getting more and more chaotic? He muttered, when he knew that Tang Zhe would follow whatever he did. In the isolation cabin, Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zhe could only squat and stick together. It was fine at first, but when the isolation cabin slowly sank into the mud and the surroundings became quiet and dark, the atmosphere became subtle. Tang Zhe couldn't see Fang Xiuyu, but he could hear his breathing and someone's heartbeat. After being deprived of vision, the sense of touch became more sensitive. Tang Zhe could feel a light pressure on his head, shoulders, and waist, and he would hit the wall of the isolation cabin as long as he wanted to escape. After all, the isolation cabin was designed to sample small objects, and it was never thought that it would accommodate 2 people. Tang Zhe coughed lightly. Fortunately, the protective suit was still thick. Fang Xiuyu rarely said anything. After a few minutes, they slowly passed through the mud layer, and some faint light came from outside. The salvage equipment had reached its limit, and Guan Yingjian's message came from the helmet, confirming their situation. Everything is normal. We are ready to go out, Fang Xiuyu replied. Then, the isolation cabin opened and liquid rushed in. Tang Zhe felt that the pressure around him was released, and his body seemed to feel a slight buoyancy. Fang Xiuyu pulled him out and turned on the lights at the same time. The scene under the light made them shudder. There were no vines or limbs here, and in the bottomless water, there were piles of protective clothing like mountains. They floated lifelessly, like a deep ravine, or like the pillars of the underworld, almost filling the entire bottom of the water. In front of such a huge number, people can't help but feel shocked and frightened. Fang Xiuyu hugged Tang Zhe tightly. Why are there so many here? Thinking of the endless wall, Fang Xiuyu cursed. How many people did they use? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or more. Only when they are piled up in front of them can people intuitively feel what these numbers mean. In front of this mountain, a person is like a grain of sand. Tang Zhe subconsciously leaned his head against Fang Xiuyu's shoulder. He still didn't receive any induction, but the scene in front of him was enough to cause many bad associations. The people who were here were the people who had disappeared in the gathering area for who knows how many years. Under the hidden development of the 5-colored stone, the number gradually accumulated to an outrageous number. Mu Jiming, even Mu Jijin, might be here. Fang Xiuyu didn't expect this situation. It's not easy to find a tree in the forest, but he still tried his best and shouted to the netherworld. Mu Jiming? The water was silent and did not respond. Tang Zhe closed his eyes, trying to find even a faint induction or energy from it. If Mu Jiming is here, there must be his breath. Even a little bit. Mu Ximing? Fang Xiyu continued to shout. He led Tang Zai to swim forward on the top of the water layer that could barely move, shouting as he swam. The protective suits stretched endlessly, but there was no response. The water below is indeed connected, Fang Xiyu said. I don't know if there are other exits under the water layer. We'll check again after it's drained. As he continued to swim forward, the depth of the mud at the top was also changing. The protective suits and the mud layer were like a tunnel opened in the water, guiding them deeper and deeper into the ground. Captain, Tang Zai, you are getting farther and farther away. How come the depth has increased so much? Be careful of danger. Fang Xiyu came to his senses and stopped moving forward. Theoretically, if Mu Ximing is really in these protective suits, others will find it even harder to find him. Even if they can't find him, they can go back without worry. But if they stay underwater for a long time, they have to consider oxygen supply and other issues. He looked at Tang Zai in his arms, weighed the pros and cons, and decided to swim back. And Tang Zai has been silent for a long time. Under Kunlun Mountain is a big swamp. The water is 1,000 feet deep. Deep under the water is hell, where all living beings undergo trials and enter reincarnation. He whispered in his heart. For some reason, the underwater scene suddenly reminded him of the myths in the archives. The great swamp, the deep water, the hell, the living beings, and the five-colored stone. Those archives were indeed not accidental. He didn't know if this was the great swamp, or if it was specially set up by the five-colored stone to imitate the description of the myth. In another test site of the five-colored stone, there was a similar water area, but what was deposited in it was not the protective suit. Tang Zai frowned. The two myth archives were placed in different boxes, with different handwriting and layout, and they might not have come from the same forces in the same period. The five-colored stone may have seen another file, or may know some phenomenon described in those myths. So it keeps reproducing those things in different ways. But in this case, what is the pillar to the sky, and where is it? Tang Zai suddenly realized, since the five-colored stone is for repairing the sky, it must first reach the sky. Did they build a high wall outside the exploration area in order to create a Kunlun mountain? Did they pile up human bodies in order to build a pillar to the sky? What is the relationship between their test sites and that difficult myth? Just thinking about it, Fang Xiyu hugged him tightly. Are you okay? Tang Zai raised his head, and his helmet collided with his. The two looked at each other through the goggles. This distance reminded him of something, and his heartbeat suddenly stopped for a beat, and then began to accelerate wildly. Abnormal body warning. Abnormal body warning. The alarm of the wireless ring search appeared on the two people's respective panels. Tang Zai. Didn't we agree to raise the threshold? Fang Xiyu became nervous. Tang Zai. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Why didn't you say anything for so long? It's all my fault. We'll go up right away. Wait a minute. Is there enough oxygen? Tang Zai responded, and quickly lowered his head, trying to calm himself down. What's going on with this heartbeat? Nothing happened. Why is it beating faster and faster? And why is it beating faster the more I try to calm down? The alarm of the wireless ring became more piercing. Fang Xiyu panicked and quickly increased his swimming speed. His physical signs also changed dramatically, and the wireless ring determined that they were abnormal. So the alarm was sounded again. Abnormal body warning, Tang Zai. Abnormal body warning, Fang Xiyu. Different alarms intertwined, and the sound and picture occupied the brains of the two people used by the alarm. The two people finally returned to the original starting point, and the isolation cabin was right in front of them. Fang Xiyu stopped to take a few breaths, and his breathing finally stabilized. The alarm of the wireless ring search disappeared, and then the alarm on Tang Zai's side also disappeared. Tang Zai. I'm tired of being quarreled, and there is no ripple. Guan Yingjian. Prepare to pull us up. Fang Xiyu sent a message. The isolation cabin opened immediately. Fang Xiyu hugged Tang Zai and planned to squeeze into the cabin with him, but found that Tang Zai lowered his head and looked at the bottom of the water, motionless. Captain, what opportunity did Captain Mu come for? He asked. Does he have any other obsessions? Chapter 99 Passing. Tang Zai suddenly realized that Mu Ximing did not appear at the beginning. At that time, they had entered the swamp for a long time, experienced a failed return midway, and were finally forced to entangle with those mutated sentinels and lantern flowers. And the time when Mu Ximing appeared was until Fang Xiyu fell into a coma and lost his combat effectiveness. Tang Zai quickly searched through his message records and found the last message sent by Mu Jiming at the bottom. I am also a captain who can protect my team members. Right? Survive. Tang Zai's eyes trembled. Could it be that Mu Jiming appeared to protect him? Tang Zai raised his head and synchronized this idea to Fang Xiyu. Fang Xiyu fell silent. After a long time, he chuckled softly. I see. His voice was a little trembling. I didn't find out earlier. And I didn't have time to tell him that he was a good captain. Now that's it. He took a deep breath and hugged Tang Zai tightly. So what are you going to do? Put yourself in trouble and lure Mu Jiming out? Tang Zai nodded. Captain Mu may think that I can't protect myself. So when the captain loses his fighting power, and there is a threat from the outside world, he appears. Well, but how can we create this situation now? There are no mutants here. And there is no guarantee that Mu Jiming will appear if Fang Xiyu loses his combat effectiveness. If they create that situation, but Mu Jiming does not show up, Tang Zai will be in an extremely dangerous situation. I don't know. Maybe we can try, Tang Zai said. Is there any gas in the combat vehicle that can make people unconscious? Too risky, Fang Xiyu shouted. Not only me, but other people in the car can't help you in time. What if you have a problem? Although it is important to find Mu Jiming, it is more important for you to stay alive. If we leave now, others can't find him. Tang Zai shook his head. I believe the captain. And I believe Captain Mu will not let me be in danger. And doesn't Lu Ji want to try her weapons? Tang Zai's plan is not to enter the isolation cabin, but to wear a protective suit and go into the quagmire. Then, let Lu Ji attack the quagmire with the newly developed weapons, so that he will create a situation of deep danger. During this period, it is best to let Fang Xiyu be locked in the isolation cabin and lose consciousness. The captain also said that there are no mutants here now. Tang Zai blinked his eyes and showed a begging look. Since there are no mutants and no pollution, I will at most be buried in it and unable to move. And I will not really be in trouble. Lu Ji's weapon only attacks mutants. It won't have any effect on me. Just wake up the captain in a few minutes, and then the captain will come to rescue me. Fang Xiyu was still hesitating. Captain, believe me. Fang Xiyu looked into Tang Zai's eyes, and the determination in his eyes touched him. So he slowly let go of his hand. Okay. I believe you. You must be fine. Tang Zai nodded. Fang Xiyu came over and hugged him for a few seconds, then let go with a worry, and turned to enter the isolation cabin. There are pipes in the isolation cabin that can release paralytic gas, which is used to limit the animal-type mutants that may be captured. Not long after, Tang Zai saw Fang Xiyu slowly close his eyes, and the data from the wireless search ring also stabilized. He fell asleep. The moment he confirmed that Fang Xiyu was asleep, Tang Zai's eyes suddenly changed. He turned off the communication, and instead of swimming upstream into the mud, he suddenly accelerated and swam into the water. His body was getting stronger and stronger. And not only that, it could also be strengthened and softened. He wanted to take advantage of Fang Xiyu's unconsciousness and quickly turn over this area of water. Tang Zai aimed at a stack of protective clothing and planned to rush into the gap quickly to force out the newly acquired softening ability. But he only felt a strong vibration, and his body did not soften, but strengthened. So, he felt like he hit a wall, and his head was buzzing. Sigh. What's going on? It said that softening is a more advanced ability. You just got it, and your body barely adapts to it. Of course, you won't activate this ability unless it's absolutely necessary. Don't hit it. At this stage, your body will only activate strengthening. If you are not about to be crushed, softening will not be activated. Tang Zai was sulking for a while, and unwillingly swam away from the original place, intending to go to the end of the water area to see. At least, he can see if he can swim to the Pillar of Heaven. The time on the panel has passed for 3 minutes. Tang Zai speeded up. He must return to the original place at the agreed time and dive into the mud. Otherwise, according to Fang Xiyu's request, once Tang Zai is found in danger, he will wake him up, and he will rescue Tang Zai as quickly as possible. Tang Zai kept swimming forward, and his mood gradually became anxious. The wireless search ring sounded the alarm again, and his red self jumped in front of him, making him upset. Fortunately, Fang Xiyu should not have woken up yet. How can this area of water be so big? He cursed. Endless waters, endless protective suits, thick mud pools, vines, trees, algae, flowers, giants who have not gained life. East. Where is the east? Did I swim in the wrong direction? Why is there no end? Does this water area lead to the outside? The breeding area is not that big. The alarm of the wireless search ring has not disappeared. In the next second, the wireless search ring popped up another prompt. Fang Shuyu's breathing rate began to increase. He is about to wake up. Captain, Tang Zhe has lost the signal for a long time. Why did you say it now? Fang Shuyu roared angrily. He lost the signal. You have to wake me up as soon as possible. Why wait? Captain, it's been 6 minutes. If he is short of oxygen, what will happen in 6 minutes? Tell me other possible situations first. Okay. The place where Tang Zhe lost the signal last was only a few meters away from the isolation cabin. He suddenly lost the signal when he was about to enter the quagmire. According to the route analysis, he is most likely now. Guan Yingjian sent a location. Fang Shuyu immediately left the isolation cabin. In the middle of this quagmire. Right? Monitor my position and be ready to pick up. Captain, it would be better to connect another tow rope. Too late. The next second, the picture set by Fang Shuyu became pitch black. He had already plunged into the quagmire. This was the first time Fang Shuyu entered the quagmire alone. Before this, he was either in the isolation cabin or in the combat vehicle. Although the mud cells were inactivated, the density of the mud was still very high. After he entered, the pressure from all directions squeezed his protective suit without scruples, making his chest gradually uncomfortable. Pressure. The protective suit could not isolate this pressure. As he went deeper into the mud, the pressure became stronger and stronger, squeezing his body and lungs step by step. Although he was not short of oxygen, he could not breathe. Tang Zhe lay in such a dark mud for 6 minutes. 10.98, 5.32, 3.01. Tang Zhe, why are you still so far away? Fang Shuyu's consciousness became blurred. There were vital signs alarms in front of him. He didn't know if it was his or Tang Zhe's. Or maybe both of them. The alarms rang out one after another. And when he was about to faint, they suddenly woke him up. Mu Ximing protected his team members until his death. And he must protect his team members. Must. Tang Zhe. Fang Shuyu stretched out his hand to the quagmire in front of him. Captain is coming. He felt a heavy pressure in his hand. But it was empty when he held it. There was no Tang Zhe in front of him. Only endless mud and water. Tang. His hands waved in vain. Why is it so dark in front of him? Captain. Captain. Fang Shuyu's pupils suddenly dilated. And the alarm in front of him suddenly became clear. The heartbeat was abnormal. But too fast. And the distance was 0.131, 0.208, 0.016. The next second, he felt the pressure on his chest change. It was still a strong pressure, but it seemed a little soft and reassuring. Fang Shuyu tightened his hands. And this time, he really felt the person in his arms. Guan Yingjian. The body suddenly felt an upward grasping force. Fang Shuyu hugged Tang Zhe tightly, and let this force pull them upwards. A dozen seconds later, at the moment when Fang Shuyu felt that he was about to suffocate, the pressure was suddenly released. Air rushed into his lungs, and his lost consciousness returned to his body. Puff, cough. The helmet finally emerged from the mud, and Fang Shuyu felt a blinding light in front of his eyes. In the light of the combat vehicle, he lowered his head and saw the shadow in his arms. Tang Zhe buried his head deeply in his chest, his arms around him, like a weak kitten. Vital signs were still stable. The salvage equipment slowly lifted them out of the mud. All the team members who stayed in the car got out of the car and ran towards them. Guan Yingjian dragged the 2 people hanging on the salvage clamp to the ground and put them down. And Lu Tianyi came with a first aid kit to check their condition. Fang Shuyu gasped for air, supported himself and sat up, looking at the person in his arms. He laughed out loud first, and then a wave of pain rose in his heart. Tang Zhe was tightly covered with a protective suit. The protective suit was covered with mud, and from the shape, it could be vaguely identified that it was from Area B. The exposed shoulder straps were painted with special patterns, indicating that the owner of this protective suit was a captain-level figure. Tang Zhe, are you okay? Guan Yingjian turned Tang Zhe over and let him lie on his back on the ground. Lu Tianyi opened his helmet and covered his face with emergency oxygen. Tang Ze gasped, tried to raise his hand, and pointed to his chest. The place where he pointed was Mu Jiming's name tag. Fang Xiuyu lowered his head and shrugged his shoulders a few times. After a while, he raised his hand and took off the name tag. You have no strength. Right? He said to the name tag in his hand. So you can only push him to my side like this? The traces of Mu Jiming's existence disappeared with the death of these mud cells. But at least, I will keep your name in the merit book. Fang Xiuyu carefully grasped the name tag and put it in the inner pocket of the protective suit. Then he stood up and helped Tang Ze take off the protective suit that was tightly attached to his body with Guan Yingjian. Chapter 100 What did you encounter? Tang Ze leaned softly against Fang Xiuyu. Their mission this time was completed. They found Mu Jiming, although there was only a name tag. When Guan Yingjian tried to take off the protective suit, he found that the protective suit seemed to grow on Tang Ze, and even the seam could not be pried open. It was not until Fang Xiuyu came to help that the protective suit seemed to be relieved and collapsed all of a sudden. Fang Xiuyu took the protective suit in his hand, as if holding a snake's skin. It was light and covered with traces of corrosion, and it could no longer provide any protection. But it had exhausted its last bit of strength, desperately trying to protect the weak body wrapped in it. Guan Yingjian raised his head. Captain, what should we do with this protective suit? Fang Xiuyu squatted down and carefully flattened the protective suit. Then he lowered his head and was silent for a while, and finally made up his mind to push it into the mud. Its mission is completed. Let it rest forever. The protective suit slowly sank, and it would soon sink into its tombstone. Fang Xiuyu stared at the mud for a few minutes, stood up and walked towards Tang Ze, holding him in the back compartment. Under the helmet, his expression returned to normal. Guan Yingjian, you take control of the vehicle. Tang Ze and I have been in the mud before, so for safety reasons, it is better to be isolated from everyone else. As he spoke, he closed the isolation door at the rear of the carriage. In fact, they had all come into contact with each other, so there was no point in isolating them. Not to mention that the swamp was no longer polluted. He just wanted to stay quietly in the back for a while. Tang Ze seemed to have exhausted his strength and fell motionlessly in Fang Xiuyu's arms. Fang Xiuyu hugged him and rested his chin on the top of his head. After a long time, Fang Xiuyu pinched his shoulders and whispered thank you. Tang Ze didn't know whether this was to thank Mu Jiming for saving him, or to thank him for taking back Mu Jiming's nameplate, or perhaps something else. But along the way, Fang Xiuyu didn't blame him for taking too much risk, nor did he blame Guan Yingjian for waking him up too late. Tang Ze knew that Fang Xiuyu had fulfilled a wish. This mission was successfully completed. The new members of the field team were not injured and all returned safely. Although there was no substantial gain, the superiors were very satisfied and agreed to let Fang Xiuyu lead the team in his own way. The special forces confirmed the safety of the swamp this time, and then the two districts would send professional teams to clean up and eliminate hidden dangers. The investigation of the five-color stone is still in progress, but there is still no breakthrough. It seems that just as Safar said, they are hidden enough that they cannot be found unless they want to be found. According to the deadline given by the superiors to the External Development Department, Fang Xiuyu needs to complete all the responsibilities within 3 days and give the new department's future action organization plan. So the next day, all the special forces appeared in the office area of the new department and held a meeting with the hundreds of new people. Fang Xiuyu appeared in the center with great energy. Hello, members. Hello, Minister. After the training of the supporters club members, the members shouted slogans loudly and in unison. In addition to the most basic greetings, they also trained common answers in different scenarios and even formation changes. Fang Xiuyu was very satisfied with this and handed over the work of organizing regular team building for all personnel to the supporters club. Those people were flattered, and Wang Ningning was even so excited that he almost fainted. In response to this, Tang Ze's reaction was, the content of this meeting was mainly to formally assign work. After Fang Xiuyu's morale-boosting speech, almost everyone was ready to fight for the outward expansion department. Tang Ze's eyes were fixed on Liu Bai in the back corner. When everyone followed the slogans, Liu Bai didn't even pretend to be calm, just standing in the crowd indifferently. Although she had conspicuous red hair and red eyes, she seemed to be detached from reality, silent and almost transparent. Fang Xiuyu promised Tang Ze that he would at least delay the assignment for 3 days. The duties of the members will be announced in 3 batches, and Lu Bai will be in the last batch. Before that, Tang Zhe needed Lu Bai to retain control of the archives, so that he could copy as many files as possible. Lu Bai's eyes were still lifeless, and she seemed to be completely unconcerned about her future work. She probably felt that no matter how her nominal duties changed, the prosthetic studio would not be cancelled. After all, Area A was increasingly dependent on the prosthetics she made, and there was no one else who could replace her for the time being. The meeting finally ended, but Tang Zhe was not listening at all. Guan Yingjian and Yuka Yuri were both assigned some auxiliary personnel, because the basic work was not difficult to get started. They started on-the-job training today. Lu Ji and Lu Tianya's assistants have not been announced yet, so they just returned to their original office areas to continue their research. After the meeting, Lu Bai left the new office area on her own and walked to the archives room downstairs. Tang Zhe followed her in. Have you told Minister Fong about the archives? Lu Bai asked. Tang Zhe shook his head. Then you came to me so openly. Wouldn't he be suspicious? The captain knows that I want you to debug the wireless ring search. What is there to doubt? Lu Bai raised his eyebrows. When will your debugging work be completed? If nothing unexpected happens, my establishment will soon be officially transferred from the archives room to the external development department. The director should have already thought of what kind of work to assign to me. At this point, Tang Zhe simply laid it out. Are you really unwilling to join the special forces? If you agree, I can guarantee that the captain will not let you change the content of your research, and you will be freer than you are now. In addition, there are countless new materials in the mission field that the special forces can access, and there may even be animal-type mutants that you want. If it is the establishment of the external expansion department, it will be more difficult for you to conduct prosthetic research. Maybe Minister Fong can set up an internal medical team, and I will be responsible for replacing prosthetics for injured combat team members. This is more suitable for me. Do you really think so? Lu Bai glanced at him, turned around and sat down in front of the laboratory table. Don't you doubt me? How dare you let me join the special forces? She said without raising her head. There is something strange about you. But at least you are not a member of the Five-Colored Stone. Lu Bai raised his head. Oh, why are you so sure? Because the Five-Colored Stone member who took me away did not know the existence and characteristics of the wireless search ring. And there were only 2 people who knew about this at the time besides the team members. Therefore, these 2 people are at least innocent in the issue of the Five-Colored Stone. Lu Bai's eyes stayed on his face for a while, and then moved to the laboratory table. Minister Fong wants to recruit me into the team, just to ask me to help research weapons. He thinks that if the human body fusion material I'm researching can be combined with Lu Ji's attack method, it can turn people into humanoid weapons and expand the attack effect. But unfortunately, my goal is not to attack mutants as much as possible, because it is meaningless. So tell Minister Fong that I am honored to be selected by him. And I also recognize his persistence and efforts in this plan. But we are still on different paths after all. We have different paths, but it doesn't prevent us from traveling together for the time being. Tang Zhe interrupted her. Lu Bai paused. What do you mean? In the special forces, you can get the resources you want. That's enough. As for what you actually want to do, just do it quietly. When the special forces can no longer give you what you want, it's not too late for you to quit. You want me to pretend to obey? Tang Zhe shook his head. During the research stage, there are always a few steps that both sides can use. Right? You just need to give some useful research results appropriately, and give them to Lu Ji or others to conduct in-depth research. During this period, you should use the resources of the special forces as soon as possible to advance your own affairs. When you have almost used up these resources and are unwilling to share the research results, you can quit. Lu Bai's eyes changed. You know so well. Don't you do the same thing? You have your own purpose? I don't have any purpose. Tang Zhe spread his hands. I just want to live as long as possible. Lu Bai narrowed his eyes. Then why did you pull me into the special forces? What's the benefit for you? No extra benefit. Tang Zhe raised his mouth slightly. Because this is the task assigned to me by the captain. Lu Bai turned his head to look at the experimental table in front of him. But he didn't operate it for a long time. You came here to see the files, right? It seems that you have discovered its value after not seeing it for a day. Tang Zhe did not comment. Have you read all those files? I have served in the archives for quite a while. When I am not making prosthetics, I just flip through a few pages to relax. Those stories are quite attractive. Aren't they? Then when did you find that there was something wrong with the files? Tang Ze frowned and asked. Did you encounter something? What did you encounter? Lu Bai asked back. Tang Ze was silent for a while. I saw the shadows of those myths in reality. But I don't know if someone imitated them, or if those myths were adapted from reality. Maybe both? What do you mean? It means that time is an illusion. Lu Bai said vaguely. Have you heard that saying, time is just something humans created to limit themselves? In fact, time does not exist at all. There is no so-called passage of time. Only the change of events. And because things always change from simple to complex, people later used a new concept to describe it, called entropy increase. But if things change from complex to extremely simple, does it mean that time is reversed? If things always repeat themselves according to a certain law, does it mean that time begins to cycle? Loop. The word made Tang Ze frown. What do you want to say? I don't want to say anything. But I found some confusing phenomena in the records and reality. She laughed sarcastically. It seems that something is repeating itself. What? Why didn't anyone find it? Because our memories are incomplete. Lu Bai said. Have you never had that feeling? Seeing something or meeting someone. You feel like you've seen it before. Maybe we have already experienced the current situation. But we have just started over after our memories were cleansed. Tang Ze felt that there was no point in asking any more questions. And he was getting more and more confused by Lu Bai's words. So he stopped talking. I'll go look at the files first. After all, there are only 2 chances left, he said. Lu Bai didn't say anything else. Just rolled his eyes indifferently, and lowered his head to do his own thing. Tang Ze flipped through the 2 boxes again. He had already read the myth about the 5-colored stone in the second box. The story was not complicated, and he almost remembered it all in his mind after reading it twice. And the first box he hid behind a shelf, which contained half a person's height of messy documents. Required him to sort them out bit by bit. It took a lot of time to sort out these documents. After about 2 hours, Tang Ze only sorted out a dozen piles of discontinuous things in front of him. He was so dizzy that he simply stood up to get some fresh air. After walking a few steps, he suddenly thought of something and walked straight into the prosthetics studio next to him. According to the captain's idea, you may also be assigned to Lu Tiani. She studies mutants, which will also be helpful for what you want to do. Lu Bai's body trembled slightly. Lu Tiani? She is now studying mutants? You really know her. Tang Ze walked towards her laboratory table. How much do you know about her? You said she is now studying mutants. So what did she study in the past? Lu Bai remained silent. Tang Ze's eyes darkened. Is there anything inconvenient to say? I know her because she is a genius in the biological world, Lu Bai said slowly. But we are not familiar with each other. What this means is that you are just unfamiliar with each other. But you have still been together. Yes. In the hospital. Tang Ze's breath was choked. Hospital? I have a scene in my mind where she works in the hospital. It seems that she is operating some equipment, which is connected to other people's heads. But I only remember such a scene. There is no cause or effect. It just appeared in my memory out of thin air. I don't even know when this happened. Because the hospital in my memory is different from the hospital in District now. Maybe it was a hospital before a certain cluster was relocated? Lu Bai shook her head. I don't know. Tang Ze grabbed her arm tightly. What do you remember? There are many scattered fragments in my memory. Some are only a few seconds. Some are only a picture. A smell. They are all isolated and scattered. And I can't string them together. This is a typical brain problem of people in Area A. Confusion in time and poor memory. In the past, these were attributed to cognitive or psychological disorders caused by the confusion of the calendars in the 2 areas and the monotonous environment. Tang Ze increased the strength of his hand. Think about it again. About Lu Tiani. Or the hospital. What else do you remember? Lu Bai frowned in pain, her eyes full of doubt and panic. She tried hard to break free from Tang Ze's hand, but found that she couldn't break free. Lu Bai! Snap. The lights dimmed without warning. Not only the main lighting, but also the indicator lights and the lights of the reactor were dimmed. The entire studio and the archive room were plunged into darkness. Tang Ze still didn't let go of his hand, but he clearly felt that the thing he was holding was lighter. A few seconds later, he heard Lu Bai's exclamation not far away. That was the location of the archive room.